Once the most hopeful candidate to become the Flame Wheels 8 leaves aboard the Zhu Ming immortal boat, Yin Xiao encountered misfortune immediately after leaving the vessel. After battling through a bloody decade, he finally returned to the immortal boat, expecting to enjoy a few days of peace, only to find himself caught up in the Luofu rebellion and meeting a lively star-course spirit to make matters worse. An old senior who recognized his power identified him, leading him to shout in panic while fleeing, "Damn it, the collapse is still after me." Just as the turmoil was settling, this man, bearing a demonic sword, hoped to hide away for a day, only to be confronted by his sister demanding he hand over the sword. At that moment, he learned of a lead regarding his homeland and decided to hitch a ride to search for it. To his surprise, the dragon lady Bailu crawled into his suitcase under the pretext of being worried, secretly encouraged by a mischievous woman to taste forbidden fruit. This lively journey, along with the war-torn planets they passed through, would become cherished memories forever preserved, sent by an anonymous reminiscer. Chapter 1. Dragon Lady, save my life. It's hopeless. It can't be cured. Just wait to die. Looking at the small dragon lady Bailu, who stood with her hands on her hips, puffed up with anger as she glared at the tall boy before her, Yin Xiao felt a bit helpless. Her earlier words carried a hint of resentment towards patients who refused to listen. With hands pressed together, he couldn't help but plead, "Please, Miss Bailu, can you give me just a little more of that suppressant medicine? I promise I won't be impulsive next time. Absolutely won't. You. This is already the 5th time I prepared it for you this week. The 5th time? I don't have time every day to brew potions for you. If you really don't care about your life and want to waste your body, then go ahead." Bailu was fuming, her eyes almost brimming with tears. If it weren't for the fact that this boy often accompanied her on the front lines seeking medical help, she wouldn't have the patience to treat this reckless fool at all. Did he not care about his own body at all? Looking at the handsome Yin Xiao before her, and then at his hands, which were slightly stained with blood, she knew that the blood wasn't from external factors, but was due to the large amounts of toxins within him, all remnants of the Bailu people's poison. Since arriving at the Luofu immortal boat, this boy had never revealed his identity, showing only his token as a member of the Zhu Ming immortal boat and nothing else. He lived in a small loft near Bailu, and every night she had to sneak a peek to see if he was there. Despite having plenty of time to slack off, he always managed to catch her asking for treatment. Though it felt different from her usual medical consultations, every time she saw him, Bailu felt as if she was definitely working overtime. "Tomorrow, come with me for a checkup, and I'll give you medicine. No backing out. Also, you have to take me to Jinren Alley for something delicious." Sure. Whatever the dragon lady says, I'll do." Seeing that Bailu finally agreed to treat him, Yin Xiao felt a bit relieved. After Bailu handed him the newly prepared potion, she seemed worried and instructed him, "Tomorrow morning, when you come over, I'll check your pulse again. If your condition worsens, these medicines might not work anymore." "Thank you, dragon lady." Don't think I'm easy to order around. There are plenty of people wanting to see me for treatment. And from now on, call me Bailu, not dragon lady. It makes me feel anxious, like I'm being chased back to work." Bailu clearly disliked being called that, but Yin Xiao agreed, paying for the medicine and returning to the opposite loft under her watchful gaze. Once he left, Bailu's previously puffed-up cheeks relaxed, her big eyes fixed on the loft in front of her, feeling a bit helpless inside. Having sought medical help for years, how could she not see what was wrong with him? When taking him to the front lines for treatment, she tried to prevent him from fighting to help him control his emotions, but it seemed the effect was minimal. Moreover, in her eyes, Yin Xiao's body was as tattered as a worn-out rag. The blood was all due to the Bailu people's toxins. It was impossible to accumulate so much without years of battling against them. It had even started to affect the bodies of the immortals, seeping into their flesh and blood. How long has this guy been neglecting his own body? It's really worrying. Should I add something stronger to the medicine next time? Bailu murmured softly as she walked back. Meanwhile, back in his loft, Yin Xiao plopped down on the bed. This place was no different from an ordinary inn, except that unless permitted by Bailu, no one else had the right to stay there. He could be considered privileged, or rather, this place felt more like a hospital ward. After all, many of the occupants were severely injured immortals or members of the Zhiming clan, most of whom required assistance. He was probably an exception. Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention to him, he slowly opened his suitcase. Inside lay a sword that looked pitch black but had a fragmented feel to it. The entire blade was severely cracked, with countless fissures, yet astonishingly, it performed no worse than a perfectly intact sword. This was a product of extraordinary craftsmanship, rivaling even the swords forged by his grandfather. He pulled out the sword, entrusted to him by a man who had tormented him for nearly a decade, named the Fragmented Sword, truly a name that fit, resembling a shattered blade. He silently closed his eyes, yet it felt as if he could still see that black-haired man in the hellish sea of corpses and blood, pointing the sword at him, expressionless, voice cold. This sword, take it to the Luofu immortal boat, and when we meet again, get it back to me. By then, if you still can't kill me, I will utterly destroy you. Remember, kid, only by becoming stronger can you protect what you want to protect. Your sword is special. You must remember this sword. Following that, there was a flash of sword light descending from the heavens, and in an instant it felt as if he saw the light shattering, as if his very being was about to be completely dismembered. With that thought, Yin Xiao suddenly raised his right hand, closing his eyes tightly, but slowly lifting his right arm. In an instant, a long sword, entirely azure, fell into his hand. This sword seemed transparent, as if it didn't exist, like a projection, yet it was undeniably real. As he opened his eyes, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed forward, unleashing a blood-red sword energy. The sword energy, as brilliant and cruel as a flower from the other shore, flashed by, scattering in a fine light before touching the door panel. He quietly lowered the sword in his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. The Sword of Logic possesses a rather unique ability, capable of understanding the structure of all materials before it, as well as comprehending all sword techniques and martial arts. In the past decade, ever since he was ambushed by the Bailu people, he had been led by that black-haired man, slaughtering his way through, and had spent so long learning swordsmanship. His own progress and changes in strength are indeed obvious, but he himself is baffled by the sudden emergence of this ability. It seems that after being attacked by Boliran, he was about to perish while floating in the universe when he was struck by a colorful meteor. The man named Run had been chasing the meteor and happened to encounter him. But to be honest, this man is truly terrifying. He is very strict in teaching, almost as if he intends to kill him. Fortunately, I haven't regressed. My understanding and control of strength aren't too bad, but it's not surprising. 10 years have passed. I wonder how things are on Zhu Ming's side. He silently put down the sword in his hand, raised his head, and looked at the night sky outside. Only at night does the view above the ferry ship not consist of holographic projections. Instead, when the projection is turned off, the real starry universe can be seen, revealing the true expanse of stars. He can only calm his mind at this time every day, looking beyond the starry sky and yearning for his hometown. I wonder if Yinli's grown up, or if she's still the same, a crybaby. The next time we meet, I need to take a good look, but I just don't know when that will be. In fact, these 10 years haven't been too difficult, aside from constant fighting. It seems that the man also taught him a bit of blacksmithing skills, but he didn't learn quickly enough. Crafting weapons is not his forte. However, he finds the way that man forges iron very familiar. So he asked about his background, but he only answered with a name. I am now called Run. You don't need to know too much about my past name. Your talent for blacksmithing isn't enough. Just practice swordsmanship.So until now. He doesn't think he can pass the selection for the Flame Wheel 8 Leaves, as it requires both sword forging and swordsmanship to be top-notch. Perhaps Xiao Yinli could, given her innate strength. She truly is a natural-born body for blacksmithing. But I wonder if her past crybaby disposition has improved. He really misses the days when she would grab his arm and call him brother. But it's a pity that after 10 years apart, she has probably become quite estranged. It is said that children have poor memories. She shouldn't have forgotten him completely. Yin Xiao scratched his head but gazed at the starry sea before him, seemingly recalling something. When approaching the ferry ship, he remembered seeing a woman. She had long silver hair that covered her eyes, yet she shouldn't have been able to see his figure. However, the moment he drew his sword, she seemed intent on attacking him. The woman showed no sign of fighting spirit, but when she struck, it felt like a sudden onslaught of a fierce wind and huge waves, nearly putting his life in danger. If he hadn't grasped some of her sword techniques in time, he might have died on the spot. After he blocked her sword, she surprisingly said nothing and turned to leave. It was truly baffling, but she must know Run. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so familiar with his sword. He just doesn't know if that woman is still on the Luo Fu Fairy's ship. If possible, it would be better to avoid her. Take your medicine, and sleep well after taking it. Chapter 2. Really Chatty Family Members. As the morning lights spilled across the streets, Bailu was still comfortably lying in bed, lazily turning over and yawning. Ah, the weather is nice. It must be time to sleep in. Is that so? The little divine doctor is going to sleep in again? Suddenly, Bailu heard a voice beside her, startling her awake. She opened her eyes wide, instantly alert. Who is in my room? Who? She sprang out of bed and turned sharply towards the direction of the sound. She met Yun Zhao's gaze, who was leaning against her window. Yes. They stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Then a deafening scream broke the morning silence, waking up the whole street. After about half a system's worth of time, Yun Zhao finally shook his still dazed head and came downstairs. Following him was a flying kick from Bailu's small leg and a dragon tail that whipped at his back. Bailu blushed and kicked and hit from behind. It didn't hurt and felt a bit good. Perhaps it was subconsciously aimed at the acupuncture points. It relieved her frustration without hurting Yun Zhao. Here, Miss Bailu, kick here a few more times. Ah, hey, why did you stop? I can get tired too. Did you really enjoy that? Bailu puffed up her cheeks, still stamping her feet behind him, but it seemed her anger had diminished a lot. After all, Bailu didn't pursue a lifestyle of sleeping without clothes, so Yun Zhao only saw her in a snug onesie. Yes, it was white, and it looked small and cute. However, Yun Zhao didn't dare to comment at this moment. The punching and kicking were mild, but if she added some electrotherapy later, it would truly be exhilarating. The kind that makes one unable to move that I don't care. You definitely haven't reflected on yourself. I punish you. You must take me to eat desserts today, or I will stay unhappy. All right, after this consultation, we'll go. By the way, are there more and more demon shadows appearing in Luofu recently? Yes, this has caused a lot of headaches for the Cloud Riders. My work tasks have increased again. Really, when will I have a day of leisure? I'm not sure. How about we ask Miss Qin-Ke? She's an expert at slacking off. It said that even Lord Tai Bu can't catch her. Good idea, but if Qin-Ke is slacking off, where would she go? She plays cards in all sorts of strange places. It's hard to find her. The two arrived at a breakfast shop, where Bailu happily slurped a round, chewy soup dumpling. Yun Zhao bit into a freshly steamed meat bun, watching the steaming heat rise from it, truly a descendant of the unyielding Iron Hand. In reality, when not in battle, Yun Zhao's hands have little sensation. To put it simply, his perception is dulled and doesn't react much externally. Now, if he were to put his hands in a water at several hundred degrees and stir, he probably wouldn't feel too hot. Instead, he would think the water temperature is just right. Finding Miss Qin-Ke is easy. You don't even need to go to the card room to catch her, since that place is full of Tai Bu spies. Qin-Ke basically doesn't show her face there, so just shout here. Saying this, Yun Zhao cleared his throat. Bailu chewed a few dumplings, her cheeks puffed up, curiously looking at Yun Zhao's serious demeanor. The next moment, without any warning, he shouted loudly in the street. Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. 3 missing 1. Seeking a master for guidance, this shout was truly deafening, loud enough for the entire street to hear. However, most people merely glanced at him in confusion before shifting their gaze, uninterested. After swallowing the dumpling in her bowl, Bailu couldn't help but exclaim, "You thick-skinned brat. Who did you learn this from?" I don't know. Maybe I learned it from shameless people." Yun Zhao casually replied, but suddenly he sharply noticed a figure slipping past the blind spot of his watchful gaze, directly approaching them. The figure quickly came closer, revealing a cute face beneath the hood. The sudden appearance of this guy startled Bailu. She hadn't even realized when another person had joined her side. At this moment, besides Qin-Ke, who else could it be? I heard there's a game with 3 missing 1. You're the one calling, right? Qin-Ke was full of mischief as she directly approached Yun Zhao, while Bailu looked at Qin-Ke in shock. She couldn't react to when Qin-Ke had arrived, and she had indeed been summoned with just a casual remark. But it wasn't surprising. Bailu had never played Di Yuan Xiongyu, so it was understandable. This trick was foolproofed out of course. If it was someone from Tai Bu-He calling out like that, Qin-Ke would definitely not come. She seemed to have a set of techniques specifically for dealing with Tai Bu-He, trying to catch her slacking off, and nothing seemed to work. Qin-Ke raised her head and, upon seeing Yun Zhao, couldn't help but pout and pulled her hood back over her head. "What the heck? Why is it you again, Yun Zhao? It feels like you've mastered some summoning technique to call me." "Not entirely. Miss Bailu wants to learn your slacking techniques. Could you teach her a thing or two? Yin Xiao was used to Qing Chue's disdainful gaze and didn't mind, pointing at Bailu. She was a good student, but Qing Ke cast another glance over Yin Xiao, as if plotting something. That's fine, but you have to promise me that you'll come play D Yuan Xiongyu with me tonight. I still don't believe you can learn all my moves. Sure, not past 10 o'clock, or you won't get enough rest, and the chances of your poison acting up will be higher. Bailu quickly interjected from the side, as Yin Xiao was, in her eyes, a patient who could explode at any moment. She couldn't let him get so caught up in playing that he lost track of time. Yin Xiao could only agree readily, also promising Qing Chue's request. In fact, it was just that Qing Ke was a bit stubborn. After playing a few rounds of Di Yuan Xiongyu, Yin Xiao seemed to instinctively understand every step of Qing Chue's feelings. So he would follow her lead, pressing her step by step until she couldn't win a single hand. It felt as if he had completely grasped the thought process behind Qing Chue's card playing, which made her quite dissatisfied. So every time they met, she would seek him out to play Di Yuan Xiongyu, dragging along a couple of passers-by. All right, Miss Bailu, you better hold on. Slacking is a skill. If you want to learn it well, it takes quite a bit of effort. Oh, what kind of effort? I want to hear about it. That is, Daibulort. Qing Ke suddenly felt a chill run down her back and slowly turned her stiff neck to see Taibu, Fushuan, who had appeared behind her without her noticing. This Taibu had already paid attention to Yun Xiao's presence since he arrived at Luofu.It was said that using the Qiongguan formation couldn't reveal his methods, so he was quite curious about his background, but he only knew of the other party's identity as Zhu Mingxian, and that there was some connection to the general of Zhu Mingxian. Regarding this, it might lead to a lot of trouble later, so he only took him to meet the general of divine strategy Jing Yuan at Luofu. But at that time, Jing Yuan probably had other matters to attend to, so he didn't meet him, leaving a visiting card and leaving temporarily. But now, looking at Qing Ke being held down by Fushuan, Yin Xiao could only close his eyes and casually cover Bailu's eyes. Then he was bitten on the hand by Bailu, which hurt a bit. Don't, Taibu Lord, don't take me back to work. All you do is slack off every day. If I hadn't ambushed you here, I really wouldn't have caught you. Hurry back to Taibu C with me, or I'll deduct half a month's performance. Listening to Qing Chue's gradually fading cries, Yin Xiao could only helplessly keep his eyes closed, pretending he saw nothing. This Fushuan Taibu had truly remarkable abilities. Although he couldn't catch Qing Chue's tail for the time being, he could calculate Yin Xiao and Bailu's matters. So he had set an ambush here, which seemed not too surprising, as he had always been able to run into Fushuan on the roadside. She wouldn't be calculating her movements all the time, would she? Is Taibu C short on people lately? What does that have to do with us? Take your hand off. We need to set off. Hearing this, Yin Xiao immediately released his hand, and Bailu wasn't really angry, just regretting that she hadn't learned the slacking technique this time. Next time, she would just let Qing Ke summarize a 10,000-word document and send it to Bailu. Let's go. This life is really hard to endure. I wonder when I can retire. You're not that old, yet you're thinking about retirement. The road to retirement is still very long. Being a dragon also takes a long time, and there will always be times when you face setbacks, but don't dwell on it. Shut up. In the next moment, an electric shock accompanied by a dragon's tail directly struck Yin Xiao's backside. A faint burnt smell seemed to waft through the street. Miss Bailu, Mr. Yin Xiao, you're here. This patient's symptoms. Mr. Yin Xiao, your backside. It's nothing. Just scratch my backside on the circuit board while passing by. Looking at the obvious black mark resembling a whip scar on Yin Xiao's backside, the doctor could only hold back the urge to twitch his lips and continue explaining the situation. He accidentally ingested the secret medicine of the Medicine King and is about to become a demonic shadow. This guy is really hungry. He eats everything. Bailu shook her medicine gourd a few times, seemingly starting to concoct medicine to treat this unfortunate fellow in front of them. After all, for what he described when he was sober, he had really just been hungry and accidentally ate a pill from a Dan master. Although that person was later caught, this guy still thought he was fine and hadn't turned into a demonic shadow, treating the pill as if nothing had happened. A turning point had occurred. Did something stimulate him, like a family member passing away? Yin Xiao looked at the several boxes of popcorn on the table and couldn't help but grab a piece and toss it into his mouth. The doctor's lips twitched slightly, unable to stop him in time, and could only say, before his father passed away, he swallowed an entire box of popcorn ingredients, and when the ashes were burned, they came out like this. Yin Xiao froze, suddenly feeling as if he were chewing on calcium carbonate. Bailu struggled to control her expression, nearly turning red from holding back, but ultimately couldn't help but burst into a thunderous laugh. Finish laughing, and the merit counts on you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3. Youth has no price. Dad melts in your mouth at this moment. Yin Xiao felt the darkness before his eyes as he looked at this guy about to suffer from the demonic shadow, suddenly feeling an impulse to spit out what he had in his mouth to him, and seeing the little divine doctor rolling on the ground laughing. The female doctor beside her couldn't help but cover her mouth, seemingly also unable to hold back her laughter. Yin Xiao pursed his lips, and in his mouth was a taste that belonged to his father. But not his own father.It was truly a moment of great filial piety. Although he never had anything like that, tasting someone else's dad's flavor was a bit excessive. Looking at the patient on the bed, who had his eyes tightly shut and was beginning to twitch with signs of mutation, Yin Xiao kicked Bailu, who was still rolling on the ground. The butt, stop laughing, stop laughing. My merit is already negative. Get up and save the person. Perhaps because she was having too much fun, Bailu quickly rolled up and lightly shot him a sideways glance without saying much, directly starting to rub her hands to create an electric arc. Her big eyes turned round and round, seemingly searching for a place to intervene. After all, for Bailu, treating the initial stage of a demonic shadow body is not too difficult. However, if the opponent's level of mutation is too deep, it might become troublesome. Moreover, those guys who follow the secret teachings of the Medicine King create pills that transform individuals into conscious demonic shadows. If external factors force the transformation, there are still ways to treat it. As golden leaves began to fall around him, Yin Xiao placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. In fact, every time he went out, he would still take this broken sword with him. Although there was no scabbard to bind it, he would wrap it in bandages each time. If he were to unsheath the sword, the bandages wrapping the blade would instantly shatter, which was also what that blade had told him. Upon arriving at the immortal vessel, he had to keep this sword on him and use it until he put it away. He needed to fully experience the internal killing intent and diligently refine himself with it to become stronger. Otherwise, during their next meeting, the blade would definitely kill him personally. After all, his claim was that if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't even qualify to be a disciple. Just as his gaze swept across a nearby table, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. When he picked it up, he found it to be a neatly written letter of farewell. Child, father is about to pass away. By the time you see this letter, I should have arranged something for you. Recently, there's an old saying in the immortal vessel: youth has no price, and father melts in your mouth. This is the last inheritance I can leave you. In the future, if you miss your father, just eat a piece of popcorn. Once you've finished all the popcorn, you'll remember my taste. If you miss me, just have a bite of popcorn. It was your favorite when you were young. Sigh. While I was alive, I couldn't leave you much of an inheritance. The mortgage still has over 900 years to pay off, and our starship is also on loan, probably needing about 800 years as well. That it's not much. It will pass in the blink of an eye. I hope you can live a bit happier in the future, working just 18 hours a day, doing 5 hours of part-time work, and then coding for half an hour before getting 10 minutes of sleep. It wouldn't be much worse than now. This is the real estate I worked hard to acquire. It will definitely appreciate over time. If you can live a prosperous life in the future, don't forget to burn some incense for me with the latest jade offerings. Alright, I also want an attic and the latest set of Imperial Jade. I still want to play with a few old guys downstairs, and it would be best to find some fox people to customize a few beautiful fox paper dolls. I regret not being able to marry a fox woman for life. There was a long list of further wishes, but Yin Xiao quietly folded the letter and placed it in the hands of the patient lying on the bed. He wanted him to hold on to this farewell letter, but unexpectedly, the patient, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly flung the letter away. Watching the letter float in the air for a moment before slowly falling to the ground opened up, he roughly understood how it had ended up there. Really a great filial piety. Don't say, I felt pretty much the same when I read that farewell letter. Can you empathize with that father? That kind of reluctance to part with a child. No, I would probably be like this patient, throwing the letter away and then finding a place to burn it. Honestly, it's quite ominous. The female doctor spoke impassively, glancing at Yin Xiao in front of her. The entire farewell letter was devoid of any emotional resonance, even provoking a desire to drag this person back from the underworld for a beating. With an 800-year mortgage and car loan, This individual probably couldn't accept the fact that their father had turned into popcorn. It was likely that reading this farewell letter had triggered the sudden eruption of their demonic shadow body. Indeed, they were crushed by the hopelessness of the future. It was quite lamentable. Also, looking around the structure of the house, it was not exactly a high-end property in Changlishan that would warrant an 800-year mortgage, right? So, did this old man get scammed before he died? Did someone tell him that this was some kind of feng shui treasure land that would bless future generations? While Yin Xiao pondered over this, the person lying on the hospital bed suddenly let out a beast-like roar. His body convulsed violently, while Bailu's small hands generated electric sparks that danced across him, flowing with powerful arcs of electricity. The female doctor was also in perfect sync, standing by with some ointments and various strange medical instruments prepared. Yin Xiao couldn't understand, but he was ready for battle, watching this person who was about to complete their transformation into a demonic shadow. Although Bailu had been smiling happily before, she did not dare to be careless at this moment. After a round of electrotherapy, she immediately shook the gourd in her hand and tossed it towards the patient in front of her. "Calm down first. Have a sip of tea." As she spoke, a stream of clear liquid suddenly flew out from the gourd in her hand. As the man below continued to close his eyes and roar, the liquid swiftly entered his mouth. For some reason, the man suddenly stopped resisting and regained his calm. The transformation into a demonic shadow seemed to have stalled, and Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to Bailu's instructions, he should avoid making a move on this trip or it would accelerate the toxicity within him. However, just as Bailu was preparing the next prescription, a golden light suddenly flew in through the window. With lightning speed, it landed directly on a man. Yin Xiao instinctively stepped forward to shield Bailu, but he soon realized that the golden light had curved and landed on a man. At that moment, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. Not good. The golden light just now was. Before he could finish his sentence, the man's body suddenly twisted again, letting out a sharp, howling roar. Countless golden leaves flew away, and at that moment, a strange armor grew all over him, his hands gradually transforming into blades, with his eyes turning a chilling crimson. An eerie, killing intent enveloped him, making anyone who merely looked at him feel their scalp tingle. What the hell was that just now? How did this guy change so suddenly? I had just managed to suppress him. Bailu was also stunned, but soon revealed considerable anger and dissatisfaction. Her patient had suddenly transformed into a demonic shadow due to someone else's interference. It must be related to those guys from the Medicine King's secret teachings. I've seen them quite a lot these days. Anyway, Bailu, you step back for now. I'll take action. Looking at the transformed man in front of him, Yun Xiao's expression remained calm. Showing little change, he reached for the hilt of his sword, and in an instant, the countless bandages wrapping the sword shattered completely. A fierce sword energy filled with endless killing intent surged forth. Following the hand gripping the hilt, it rushed towards the boy's body. Every inch of tendons, bones, and flesh seemed to be pierced by these sharp killing intents, bringing intense pain. But for the boy, this was already a common occurrence. The boy slowly exhaled, his eyes transforming into two blood-red gleams due to the stimulation from the intense pain of his flesh being torn apart. Just before making his move, Bailu immediately called out, "Hey, tone it down a bit. Don't overdo it." Hearing the voice of the little dragon girl, Yin Xiao turned his gaze, exhaled again, and slightly nodded, forcing a smile. I could see that moment. The man who had been paralyzed in bed suddenly leaped up, letting out a roar like a wild beast. But before he could begin to go mad, a sharp sword light had already arrived beside him in an instant. Boom! The front door of the house on the first floor was blasted off, accompanied by a tragic figure being sent flying, crashing against the wall of a nearby shop. The door shattered, yet the man appeared to be unharmed as he slowly stood up from the smoke that rose from the broken door. Seeing the monster transformed by the demonic shadow, the crowd that had been preparing to come over to watch immediately screamed and stepped back. The nearest cloud cavalry troops gathered around, each one serious and cautious. "Everyone, step back a bit, or my sword won't have eyes." Just as these cloud cavalry soldiers had formed their formation, a somewhat chilling voice from behind them rang out. Normally, hearing such words would provoke some irritation among these battle-hardened cloud cavalry soldiers. But at that moment, the cold tone of Yin Xiao made them all feel a shiver down their spines. Unable to help but glance sideways, they saw Yun Xiao walking out slowly, one hand holding a sword and the other supporting the swaying door frame, revealing expressions of fear beneath their helmets. Chapter for the figure like a berserker, but when everyone saw the white dupe behind Yun Xiao, they all breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped aside. The Cloud Cavalry also abandoned the idea of confronting the monster, prioritizing the protection of the civilians. With this young man around, their best option was not to engage in battle, but to protect the people nearby. After all, when this young man fought in a frenzy, he completely disregarded the safety of those around him. Clearly, the Cloud Cavalry present had a certain understanding of this young man. After all, it was their first encounter. At this moment, Yun Xiao's eyes were stained with a hint of blood red, and he released the precariously hanging door frame with his hand. In the next moment, the entire door frame collapsed with a loud crash. The sword he dragged on the ground sparked as the tip scraped against the floor, and the cracks on the blade looked gruesome and bloody. Yun Xiao walked step by step, his hands seemingly revealing spots of crimson bloodlight, slightly bulging like blood vessels, pulsating. The frenzied demonic soldier let out a violent roar, and the blades in his hands clashed violently in the air, producing a crisp metallic sound. In an instant, he lunged forward, aiming to attack the young man who had just injured him. However, before he could react, in a fleeting moment that even his blood-red eyes under the helmet failed to perceive, a crimson sword light slashed upward in an instant. The demonic soldier's blade was just inches away from the young man when his body was sent flying backward once more. This time, the young man charged forward like lightning, his sword glowing with dazzling sword light as if wrapped in blood. Every inch that the blood-colored sword light passed would cause the demonic soldier's body to disintegrate. The armor covering him was sliced and shattered inch by inch, instantly turning into dust. Yun Xiao's sword light was wildly tyrannical, yet it didn't truly unleash a fatal blow. It merely left countless sword marks on the mindless beast at an extremely high speed. Countless sword marks erupted at the wounds on the demonic soldier's body. Like a ghost, Yun Xiao leaped into the air, his eyes flashing with bloodlight, his figure transforming into a blood-colored sword light shooting into the sky. His right hand seemed to shatter the sword, and countless sword lights gathered on the cracks, momentarily forcing the sword body apart, as if the sword itself had shattered. In that instant, sensing the arrival of true death, the shattered body of the demonic soldier struggled to flip over and fall from the air, desperately trying to find an opportunity to escape, only to realize in despair that he couldn't move at all. This sword strike, shimmering like the red of the spider lily, fell to the ground in an instant, exploding into even more dazzling and blinding sword light that scattered everywhere. It was as if the sword light blossomed like the spider lily at that moment, with countless petals transforming into sword energy flying in all directions. Fortunately, the surrounding Cloud Cavalry immediately blocked the aftermath to prevent harm to the ordinary civilians watching. However many times one watched, such a battle was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that this young man was not here to kill, one couldn't imagine how many times the demonic soldier would have died. The shattered sword energy raised large clouds of dust, and Yun Xiao, holding the broken body of the monster with one hand and the sword with the other, unsteadily walked back into the previous house. Bailu, it's done. How do you feel now? Still okay. I can control the power within me, and won't lose my mind like before. Yun Xiao endured the piercing pain in his mind, finally calming his breath. Slowly, he opened his eyes again and threw the broken body of the demonic soldier, which was still slowly repairing itself, aside. The battle just now lasted only a few seconds, just a couple of breaths. As the battle here ended, the surrounding Cloud Cavalry finally stepped aside. They finally retracted the temporary warning line they had set up. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but also nervously glanced at the young man who had walked through the door. The young man's aura had subdued significantly, no longer radiating that murderous intent. The sword was also wrapped back up in cloth, and no one knew who had forged it. It looked as if it could shatter at any moment, yet it was terrifyingly sharp, indistinguishable from the legendary divine weapons. Hey, I heard he seems to have come from the Zhu Ming immortal boat, and he seems to be a somewhat important little guy. Is that true? If he came from the Zhu Ming immortal boat, It wouldn't be surprising. Yeah, that's a place specifically for forging divine weapons. Especially General Huayan, as they watched the situation stabilize. The Cloud Cavalry chatted and walked away. Inside the house, Bailu began treating the man who had transformed into a demonic being again. The female physician beside her continuously assisted, taking out various prepared medicines. Yanxiao, not understanding much, didn't need to comprehend it. His task was merely to stay vigilant nearby. The one who catalyzed the demonic transformation, the secret medicine king, was definitely still lurking in the shadows, although he didn't know where the opponent was. However, as long as he was here, the opponent couldn't harm Bailu. But when he lowered his head and looked at his somewhat strange hands, countless blood vessels were filling his palms, as if they were about to burst. He quickly took a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Almost instantly, a sweet aroma spread from his mouth. But the sweetness quickly turned into a piercing bitter taste filling his mouth. However, at that moment, his hands seemed to regain some strength, showing no further signs of deterioration. He had become quite skilled at controlling his body, but in situations that caused intense blood surges, it was still a bit unsafe. Silently glancing at his hands, which had lost their blood color, Yanxiao squeezed them and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the evening, after Bailu finished seeing the last patient and handed over the prescription, her little dragon tail couldn't help but go limp. The little creature was exhausted, swaying and almost falling over. Fortunately, Yanxiao was quick to catch her, observing the little dragon girl's tired face and pondering for a moment. Seeing you so tired now, let us take a break before heading to Jining Alley. There should be a lot of new tasty snacks today. This counts as your compensation for me today. I'm counting on this meal tonight, so don't think about serving me cheap food. Although she spoke fiercely, every time Yanxiao saw Bailu pretending to be fierce, he found her quite cute, a tough exterior with a soft heart, always the type to say such things. All right, you can order whatever you like tonight. That is more like it. Let us go. Jining Alley. Bailu quickly climbed onto Yanxiao's back, and with a finger pointing, she directed him like a horse, urging him to run towards Jining Alley. The several physicians behind hadn't packed up their medicine boxes and couldn't stop the departing pair. They could only shake their heads helplessly, but no one wanted to truly stop Miss Bailu. After all, it was indeed her off-duty time now. Forced to work overtime, they were still afraid that Bailu would point a finger and Yanxiao would draw his sword and slice them into pieces. But it wasn't too bad. Bailu's small frame couldn't handle too much food, and she was quite good at controlling her appetite. She didn't indulge excessively, only eating a few home-cooked dishes. When Yanxiao took her back, they happened to pass by the night dock pavilion. Looking at the dazzling array of jewelry inside, he suddenly asked Bailu to wait a moment. What is up? Why did you suddenly want to bring me here? Bailu seemed a bit confused, but she didn't think too much about it and took a big sip of the milk she was holding. She seemed quite concerned about growing taller, almost obsessively so. However, when Yanxiao came out of the night dock pavilion, she saw him holding two beautifully packaged small boxes. Bailu looked at him in confusion and watched as he slowly bent down. The handsome, young face drew closer, and the jewelry box in his hand slowly opened, revealing a delicate pendant inside. It looked like the stars of the night sky had been shrunk and adorned within, with black diamonds shimmering with colorful starlight, radiating enchanting colors under the night light. What are you doing? Giving me something for no reason? Seeing Yanxiao present the necklace to her, Bailu couldn't help but take a step back. When she said this, she seemed to be slightly stuttering. Her gaze was a bit erratic, wavering between expectation and reluctance to accept it. Yanxiao smiled slightly, a hint of shyness appearing on his handsome face, as if this was the first time he had done such a thing. Miss Bailu, don't think too much. It's just that during this time you've been taking care of me and controlling my condition. This is just a small gift. Please accept it. Saying this, he reached out, wanting to put the necklace around Bailu's neck, but she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her dragon tail behind her swayed slightly, and her expression became unnatural as she said, "No, treating and saving people is the doctor's duty. How can I accept this? Quickly take it back, it's not appropriate. And besides, I would look good wearing it. That is not necessarily true. After all, Sister Tingyan has good taste. Bailu, you'll definitely look good in it. Just consider it a token of appreciation for all your care for me during these days." Isn't it customary for friends to exchange gifts? Chapter 5. The unspoken agreement between genius swordsmen after a busy day. Bailu finally returned to her residence. Looking at the shiny necklace hanging around her neck, she couldn't help but play with it for a while. She placed the gourd at her waist down, stretched, and flopped down on her bed. Her small body curled up, hugging her dragon tail and rolling around on the bed, her cheeks slightly flushed, unable to resist sitting up again. While playing with her dragon tail, she couldn't help but pick up the necklace and look at it again. It is indeed quite beautiful, but I don't need to wear this while working. I can only keep it at home. What a pity. It was clear that Bailu liked it, but wearing such jewelry every day while treating patients would be somewhat inconvenient. And why am I becoming more and more concerned about this guy? He is such a troublesome person, but if he leaves, I would really miss him. After all, he has been protecting me for so long. Just as she was about to take off her long dress, she suddenly turned her head alertly to look at the window. She quietly opened a small crack and confirmed that the light in the room across from her, belonging to Yun Xiao, was on before she let out a sigh of relief. This guy's condition is becoming more and more uncontrollable. I don't know if there are any good medicines to treat it. By the way, it seems that a few unnamed guests from the Astral Express have arrived recently. I could ask them if they have any unique prescriptions. At this moment, Yun Xiao was looking at an unexpected guest in his room. Just a glance made him feel the sharp sword intent emanating from the other person. The unrestrained sword energy was fully exposed. This boy, about his age, stood in his room with a calm smile. Nice to meet you for the first time, Mr. Yun Xiao. I am Yin Qing from the Luofu.He Zhou Cloud Rider Cavalry, here to pay my respects. This shouldn't be the reason for your silent visit to my room at this late hour, Yin Qing Cavalry. In fact, Yun Xiao had sensed something was off in the room even before the door was opened. He wasn't nervous, as he didn't sense any hostility or killing intent from the other party. The boy named Yin Qing stood there, his whole body radiating a slight sword intent, with a fierce battle spirit in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to spar with him. Sorry for the late-night disturbance. It was indeed presumptuous. Please forgive me. However, I am here this time to investigate a case and to make friends. I'm curious about where you got your sword. It's quite exquisite. Yin Qing got straight to the point, and Yun Xiao glanced at the sword wrapped in cloth. His eyes were calm, and facing the eager gaze of the boy across from him, he remained as tranquil as water. It doesn't have a special origin, just borrowed from teacher. Oh, so you have a teacher too. May I ask who it is? I don't know, but looking at Yin Qing Cavalry's gaze, you should know. You certainly know, but it's strange that you don't know. The famous Star Core Hunter, the Sword of Blade, although I haven't come into contact with it. I've seen its portrait. Recently, the Star Core Hunter blade has been captured and imprisoned in the ghost prison. Yin Qing had no intention of hiding anything, arms crossed, looking at the boy standing opposite him. Both were young, yet Yin Qing found it hard to see through the other. That pair of eyes was calm and unruffled, showing no sign of wavering. No matter how he pressured or probed with his sword intent, he couldn't get a response. All he could see in those deep eyes was his own reflection. However, he didn't want to say much now, slowly drawing his sword from his waist. At the same time, 4 flying swords floated behind him. A chilling aura began to spread throughout the room. Now, Mr. Yun Xiao, I suspect you are colluding with the Star Core Hunter and have ulterior motives for infiltrating the Xianzhou. You can come with me now. What if I don't want to go? Then it's not up to you. You must first discuss it with the sword in my hand. Seeing Yin Qing's eager and battle-ready expression, Yin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, glancing at his slightly reddened palm. After a moment of thought, he raised his hand and popped a pill into his mouth. What are you eating? A pill given by Bailu, used to suppress the toxins within. And if we're going to fight, let's not do it here. If the furniture gets damaged, how will I live here? Let us go somewhere else. Saying this, he turned and walked toward the outside, and Yin Qing quickly followed. Originally thinking that Yun Xiao had something else in mind, he saw him actually step out of the door, leading him to an open and deserted area. This will do. I don't have much time. Let us begin. Begin? Begin what? Are you not planning to come with me? I can tell from your eyes that you definitely want to spar with me. It's fine. I understand your obsession with swords. Is it that obvious? Yin Qing scratched his head awkwardly, while Yun Xiao slowly drew the shattered sword. A fierce killing intent began to emanate from the sword, and the cloth wrapping around the sword instantly tore apart, collapsing and disintegrating. The moment he felt the chilling sword aura, Yanqing's eyes instantly became serious as well. He immediately put away his somewhat shy demeanor, raised the sword in his hand, and stared at the opponent. Yanxiao suddenly grasped the sword handle with his right hand, and in an instant, the blood-red sword light tore through all the fabric strips, bursting forth with a bloodthirsty, killing intent. The fierce aura that pierced through flesh and blood re-emerged throughout his body. His eyes began to be slowly stained red with blood, and it seemed he exhaled a slightly cold breath. I can understand you because I am not much different. Since the first time I saw you, I felt this impulse. In that moment, he suddenly raised his head. His face no longer held the ancient indifference, but instead displayed an expression that was somewhat excited and fierce. It was as if a certain shackle within his body was severed the moment he grasped the sword, revealing an extremely healthy smile. At this moment, neither of them spoke another word. Yanqing's flying sword rose again, hovering behind him, and with a step, he charged forward. The flying sword behind him simultaneously shot out in all directions, instantly firing from 4 different angles. However, the blood-red sword aura erupted violently, and the sword light that Yanqing had slashed out was instantly dispersed. Yunxiao's eyes flashed with bloodlight. In that moment, a bloody domain erupted around his body. Within this area, Yanqing instantly felt an ominous aura, the pungent smell of blood filling the air, making it hard to imagine how many lives have been slaughtered to produce such an intensity. This extreme, killing intent even made his heart feel a shudder. But there was no time for him to recover from his shock. A blood-colored sword light suddenly slashed out, arriving in an instant, like a blood-red meteor falling down. Although his mind was shaken, Yanqing instinctively drew his sword and slashed out. The sword body collided again, erupting with blood-colored sparks that spread outwards. Yanqing retreated several steps, barely stabilizing his figure, while the swiftly passing flying sword adjusted its balance and rushed towards Yunxiao's body. Yet, for some reason, the moment these flying swords entered this bloody domain, their movements seemed to slow down several times. Meanwhile, Yunxiao's figure resembled a frenzied Azura. The sword light seemed to cut through time and space, each strike descending with extreme speed. Every blow was powerful and fierce, continuously bringing forth a sharp and domineering killing intent towards him. This made Yanqing's figure constantly retreat, but he gradually adapted to the surrounding area filled with slaughter. Such a bloody aura. How much killing have you done? God knows, after 10 years of killing, it's impossible to count. A voice that sounded like a beast's roar echoed as Yunxiao's figure shot forward towards the young man. Yanqing immediately flew up again on his sword, and after a moment of adaptation, he quickly regained the feeling of being light as a swallow. Stepping on the flying sword, after several leaps, he finally exchanged several moves with Yunxiao. The sword edges collided, producing clanging sounds, and the spreading killing intent and sword energy even cut through several plants around them. But before Yanqing could find his rhythm again, the moment he intended to exert his sword intent, Yunxiao seemed to sense his next move and suddenly raised his left hand into the air. It was as if he gathered some power in the void, instantly condensing a blood-colored translucent sword. With a sudden push of his palm, the sword light vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, just as Yanqing was about to leap again to slash out his sword light, his vision suddenly blurred. His body instinctively warned him, causing him to swing his sword in midair. Almost simultaneously, a flying sword that did not belong to him shot out from midair, directly colliding with his current sword light. In an instant, the sword lights collided, and Yanqing's figure was sent flying backward, stumbling before barely landing and stabilizing himself. Even so, there was still a cut mark left on his shoulder. Although it did not injure him, the clothing on his shoulder was indeed torn. In that last move, he had fallen to the disadvantage. And did the opponent capture his movements accurately? Was it a coincidence? Or did he truly possess such skill? Yanqing couldn't help but frown, but still raised his sword slightly, preparing to face the enemy again. At this time, on a rooftop, Jingyuan yawned, watching the two young men confronting each other below. His gaze focused on Yunxiao, observing the bloody and fierce aura surrounding him, which seemed far too advanced for his age. How could he possess such violent killing intent at such a young age, even forming a domain-like aura? Where exactly did you take him to experience such horrific slaughter? Chapter 6. Treating illness and saving people is nothing to be ashamed of. Ugh, it's so noisy. Where are they fighting? Although the sound of clashing swords from afar had weakened to an extremely faint level, making it hard to hear clearly, Bailu, who was somewhat anxious about work, could hear it distinctly, even feeling uncomfortable enough to cover her ears. Finally, unable to resist, she flipped over and ran to the window to look into the distance. On a plaza outside the edge of Tian, the sound of clashing swords rang out. It seemed that two figures were continuously flashing and intertwining in midair. One was filled with sharp, blood-red sword light, while the other was filled with the chilling gleam of frost. The two sword energies crisscrossed and collided, making it difficult to distinguish who had the upper hand. However, it seemed a simple soundproof barrier had been set up around, isolating most of the sound from escaping. What on earth is going on? Who's fighting at this hour? And that blood-colored sword light looks somewhat familiar. Bailu pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned her head to look at the pavilion where Yunxiao was. The room belonging to Yunxiao in that pavilion was dark, making it impossible to see inside. This guy, could he have gone out to fight someone at this late hour? How annoying. He really doesn't let me rest easy. How infuriating. Bailu wanted to say a few harsh words, but after stamping her foot in frustration, she immediately put on her clothes and ran outside with her medicine gourd. Following the direction of the faint sword sounds, she dashed down the deserted street with her short legs. At this moment, on the battlefield of the two young men, Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled violently for a moment. His attacking steps came to an abrupt halt, and the translucent flying swords surrounding him halted as well, being broken one by Yanqing's flying sword. Yanqing also fell from his sword stance in midair, his steps slightly unsteady. Both sides had clearly figured out each other's sword techniques, even able to predict the opponent's next move. Yanqing was undoubtedly a genius swordsman, a prodigious youth, who would be unmatched among his peers in the outside world. Yunxiao's figure paused slightly, as the toxin from his body was somewhat unmanageable even with the pills. The shattered sword in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The bloody aura surrounding him also faded slowly. Yanqing's movements also became fatigued, his heart racing. However, the fear that had filled his eyes slowly dissipated, and without the suppression of the bloody aura, his condition actually recovered a bit faster. Just as he saw Yunxiao in pain, half kneeling on the ground while clutching his chest, he began to worry. Hey, are you okay? Do you really have a hidden illness? Do you have any medicine? I can feed it to you. It was hard to come across a young man who could match his strength, so Yanqing naturally didn't want to let this opponent fall so easily. No need. The blood poison left in me by the person I killed, Belirin. I can still suppress it. Quickly, go call Dr. Bailu over, I can still hold on. Saying this, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, various blood vessels on his hands bulging out continuously. The throbbing blood vessels seemed to want to tear his arms apart, but they were instantly suppressed by a sharp sword intent he was channeling. His blood-red eyes slowly closed, and the increasingly fierce sword intent coiled around him, finally managing to suppress those blood-red patterns. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, Yanqing immediately turned to return, but upon thinking of Yunxiao's own issues, he hesitated to leave right away. Just as he was about to take out his jade talisman to call the nearby Yunxi to guard Yunxiao, a familiar hand pressed down on him. No need, I'm still here, and I've brought Miss Bailu with me. The moment Jing Yuan's voice appeared, Yanqing immediately looked up. He then saw Bailu pinched at the waist by Jing Yuan's hand. Seemingly confused by her unexpected arrival, Bailu was momentarily dazed and didn't react to how she ended up here. It wasn't until Jing Yuan set her down that she finally saw the blind general and couldn't help but stomp her foot. But then she immediately noticed Yunxiao sitting cross-legged on the ground. Hey, you, what's wrong? Why is your blood energy so chaotic all of a sudden? Bailu immediately opened her medicine gourd and began pouring out her medicinal materials to refine them on the spot. However, this area was a bit far from the Danding division, and there was no suitable alchemy furnace to be found. Bailu could only start rubbing her hands to create sparks, continuously using her own power to refine these medicinal materials into liquid medicine, feeding it little by little into the mouth of the boy whose eyes were tightly closed. But after just a few sips, it seemed he lost consciousness and could no longer open his mouth. "Hey, open your mouth. Drink the medicine. Hey, Yunxiao, can you still hear me?" Bailu hurriedly patted Yunxiao's cheek, her hands damp and the undried medicinal liquid slowly flowing down her palms. Jingyuan frowned slightly, watching the sudden pain appearing on the boy's face. The blood-red patterns on his body suddenly began to expand, the toxin being aggravated by the blood energy, unexpectedly starting to rebound and rapidly spreading on the surface of his body. His body couldn't help but tremble for a moment before he suddenly opened his eyes. Filled with a violent blood-red fury, in that moment, his pupils lost the usual darkness of a human. His eyes were suddenly drenched in blood, and the fingers holding the sword technique suddenly twitched. The blood-red aura erupted violently, filling the air with a bloody and murderous atmosphere as a blood-colored domain burst open. The nearest Bailu's eyes widened instantly, and since she was already closest to Yunxiao, she couldn't possibly escape. "Ah, Dr. Bailu!" Yanqing exclaimed in shock, and the flying sword behind him swept back again, transforming into a cold frost sword energy that collided with the blood in front. But there was no time to rush into that domain to save anyone. Jing Yuan's expression turned grave, and a flash of golden lightning flickered behind him. But in the next moment, his movements suddenly stopped. He also pressed down on Yanqing, who was preparing to rush into the blood-colored domain. "Don't be anxious, it's fine. General." Dr. Bailu.He. However, seeing the playful expression in Jing Yuan's steady eyes, it seemed he wasn't in a hurry or afraid of anything. After all, he was different from Yanqing. He could see clearly the situation inside the blood-colored domain. Although the surrounding scenery was hazy and blurred, he could clearly see Yunxiao's sword finger aimed at Bailu being forcibly caught. His left hand restrained the right hand, seemingly maintaining a stalemate. Although Bailu was scared, she didn't panic and run away from Yunxiao. Instead, she glanced at the medicinal liquid that had spilled from her hands and then looked at the boy's face, which was almost twisted in pain. In the next moment, she decided to make a rather bold decision. After a while, the blood-colored domain and aura dissipated. And since Yanqing didn't continue to attack the domain, he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. However, when the domain dispersed, he saw Bailu struggling to drag the fainted Yunxiao over. Her face was slightly flushed, and she wiped the medicinal stains from the corner of her mouth, acting as if nothing had happened. There were also traces of being wiped from the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. Jing Yuan smiled slightly, but was met with an annoyed glare from Bailu. "Ugh, no smiling. This is about treating and saving lives. It's not embarrassing." Yes. I saw nothing, just like that, but still, hand him over to me. He's still quite dangerous." "No way, he's still very weak now. I must stay by his side at all times. If I need to interrogate him, I can't leave for too long. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." Looking at Bailu's responsible expression, Jing Yuan didn't know what else to say. However, Yanqing was confused. He didn't understand why Bailu suddenly showed an expression as if she wanted to eat someone, just looking at the sword that seemed almost shattered left behind in the spot. He couldn't help but go up to try to pick it up, but he was pulled back by Jing Yuan. "This sword is a bit dangerous. I'll take it. You go escort those two away." "Yes, General." Although he felt it was a pity that he couldn't touch this sword, he was still quite curious about its construction. The person who could forge this sword was definitely a genius among geniuses. Could it be one of the 100 craftsmen from the Zhu Mingxian? Yanqing thought about the famous blacksmiths from Zhu Mingxian while following behind. However, the moment Jing Yuan picked up the sword, he felt the violent will and bloody murderous aura contained within the sword body. Just holding it caused a surge of hostility to arise from the depths of his heart. If he couldn't control it, he would truly lose control on the spot. But for Jing Yuan, this level of intensity was nothing. Unexpectedly, one day I would meet your disciple. When I accept him, will you call me Xing or run? Thinking of this, he seemed to recall what Ren had said to him in the Yuzhou prison. There are 5 people, and the cost is 3. Jing Yuan, you are not one of them. The Starry Sky train has now arrived at the Xianzhou. Perhaps Luofu should not be stable for long. Jing Yuan sighed helplessly. After all, the days when he could slack off, drink tea, and rest were limited. The next day, when Yunxiao slightly opened his eyes, he heard Bailu's somewhat exasperated voice. "Let me in. I see he's about to wake up. Let me go check on him. Dr. Bailu, please don't make it difficult for me. It's the general's orders." Being able to bring him back for interrogation is already somewhat against the rules. Yin Xiao wanted to move his body, but found his hands and feet shackled with iron chains. Looking around, he realized the entire room's layout was very familiar and filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Wasn't this Bailu's room? How did he end up lying here? His eyes were a bit confused, but they quickly regained clarity. However, these iron chains couldn't stop his movements. Sort of reason, come, he whispered softly, and a flash of azure sword light passed by, causing the chains binding his hands and feet to shorten in response. But before he could stand up, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the room. Squinting his eyes, the figure revealed a harmless smile as they sat near the edge of the bed. You got some skill. I didn't expect you to have more than one magic sword. Zhu Mingxian Zhou's Yin Xiao. I don't even need to guess. Yinli should be your sister, right? Chapter 7. Where did you come from? Trashcan lady? General Jingyuan, it's truly not easy to meet you. I didn't get to see you the other day, and I didn't expect our first meeting to be here. At this moment, Yin Xiao also felt a bit strange. After all, it was his first time seeing this general. Yet, there was always a subtle sense of pressure, even though the other party was speaking to him in a friendly manner. He couldn't shake off the feeling that the other was quite calculating. Upon hearing Yin Xiao respond in such a neither humble nor arrogant way, Jingyuan secretly nodded and glanced at the handcuffs that Yin Xiao had already managed to open himself. He also recalled how, earlier, when he hadn't entered the room yet, Yin Xiao had summoned a sword with a flash of light. The ability to conjure a sword out of thin air when he had none in hand was indeed rare. I've already sent word back to the Zhu Ming immortal vessel about your visit to Luofu. You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. Hearing this, Yin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, sending messages through the immortal vessel required the general's approval. Before, he had been unable to find the general, making it inconvenient to relay messages. He could only wait for the general to return. Now, the Zhu Ming immortal vessel was still some distance from Luofu, so while the message had been sent, it would likely take some time for people to arrive. Seeing the general so understanding, Yin Xiao found himself unconsciously falling into the rhythm of conversation. Although he had just broken the handcuffs, Jingyuan didn't seem overly tense. After all, he had gotten to know some of Yin Xiao as character and wasn't afraid of any tricks from this young man. Yin Xiao recounted an experience from 10 years ago when he was attacked while training outside the Zhu Ming immortal vessel. The ones who attacked him were the Bailu people, and during the deadly struggle with them, he was struck by a falling star. This caused a mysterious power to emerge within him. But when it came to discussing the blade, he remained tight-lipped and refrained from elaborating. Jingyuan smiled and, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out the broken sword from behind him, holding it upside down barehanded as if he felt no pain from it. This did surprise Yin Xiao a bit, but he quickly regained his composure. The Starcore Hunter, the blade, should have been with you all along. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in your hands. I'm not afraid to tell you that he is currently in the Yochi prison, and you won't be able to see him. Hearing this, Yin Xiao couldn't help but shiver, like a child caught doing something wrong. Jingyuan chuckled, placing the sword beside the bed. But he is him, and you are you. You haven't done anything wrong, so you can keep that sword. However, you must pay attention to the Bailu poison in your body. Otherwise, at such a young age, you might end up with a corrupted body. With that, Jingyuan stood up and walked outside, opening the door to let Bailu, who had been stopped by Yin Qing in. Bailu rushed to Yin Xiao's side, looking him over anxiously, as if afraid he was missing any part. Jingyuan smiled and waved for Yin Qing to leave with him. General, aren't you going to ask me anything? Aren't you supposed to interrogate me? I've already asked what I needed to know. The Luofu immortal vessel is going to be quite chaotic, so if you plan to return to the Zhu Ming immortal vessel soon, I can arrange a special star ferry for you. Saying this, the general leisurely walked away. Before leaving, Yin Qing even winked at him, as if planning to spar with him next time they met. It was clear that this young man hadn't had his fill of the previous match. Finding a sparring partner who could progress with him was hard to come by, and he truly wanted to fight this young man for 100 more rounds. However, it seemed the immortal vessel was a bit busy now, and he wasn't a child anymore. He had to help the general with his burdens. Yin Qing also left, casually closing Bailu's room door behind him. After Yin Xiao unlocked all the chains on his wrists, he turned to Bailu. Her expression gradually softened, and she gently patted her chest, appearing much more relaxed. But soon, her expression changed again. She puffed her cheeks and looked somewhat displeased. Are you going back to the Zhu Ming immortal vessel? Bailu suddenly asked this unexpected question, causing Yanxiao to turn and glance in her direction. After a moment of thought, he looked into the distance, as if he could see the scenery from the past through the blue sky. I don't know, maybe I want to go back, but for now, I don't have that thought. After all, my body still needs to be taken care of by you, Dr. Bailu. Bailu pursed her lips, lightly patting her cheeks, then placed her hand directly on his chest. All right, I understand. Before you go back, I will definitely treat you first. Seeing Bailu's somewhat gloomy demeanor, Yanxiao felt he shouldn't be too inquisitive. It seemed best not to ask what shouldn't be asked at this moment. He was the patient, and she was the doctor. Today, Bailu wasn't seeing patients, seemingly planning to lock herself in her room to carefully refine new medicine. It was said that she had begun trying to create a new serum based on the Bailu poison extracted from his body. She had made some progress during this time, and for now, she was focusing on developing the medicine without seeing patients. Once it was ready, she would notify him to come over, but until then, if he felt any toxic reaction, he should take a pill, but not too many at once. This was a sort of medical advice, so Yanxiao was promptly ushered out. This could be considered a day off for him. After all, going out with Bailu meant he would have to accompany her. After arriving at the Luofu immortal vessel, he really had very little time to go out alone. He had mostly been with Bailu. Occasionally, he would meet many people around, and he knew many immortal vessel inhabitants who asked Bailu for help with their health. For example, Miss Ting Yun, who could be said to be a fortune goddess, always tipped generously when she came by and even recommended some jewelry for him to give to Bailu. Yanxiao remembered all of them and picked out the prettiest one to give to Bailu, but it seemed she didn't like wearing it out all the time, which was somewhat regrettable. Wandering near the Star Fairy Sea, Yanxiao happened upon a garden courtyard and suddenly saw a very peculiar trash can. Yes, it was a very peculiar trash can because it was hopping and bouncing as if it could walk. Yanxiao watched as the trash can made clanging noises while bouncing forward, suppressing the impulse to kick it and stepped aside to let it pass. However, when the trash can bounced in front of him, it suddenly stopped moving. Then it turned its head, though he couldn't tell where the head of the trash can was, but it seemed to have turned towards him, which was very strange. Then it began to speak. Brave young man, I see your bones are quite unique. I don't have any strange bones. There is nothing particularly unique about my skeleton. Is that so? But I see you have rebellious bones. It's almost like your bone spurs. The trash can spoke in this manner, but quickly changed its tone, becoming serious, the lid on top wobbling a few times. Well then, young man, sign a contract with me, and you can grant me 3 wishes. A what? Do you even know what you're talking about? Yanxiao looked at this odd character hiding in the trash can, unsure of who it was. This fellow seemed to see him through the trash can, making him doubt whether it was the trash can that had a problem or the person inside it. No, young man, you heard me right. It's about fulfilling my 3 wishes. Now, my first wish is to give me 1,000,000 credit points. What if I don't? Then let me tell you, you're just picking on a soft target, so I'm going to start making my second wish. Do you think I'm a wishing well? You're not as green as a turtle. All right. My second wish is to take me to Jiren Alley for some good food. Don't worry, I want to eat a lot. Yanxiao resisted the urge to kick the trash can, took a few deep breaths, and became somewhat curious. What kind of extraordinary woman is inside this trash can? After waiting for a moment, it seemed like Yanxiao didn't respond, and the trash can lady spoke again. Well, since you're unwilling to do that, I'll make my third wish. There is nothing wrong with that. Let us go. I'll take you to Jiren Alley for something to eat. ISNT that your wish. The trash can lady fell silent for a moment. It seemed she didn't realize that Yanxiao would actually agree to take her. But soon she felt a sense of weightlessness. The entire trash can tilted over, and she realized she was being carried by Yanxiao with one hand. She didn't even feel heavy at all, just perched on his shoulder, and they headed straight to Jiren Alley. After all, Bailu said she wanted to try a new dessert recently, so it made sense to pick it up on the way. As for how this trash can lady eats, it was quite special. It was even a bit neurotic. Yanxiao bought her lotus cake, rolls, and skewers, but surprisingly, she didn't come out to eat. Instead, she opened the lid of the metal trash can and asked Yanxiao to toss the food inside. This action made the snack stall owner nearby think he was looking for trouble, and it took a lot of effort to convince the other party that someone was actually inside this trash can. Only then did he avoid a hassle. The trash can lady seemed quite satisfied and said, "This fortunate person, seeing how sincere you are, I can't treat you poorly. I'll tell you a life-saving piece of information, just this once sincerely given to you. How about it?" Yin Xiao, who was holding the skewers, suddenly became interested. He leaned down to look at the trash can lady and said with interest, "Why not tell me?" "Well, you need to listen closely. Bring your ear over." Yin Xiao skeptically leaned in, and from inside the trash can came the lady's soft voice. "Actually, if you encounter those snake-like creatures with a fierce appearance in any galaxy, you don't have to be afraid. Just look at their anal scales. If they are in double rows, they are non-venomous, and if they are in a single row, they are venomous. This is a life-saving skill. You must remember it." Hearing this, Yin Xiao fell silent for a long time, looking at the trash can that had produced the voice. Suddenly, he picked up a hammer from a nearby gong area. With a loud bang, he struck the lid of the trash can hard. The entire metal trash can buzzed, and it seemed like the person inside was quite uncomfortable. If I see a snake, whether it's an interstellar monster or not, I would definitely turn around and run. I wouldn't pry open its skin to observe its scales. Chapter 8. Is it the wild lawmaker of the universe? Walter Yang said. Hearing that loud bang, the trash can lady let out a cry of despair. The entire trash can toppled over and rolled toward a dark corner. It seemed she was scared by that blow, which nearly rattled her head. Just as Yin Xiao was about to follow, he suddenly saw a girl with pink hair rush out from somewhere. "Hey, I said you. Stop running. Uncle Yang is still waiting for us." "No, I found the only metal trash can on the Luofu.He. This is my home. No one could pull me out of here," the trash can lady declared, and then rolled away even faster. The pink-haired girl clearly felt embarrassed under the gazes around her. She even had an impulse to cover her face and leave. It was too humiliating. But clearly, this wasn't the time to leave. It was hard to catch this embarrassing person, so she couldn't let her slip away. Just now, she was also attracted by that gong-like sound. Of course, she wasn't the only one drawn in. Many people on the Xianzhou were too, not wanting to be the headline on Luofu tomorrow. She immediately wanted to chase after her, but then she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past her. When she looked up, she saw Yin Xiao's foot directly stepping on the outer shell of the trash can, forcefully stopping in place. "Do you know this girl? Is she your companion?" The pink-haired girl was momentarily stunned and reluctantly nodded, looking a bit dejected. Although she didn't want to admit it, this girl is indeed from the Astral Express. Hearing the Astral Express, Yin Xiao perked up a bit. He had heard that the people from that train were about to arrive at Luofu, but he didn't expect them to come so soon. "Hello, I'm March 7th, the first beauty of the train crew. You don't seem like a local. What should I call you?" "Just call me Yin Xiao. By the way, although my outfit is quite special, I am indeed from the Xianzhou." "Oh, so you dressed up in such a distinctive way to take photos, I understand. By the way, let us work together to get this girl out first." Saying this, March 7th directly lifted the trash can and grabbed the lid, trying to pull it out. However, at that moment, the lid seemed to be glued to the trash can. It wouldn't budge, and even from inside came the lady's voice. "Little March, you have to understand me. I've found my home. You can't take my hometown away. Stop talking nonsense, okay? I'm begging you. Are you planning to hide in the trash can when you meet the general later? What's wrong with that? It seems like I've put on a disguise, but in reality, I've taken off my mask. Only in this way can people communicate equally. What are you communicating? Come out." In the end, Yin Xiao still helped out, and with their combined effort, they finally pried the lid of the trash can open. Then they saw another smaller trash can inside, with another lid perfectly sealed on top of it. "Are you nesting here? Give it to me. Don't rush. Let us drag her to a corner where there's no one around first. After all, it's not good for others to see us out here." Yin Xiao quickly stopped March 7th and led her to drag the trash can to a less crowded corner in Jiren Alley. With both of them working together, they finally managed to pry open the lid of the 3-layer trash can. Inside, they found a shivering little gray-haired girl. Although she was trembling, her eyes clearly showed a big disdain character. "Sigh, little March, you still don't understand human hearts. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. How can one gather people's hearts without great assets? I understand your nonsense. Yin Xiao, thank you. Let us exchange contact information. I'll take this rebellious girl back first. No problem. By the way, where are you two planning to go next? I can escort you. After all, they were unfamiliar with the place. And Yin Xiao felt it wouldn't be a problem to act as a guide. He had been here for a while, so was T a big deal? March 7th's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Of course, we need you to lead the way. We're going to Changle T on. Yin Xiao nodded, watching March 7th pull along the gray-haired girl who was still somewhat reluctant to come out. Looking at her slightly regretfully, I patted the dust off my clothes. Suddenly, I became curious about the identity of this strange woman. How should I address her? Is it better to continue calling you Miss Trashcan? Sigh. The title of Trashcan King is now a thing of the past. From now on, please call me Galaxy Baseball Bat Hero, for this bat has struck down Nanak. As she spoke, she suddenly swung her hand, and a uniquely shaped baseball bat appeared. To be honest, Yin Xiao suddenly felt that his previous self who asked questions was quite naive, and he somewhat regretted it. However, upon seeing the bat's uniqueness, he couldn't help but be amazed. March 7th expressed that she didn't want to know the person beside her and walked beside him while covering her face. But to be fair, both of them could be considered beautiful girls. When they returned to Changle Tian with these two, March 7th immediately spotted a rather mature man not far away. The man's expression was somewhat heavy, and he curiously turned his head, just in time to see March 7th rushing over. Around them were quite a few immortal boat people, as if a lot had happened. After March 7th spoke for a while, the man with the cane adjusted his glasses and walked straight up to Yin Xiao, extending his hand. Nice to meet you. I am Walter. Thank you for bringing Xiao March and the others here. No need for thanks, Mr. Walter. I was just doing what I should do, Yin Xiao replied, glancing towards the crowd. He happened to see the demon shadow soldier in the center of the crowd, surrounded by several cloud knights. At that moment, a painful groan suddenly came from nearby. A fallen cloud knight's soldier began to convulse, and a shower of golden leaves fell upon him. In an instant, his body showed signs of demonization and almost immediately transformed into another demon shadow soldier. So someone has fallen to the demon shadow again? Mr. Walter, you all step back. I'll handle this. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a transparent blue long sword instantly projected out. Walter, who had been observing the demon shadow, suddenly turned his head, looking at Yin Xiao with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. At this moment, Yin Xiao seemed unaware. In his eyes, a semi-transparent gear seemed to be operating. The structure of the sword of reason quickly condensed into form, transforming into the shattered sword that landed in his hand. After all, the shattered sword was left at home and not taken out, and his current physical condition was not suitable for wielding the genuine shattered sword in battle. However, even if it was just a projected imitation, the will contained within was almost perfectly replicated. Holding the sword, Yin Xiao felt a slight sting in his palm. It was as if the echoes of the past were reverberating in his ears. Faces twisted into extreme ferocity, fangs sharp enough to tear everything apart. Blood-red eyes seemed to rush towards him. He remembered his desperate struggle on the battlefield that was like a meat grinder, using the blood blade in his hand to rip apart the enemy's bodies, letting their blood spill into his mouth. The familiar metallic scent seemed to linger around him. Yin Xiao took a deep breath and then stepped forward. But he suddenly noticed that Walter's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Mr. Walter, why are you looking at me like that? Where does this power of yours come from? Walter surprisingly did not shy away, his expression turning quite serious as he looked at him. Yin Xiao tilted his head slightly, but at that moment, he heard terrified screams not far away. Without answering the question, his figure dashed out in an instant. His feet seemed to tread on the wind, passing over the heads of the panicking crowd, heading straight towards the battlefield where the soldiers had turned into demon shadows. In an instant, a blood-red sword light erupted in the area. Like a flower blooming from the other shore, it instantly blossomed, sending those who had transformed into demon shadows flying. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately kicked toward the nearby soldier who was still standing and lunging at him. With a dull thud, the soldier's figure flew back several dozen meters. He flicked the long sword in his hand, and with a flash of blue light in his eyes, several flying swords appeared around him like projections. Not far away, Walter, holding his cane, squinted his eyes. Perhaps, as a ruler of reason, He understood the source of this power better than anyone else. Because if it were an ordinary power, it would not resonate with him so clearly. He felt something when the boy projected the first sword. Ruler, I have traveled to this point, and it is the first time I have encountered such a ruler outside my homeland. Uncle Yang, what is a ruler? It is a story from my homeland. I will tell you when there is a chance, but for now, let's see how this boy performs. Perhaps recalling something, Walter's mood calmed down a bit. After all, as a ruler of reason, inheriting the name Walter, he understood what those 4 words represented. If it were indeed a wild ruler, especially one from such an outer universe, he would not be able to grasp the situation easily. He suspected that he would first need to engage in deeper communication. Chapter 9. Special care from Bailu. However, before March 7th was ready to join the fray and fight alongside Yin Xiao, she saw Yin Xiao surrounded by countless sword lights. 3 flying swords circled around him, repelling the recovering demon shadow soldiers. The uniquely shaped long sword in his hand struck down sharply, bringing all the demon shadows that were trying to get up back to the ground. In the battlefield, he was almost unmatched, toppling any demon shadow soldier that stood in his way. Yet, not a single life was taken. After all, they were still salvageable. And Yin Xiao did not fully unleash his killing intent. He maintained a certain rationality, keeping himself in the most normal combat state. This was what allowed him to knock down these demonized cloud knights, temporarily incapacitating them. After all, even abundant power has its limits when it comes to healing the body at once, even if they had turned into demon shadows. Once their bodies were pushed to the limit, their self-repair ability would slow down significantly. By the time the battle ended, there were not many people left watching. Most of the immortal boat people had retreated far away to observe, but only one petite figure rushed over in a panic. Make way, please clear the way." Hearing that familiar voice, Yin Xiao suddenly looked up. He saw the familiar little dragon girl rushing over in a fluster. The treasured sword in her hand and the floating flying swords around her instantly dissipated into points of light. He managed to force a smile. "It's fine. These people won't die right away. I didn't go for the kill, so don't worry. I'm not worried about them. You better show me if you're hurt, or if your condition has worsened." Bailu suddenly rushed over, grabbing Yin Xiao's hand to check. She immediately began a detailed examination of him right there, her fingertips gently gliding from his left arm to his right, then from his chest to his back, not missing a single spot. Like examining the world's most precious porcelain, one is afraid of missing even a slight crack. However, to be fair, Yin Xiao felt that as a celestial boat person, his body's recovery quality was quite high and that he shouldn't be this nervous. After all, celestial boat people could have their heads chopped off and still be able to return to the fight immediately. Even if one were to be slightly injured in such battles, it surely wouldn't be a problem. Bailu, feeling somewhat tense, finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Yin Xiao was indeed fine, as if she had regained some rationality. Unable to help herself, she slapped her own face to calm down a bit before glaring at him again. Without saying a word, she directly fished out a couple of damp pills from her medicine gourd and quickly shoved them into Yin Xiao's mouth. They were a bit bitter, but you mustn't spit them out, otherwise I won't treat you anymore. Hearing this, Yin Xiao, who was about to spit out the pills, quickly pressed his lips together. He held back the bitterness in his mouth and swallowed it down despite the nausea in his throat. Fortunately, the bitterness didn't last long, and Bailu confirmed that Yin Xiao had indeed swallowed it before patting her chest in relief. "Now, you can take a look at your body. It should be much better now." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao lowered his head to look at his hands and found that they had regained some sensation compared to before. The faint red blood spots on his arms had completely faded, leaving only some slight red marks. Thinking of this, Yin Xiao reached out to pinch Bailu's little face. Feeling the soft and bouncy sensation at his fingertips, he looked at his hands with surprise. "My body seems to be much better than before, Bailu. Thank you." It's not that I was afraid you would leave me for too long and get into trouble. These pills are precious, and you mustn't leave immediately. You have to stay with me for a while." Bailu slightly turned her head away, showing a hint of dissatisfaction, but she still occasionally glanced over at him, seemingly still a bit worried. The 2 pills Bailu painstakingly made were actually prepared to prevent her from leaving in the future. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out to pat Bailu's head again, but was met with her fierce glare. "No more touching my head. I'm already not tall enough, and you can't touch it anymore." All right. Thank you, Miss Bailu, for saving my life. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for a while longer. Just know that even if you have to leave, you mustn't leave without saying goodbye, understand?" Saying this, Bailu turned around, picked up her little medicine gourd again, and began to heal the surrounding demonic soldiers. Also to help these people recover from their demonic state. Fortunately, these were all newly transformed, so Bailu still had a chance to save them. However, rescuing this batch of people had indeed taken Bailu quite some time. Watching her stand up, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, she finally said, "All right, I'm done. I'm so hungry." Before she could finish her sentence, a sugar ball suddenly popped into her mouth. Bailu chewed a few times in confusion before looking up to see Yun Xiao sitting beside her. She had been so focused on healing that she hadn't noticed when Yun Xiao had sat down next to her. Moreover, it seemed he had been watching her the whole time. "Why are you looking at me like that? And what was that just now? Didn't you always say you wanted to eat?" Falling from the sky. This new dessert from the Zuiwei Shun Yuan shop took me quite some time to queue for. It's said to be quite popular, and even the one from Debosi likes it. Bailu was slightly stunned. This was something she had casually mentioned before. Just a slight complaint about not having time to queue. She didn't expect him to remember it, and even go out of his way to queue for it. Bailu was just about to continue wiping her sweat with her sleeve when Yun Xiao preemptively used a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. He spoke in a somewhat gentle tone. "You've worked hard. It's getting late, so you should go back and rest. I'll handle the rest." Although he wasn't from the Luofu celestial boat, he had formed some connections with the cloud cavalry here. Now that the Luofu celestial boat was in chaos, there were even rumors about a star core falling onto the celestial boat. Yun Xiao felt the need to investigate this further. Previously, he hadn't thought of this because of his physical condition, but now that the toxins in his body had been firmly suppressed, although he didn't know what medicine Bailu had used, with the toxins of the Bu-Li people suppressed, he could exert much more power than before. Even when fighting Yanqing earlier, he still needed to suppress the spread of toxins in his body. Now that he could let loose, he even felt confident about standing undefeated against that blade. Whether he could win was another matter. He handed the box containing Falling from the Sky to Bailu and instructed a few accompanying people to take her back first. Bailu turned back 3 times but couldn't help but shout, "Come back early, don't push yourself, and take care of your health." She probably knew what Yun Xiao was planning to do next and estimated that she would only see him again tomorrow at the earliest. At that moment, Walter approached, adjusted his glasses, and lightly tapped his cane on the ground a few times, his expression somewhat serious as he said, "Mr. Yun Xiao, if you have time, could we step aside and chat for a bit? I have some things I would like to ask you about." Glancing at the seemingly inquiring March 7 and Little Gray Fur nearby, Yun Xiao did not refuse, but followed Mr. Walter to a corner where they wouldn't be noticed. From just now, Yun Xiao had sensed that Walter's gaze was unusual. It seemed he had been observing something about him. From the moment he drew his sword, he had already sensed it. Although it might be a bit forward to ask, I'll get straight to the point. "Mr. Yun Xiao, where does your power come from?" The straightforward question bypassed much unnecessary small talk. Yun Xiao gently raised his hand, and instantly, a faint blue particle appeared in his palm, suddenly projecting into a sword. "Are you referring to the ability to project a sword, Mr. Walter?" "To be honest, I'm not very clear about it either. I just stumbled upon it while drifting in the universe." This answer clearly didn't satisfy Walter, but he seemed unable to ask any other questions. Yun Xiao had not lost his memory, but he truly couldn't clarify these circumstances. In the cosmic star sea, all sorts of strange occurrences could happen, and he had only recently embarked on this journey. However, the more he traveled, the more he could discover the vastness of the star sea. Then let me ask a different question. Mr. Yun Xiao, are you aware that this power can easily bring about some negative things, such as certain extreme negative emotions? Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao paused for a moment before suddenly solidifying the sword in his hand, gripping it. Walter instantly froze his cane as well, but soon realized that although Yun Xiao had been maintaining eye contact with him, his peripheral vision was still locked onto his cane. It seemed he had sensed the cane's special nature from the beginning and was already on guard. He had no doubt that the moment he moved the cane, this sword would swiftly cut off his head. But in the next moment, the surrounding gravity suddenly changed. Yin Xiao keenly sensed an unnatural weight pressing down on her body. Her gaze turned to the cane, which appeared rather plain, but at this moment emitted a faint glow. So, activating the power within the cane doesn't require a tap? Looking at the calm eyes of Walter, Yin Xiao spoke without moving under the pressure of gravity. Indeed, ever since I held this sword, I felt it will urging me to destroy everything. For more than 10 years, according to our side's terminology, this is the demon sword, a sword capable of destroying a person's mind. Chapter 10. Departing early to Luofu, little Yunli inside the Zhu Mingxian boat, the demon sword, facing death, dares to speak so shamelessly. Today, you cannot escape. In the forging room, scorched by intense heat, Yunli held the oddly shaped demon sword in one hand and threw it into the forge. The entire forging room was instantly filled with terrifying and mournful wails. The demon sword's voice was hoarse and deep, revealing endless resentment, but it could only dissipate into a wisp of blue smoke. The sword that carried it will gradually melted under the high temperature. Recently, Yunli seemed a bit restless, reaching out without hesitation, not wanting to hear the demon sword's tempting voice. Without a word, she directly tossed it into the furnace. You only want revenge, little one. Do you think that if you melt us down, your family will come back? Don't you worry about us. Yunli shouted, her delicate body trembling slightly, her hand gripping the sword tightly, yet it shook uncontrollably. The memories in her mind were of her parents who died because of the demon sword and her brother who had gone far away, completely out of touch. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil, and strange voices echoed in her mind. If you can trust me, I can make them appear before you again, little one. I sense your heart is quite lonely. You long for family. My family, as long as I have Grandpa, that's enough. You won't tempt my mind. Yunli gritted her teeth and threw the demon's sword back into the furnace, splashing molten iron onto the ground with a hissing sound. Yet even so, Yunli still felt no sense of calm in her heart. Instead, her agitation grew, and she rubbed her head vigorously, making her hair a mess. Oh dear, little Yunli, what's wrong? You must be hungry. Being so restless won't help you. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted in from outside the door, and a warm, jade-like hand gently landed on her head. The refreshing aroma penetrated her nostrils, instantly clearing Yunli's mind. Her eyes sparkled as she turned around and met a pair of bright, ruby-like eyes, exclaiming in surprise, Sister Lingsha, what brings you here? Are you off today? Of course. I'm here to check on my little Yunli. Why are you in such a bad mood today? Did you sense something? Sister Lingsha, when did you learn fortune-telling? How could you guess that? Yunli seemed a bit surprised, while Lingsha's smile grew even brighter. As if recalling something, she lovingly patted Yunli's head. Of course, Sister knows everything. But this time I also brought good news. Want to know what it is? Good news? What good news? Is Grandpa planning to forge a sword for me? But I'm fine with the old iron. Oh ho ho, that's not it, Yunli. At that moment, an old man's voice came from outside, sounding unusually cheerful. The intensely hot atmosphere in the forging room seemed to calm down significantly the moment the old man entered. It was as if all the energy in the room submitted to the presence of the old man. Grandpa, what good news could make you come to tell me? Are we going to Luofu soon? Yunli had been craving the Cheong food bird skewers for a long time, but not many could make such food on the Zhu Mingxian boat, so she had been longing for it. Occasionally, she would buy some through Interstellar Express from Luofu. Huayin gently stroked his beard and then patted Yunli's head as she leaned in playfully. Yes, we're going to Luofu soon. And this time it's also because we found someone, the person you want to see the most. The person I want to see the most? Yunli momentarily didn't react. But Huayin chuckled, speaking cheerfully, yes, Yin Xiao is back. It is said he faced hardships outside for 10 years and forcefully killed his way back to the Luofu.He boat, where he has temporarily settled down. However, he seems to be severely injured and cannot leave Luofu for the time being. So this time, I need Miss Lingsha to accompany us. After Huayin finished speaking, Yunli's previously playful demeanor suddenly halted. After a moment of daze, her large eyes seemed to flash with anxiety, panic, and undeniable excitement. At that moment, the complex emotions intertwined, and Yunli herself didn't even know. Her eyes had already started to redden, and tears swirled uncontrollably in her eyes. But she spoke with a somewhat thick nasal tone. Humph, that guy, he finally knows to come back. Damn it. I wonder if he's dead or alive. Grandpa, take me to see him. Quickly, quickly. As Yunli spoke, she tried to pull Hua Yin to hurry. But despite her stubborn words, her actions were another matter. Both Ling Sha and Hua Yin couldn't help but smile knowingly. All right, we're setting off now. The starship for crossing the Sea of Stars is already prepared. I knew you couldn't wait. Hua Yin comforted Yunli a few times, but it seemed to have little effect. He could only let Yunli pull him as they walked outside, with Ling Sha following closely behind, closing the door behind them. This place stored many demon swords, and they couldn't let others enter casually. However, before stepping onto the starship for crossing the Sea of Stars, Hua Yin revealed a piece of news that sent chills down Yunli's spine. According to the information received, it seems that Yun Xiao returned with a demon sword. Yunli, when you see your brother, don't rush to grab it, understand? Then, has my brother been tempted by the demon sword? What do the people of Luofu think? Why not take the demon sword away? Since that general can see it, he must have sensed something. If there hasn't been any action, is it possible that your brother isn't controlled by the demon sword, but rather has mastered it? Yunli didn't speak, but silently gazed out at the vast starry sky. The earlier excitement and impatience slightly quieted down. What replaced it was a hint of worry and fear. Yun Xiao, you must wait for me. If you're controlled by the demon sword, then I will wake you up and take you home. At this moment, Yun Xiao looked at Walter beside him, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. But he found that the surrounding gravity still firmly suppressed him, that Cain had such terrifying power. It could control the gravitational direction around his body. Since you know this is a demon sword, why do you still carry it? Do you think I don't want to? It's because I can't get rid of it. There's a core inside me. Discarding this sword would be of no use. Walter frowned slightly. This statement felt eerily similar to the core of the lawmaker. To be precise, it might not necessarily be produced by the demon sword, but rather the feeling brought about by that core. No matter how many times I penetrate my own body, I cannot find the core position. It seems to be eternally bound to me and cannot be separated. If I could, I wouldn't keep hiding here without returning to the Zhu Mingxian Zhou. After all, Yunli really hates the demon sword, and if she knew that I had a demon sword in my hand, she might turn against me on the spot. The key is, I don't even know if I could take her on right now. Given Yun Li's deep-seated hatred for the demon sword, she probably won't let me off easily. It's better to find a way to resolve this matter first. Walter looked at Yun Xiao in front of him and suddenly seemed to think of something. You look quite similar to me in some ways. Mister. Walter seemed to sense that Yun Xiao currently held no hostility, so he pulled him to the back of an empty house. He extended his hand, pointed into the void, and pale, blue particles of light gathered. Surprisingly, it was the exact same color as the sword that Yun Xiao had gathered. The pale blue particles instantly formed a small mechanical bird. I once possessed the same power as you, the power to understand and construct everything. You are currently only able to construct a sword, which should mean you are not yet able to use your power completely. Wait a moment, Mr. Walter. Yun Xiao suddenly interrupted Walter's words and reached out to take the mechanical bird from him. After examining it carefully and trying it out, he shook his head slightly. Mr. Walter, it seems you might be mistaken about something. Is it possible that I can only construct a sword and nothing else? That shouldn't be the case. In our world, this power is called the ruler of reason. To understand everything and construct everything is its authority. Thus, my sword is called the sword of reason. It indeed helps me understand everything, but it does not construct, it masters. Yun Xiao carefully sensed and indeed felt a similar aura from Mr. Walter. However, it was clear that they were not on the same path. The sword of reason in Yun Xiao's hand was different from the authority of the ruler. It could not construct everything, but could fully understand and mimic everything logically. This included not just swordsmanship and marksmanship, but even the thought processes of others. This was the true ability of the sword in his hand. Yun Xiao summarized his abilities, but kept some details vague. After all, he needed to retain some secrets. However, such abilities were indeed unexpected, and Walter had not considered this point. This might be another branch of reason, but aside from the general scope of authority differing, this ability might actually be clearer for a person. It had a strong versatility, but was more aligned with human capabilities than with collapse. Could it be that the young man in front of him had completely mastered this core and modified a part of the authority's power? Chapter 11 tonight. It's either you die or I die. Although the powers on both sides are not completely the same and have certain deviations, this isn't a major issue. On the contrary, as the power of authority gradually aligns with personal traits, this surprised Walter and made him want to study it further. But before that, he first spoke to Yun Xiao about how to control the negative emotional interference brought about by this power. After all, the core of the ruler, under the manipulation of the will of collapse, could also have similar types of interference. Only the later appearing human rulers could rid themselves of this interference. Otherwise, ordinary people would be unable to withstand such terrifying will installations. Yun Xiao was able to endure for 10 years with his own spirit, and could even completely suppress this will's backlash, which truly surprised him. But upon reflection, it seemed that the people of the Xianzhou were generally different from the people of Earth. This made him somewhat relieved, though he occasionally lamented that he still hadn't seen enough of the world. On this journey, he had indeed encountered many different things. He even saw local specialties from his hometown, which made him feel an impulse to shout that phrase. The collapse is still chasing me. In any case, with the current situation, Walter had nothing more to teach Yun Xiao. He could only express that he wanted him to observe for a while and would not disturb his daily routine, then took San Yu Qi and Little Gray away. It seemed that the recent period wouldn't be peaceful, and regarding this power, Yun Xiao looked at his palm, where pale blue particles swirled and once again condensed into the phantom of the Sword of Reason. When he shifted his thoughts, the original form of the Sword of Reason instantly transformed into the form of the shattered sword. This should be the most effective sword in his mind at present. It might also be because the murderous aura he had fused with this sword was quite perfect. However, just as he began to recall the sword in the hands of the white-haired woman who stepped onto the Luofu Xianzhou earlier, wanting to use the Sword of Reason to attempt to reconstruct that sword's edge, a sharp sword sound suddenly exploded in his mind. The blue particles that were originally condensing into a long sword suddenly went into chaos and collapsed. In an instant, a burst of light exploded in his palm, instantly shattering and turning to dust around him. The sword sound came abruptly, and that ability to strike without fail, even freezing time, truly sent a chill down his spine. In the depths of his eyes, there was a profound sense of fear. The moment that woman, without saying a word, slashed at him with that sword, he could already see his own demise. Xianzhou people could not die immediately from being beheaded by a sword, but he had no doubt about that feeling. This sword would directly end his life. He suddenly felt a bit of sweat forming in his palm. It was as if his body and skills, which he had tempered through countless trials, were nothing in front of that woman. Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiao calmed himself and quickly assisted the Cloud Cavalry in treating some nearby injured. Those who had been treated but had not yet fully recovered were also taken away to other medical facilities. Along the way, there were still many bountiful anomalies appearing, blocking everyone's path. Fortunately, with Yun Xiao escorting the injured, there were not many casualties. Even many injured individuals who wanted to join the battle were pressed back by Yun Xiao, who said that not running around was the greatest help he could receive. After sending these people in batches to other medical facilities, the Cloud Cavalry expressed their gratitude. In fact, Yun Xiao himself did not realize that he was quite well liked among the Cloud Cavalry. After all, he often accompanied Bailu to treat and save people. He would also step up when the Cloud Cavalry was exhausted and unable to face the demonine soldiers. His reputation among the Cloud Cavalry was actually quite good. Even though he was not a member of the Cloud Cavalry, many people respected him. Returning to Changlu Tian, Yun Xiao immediately spotted a little head peeking out of the window. Bailu looked around and just happened to see Yun Xiao returning, seemingly relieved, and patted her chest. She waved at him and then dove back into her window, completely shutting it. Bailu was still so concerned about him, which made Yun Xiao feel a warmth in his heart. However, just as he was about to head towards his living quarters, "Kid, have you been happy lately?" A deep and chilling voice sounded from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the man had appeared behind him and slowly began to speak. The temperature around them seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant, and the killing intent revealed in the man's eyes was unprecedented. Even without turning back, Yun Xiao seemed to sense the flames in the man's gaze. It was not anger, but a deeper emotion, sadness, hatred, or helplessness. He could not fully comprehend it. Even with the power of authority granted by the Sword of Reason, even now, he could not completely understand that feeling. Being possessed by demonic shadows meant that he had already lost his normal emotions. So how could he understand? If he could understand the emotional changes of the demonic shadows, he feared he would be on the verge of falling into them himself. To be thought of so much by someone, to be honest, made him quite happy. Yin Xiao did not deny this matter, but turned around to glance at the man behind him. He was still wearing that ancient black long robe. His body S-lines smooth and fluid. In Yin Xiao's opinion, he looked less like a swordsman and more like a blacksmith. However, this man could also be considered a mentor to him. For the past 10 years, he had been guiding him in killing and fighting. Yet, every time he looked at this man in battle, Yin Xiao couldn't help but tremble. How insane must one be to not care about being injured? Even indifferent to whether they might die, the more blood he spilled, the more his fighting spirit soared. Originally, he thought the man would taunt him a few times, but the blade unexpectedly fell silent. Instead, he slowly raised his head to look toward the room where Bailu resided. At that moment, Yin Xiao suddenly felt tense, his right hand unconsciously forming into a sword and pointing toward the man's chest. However, before the sword could reach the man's body, it was caught in place by two of his fingers, unable to move. The overwhelming gaze filled with killing intent suddenly vanished as he looked in that direction. Yin Xiao keenly sensed that it was a nostalgic look, tinged with a hint of guilt. But that gaze vanished in an instant, and when he looked back at Yin Xiao, it became sharp again. Kid, if you can't become strong enough to make her feel safe, it's best to keep your distance. With your current strength, you're not worthy. Saying this, the blade casually flicked Yin Xiao's sword aside. However, in the next moment, a flying sword suddenly shot out, aiming for the man's brow. But in the next instant, the blade tilted his head to dodge it. Just as he avoided the flying sword, Yin Xiao's figure had already arrived at his side. The sword light aimed directly at his neck. This was their way of communicating, with the goal of killing each other. Yin Xiao never held back. Perhaps he had sensed that what the blade truly desired was eternal death. However, when the blade, with his bandaged hand, grasped the sword light coming from Yin Xiao, even with blood dripping from his palm, he did not pull out the sword by his side. Fighting here will disturb others' rest. Follow me to another place. Looking at the sword hanging from the blade's waist, Yin Xiao silently exhaled and withdrew his sword light. Turning back, he glanced at the room where Bailu was, seemingly deep in thought. Luofu Ferry, this was the place where all the external supplies for the celestial boat were stored, but it was not particularly safe. Recently, the secret transmission of a medicine king had been causing chaos, and many people from the celestial boat had suffered the baptism of the demonic shadows, so there were naturally not a few lingering here. Fortunately, not many people would wander around at midnight. Moreover, the cloud cavalry seldom patrolled here. After all, there were so many containers arranged that it felt like walking through a maze. Yin Xiao was led from Changle Tian into Luofu Ferry, arriving at a cargo passage. There were no other people passing by, making it exceptionally isolated and desolate. The two walked to the end of the cargo passage, remaining silent, neither speaking. After all, the blade had once said that when he came to retrieve the sword, if Yin Xiao couldn't kill him, he would completely cut down Yin Xiao. According to normal reasoning, Yin Xiao should have immediately reported to the general's mansion in Xingsha Sea. He could even seek out the cloud cavalry to report the blade's arrival and quickly notify the general to capture him. However, Yin Xiao had thought through many things along the way. He did not know what kind of place the ghost prison was, but historically, prisoners had never revolted or escaped from there. This showed that it was not a place from which just anyone could easily escape. The blade had clearly been captured by General Jinyuan, so why was he still appearing before him? Unless the general had personally let him go, or had tacitly allowed him to leave. Otherwise, the blade would not have come before him so easily. Reporting it would be useless and might even implicate those around him. This made Yin Xiao feel a little hesitant. Going alone to meet him might have been the only option from the very beginning. Kid, what's wrong? Are you afraid? Seeing Yin Xiao tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, his arm trembling slightly, the blade raised an icy smile, his eyes filled with a mad, killing intent. The distance between them was only about 5 meters, but Yin Xiao felt as if a sword was already pressed against his throat. Unfortunately, it was too late. No one here could save him. Tonight, the only one who could save him was himself, and the sword in his hand. Kid, just as we agreed. Either you die or I die. Choose. Chapter 12. Yin Xiao was no match. The end of the book. Happy. Within the dimly lit containers, the sounds of fierce clashes of swords and blades echoed one after another. Following that were continuous explosions, resounding without end. Yin Xiao's figure continuously crawled up from the spreading smoke, his body feeling as if it were about to fall apart as he staggered backward. The blade's eyes were blood red, persistently swinging the fragmented sword in his hand to strike down. He gave no chance for escape or even a moment to breathe. The exchanges between the two, aside from the sword light, offered no other verbal communication. Yin Xiao's figure flickered and dodged, managing to barely exchange a few moves with the blade. But the relentless attacks from the blade, not fearing death at all, made him feel his momentum suppressed. With his momentum suppressed, it became naturally difficult for Yin Xiao to regain the upper hand. As their battle intensified, their figures once again transformed into two streams of bloodlight that collided with each other. In the next second, Yin Xiao's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against a nearby container with a loud bang. Instantly, another cloud of smoke spread out while the blade touched his neck. When he opened his palm, a large area of blood red appeared in his hand, slowly diffusing outward. It resembled a slowly blooming red spider lily, possessing a breathtaking beauty. Indeed, there's been some progress, but it's still not enough. The blade's voice remained incomparably icy. The chilling, killing intent once again surged forth like a tide. With each step he took, it was as if a field of red spider lilies bloomed on the ground behind him, bringing a scene that seemed to turn the world into a purgatory. If your strength is only this much, then you will greatly disappoint me. After nurturing you for 10 years, is the final result just a soft egg? In an instant, a frenzied aura of blood surged forth. A breath that seemed to face death rushed towards him. This made Yin Xiao, who was slowly standing up while leaning against the container, tremble slightly. However, this tremor was brief. He quickly gathered his spirit, refusing to let the surrounding killing intent disturb his state. At this moment, the toxins in his body, which had been barely suppressed, did not wish to surge forth again. Yin Xiao pressed his hand tightly against his chest and exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. In his eyes, the reflection of the figure across from him appeared, watching as the opponent dragged the tip of his sword along the ground, as if cutting through the world, filling the realm of the other shore with flowers. The sword of reason in his hand quickly reformed, transforming into a light blue sword. Energy surged and flowed within him, and at that moment, under the self-operating killing intent within him, his eyes began to turn slightly red. He had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with the opponent, as it was unnecessary. For 10 years, there had been little verbal communication between them. More often, it was a weaving of blood and death. The most direct communication between the two was through the clash of swords, expressing their inner thoughts at that moment. The crimson sword light once again collided with each other, impacting their figures. The fragmented sword in the opponent's hand emitted no light. Yet each strike unleashed a sharp sword light. The sword light he infused with energy was always torn to shreds by those sword energies. However, in the next moment, 6 flying swords suddenly soared into the air around Yin Xiao. The flying swords instantly cut through 6 different arcs in the air, all heading towards the opponent. However, before the sword light could close in, the fragmented sword in the opponent's hand was suddenly gripped horizontally, and the body turned sharply, slashing out a pitch-black sword light into the air. At the moment that sword light came slicing through, the 6 flying swords in the air exploded instantly. Where the black sword light passed, one could almost see the illusion of countless flowers from the other shore scattering. Kid, don't tell me you haven't seen that woman. I know you have seen her. That blindfolded, white-haired woman. You must have seen her long ago. The opponent's voice suddenly became deeper as he looked at Yin Xiao, who was still pursuing him. The 2 swords clashed again, creating countless blinding sparks under their intertwined figures. If one did not look closely, they would think 2 phantoms were continuously crossing back and forth beneath the moonlight. Yin Xiao did not respond, but unexpectedly understood the meaning of those words. Even at such a critical moment of their clash, the image of the woman's sword light from that day under the moonlight still lingered in his mind. He remembered it, but could not imitate it, could not understand it, could not construct it. It was, until now, the only sword technique he could not comprehend or replicate. The sword of reason could conceive and understand everything, yet it could not decipher how to imitate the sword light that woman had struck. But his momentary distraction was brief. The edge of the fragmented sword was already less than half an inch from his pupils. Yin Xiao instinctively dodged to the side, but still received a cut along the corner of his eye. Blood spurted out, and the stinging sensation made his eyes turn even redder. However, it was not over yet. The sword energy from the fragmented sword roared and spread in all directions. In an instant, Yin Xiao was sent flying, crashing into a nearby container with a loud bang. His left eye was now completely engulfed in darkness, the intense pain causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Half of his vision was devastated, and he could not open his eyes. After barely propping himself up against the container, disregarding the excruciating pain of his eye regenerating and flesh tearing, he looked again at the opponent. His vision was blurry, stained with blood, covering almost half of the scenery, as if he were trapped in a world shrouded in a sea of blood, so familiar. He was purely utilizing the madness brought by regulating his emotions to empower his body, without the stimulation of the toxins to further activate more meridians and acupoints. This enhancement was still insufficient. Before the wound could adapt to the pain, the opponent once again raised the sword to strike down. Yin Xiao's vision was impaired, but he still raised the sword light in his hand to block, which met with a loud clang. However, before he could react further, a whip-like kick came sweeping through with a sonic boom. It felt as if he had been violently struck by a super-speed starship, and Yin Xiao was sent flying again like a projectile. Blood gushed out, but this time his figure did not fall. Instead, he braced himself on the sword, barely supporting his body. The opponent had indeed shown no mercy. Every strike since earlier had attempted to take his life. Each blow was so forceful that if it were Yanqing, he would probably not fare any better. But why had the opponent reminded him of that? Of having seen that woman? Furthermore, how could the opponent possibly know what he had experienced on the immortal boat? At this moment, even though Yin Xiao felt a bit dizzy from the blows, deep in his consciousness, he seemed to have thought of something. The opponent knew he had seen that woman, which might not necessarily have been from intelligence. Their only point of intersection was the sword technique. The woman's sword moves he had seen, had tried to imitate, but always failed to grasp, could not understand, could not construct. Yet at this moment, his body was nearly completely exhausted, nearly on the brink of collapse from the opponent's every strike. He kept recalling that sword from under the moonlight, its elegance, its lethality. At this moment, the moonlight in his mind seemed to become clearer. The familiar scenery echoed in his mind, and the sword of reason, trembling in his hand, seemed to stabilize. The opponent, dragging the fragmented sword, stepped closer. A dense killing intent now rushed towards him. A terrifying and rich killing intent that had been accumulated over who knows how long in the battlefield. For a martial artist, such killing intent was undoubtedly the most direct disparity in strength between the two. Yin Xiao's 10 years of accumulation could hardly compare to the man before him. And if he were not using the accumulation of killing intent to counter, then at this moment, in terms of swordsmanship, he had to kill this man with that one sword. Perhaps it would be just right. The opponent's figure raised the fragmented sword high, facing Yin Xiao, who was leaning on his sword with a sinister smile. In a breath, blood flashed, and a large amount of blood splattered against the container's wall. The end of the book. Just kidding. A thin strand of moonlight flashed across the opponent's chest. The upward, slashing sword light passed by him like gentle moonlight. It left a wound on his chest that almost broke through to the other side, where the moonlight fell. He nearly got sliced in half at that moment. Such a terrifying wound. Even a person from the immortal boat would die instantly, because it was a physical injury that could not be repaired immediately, even with abundant blessings. It could not fully heal. However, such a wound for the opponent was merely a matter of time to recover. The raised sword had not yet descended when that young man surprisingly struck first, unleashing a sword that resembled slender moonlight. It was so fast it seemed to freeze time and shatter space. Yin Xiao's figure had already arrived behind him. The right-hand sword of reason changed once again. But this time, The Sword of Reason was neither in its original form nor in the form of the fragmented sword. Instead, it was a pure sword of solidified ice. And this sword was enormous, exuding an unparalleled air of arrogance. The chill was sharp, and it was unclear whether it was truly condensed from ice or if the killing intent was emanating from the sword's edge. At this moment, wisps of cold mist began to spread across the ground. Azrin lowered his head. He immediately saw the blood scattered on the ground, now covered by frost and crystallized into ice. That woman, did she teach you? I must thank my master for his guidance. At that moment, I finally understood what the sword light, which almost froze time, represented as it was struck by that white-haired woman under the moonlight. It was not that he could not comprehend it, nor was it that the authority of the Sword of Reason was insufficient to analyze that strike. Rather, the Sword of Reason had already analyzed this strike, but his consciousness was unable to receive it. The Sword of Reason had long since broken down the composition of this sword light and had imprinted it on his body. However, his physical hardware level was simply inadequate to replicate it. This was the reason he had always believed he could not use the sword left by that woman. Only at the brink of life and death, when facing imminent demise, could he reawaken, recalling the moment that woman struck that sword, and the insights he gained in that life and death instant. Chapter 13. The Woman's Sword. I have touched it. The sword that woman struck seemed to linger before his eyes at this very moment. Time and space appeared to freeze, and the world fell silent. Yunxiao slightly closed his eyes. In a daze, the figure of that woman reappeared before him. In a lonely courtyard under the moonlight, only this woman sat alone, pouring herself a drink. Although her eyes were unseen, it felt as if one could sense the pain in every movement she made. The kind of solitude and sadness that one could feel even from a distance without needing to approach. Yet, that expression lasted but a fleeting moment. At the time when Yunxiao had just boarded the immortal ship and was still unfamiliar with its current state, he happened to encounter that woman. Then, the figure of that woman seemed to merge into the moonlight. The seawater beneath his feet was surprisingly solidified into patches of cold ice. Under the moonlight, she appeared to be walking on it, step by step, approaching him. Just as Yunxiao's gaze became dazed, the sharp sword light had already approached him. The woman's previous solitude and loneliness vanished completely. In its place was a piercing, killing intent. The sword tip seemed to press against his throat, even from a distance. Little one, this is the forbidden zone of the Ming clan. How did you enter here? The woman's voice was gentle, devoid of any mundane air, like a fairy detached from the earthly realm. However, the sharp sword intent emanating from her made Yunxiao shiver involuntarily. I am here for the first time on the immortal ship and don't know where this is. Sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you. Yunxiao stepped back, wanted to distance himself from the woman to avoid being targeted by that sharp sword intent. However, just as he thought of retreating, he suddenly felt the woman's figure flash past beneath the moonlight. In an instant, she was before him, and Yunxiao immediately gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. At that moment, the weapon he had entrusted to himself, the shattered sword, could not help but tremble slightly, as if it was letting out a mournful hum under the pressure of that sword intent. And in that fleeting hum, the woman suddenly lowered her head to look at the hilt of Yunxiao's sword. Although she wore a blindfold at that moment, it seemed she could see him with a gaze that felt almost tangible. The next moment, the originally calm and detached woman suddenly turned cold, like bone-chilling frost, ready to freeze the surrounding area into a tundra. You are that person's disciple. Did he send you to find me? As her voice fell, the icy frost erupted with an even more terrifying sword intent. In that instant, Yunxiao realized something. The sword intent she had displayed earlier was merely as cold and noble as frost under the moonlight. But at this moment, she seemed to regard him as some kind of enemy. The sword intent and killing intent that erupted now were incomparable to the previous coldness. Under this pressure of sword intent, even if he took half a step back, he feared that what awaited him would be death, or even something more terrifying than death. What was worse, Yunxiao even felt the suppressed aura within him surging, as if it would revolt against him at any moment. The poison of the poisonous separation flowed through his body, and that bone-chilling fear intertwined with the external sword intent, stimulating the meridians within him. The veins on Yunxiao's arms bulged slightly, his palms turned blood red, and the killing intent within him exploded violently in response to the external pressure. In that moment, the killing intent filled his thoughts, and his right hand suddenly grasped the shattered sword and drew it out. With a buzzing sound, the bandages wrapped around the shattered sword exploded, and a blood-colored mist filled the area, dense with killing intent. Good boy. It seems you are indeed more talented than him. Almost simultaneously, the woman raised her palm. In that empty palm, it was as if she grasped a piece of cold moonlight. With a swish, Yin Xiao barely had time to react before the killing intent that filled his mind collapsed violently. The blood-colored mist that had condensed from his killing intent was also easily shattered. Almost at the same time, a bone-chilling cold pierced his chest. Lowering his head, Yin Xiao immediately saw the sword tip embedded half an inch into his chest. It was a pure frost-formed sword tip that pierced through his chest with almost no resistance. He didn't even see how or when the woman had struck. Even in the moment when killing intent filled his body, if he had any instinct, he should have been able to dodge most of the attacks. Yet this sword, he couldn't even see clearly, let alone evade. The woman smiled slightly, withdrew the sword tip from his chest, and wiped the blood from it. Are you a bit more awake now? Your previous appearance was not much different from that of the demoning body. However, this is not a good experience. So I want you to stay awake and try to receive my sword. Without giving Yin Xiao any chance to ask questions, in an instant, the woman's sword tip swept toward him like a raging wind and giant waves. In his daze, it seemed as if countless sword lights intertwined to form a round moon in Yin Xiao's eyes. This moon was perfect, showing no signs of any disarray. It was as if the bright moon had fallen from the sky, or like another bright moon rising over the sea. In that moment, Yin Xiao's figure was slashed into countless wounds, and he was almost left with no intact skin. When that moonlight descended upon him, he once again felt the scent of death approaching. Straining to push through the moment that nearly shattered his body, Yin Xiao endured the sword light of the bright moon. Yet he was still blasted away hundreds of meters, leaving a large trail of blood on the rocky ground. Ultimately, he crashed into a nearby reef, almost shattering it. And this was what prevented him from being sent further away. His body was almost entirely devoid of unblemished skin. Even after escaping that descending sword light, Yin Xiao still felt the residual sword energy within him ravaging his body. He didn't even know how much blood he had spat out before he managed to lean against the shattered reef to stand up again. The broken sword in his right hand seemed to have completely lost its will to fight, and it appeared that due to Yin Xiao's inability to unleash its power, it could barely exert even 1/10 of its usual strength when facing this woman. You're still able to stand, good. I thought you would just lie down forever. The woman approached step by step, her feet treading on frost, her sharp eyes beneath the eye mask fixed on Yin Xiao. But at this moment, Yin Xiao had no chance to speak. He was covered in too many wounds. Even though he had a powerful self-healing ability, he was still somewhat stretched thin at this moment. He continuously spat out large amounts of internal organ fragments. His clothes had long since become stuck to his flesh and blood, not due to heat, but frozen together by the bone-chilling frost. However, he didn't even have the capacity to feel the biting cold anymore. After all, there was still a more lethal sword energy within him, but fortunately, it dissipated not long after. This was just a small test of strength, little one. You must pay attention to the next sword. The woman seemed completely indifferent to his life, as the sword in her hand was surprisingly enveloped in a layer of frost under the moonlight. In that instant, it transformed into a sword that was more than twice the size of the previous one. She held this sword in one hand and stabbed it into the ground beside her. At that moment, her body was already surrounded by ancient and unchanging frost. If you can take this sword, you live. If you can't, the consequences need not be spoken, as even asking would seem foolish. At this point, Yin Xiao's body was on the verge of collapse. Undoubtedly, even if a bountiful creature appeared at this moment, he might not be able to take action to resolve it. Let alone facing this woman's sword, he could think of no other possibility except for seeking death. However, this woman seemed to give him no choice. Just like that man had once done, life or death, he had only one path to take. To survive, no matter what, he had to live. In the next moment, he threw the broken sword in his hand, letting it fall freely into a pile of rubble beside him. The sword tip pierced through without obstruction, as if it were stabbing into tofu. At that moment, a faint blue light coalesced in Yun Xiao's right hand, transforming into the sword of principles he was most familiar with. As the sword of principles took shape, his eyes reflected the image of the woman raising her sword. "Good boy, come." In an instant, the woman leaped high, as if rushing towards the bright moon in the sky. However, when her figure almost overlapped with the moonlight, Yin Xiao saw the eye mask on the woman's face suddenly flutter away in the wind. The crimson eyes flashed with a mix of madness and sharpness. Almost at that moment, Yin Xiao felt the world before him lose all color. The world seemed to fall silent at that moment, time appearing to freeze, space shattering. When the sword light descended from the sky, Yin Xiao seemed to feel it again, and this time it was clearer and more pronounced. The footsteps of the Grim Reaper, that unstoppable sword edge, was about to sever all his future. If he couldn't resist, he would only have one path: death. This might even be just the first serious sword that the woman had drawn until now. This sword was about to shatter his world, to crush all his pride and dignity. Dodge. Quickly dodge. Otherwise, you will lose your life. It was hopeless. There was no saving it now. Despair filled her heart at this moment, unlike any other time before. He couldn't find any hope within it. Even when fighting against the army of the steppe people, when battling countless steppe warriors, even when he had bitten through flesh and blood, he had never felt such powerlessness. However, just as the color in his eyes was about to be split in two by the sword light that sliced through the moonlight, the sword of principles gathering in his right hand suddenly trembled. In that vague moment, his body began to move involuntarily. His spirit seemed shattered by that strike. But at this moment his body did not want to give up. In order to survive, he was frantically screaming, howling, even letting out sounds he had never heard before. At that moment, the sword of principles trembled violently, emitting a fierce humming sound, but it was not out of fear or dread. He could deconstruct all laws, deconstruct the essence of all sword techniques and all clarity. At this moment, his eyes were filled with faint blue gears, and it seemed that past scenes emerged in his vision. In the blur, he saw the revolving lantern of memories, and the flames in his eyes reignited. "Brother Yin Xiao, you promised me you would come back. Don't go back on your word." Before him, as if in that dreamlike revolving lantern, he saw little Yunli hugging his thigh. That pitiful little one ignited the last spark of fire in his heart. In an instant, Yin Xiao raised the sword of principles, bursting with blue light, aimed at the bright moon in the sky, and returned all the sword energy he had gathered. "Open up for me." Boom! The sword light descended. And at that moment, the light of the heavens shattered completely. The world seemed to regain its flowing speed. Yun Xiao's figure raised the sword of principles in his hand, and under the moonlight, the sword began to emit an even more intense light of faint blue. However, Yin Xiao, who held it, had no strength to move a single muscle. Every cell in his body seemed to be completely frozen, falling into utter silence. Not to mention moving now. He could only barely feel his breath when someone got very close, as his chest and lungs were still slightly inflating. The surrounding cold was still extremely chilling, but it was not the remnants of sword intent. If Yun Xiao had the strength to look back, he would notice that behind him, a path of ice had already spread for thousands of miles. The power left behind by the sword he just received extended for thousands of meters. Even from a distance, one could feel that this sword seemed to split the surrounding ocean in two. At this moment, Yin Xiao opened his eyes, yet he refused to close them. The woman said nothing, lightly landing on a patch of ocean waves before him, frost gathering beneath her feet. She merely glanced at him without saying another word and slowly turned to leave. Following the boundary where the dark ocean met the sky, she disappeared without a trace, as if merging into the dark ocean. When Yun Xiao regained consciousness and opened his eyes again, he found himself lying motionless on the beach. A few physicians from the Danding division examining him before taking him to the side of the Dragon Lady, Bailu. Chapter 14. Do we all have the traditional craft of killing our masters? The time of memories passed in the blink of an eye. When Yin Xiao opened his eyes again, the shape of the reconstructed sword of principles in his hand was already vastly different from before. And as he looked back at this sword, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. After all, The reason he said Yin Xiao had seen that woman was merely because every time Yin Xiao drew his sword, there was a trace of that woman's shadow. It was as if he was subconsciously mimicking the possibility of that strike, imitating the inside of that sword under the moon. However, he had never thought that Yin Xiao could truly grasp the essence of that sword so quickly. At that moment, in the eyes of the blade, Yin Xiao seemed to have completely transformed into a different person, becoming the familiar figure he knew. With that silver hair dancing in the wind, the blood-red eyes slightly turned, looking at his figure. The sword in his hand was filled with an unstoppable killing intent. The kind of battle skill and murderous intent honed through countless trials, all displayed on him. It was as if that day, before the mirror stream fell into the shadow of the demon, he had done the same to him. Why? Why must he, along with Inu, create this boundless evil? That questioning voice still echoed in his ears, filled with resentment, unwillingness, and anger, transforming into sharp sword lights. Yet, she did not seek an answer. Instead, she continuously unleashed her inner fury through her refined swordsmanship. Thousands of sword lights cut into his already sin-laden body, yet in an instant, the flesh was helping him to reconstruct his form. No matter how many times he was cut or pierced, this body remained unkillable and indestructible. The reflections in the blade seemed to mirror the past, and he pressed down on the wound on his chest. His clothes were tattered, but the flesh immediately healed as before. This detestable shell made it impossible for him to escape such a fate. His eyes were freed from the moment of confusion. Slowly raising to gaze at the sky, the fragmented sword in his hand erupted with a humming sound once more. The pungent smell of blood and killing intent filled everything around him, with countless red flowers blooming on the ground. It was as if, at that moment, millions of living beings flickered in and out of existence from these flowers. The flowers bloomed, radiating a seductive light. Yet the surroundings of the sky seemed like a pure land covered in frost, untainted by any hint of killing intent. As he held this sword, the aura around his body gradually transformed. The feeling of loneliness and desolation brought forth an unforgettable killing intent, etched deeply in his heart, like one person being the master of a realm, of a world. At this moment, he seemed to sense the unspoken words of that woman, as if with this sword, he had stepped into a pure land within someone's heart. Since you have made such a determination, then come, this is our last confrontation, Yin Xiao. From today onwards, do not call me master again. Saying this, he actually hoped to truly sever ties with Yin Xiao, because being involved with him would inevitably lead to a bad end, let alone that he was the old man's grandson. From any perspective, he did not wish for this young man's future path to continue to be entangled with him. This is all he could do up to now, isn't it? However, since this is your own wish, master, let this sword be my way of repaying your teachings. Hearing these words, the blade's movements no longer hesitated, and it seemed that a smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was not a cold smile, nor one of satisfaction, but rather one filled with an expectation he himself could not understand. With a roar, his figure leaped, as if jumping towards the moonlight like the woman from that time, soaring high into the air. The blood-red sword light gathered in the air, while the flowers swaying on the ground shattered, as if they were transforming into a rain of fresh petals scattered across the sky. The rain reversed, and the sword that symbolized death was about to fall. Yin Xiao suddenly raised his head, looking at the sword light he had seen before. His right hand gripped the sword of reason tightly, pouring the remaining energy in his body desperately into the sword. His body, riddled with wounds, burst open with a flood of blood due to the excessive force. At this moment, he crazily squeezed everything he could from within. His veins snapped in an instant, and he had no idea how many tendons had broken. He could abandon breathing and vision all at this moment. In this sword strike, he no longer needed these senses, but rather gave them all up in exchange for a stronger concentration. He just needed to focus all his strength into one point to strike the sword he had seen at that time. The ensuing battle no longer mattered. What he needed to do at this moment was to replicate the sword he had witnessed. That was the most powerful swordsmanship he had ever seen, unparalleled. He was also certain that this sword was his current limit. Striking it would be enough, no need for anything else. Blood flowed from his eyes, and blood continuously gushed from his ears, nostrils, and mouth. Just as the rain of flowers in the sky was about to fall within Yun Xiao's dark vision, he seemed to see a sea of scarlet flowers swaying towards him. This was the scenery of hell. Although it was unattainable for the blade, it could be shared with others. Even if Yun Xiao had lost his sight, he seemed to have understood this feeling from within the realm of comprehension. However, his sword followed closely behind, cleaving through the air with the strongest strike he could muster, having exhausted all his strength. The scenery before him, now devoid of sight, underwent another transformation. The scarlet sea of flowers suddenly began to shatter, and all the flowers on the ground collapsed and disintegrated at the same moment, turning into a rain of scarlet petals scattered across the sky. Just as everything seemed to fall into a pitch-black abyss, a bright crescent moon rose from the horizon. Like the imagery of the moon rising over the sea, it blossomed, meeting the sword light that fell from the sky. "Master, let me, your disciple, lead you to your death." At that moment, the blade also fell with its blood-red sword light, but when he saw the crescent moon approaching, he did not increase the force of his sword strike. Instead, at that moment, he loosened his grip on the fragmented sword. With a boom, in an instant, frost suddenly spread across the ground, covering everything with a thin layer of ice. The fierce blood-red sword light did not fall, as Yun Xiao seemed to already know his fate. But at this moment, his eyes could no longer see anything around him. Although his flesh was continuously recovering, it would not heal in an instant. He stood there, maintaining the posture of drawing his sword, not to show off, but because he was truly exhausted, completely devoid of strength. The appearance of his last sword strike with that woman could not be said to be exactly the same, but it was certainly without deviation. The sword of reason instantly shattered into particles of light, and Yun Xiao's body staggered backward, struggling to maintain his balance. But his legs gave way, and he fell backwards. At this moment, there was not a trace of light in front of him, only boundless darkness, and his pupils were now a shade of gray. After exhausting his strength without fainting, that was his greatest effort. However, when he fell onto the cold ground, slow footsteps suddenly echoed around him. In his almost dazed mind, he suddenly felt something was off. This was not the sound of human feet walking, but rather the sound of heavy limbs approaching. And such a creature could only be thought of as that group of abundant monsters. Sure enough, as those heavy limbs slowly approached, he even caught a whiff of the foul saliva dripping from the monster's mouth. His already significantly impaired hearing meant that being able to hear the footsteps indicated that the creature was very close to him, almost right beside him. Yun Xiao endured the impending pain of being torn apart, desperately trying to prop up his body. Yet, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground with a thud. At this moment, he could not even comprehend why the ground was so slippery. His hands could not support his body at all. It was not surprising. From an external perspective, the ground was already covered with frost. Walking here was no different from ice skating. The leaky roof, coinciding with a night of heavy rain, describes the current situation, truly unfortunate. Feeling that aura rushing towards him, Yun Xiao struggled to open his eyes, gathering blood to his eyeballs, wanting to restore his vision first. However, at that moment, a tremendous thunderclap erupted, as dust and intense explosions rose before him. Before he could be blown away by the shockwave, a powerful hand reached out and grabbed him by the waist. "Oh dear, this little guy really doesn't make it easy for me. Speaking of which, do we really have a tradition for the Master Slaying Conference?" Hearing that familiar voice, Yun Xiao paused for a moment, but his mind was in a haze, unable to think of anything. "Who are you? Are you here to save me?" Well, I'm just a passing sea ranger. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to be passing by." The man's voice seemed a bit awkward, quickly clearing his throat and lowering his tone. Just as he was about to say something more, he realized that Yun Xiao had completely fainted beside him. Jing Yuan finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then he looked up at the chaotic scene around him. Perhaps saying the area was chaotic wasn't entirely accurate, because in the last sword strike, the ground had been frozen, turning the earth into a massive expanse of ice. In the center of that ice, the figure of Run lay flat on the ground, blood gushing out, breath non-existent, with a sharp ice spike still piercing through his chest. The remnants of that sword intent continued to kill Ren's cells. It seemed to be continuously devoured and suppressed by the flesh and blood within Ren's body. It seems this time, you can finally rest well. You got your wish fulfilled. But my disciple can't be like you. Speaking of which, if I become a demon in the future, will Yinjing also come up with such a routine? Chapter 15. Bailu's little dreamy confession. I can't take it anymore. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight dimly illuminated the darkness in front of him, and Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes to the explosive sound of dragon roar in his ears. The scene before him was still a bit blurry, with a hint of blood mixed in, but soon these abnormalities disappeared. Yunxiao tried blinking to confirm there were no issues, before turning his gaze to Bailu beside him. That familiar voice had been etched into his genes. He could never forget it, even though he still felt a bit dazed. Bailu, what's wrong? Hearing Yunxiao's voice, Bailu, who had her back to him and seemed to be fiddling with some herbs, suddenly turned around. Her eyes were a bit red, with faint blood vessels visible, and her expression looked somewhat wilted, but her voice was remarkably loud. What do you mean, what's wrong? Why are you being so disobedient? Do you know you almost lost your life? Bailu said, but suddenly choked on her last words, quickly turning back to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. Then she feigned indifference, turning back with her hands vigorously rubbing together. In the next moment, Bailu raised both hands, with electricity crackling, and directly slapped towards Yunxiao's body. You disobedient brat. Take this. Let me vent my anger first. The electric current surged through Yunxiao's body. He instantly felt a tingling sensation. But the electric current didn't bring the pain he had imagined. Instead, it felt soothing, and where the current flowed, it seemed to activate certain medicinal properties within him. It surprisingly cleared out the blood clots that had been blocking his body, leaving him feeling completely relaxed. Yunxiao stifled the urge to let out a pleasurable sound. It would be a bit strange, and seeing Bailu's current demeanor, he was certain she would explode at him. After a session of electrical therapy, Yunxiao finally tilted his head and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His whole body felt so relaxed it was almost unbelievable. Suddenly flipping over to sit up, he was about to express his gratitude when he saw Bailu's body go limp and directly fall to the side. Bailu, his figure quickly rushed over, and even though he had just recovered, he seemed to move at least twice as fast as before. As he reached out to catch Bailu, pulling her into his arms, he heard her steady breathing. It seemed she wasn't unconscious for any other reason, but rather had fallen into a temporary sleep from exhaustion. Yunxiao nervously patted her head, confirming that it wasn't tea due to catching a cold, and finally sighed in relief. Looking around, he realized he wasn't tea in his own attic room, but in Bailu's room, seeing his entire body wrapped in medicinal bandages. Yunxiao decided to place Bailu on the bed first. His body had recovered quite a bit, and moving around should be fine. Bailu probably hadn't slept at all and had spent a lot of energy on his electrical therapy. She really had worked hard. Looking at her face, which was peacefully asleep due to fatigue, Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. However, just as he was about to let Bailu go and turn to leave, her little hand tightly grasped his arm, refusing to let go. She seemed to be mumbling something. No, you can't leave. You still need to meditate. You can't go, idiot. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore. Although Bailu always said this, Yunxiao felt that she seemed to have a tough exterior but a soft heart. While her mouth said she wouldn't take care, in her heart, she was always concerned for his safety. Even in her sleep, she seemed to subconsciously want to help him heal. But looking at the somewhat small bed, it wouldn't be enough for both him and Bailu to sleep side by side. It wouldn't be a problem to hold her as long as he didn't leave, right? Sure enough, it seemed she sensed Yunxiao climbing back into bed and felt like she was leaning against a warm and solid chest. Bailu stopped holding onto his hand and instead curled up beside him, letting out even breaths. This time, she seemed to have truly fallen asleep. Yunxiao couldn't help but smile slightly, glancing out the window at the sun just rising in the sky. This scene was starkly different from what he had experienced before fainting. Yet at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. It was truly a good thing to be alive. As for his master Run, he definitely hadn't died. He had seen him seek death before. Even when he had cut himself to pieces, he hadn't truly died, and his flesh would even crawl back to recover. He was practically an immortal monster. The last duel was the final battle between master and disciple, marking the end of their shared fate, and from then on, They would go their separate ways. Although he didn't want it to be this way, Ren's attitude was resolute. No matter how much Yin Xiao clung to him, Ren still had his own desires and people he wanted to see. He wasn't someone who would pursue death relentlessly behind Ren. He quietly closed his eyes. But when he took out his phone to check the recent time, he suddenly realized, have I been asleep for 3 days? That long? What shocked him even more was a news article from the Luofu Daily. Star Corps hunter Kafka was captured by Tai Bu while reading memories. The Star Corps hunter Ren intervened and took the fugitive away, both disappearing without a trace. Citizens are advised to report any sightings immediately for a generous reward. He had been in a deep sleep for a full 3 days. If he remembered correctly, Bailu had stayed by his side for 3 whole days without sleeping. In these 3 days, Ren not only recovered from the damage caused by the battle, but also kept moving constantly. Yin Xiao suddenly felt a sense of frustration. But this feeling didn't last long. More than that, he felt a kind of pity and heartache for Bailu taking care of him. He was also somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that he wasn't strong enough yet. It was certain that he and Ren still had a gap. But the moment he struck a sword that surpassed Ren's limits that night, he had already taken his first step. It was likely that Ren found some solace in the death he craved, although he couldn't quite understand what it felt like for someone to actively seek death. There were indeed many in Xianzhou who thought about it, because they had lived for too long. He reached out and patted Bailu's little head, then put down his phone. Watching as Bailu curled up beside him, Yin Xiao guessed correctly. This sleeping posture likely indicated that Bailu didn't feel very secure. Sometimes, a person's sleep can clearly reveal their true inner self. Bailu seemed a bit uncomfortable as she shook her head and mumbled in her sleep. No rubbing. If you rub it, I really won't grow taller, and if I don't grow taller, I won't be able to be a bride. Did I just hear something I shouldn't have? Yin Xiao couldn't help but scratch his forehead, but immediately closed his eyes, pretending he hadn't heard anything. He didn't know why he felt a bit guilty, but it was just a feeling. Bailu's nap lasted long enough that she only slightly opened her drowsy eyes in the evening. It seemed that she was still a bit confused and unfamiliar with her surroundings after just waking up. She shook her little head around, seemingly familiar, yet strange with the person beside her who was still bandaged. Unable to resist, she reached out and pinched the exposed skin. It was firm. Although there were several stitched-up wounds, the abdomen, both in muscle and skin, looked quite perfect. It was hard to believe that such a body could have such terrifying explosive power. She used to not believe some female patients who always said that touching their boyfriend's or husband's abs was addictive. After all, she had seen quite a few during her consultations. Wasn't that just the area where the intestines were concentrated? It didn't seem to have any extra flesh or mouths or anything. Ahem. Miss Bailu, are you awake? Suddenly hearing a voice above her head made Bailu's hand, which had been gently touching Yin Xiao's abdomen, freeze. Her head slowly lifted stiffly, just in time to meet those eyes that resembled reflected autumn waters. Yin Xiao's gaze couldn't be said to be tender, but if it were another girl, she would probably scream at this moment, as Yin Xiao's physical appearance was quite impressive. He was indeed a handsome young man among the people of Xianzhou, not inferior to the current Yanqing's younger brother. But looking at his face, it might not be described as handsome, more like strikingly good-looking. I'm just checking your body. Please don't move around or say anything weird. I mean no harm. It seemed that Bailu was caught off guard, her eyes drifting and her cheeks turning red as she waved her little hands to explain. But she seemed to have forgotten a very crucial question. Why was Yin Xiao lying next to her and moreover on her own bed? However, she didn't seem to care about this question, and Yin Xiao didn't foolishly bring it up. As long as he still valued his hard-earned eardrums, he wouldn't stupidly mention it. As for Bailu, she didn't seem to have woken up naturally, but rather was awakened by hunger. As she sat up, her little stomach began to protest with sounds of hunger. Bailu couldn't help but lower her head, puffing up her cheeks in annoyance. I'm not hungry. The Chiming clan will never be slaves. All right. No one sees you as a slave. Go eat something. Generally, it's on me. That's more like it. But I want to eat 3 meals, not 1 less. Then, I'll leave it all to Dr. Bailu to order. Chapter 16. Never let the battle stop. Are you saying that you are actually troubled by other matters, and that your agitation was not because I hadn't woken up? Of course. I'm not worried about whether you will wake up, but I'm worried about another person's illness. It's complicated and hard to treat. Bailu rubbed her round little belly, a satisfied look on her face, even feeling like she was touching her unborn child. Fortunately, Bailu was quite restrained and didn't continue that action after a few pats. Instead, she brought up a topic that had been bothering her earlier. The previous frustration was mostly due to one of Bailu's patients, or more accurately, a patient from her own clan who was quite difficult to deal with. Could it be that the person had some incurable disease and was about to undergo a rebirth? Although that was what was said, Yin Xiao actually thought that the Chiming clan could go through such a process, which also felt like a kind of reincarnation. Although each life had a different personality, the appearance remained basically unchanged. This should be the most critical characteristic passed down from the immortal Dragonborn. In fact, for the long-lived ones, having such an ally by their side is actually a good choice. But it was quite rare for the Chiming clan to marry a person from Xianzhou. After all, while the lifespan theory might not apply between the two, no one would want their loved one to undergo metamorphosis and hatch again. Then, when they awaken once more, they would be a completely new person. In that case, it would be better to just die and be done with it. This issue was somewhat troubling for Yin Xiao. He and Bailu were a typical example. The two of them were not from the same race. Not to mention reproductive isolation. The lifespan theory was a significant hurdle that couldn't be escaped. He wasn't foolish. He could see that Bailu had developed feelings for him. However, at that moment, he genuinely didn't know how to describe his feelings or how to explain everything to Bailu. Sigh, saying it's a rebirth through shedding scales isn't wrong. After all, that patient is quite special. Let us put it aside for now. We'll talk about it later. Right now is rest time. Let us not discuss work. Bailu stretched lazily and took Yin Xiao directly to a chess room to sit down. Watching many people gather together playing the game of Du Yuan Xiuyu was somewhat interesting. Although it had been a long time since Yin Xiao had been to Luofu.He, he was still somewhat interested in a game that could sweep across the alliance. Produce. Having learned some techniques from Qingke, he couldn't help but join in after watching a few rounds. As a result, he directly made back the money for the 3 meals he had taken Bailu out for. It was quite outrageous. Was this considered a free meal out? Aren't you going to consider having some dessert? Miss Bailu, you've eaten 3 plates of falling 9 heavens. Aren't you tired of it yet? That kind of dessert with pulled sugar, you can hardly find a few in the entire Luofu. I'm still a child. It's fine to eat more desserts, right? Yin Xiao was truly at a loss for words. There was no fault in that statement, and since Bailu was also a doctor, she didn't worry about the threat of cavities. Thinking it over, Yin Xiao took Bailu back to the snack stall in Jinan Alley. However, for some reason, the flow of people here seemed to be decreasing. Several ports that used to be good for foreign trade seem to have recently been shut down. The economy of Jinan Alley is becoming increasingly bleak, which is quite unavoidable. Just as the two were returning, they happened to run into a familiar figure on the road. The beautiful fox lady was putting away her folding fan, happily packing a dessert, and was about to stroll back. However, she ran right into the two of them. Oh, isn't this lady Long and Yin Xiao? Out on a date today, too? What do you mean to? We came out to eat, Bailu immediately retorted. But seeing the expression on Tingyun's face, it was clear she had no intention of believing her. Noticing her expression, Bailu huffed and turned her head away. She decided to ignore Tingyun's teasing look to avoid being embarrassed again. Instead, Yin Xiao looked at Tingyun and seemed to find something off. He had been at Luofu.He for a while, yet he rarely saw Tingyun come to Jiran Alley to buy desserts. Didn't she say she was trying to control her diet lately? Sister Tingyun is also here to buy food? Your recent weight loss plan must be quite successful. Yes, quite successful. Plus, I've met a few benefactors from the Astral Express who are very kind to me, Tingyun said, opening her fan and gently waving it, her gaze enchanting, as if it could captivate anyone's heart. As expected of the fox people, such charm could be said to be a natural ability. Yin Xiao slightly pinched his brow and sighed. Those friends from the train must be busy running around for the Xianzhou now. Have you been moving with them lately? Occasionally. After all, I'm just a civil servant. I can only introduce them to the new things in Luofu. As for other combat matters, I'm somewhat powerless. However, I heard that there have been some troubles at the Danding division lately. It seems to have been occupied by someone transmitted by the Medicine King. Lady Long, you must be worried about the lack of medicine these days. When she reached this point, Bailu suddenly fell silent, and when Yin Xiao looked over, She turned her head away again, seemingly wanting to deliberately avoid the topic. In fact, during the time Yin Xiao and the others were out, some major changes had occurred within the entire Xianzhou. For instance, the complete revival of the Jinmu is a terrifying omen. Most Xianzhou people are now living in seclusion, rarely venturing outside. This is also one reason for the economic decline in Jiren. After all, most people are unwilling to go out to avoid the dangers outside. Moreover, after the Danding division was occupied by the Medicine King, it seems they developed many drugs that can instantly turn Xianzhou people into demon shadows. Some of these are not even physical, but take the form of mist. Once released in crowded places, a large number of Xianzhou people could immediately become demon shadows, potentially causing chaos throughout the entire Xianzhou. Of course, this information was something Tingyun had heard, but for Yin Xiao, it was crucial information. Bailu, is your recent patient in great need of medicinal materials, to the point that many external pharmacists are also lacking supplies? He thought of several injured members of the Cloud Cavalry who had been placed on the ground. These injured people were only wrapped with very simple bandages and had taken some basic medications. Now that the stockpile of medicinal materials had been occupied by the Medicine King, it's no wonder these guys have been so rampant lately. Those matters are not important. Even if there is a temporary lack of medicinal supplies, there are still plenty of stockpiles in the pharmacies outside the Danding division. You don't need to take risks. Bailu seemed to understand Yin Xiao too well, as if she knew immediately what he was about to do, and quickly spoke to stop him from taking risks. Now, that Luofu is in chaos. The Medicine King is becoming increasingly unscrupulous. Yin Xiao pinched Bailu's small hand that reached out, hesitated for a moment, and said, "But Luofu is very dangerous now. If we don't solve it quickly, you will also be in danger." "I'm not in danger. I'm not in any danger as long as you're here. So you can't take risks, understand?" Bailu seemed a bit anxious. After all, if she went there, Yin Xiao would face danger himself. After all, he is also a Xianzhou person, and those drugs that can catalyze the demon shadows would likely affect him too. However, when Bailu looked into Yin Xiao's eyes, reflecting only her worried face, she suddenly felt something and slowly loosened her grip on his sleeve. Bailu lowered her head, seemingly a bit sad. "You will definitely go, right? Even if I try to stop you." "Bailu, you're the best doctor in this Luofu. There are many people waiting for you to treat and save them. Although I don't belong here, you are here, and you cherish Luofu Xianzhou and everyone here more than I do. So, I will help you, and we'll try to join the train team to take back the Danding division." Yin Xiao's words were firm and clear. Bailu just let out a slight sigh, reached out to pull Yin Xiao down to her level, and then held his fingers. "Although your body is somewhat special and may not be infected by the demon shadow drug, you must promise me to act within your limits and not overexert yourself. I believe in your fighting ability, but if you don't come back, I will come looking for you." Bailu's gaze was very determined. Perhaps she herself didn't understand what this sentence meant. It should also be said that when she spoke this sentence, she hadn't considered the double meaning behind it. Yin Xiao would fight through fire and water for her as a doctor. Then she would take on the responsibility of being the best logistics physician for him. No matter how badly he was injured when he returned, she would heal him immediately. And for the Cloud Cavalry returning from the front lines, this was a war occurring on Luofu, a war among the bountiful people. Perhaps this wasn't the first time, nor would it be the last. But in Bailu's eyes at this moment, there was only Yin Xiao, and her words were incredibly serious. She firmly held onto Yin Xiao's thumb and said, "Promise me this time, don't be brought back. I promise you, this time I will definitely walk back." Yin Xiao looked at Bailu's dragon tail behind her, which was crackling with sparks. He couldn't help but agree, quickly extending his finger to link thumbs with Bailu. Although he didn't know where this way of making a promise came from, it was clear that Bailu relaxed a lot and didn't continue to dwell on the topic. Yin Xiao also communicated with Tingyun, indicating that tomorrow they might meet with the people from Taibu outside the Danding division in a certain area. Once the general and Taibu give the order, they can directly storm into the Danding division and take back the territory seized by the Medicine King. They also need to place all the alchemy furnaces to prevent these unformed drugs from becoming a major hidden danger to Luofu in the future. This time, Bailu held a skewer of Cheong food bird, eating it bite by bite, no longer considering any messy matters. She only occasionally looked up at Yin Xiao, watching the boy who had just regained his health rushing to the battlefield, and could only let out a helpless sigh in her heart. Chapter 17. Open the door. The Ten Kings division brings warmth. Yin Xiao looked at Bailu, who was always beside him, somewhat speechless. In fact, it was already the morning of the second day. But he didn't expect that one day he would be observed by someone leaning on the windowsill. Well, no need to ask beside Bailu. There won't be anyone else coming. If I remember correctly, I seem to be watching her from Bailu's windowsill a few days ago. Why has it turned around this time? Isn't it because I'm afraid you might sneak away halfway again? The enemy you are about to face is so terrifying. I have to keep an eye on you to feel at ease. This was said by Bailu. But Yin Xiao always felt that she probably wanted to say something else, but seemed a bit too proud to say it out loud. When the two arrived at the agreed place, they saw the door of the night dock pavilion just opened, and Sister Tingyun was holding a piece of plum blossom-shaped pastry, nibbling at it bite by bite. She seemed to be enjoying the pleasure brought by the delicacy, and her mood appeared exceptionally bright. However, at that moment, Yin Xiao felt a strange sense of incongruity. Before this, he had spent a long time with Sister Tingyun. This sister liked to find time to go to Bailu for massages and would also take time to chat with him about the recent highly praised jewelry styles. This couldn't be considered a hint. It was rather explicit. Yet, after not seeing her for a while, this Sister Tingyun seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Although he couldn't find any flaws on the surface, he felt like he could see some unfathomable emotion in her eyes. Have you had pastries since early morning? If you haven't had breakfast, we can go to a nearby breakfast shop. Saying this, Yin Xiao pointed to a nearby tea house, where the breakfast was said to be exceptional. Many celestial boat people also like to listen to stories and enjoy tea here, which could be considered a rather mundane hobby. However, Tingyun shook her head and lightly smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I just think this new dessert is really delicious. If I don't eat it now, I might not get the chance later." Huh? What dessert? Is it really that good? Upon hearing about something delicious, Bailu's originally heavy mood instantly brightened, and her little face regained its glow. Raising her little head, her big watery eyes stared at the plum blossom cake in Tingyun's hand without blinking. The exquisite plum blossom cake looked incredibly delicate, with the surface of the ice skin sprinkled with tiny bits of sugar. The interior, which Tingyun gently bit into, also appeared soft and glutinous. Bathed in the sunlight of the celestial boat, it seemed the sticky sugar cake even had a slight droop. This dessert was simply too attractive for Bailu. It directly caught her attention, and without hesitation, she reached out to ask for a piece. Looking at the palm-sized ice-skin plum blossom cake, Bailu's eyes were almost squinting with joy. Indeed, the happiness of a child comes so quickly. Bailu, who had been somewhat gloomy due to the war, immediately became cheerful. This left Yin Xiao feeling a bit puzzled. After all, celestial boats were not devoid of celestial boat people falling in love with the Minglong clan. But aside from the lifespan theory, everything else seemed perfectly normal. However, Bailu seemed a bit different. Although she was not young, she just wouldn't grow up. It seemed that something was restricting her growth. If he were to date her, would he be visited by the Ten Kings Bureau in the middle of the night? Open the door. The Ten Kings Bureau brings warmth. Moreover, he himself was inexperienced in romance, and taking Bailu out would probably just mean playing around, while being chased by Danding Sea and the Cloud Cavalry every day. This really was a bit of a headache. It's delicious, not sweet, but has a rich floral fragrance. I like it. Bailu happily waved her little hand, seemingly giving the highest praise to such a small dessert, which was simply not sweet. As long as the dragon lady likes it, it was worth the trouble I took to prepare it. Huh? Weren't these supposed to be bought? I wanted to ask where I could buy such pastries since they are so delicious. Bailu's eyes widened, seemingly feeling a bit regretful. However, she still tore off a piece of the plum blossom cake in her hand and placed it in Yin Xiao's hand. Well, I got some good things from the foreign trade port, but although I have the recipe, I'm not quite sure where it came from and the ingredients are used up. It doesn't seem like something celestial boats can produce. Tingyun shrugged her shoulders, seemingly quite regretful. Yin Xiao popped the dessert that Bailu had shared into his mouth, and indeed, a refreshing fragrance spread as the slightly sweet sugar melted. If placed on celestial boats, such a dessert would indeed be considered top-notch. If it were sold in the Starship Central, it would definitely sell out in less than half a day. Unfortunately, Such deliciousness might not be tasted again in the future. Ting Yun's sudden remark made Yun Xiao pause slightly, while Bailu shrugged. What's the big deal? When the trade ships from the Interstellar Peace Company come, we can make a list and let them find the raw materials for us, as long as Sister Ting Yun will continue to make such desserts for me. Ting Yun smiled slightly and gently bowed to Bailu. Then I will trouble the dragon lady, and I will lead you now. We are heading to Danding Sea. Watching Ting Yun walk towards the vicinity of the starship C to prepare the dedicated starship, Yun Xiao's gaze remained fixed on her back, and he unconsciously gathered some blue particles in his hand. Just a moment ago, he seemed to sense a faint sense of threat. It was very weak. If he weren't constantly adjusting his battle state, he might have overlooked it in an instant. Sister Ting Yun, something seems really off. However, during the journey to Danding Sea, he didn't notice any problems. Bailu was still talking to Ting Yun about where she felt uncomfortable and needed a massage. Ting Yun also slightly complained about how the recent actions of the Medicine King were too rampant, causing many of her jewelry goods to be detained halfway, with many transport lines being attacked by them. Yun Xiao remained silent, instead closing his eyes to sense the fluctuations of his inner energy. He focused on adjusting his state until the starship stabilized, and everyone immediately disembarked. Something's not right. Why does Danding Sea have a strange smell? And the visibility seems a bit off? It was quite normal because Danding Sea was now partially enveloped in a kind of mist, but fortunately, it wasn't too much. Many members of the Cloud Cavalry could still withstand it. Ting Yun spoke slowly and just not far ahead. A few members of the Cloud Cavalry seemed to have noticed the starships landing and immediately arrived at the scene. Hey, this place is temporarily closed to the public. You, Miss Ting Yun, and the Dragon Lady. When they saw Yun Xiao, these Cloud Cavalry members were somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall his name for a moment. After all, Yun Xiao was known among the Cloud Cavalry, but he himself was not famous. So many people knew that Bailu was accompanied by this young man, but couldn't quite recall his name, only knowing he was not a stranger. Yun Xiao, what are you doing here? At that moment, Fu Xian's voice came from not far away, and the three people following him were familiar faces from the train crew. When Walter saw Yun Xiao arrive, he was somewhat surprised, but this surprise quickly faded, replaced by a very pleased expression. He didn't know why. I heard Danding Sea has been having a lot of trouble lately, so I came to help, Yun Xiao said. What? With me as your logistic support. As long as I'm still intact, I guarantee I can bring you back. Bailu put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. In reality, she had just followed Yun Xiao because she was worried about him. She had initially planned to bring some people along, but felt there should be a medical team stationed here, so she wasn't in too much of a hurry. Bringing more people doesn't really help. Instead, it adds to the burden here. Fu Xian didn't expect to bring Yun Xiao and Bailu here, and Bailu had considered inviting them before. However, thinking about the pressure from the Qiming clan, it really wasn't something to casually bring up, and the usual medical team should be sufficient. Well, if you can join us, our actions will be more assured, Mr. Walter. What do you think? It would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. Mr. Yun Xiao's strength cannot be underestimated. That's good, but the fog here is still quite threatening. Yun Xiao, try to control your emotions and don't let the fog affect you and turn you into a demon. Yun Xiao nodded, and the Yun Qi army naturally no longer obstructed them, as Fu Xian had also nodded in agreement, allowing them to join. After this, March 7 and Xing couldn't help but come over to say hello. However, before they could exchange much, they were called away by Walter, seemingly to make other preparations. Upon arrival, Bailu naturally went to meet up with the medical team to see how many medicines were still available in the Danding division. Yun Xiao wandered around and quickly spotted several captives captured by the Yun Qi army. Although they were said to be from the secret transmission of the Medicine King, they looked no different from ordinary Xianzhou people. Sua Yun had disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Yun Xiao unable to continue observing. Fortunately, he approached and took a look at the captive from the secret transmission of the Medicine King in front of him. Mr. Yun Xiao, this person's words are quite mad. For your safety, it's fine. I'm actually quite curious. You people from the secret transmission of the Medicine King are quite rampant in the Zhu Mingxian. I'm curious about what you're really after. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can win every battle. Yun Xiao leaned closer, his eyes deep and sharp like two black, razor-sharp swords, quietly observing the captive in front of him. In an instant, the captive felt a chill all over, as if he had fallen into an eternal ice cave. Chapter 18. Don't stand up on the battlefield next time. Yun Zhao's gaze was terrifying. Even the trained Yun Qi army soldiers dared not meet his eyes, all turning their gazes away. The captive slightly averted his eyes, seemingly unable to withstand the intensity of that gaze. T.Ch. How can you outdated folks understand the struggles of us from a secret transmission of the Medicine King? We are merely pursuing the most fundamental and pure essence of the Xianzhou. Feel free to share. I am all ears. Yun Xiao somehow dragged over a wooden box and sat down on it. The oppressive aura he exuded had not diminished at all. Instead, it became even sharper and more imposing. The captive's body trembled slightly, but still did not dare to face Yun Zhao's gaze directly, stubbornly saying, "You're also a Xianzhou person, so let me ask you, do you know the Fareo people?" Of course. Following the decree of the Imperial Bao Division, the Xianzhou naturally must eradicate all Fareo creatures. How could the Fareo people not be included? The decree of the Imperial Bao Division? Ha ha ha, just a demon Bao. You all say the Calamity and the Longevity ancestors are the great enemies of the Alliance, but in my opinion, the compassion of the Medicine King has given rise to today's Xianzhou. All Xianzhou people, are we not all Fareo people? His voice was slightly mad, and there was seemingly no fear in his eyes. His movements became a bit more exaggerated, and he was immediately restrained by a Yun Qi army soldier who pressed him back onto the chair, preventing him from moving. Xianzhou people have boundless lifespans. Indeed, due to the pharmacist bringing forth the tree of life that enables the Xianzhou to achieve longevity. But have you ever considered why we are Xianzhou people? While the secret transmission of the Medicine King, you people are called Fareo creatures. You are enchanted by eternal life, confused by infinite longevity, wantonly plundering the lives of others. How is this any different from those Fareo people who devour other planets? Wrong. It is you who refuse to face the truth, a bunch of hypocrites, pursuing the traitors of the demon Bao Calamity. You have betrayed the Medicine King. The Xianzhou must be called the Xianzhou because it must transcend all things in the universe, becoming that unattainable immortal, so as not to fail the Medicine King's grace. Yun Xiao frowned, not because he felt this guy was making sense, but because he found him to be mad. But even in madness, there was a part of him that firmly believed in his ideology. In simple terms, this guy was brainwashed, with a completely different action philosophy from his own, and further discussion was pointless. That is the difference between you and us. We are still Xianzhou people because we still wish to live as humans, rather than being monsters who solely pursue longevity. What difference does it make? We are all of the same kind. In the end, we will all become monsters. We are ahead of you. We actively accepted the Medicine King's inheritance, while you simply refused to acknowledge it. The captive's eyes then were filled with disdain, even carrying a sense of pity. At this moment, he resembled a fanatic, sneering at the faith of others. The expression of the captive, with a hint of madness, was reflected in Yun Zhao's eyes. Suddenly, for some reason, he felt a desire to laugh. Just then, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind him, sounding quite excited. "Young Hero Yun. Are you young Hero Yun? Wow, I finally get to meet you." The distracting thoughts in his mind instantly vanished, and the almost concentrated sword light dissipated in an instant. Yun Xiao turned around in confusion, just in time to lock eyes with a girl sporting twin ponytails. She was holding a large golden sword, her eyes sparkling, but to be honest, she seemed a bit dim-witted. "You are Kof. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a member of the Yun Qi army, participating in this operation. My name is Su Chong. I've heard of your name in the Yun Qi army. It's not surprising that you've heard of me, but I can't bear the title of young hero." Yun Xiao stood up and glanced back at the captive behind him. For some reason, the captive's expression seemed to have returned to calm and normal. The madness was gone, as if everything that had just happened was merely his illusion. Yun Xiao couldn't help but frown, looking around, somewhat suspecting that the fog had interfered with his perception just now. He didn't take the previous situation to heart. Young Hero Yun is being modest. Every time you go out with Lady Long, it is to save lives for us Yun Qi army. If you cannot bear it, who else can? Su Chong put her hands on her hips, looking a bit proud, and led Yuan Shao around the vicinity. After Yuan Shao understood some of the surrounding situation, the two exchanged information about their backgrounds. But for being a master or something, Yuan Shao still felt it was not quite appropriate. A little guidance here, and there is not a problem. It's just that when it comes to talking about the war afterwards, Miss Suchong, I always feel that this is not quite suitable. Is that so? Well, it's fine. This is the base of the Cloud Cavalry. Nothing will happen here. Suchong patted her chest and assured. However, suddenly, from the campsite not far away, a piercing scream broke out. Suchong's words seemed to have been activated the moment they were spoken. Without thinking, Yuan Shao rushed over and immediately saw several Cloud Cavalry soldiers falling to the ground in pain. Golden leaves began to swirl everywhere around. As their bodies rapidly mutated, their figures instantly transformed into the appearance of demonic soldiers, becoming exceptionally ferocious. The flesh on their faces was instantly covered by armor, pushing off all the original Cloud Cavalry armor. After they fell to the ground, they made a crisp sound. Meanwhile, the cups in the hands of several Cloud Cavalry soldiers beside that demonic soldier clattered to the ground. Just moments ago, they were sharing heartfelt conversations over tea instead of wine, and the next moment, their comrades beside them suddenly erupted into demonic forms. This caught everyone off guard. Kill me. The demonic transformation had not fully completed, but the soldier let out a painful roar, and faintly, it seemed as if one could hear his voice, unclear and beast-like. The surrounding Cloud Cavalry soldiers immediately raised their formation blades, but none of them stepped forward to stab their former comrade's body. At that moment, another soldier's body also began to show terrifying signs of mutation. The flesh all over his body began to split into countless branches, becoming extraordinarily fierce and savage. Losing all rationality in an instant and reaching out to grab his comrades beside him, before those sharp claws could tear into the throat of the nearby comrade. A sword light slashed through the air, piercing through that demonic soldier's body with a whoosh, and in an explosion, it pinned him directly to the ground. Yanqing's elite guards? Seeing the flying sword, the remaining few seemed to come to their senses and looked up. However, they saw it was Yuan Shao rushing over, not Yanqing, and their expressions became somewhat bewildered again. Stop dawdling. Focus on the enemy, not on me. Yuan Shao's loud shout instantly made everyone realize the danger around them. But it was already too late. Almost simultaneously, a dozen people fell to the ground in pain, holding their heads. These Cloud Cavalry soldiers suddenly erupted into demonic forms, and it was a sudden and unexpected outbreak. Almost simultaneously, with the continuous roars of beasts erupting around them, monsters from the abundant beasts began to rush out from the streets and alleys. The sudden attack of these abundant beast hordes caught everyone off guard, and nearly half of the Cloud Cavalry soldiers suddenly erupted into demonic forms, which further caught the remaining Cloud Cavalry soldiers off guard, and they were caught unprepared. Some of them had just been toasting and chatting with their comrades moments ago, and now they transformed into monsters, roaring and pouncing towards them. Yuan Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly heard a scream from Bailu behind him. His sprinting steps abruptly stopped, and he turned around to see a wolf-shaped monster pouncing towards the fallen Bailu. No matter how much medicine Bailu poured out, it couldn't stop the monster's advance. Without thinking, his entire body felt as if it were on fire. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and it was as if a fierce fire had ignited within him. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, and the gravel beneath his feet shattered into countless pieces, flying into the air. Just as the foul-smelling, blood-red mouth was about to bite down on Bailu, she immediately shut her eyes in fear. Yuan Shao, when the sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, it seemed something had blocked in front of her. When Bailu opened her eyes again, her world seemed to spin, and when she came to her senses, she found herself in Yuan Xiao's embrace, with his right hand already drawing his sword, caught between the sharp teeth of the monster's blood-red mouth. You called for me, so I naturally came. Get on my back. Saying this, Yuan Xiao directly threw Bailu onto his back, and at the same time, the sword in his hand instantly dissipated. The wolf-shaped monster's blood-red mouth bit into thin air as its figure froze mid-air. Another blood-colored sword light slashed upward, and with one stroke, the wolf-shaped monster was instantly split in half, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Yet it continued to twitch. Chapter 19. The pride and dignity of being called a human, looking at the wolf-shaped monster twitching on the ground. Yin Xiao raised his foot and kicked away half of its body to prevent it from reassembling. However, the surrounding environment had already turned into a bloody battlefield. Terrifying shouts of killing had erupted one after another, and the entire stronghold had fallen into chaos. Fortunately, the training of the Cloud Cavalry was still quite disciplined. The remaining soldiers gathered together, with the golden figures designed by the engineering department charging forward, sending those monsters that had rushed in one after another flying. However, this battlefield would likely last a long time for both sides. In a daze, Yin Xiao seemed to recall the conversation he had with the captured soldier earlier. The immortal boat people are essentially the same kind of beings as the abundant people. It's just that these people do not acknowledge it. These frenzied, demonic soldiers were attacking one after another, each completely losing their rationality. In this situation, the outbreak of demonic forms was basically beyond saving, with no possibility of any treatment. Moreover, this group of soldiers was still following a large group of abundant monsters. This made the situation even more troublesome. At this moment, the previously guarded captive suddenly burst out laughing. The sound was sharp and insane, as if mocking everyone present, looking at these resisting Cloud Cavalry soldiers, which seemed quite amusing to him. Look, this is your fate. Your companions have turned into this, and you will ultimately become like this. The demonic form is the destiny of the everlasting species. Shut up. The Cloud Cavalry soldier guarding him could no longer bear it, raising his fist to smash this guy's teeth in. As long as they couldn't kill him, a little torture would do. They couldn't let this guy shake their morale. However, with a crisp clang, the soldier's fist was easily caught by the captive's palm. In the next moment, the Cloud Cavalry soldier was suddenly thrown towards several others, toppling them over, and the captive leaped away with wild laughter. His body was enveloped in brilliant golden leaves that fell down, and at that moment, he instantly transformed into a demonic form. Dogs of the Alliance, dogs of the Demon Bao, watch closely. This is the true power bestowed upon you by the Medicine King. In an instant, golden leaves scattered down, and that captive seemed to transform into a figure holding a large shield, resembling a commander. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground, stirring up a wild wave of flying leaves. He sent a large number of Cloud Cavalry soldiers who had surrounded him flying back. And looking at those weak Cloud Cavalry soldiers, this former captive laughed loudly, seemingly completely unconcerned about being in the heart of the enemy camp. Or rather, this guy didn't even regard the surrounding Cloud Cavalry soldiers as a threat, swinging his long spear violently into the air. In an instant, the large number of soldiers surrounding him seemed to have received orders. They no longer charged at the Cloud Cavalry's defenses like a scattered sand, but began to attack the weak points of the formation as if they had received instructions. This is the power that you, as the minions of the Demon Bao, will never obtain. Ha ha ha. Mere ants, a group of ants, you have given up everything you should have. He raised his large shield in place, laughing loudly and mockingly at everything around him. However, in the next moment, a blood-red sword light suddenly shone from behind him, accompanied by a sharp sword whistle that struck his back. Then let me send you to reunite with that group of people. With a loud shout, Yin Xiao's body was slashed into the sky, a large gash of sword marks appearing on his back. Before Yin Xiao could pursue, a figure suddenly leaped up, stepping on the heads of several Cloud Riders. Swinging a club crackling with electric light, it smashed directly towards the figure still in the air. Boom! As the club's shadow fell heavily, the shapeshifter's body was sent flying out of the Cloud Rider's formation. Before it could get up from the ground, countless ice arrows rained down from the sky, freezing this group of fertile beasts that had not yet pounced. Aren't you a swordsman? You don't adhere to martial ethics and sneak attacked. What? Is there any need to talk about martial ethics against an enemy like you? Yin Xiao, carrying Bailu, stepped out from the formation of the Cloud Riders, holding a long sword. Following closely behind were March 7 and Xing from the train group, who had just arrived. But Walter was not here. It seemed he had gone to another battlefield with weaker defenses. Little Gray flicked the club in his hand, sneering. Besides, You probably haven't heard a saying, rules are meant to be broken. Exactly what qualifications do despicable people like you have to demand others follow the rules. March 7 also looked indignant, not expecting such a change to occur in the camp shortly after they left. Yin Xiao looked at the large group of fertile beasts and demon-eaten soldiers in front of him and suddenly felt that this battle, if viewed conventionally, might last quite a long time. But the problem with the Jinmu must be resolved quickly. It cannot be dragged out for too long. With this in mind, he quietly made a decision and reached out to pat Bailu's arm that was wrapped around his neck. Bailu, let go of me first, you come down. You aren't saying I'm heavy, are you? I'm not heavy at all. I know, but if you stay by my side, it might be more dangerous. Bailu pouted, but it wasn't the time to be willful. She understood this to some extent. She climbed down from Yin Xiao and was escorted to the rear by several cloud riders. Just then, the sky around them seemed to suddenly darken slightly. When everyone looked up at the darkening sky, they were startled to see a massive formation unexpectedly surrounding the entire square. No one noticed when the formation was deployed, but as it crashed down onto the ground, it seemed that specific symbols emerged at each person's standing position. As the formation rotated, an enigmatic power emerged within everyone. The number of the universe, observing the 6 directions. This is another wonderful use of the observation formation. Everyone, enter the formation with me and slay the enemies. At some point, Fu Xian floated down from the air, standing at the forefront of all the cloud riders. In the next moment, the light within the observation formation surged, and all the cloud riders felt as if they possessed an inexhaustible power within them. They all raised their formation blades and charged towards the fertile beasts ahead. Yin Xiao slowly closed his eyes. The reasoned sword in his right hand suddenly shattered, and in the next moment, it began to reorganize into another form. Almost simultaneously, a sharp chill began to spread out. From around his body, it radiated in all directions, indiscriminately affecting friend and foe alike. Fu Xian glanced over at Yin Xiao, their gazes meeting. Suddenly, she seemed to understand the meaning in Yin Xiao's eyes, saying nothing but nodding. We will buy you time. Ending the battlefield depends on you. Yin Xiao nodded, and in the next moment, his body gradually began to turn bone-chillingly cold, as if he were covered in frost. The surrounding cloud riders instinctively moved away from Yin Xiao, as the additional combat intuition granted by the observation formation seemed to warn them not to approach Yin Xiao for the time being. Otherwise, they might be instantly frostbitten or suffer unpredictable harm. Even March 7 couldn't help but pull away a bit, as it was indeed a bit cold. However, Little Gray Fur leaned closer instead. Hey, what are you doing? They're preparing a big move. I just think the Danding division is too hot. It's cooler to be closer. Seemingly unsurprised by the answer, March 7 couldn't help but cover her face, feeling a bit embarrassed to know this guy. She quickly pulled Little Gray Fur away, leading this reluctant fellow back towards the battlefield ahead. Little March, do you think if we recruit him into the Astral Express, we won't need air conditioning anymore? Please, this is a very serious battlefield. Can you be a bit more serious? At this moment, the external noise grew increasingly tranquil in Yin Xiao's ears, and his breath became weaker. The aura emanating from him was bone-chilling, making it hard to grasp and approach. The cloud riders avoided him, and needless to say, the fertile beasts that passed through the cloud riders dared not come close at all. Even their remaining instincts told them that approaching recklessly might lead to a more miserable death. But hardly any fertile beasts could get close, as they were all cut down by the cloud riders' formation blades. In the infinite approach of death, Yin Xiao, in that disoriented revolving lantern, once again saw that terrifying and brilliant sword. What he had done the most until now was imitation. The reasoned sword could bring him the ultimate in imitation, engraving the sword techniques of others into his own body. In that moment, a sword light filled with the intent to kill once again appeared before his eyes. And when he once again engraved the moment of this sword light in his consciousness, Yin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a particle of dust surrounding him instantly transformed into frost and flew away. Flakes of snow appeared from his palm, gathering with the light of the reasoned sword to form an incredibly brilliant frost giant sword, which effortlessly plunged into the ground. Meanwhile, Fu Xian, commanding the battle ahead, seemed to notice the sudden drop in temperature around her. In that moment, she turned her head back, immediately issuing commands through the power of the observation formation. All troops retreat. Push back to behind Yunxiao. No one is allowed to advance further. Control the Golden Man Hall behind. Her command was immediately responded to. Although they didn't quite understand why they had to push back behind Yunxiao, when everyone saw the frost beneath Yunxiao's feet, as if stepping on a bright moon, they understood that Yunxiao was ready. His sword would directly sweep the battlefield, and if they didn't retreat, they would all be buried alongside these fertile beasts. Fu Xian also aimed to reduce casualties, having the golden men of the engineering department all block the approach of the fertile beasts in front. The Cloud Riders began to back away, not daring to get closer, but they still couldn't shake off the pursuit of the fertile beasts. The enemy was too numerous. Relying solely on the golden men seemed insufficient to fully block these monsters. Thinking of charging up for a big move? Forget it, unless you want to kill these Cloud Riders along with them. At this moment, the shapeshifter let out mocking laughter, leaping high and once again knocking over a large number of retreating Cloud Riders. But before he could pursue, he was charged by the golden men coming forward. However, right behind, countless fertile beasts surged forward, crashing into the golden men, sending them tumbling all over the place. As many Cloud Knights, injured and unable to move, lay on the ground, a few struggled to rise, their helmets shattered, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corners of their mouths. They turned to see the relentless tide of monstrous creatures crashing toward their position. Then they looked at the sky, which seemed wrapped in a cold moonlight. Although the time was ripe, the Cloud Knight held back the sword that had not yet struck, waiting for them to retreat to a safe distance. Suddenly, these Cloud Knights gritted their teeth and stopped dragging their wounded bodies back to the formation. They turned around, opened their arms, and became the final wall, blocking the oncoming monstrous creatures. At that moment, they resembled the last bastion, allowing the sharp teeth to tear at their flesh, the blades to cut into their every wound. Yet they remained unmoving, not retreating an inch. With their own flesh and blood, they blocked all the monstrous creatures outside, enduring excruciating pain. The leading Cloud Knight let out a roar. We, the Cloud Knights, vow to be like clouds blocking the sky. Protect the celestial boat. Draw the sword. At this moment, the Cloud Knight's eyes were incredibly cold, and his right hand slowly drew the sword aside. In that instant, the cold wind felt like a blade's aura slicing through everyone nearby. The pure killing intent simultaneously stirred the originally frenzied, monstrous creatures, causing them to whimper incessantly. For a moment, they seemed to lose the courage to charge forward. The Cloud Knight slowly exhaled a breath of cold air, looking at these fearless Cloud Knights who only cared for the celestial boat. For the first time, he felt a deep admiration for their courage. He recalled a saying he had heard during his travels. The song of humanity is the song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. True fearlessness is not the abandonment of life, but the resolve to stand before everyone despite knowing death and feeling fear. In this moment, the Cloud Knight truly understood it all, glancing at the frustrated figure of the leader of the monstrous creatures, revealing a smile colder than frost. Look, this is the celestial boat's people. The difference between you and us, you monstrous creatures. Watch closely, this is the will of the hunt. Dare you take my sword? In an instant, his figure suddenly leaped into the air. It was like that moment when the moonlit woman leaped into the sky, merging with the moonlight above. At this moment, the sword was drawn. The cold light was piercing, slicing through the chaotic sky. The sound of the sword howling pierced through clouds and shattered stones, echoing through the heavens. Where the sword tipped past, it left behind brilliant traces, resembling a new crescent moon quietly rising in the sky, cold and proud, adding an unmistakable sharpness to this chaotic world. Everyone looked up in unison, their gazes fixed on a sword shadow that fell from the sky like frost. It was not just a blade of light, but seemed like a frost moon plucked from the depths of the sky, descending with endless coldness and majesty. With a deafening roar, that crescent moon landed squarely on the battlefield, not far away. In an instant, the sky filled with frost exploded, transforming into countless sharp ice blades, wildly darting through the air, followed by a bone-chilling cold wind that swept across the entire Danding division. The air, slightly warm from the fierce battle, was completely swept away, replaced by an eerie chill and oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, on this battlefield, the area where the monstrous creatures were located was entirely frozen in an instant, with no sign of life remaining. Chapter 20. There's always a little gray fur wanting to harm me. At this moment, everyone around was rendered speechless. After all, anyone witnessing such a scene could not help but exclaim, "Celestial boat curse." Of course, if a storyteller had been present, he might have been thrilled, as this provided fresh material for a new story. As the Cloud Knight landed gracefully on the ground, the moment his large sword pierced the earth, the frost encasing the monstrous creatures erupted, sending countless ice spikes shooting up from the ground. These monstrous creatures were all pierced and pinned to the ground, as if turned into grotesque ice sculptures executed by ice spikes. However, around the Cloud Knights who had tried to block the monstrous creatures, there was no excess ice spike explosion. Make way, make way, it's time for this lady to show her power. Without time to feel sorrow for the Cloud Knights frozen in ice, Bailu pushed her way through the soldiers and stepped out from the crowd. She grabbed the medicine gourd at her waist and shook it vigorously in her hands. As everyone held their breath, Bailu suddenly pulled out the stopper from her gourd and shouted, "Let me show you what kind of medicine is in this gourd." In an instant, a stream of fragrant liquid gushed from the gourd, splashing toward the ice sculptures of the Cloud Knights in front of her. Bailu extended her chubby little finger, directing the fragrant stream of water toward a designated location, as if conducting the flow of medicinal water to envelop those ice sculptures. Miraculously, wherever the water flowed, the frost began to melt. As the frost fell away, the Cloud Knights who had been encased in ice immediately tumbled out. They even twitched a few times, gasping for air, their bodies shaking from the cold. "I'm not dead. I'm actually not dead. Ha ha, truly blessed by the Emperor's bow division." Many Cloud Knights, after thawing, immediately caught their breath and couldn't help but cheer for their survival. Dying honorably in battle is certainly a glory, but who wouldn't want to live to greet their own glory? The sword from the Cloud Knight had almost shattered them all into dust. Yet at the moment of landing, it changed its attack style, piercing through the monstrous creatures and the dark soldiers instead. This was a compromise in battle, a way to prevent those brave Cloud Knights from meeting their demise here. After all, these people were quite commendable, and the Cloud Knight did not wish to see them die at that moment. Once the Cloud Knights caught their breath, they looked at the frost that spanned the entire square, even covering the houses and shops behind them, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Even though they hadn't directly witnessed the descent of the sword light, just seeing its residual might made them feel the impending threat of death once again. At that moment, Bailu quickly turned around, opened the gourd again, and immediately poured out a red pill. She quickly stuffed the pill into the mouth of the Cloud Knight, who was now half kneeling on the ground. It was then she realized that the Cloud Knight's body was almost stiff, with no warmth at all, his eyes tightly closed, as if he were enduring something. "Isn't it all over? Why are you still kneeling on the ground? Aren't you cold?" Xing curiously approached and crouched down to look at the Cloud Knight beside her. Yunxiao could only twitch his mouth, but with that twitch, the corners of his mouth cracked. It seemed that his entire face was still somewhat frozen and stiff, and now any movement would cause it to crack, as fragile as frozen leaves. "Your face seems to be cracking. Let me press it for you," Xing said, directly reaching out to press Yunxiao's face. As a result, his face cracked open further, and several more fissures appeared instantly, yet not a drop of blood flowed from them. "Wow, does this count as ice cracks? Do you like this skin? I can get you a permanent version." Seeing that Xing seemed to want to try squeezing other areas, she was quickly pulled back by Sanyueki. "I say, joking around with an injured person like this isn't good, is it? Stop playing and let Dr. Bailu take a look." Bailu had just been looking down for external medicine and now raised her head to look at Yunxiao's nearly cracked face, immediately glaring angrily at Xiao Weimao. "What are you doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Don't mess with my patient. Get away." Seeing that Bailu seemed a bit angry, Sanyueki also felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly dragged Xing away, bowing in apology. Yunxiao's gaze, however, showed little change. His body was nearly frozen stiff, but fortunately, the functions within were recovering quickly. The vitality within him was continuously revitalizing, and his originally cracked face had mostly repaired itself rapidly. There was no severe deformation, or else Bailu would have been swinging her dragon tail to hit someone by now. At this moment, Yuan Shao almost couldn't hold back. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have at least retaliated against her a bit. Bailu's eyes were filled with pity as she poured out ointment from a gourd and kept applying it to Yuan Shao's face. With the warmth of her small hand applying the ointment several times, Yuan Xiao's overall body temperature began to gradually recover. In the current situation, aside from feeling somewhat weak, there were no other issues arising. It was not like the first time he used this sword intent, when he nearly shattered all his internal blood vessels just to unleash that terrifying sword strike. Moreover, the power had shrunk significantly, only about 1/10 of the power from last time. Once Yuan Shao seemed to recover a bit, Fu Xuan walked over and carefully examined him from head to toe. Your strength truly exceeded my expectations. Fortunately, you are not from Luofu. Otherwise, there might be one more candidate competing with me for the general position. Counting the number of cloud cavalry, although 1/3 had turned into demonic shadows, fortunately, no other cloud cavalry had been injured or killed in battle. Yuan Xiao's sword strike ended the fight on the spot. Who would have thought he had such terrifying combat power? At this moment, in the eyes of these cloud cavalry, Yuan Xiao's combat power was even on the rise. Some were even starting to consider comparing the general's combat power with Yuan Xiao's. After all, many had never even seen Jing Yuan in action. In fact, if the situation worsened to the point where Jing Yuan needed to intervene on the battlefield, it would surely have deteriorated to an almost irreparable extent. When the two armies clashed, the strategists would roll up their sleeves and prepare to go down, basically being pushed to the brink of the base camp. Regardless, after today's battle, the respect for Yuan Shao among the cloud cavalry would definitely increase. Hearing Fu Xuan joke about him, Yuan Shao just shook his head. Not really. I have no thoughts about the position of general. After being out and about for so long, asking me to settle down and do a job for hundreds of years would drive me crazy. With your personality, you are more suited for Yaoheng. That General Tianji would definitely welcome you and might even train you to be her successor. But I belong to the Zhu Mingxian. Let's not discuss this topic for now. Just call me Fu Xuan. Knowing that Yuan Shao was changing the subject, Fu Xuan didn't say much more. After all, she still felt reassured that Yuan Shao could join this battle. At least the reliable combat power around her had increased, which was a good thing. What's next? Are you prepared? Yes. I have calculated that the head of the Medicine King's secret transmission is deep within the Danding Sea. This time, we need the train crew to help close the furnace, and then we can rush in together. Those abundant demonic minions that attacked us earlier are probably the entirety of their forces stationed here. Now, taking advantage of the enemy's fatigue and the lack of reinforcements, we must strike swiftly. Yuan Shao nodded and glanced at Walter and the others not far away. Walter adjusted his glasses and said, "Leave it to us. After all, we are not from the Xianzhou. We won't have any special feelings upon smelling the fog. Instead, you all should pay attention to your safety." After the three members of the train crew left to set off, Yuan Shao followed Fu Xuan and a team of cloud cavalry to the edge of a wooden corridor. This was probably the position closest to the thin fog. Going further, even Fu Xuan's temperament would be unable to suppress her anger. This fog indeed had a tremendous psychological impact on the Xianzhou people. It could lead to emotional loss of control, causing emotional breakdowns and an early eruption of demonic shadows. As for why those people suddenly erupted into demonic shadows earlier, even Fu Xuan was not quite clear on what happened now. We can investigate these matters later. The situation is urgent, and we must reach Jianmu's side as soon as possible. Speaking of which, why didn't that general come to lead the team personally? I thought he would come in such circumstances. He has his own responsibilities. We don't need to worry. As long as we can meet up later, it won't be a big problem. It seemed that Fu Xuan should know about the battle situation, but her responsibility was to break through the Danding Sea, and she was unaware of what was happening on Jing Yuan's side. However, Yuan Shao inadvertently noticed that Fu Xuan seemed to be conveying some message to Jing Yuan through a jade talisman. It was probably regarding his sudden appearance and his combat power. But he didn't worry about that. Jing Yuan was not the enemy, and letting him understand his own combat strength wasn't a bad thing. By the way, if I remember correctly, most of the Danding Sea is managed by the Jimin clan, right? Why do they so decisively give up this place? This fog shouldn't have a significant effect on them. Fu Xuan frowned slightly and glanced at Bailu, who was not far away. At this moment, Bailu was leading several medical teams to treat the injured. And among these medical teams, there were hardly any members of the Jimin clan. Instead, they were mostly Xianzhou people. The entire logistics team of the medical unit consisted solely of Xianzhou people, with no other Fox people or Jimin clan members. It seemed that there must be some conflict between the Jimin clan of Luofu and the Xianzhou people. After all, it was not surprising that such a result emerged after the end of the Yunshang Wuxiao period. Yunxiao had heard some stories about the Yunshang Wuxiao. Of course, such stories could mostly only be heard from storytellers now. There were very few places where one could hear such stories. Chapter 21, Mr. Walter, a man remains a boy until death. Watching Bailu anxiously directing the medical team to treat the sick and injured, Yunxiao vaguely sensed something. In fact, the people around were speaking to Bailu with great respect, yet none truly connected with her on a personal level. The people of Luofu Xianzhou, to some extent, vaguely understood something and maintained a distance from the Jimin clan. They seemed even more willing to live and die without interacting. While many members of the Jimin Dragon clan were reluctant to communicate with the Xianzhou people, although both sides lived under the same roof, they behaved more like the most familiar strangers at this moment. Although it's not hatred, every time Bailu goes out with herself, some members of the Chiming clan will look at her with unfriendly eyes. They have never said anything excessive, but it seems that when it comes to the relationship between the two sides, the Chiming clan has no intention of communicating amicably with the Xianzhou people. Among the 5 heroes of Yunshang, I remember that the current dragon sovereign is also one of them, but the storyteller did not mention this. And there are many different versions of the story in the mouths of various storytellers. That's not wrong, but I'm not particularly interested in that past. However, after this is over, I can borrow some historical books from the Taibu Division's library for you. After all, it's only a few hundred years ago, so the records should be quite detailed. Fu Xin nodded. After all, she could see that the relationship between Yunxiao and Bailu was somewhat unusual. With two such people together, if the issues in between are not resolved, it would probably lead to further dissatisfaction from the Chiming clan. These guys can really be troublesome, especially since Xianzhou can no longer withstand such turmoil. Moreover, Xianzhou is allied with the Chiming and the Huron, and it is this tripartite alliance that has led to the current scale. Given the unclear situation among all parties, Bailu's current position must be quite difficult. Fu Xian glanced at Yunxiao's somewhat complicated expression. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she asked, "Don't you know Bailu's identity? Has Bailu mentioned her status in the Chiming clan to you?" "Ah, the Dragon Maiden and Little Divine Doctor? I've only heard that she always says there is no illness she can't cure, except for not growing taller. But she's so small, which is quite cute. You haven't spared her either." Fu Xian held her forehead, slowly raised her head, and said with a serious look, "Most of the Xianzhou people actually don't know about this, but I choose to tell you. Just don't spread it everywhere." After saying that, Fu Xian asked the nearby Yunjun to step back a bit. Only then did she turn her head, lift her chin, and seriously say, "Bailu is the current dragon sovereign of the Chiming clan, the dragon sovereign of Luofu. Do you understand why she has never grown up? She is different from all the other Chiming people. She is the most special one." Yunxiao was momentarily stunned after hearing this, and suddenly turned around to look at the still small and cute Bailu behind her. "You're telling me she is the current dragon sovereign of the Chiming clan? Then what about the previous dragon sovereign?" "Oh, I remember now. The storyteller seemed to mention that he committed some crime and was expelled from Xianzhou. It's lucky you remember that. Otherwise, I would really think you've been eating free meals in Luofu all this time." Fu Xian snorted and turned back to look at Bailu. At this moment, Yunxiao's expression was even more complicated. No wonder those from the Chiming clan are so respectful to Bailu. To some extent, she should be their leader. However, a leader who looks like a little child, even with the legitimate inheritance of the Dragon Sovereign, would inevitably face criticism. A leader without power, and whose mind is not mature enough, would probably be unable to make those Chiming people willingly assist her. Not to mention that when they followed Bailu around to treat the injured, the attitude of the Chiming clan members was quite arrogant. Even when facing Bailu, They maintained such an attitude, which proves that the Chiming clan could do without Bailu as their dragon sovereign, but they cannot be without a dragon sovereign. It's just that no one among them can inherit the next dragon sovereign's legacy. So now, binding Bailu and making her a puppet dragon sovereign is not too surprising. During her travels outside, Yinxiao had seen quite a few imperial dynasties, although they were all under attack from the Bailu people and were rapidly declining. However, she had seen many royal families being coerced into becoming puppets in order to undermine the royal authority. Currently, it seems Bailu is in a similar situation. A dragon sovereign who has no power and only knows how to heal is dispensable to the Chiming clan. If Bailu did not carry the dragon sovereign's inheritance, she might not be able to survive in this world at all. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists slightly while Fu Xian sighed. I don't care about the matters between you two. However, if you decide to protect her, what you need to do is not to protect her at all times, but to let her face some things on her own. I understand, but if she encounters danger, I will definitely step in. I'll leave that to you. The mist has dissipated a lot. It seems many of the alchemy furnaces have been closed. Fu Xian raised her head, looking towards the distant horizon, where the thick fog was beginning to clear and gradually disappear. Yinxiao also turned back to look at the dissipating mist in the distance. The visibility gradually became clearer, and many things below could be seen clearly. Numerous Mo-in soldiers were madly charging towards Walter, who was guarding a critical position. However, Mr. Walter merely raised his hand with his cane, and an invisible force of gravity suddenly collapsed. With the downward gravity and the upward impact, under the repeated crushing of the two forces, those Mo-in soldiers could not approach Walter's body at all and were crushed in midair. To be honest, this was Yinxiao's first time seeing Mr. Walter act like this. Fu Xian slightly narrowed her eyes, seemingly having realized the mystery of that power, and became somewhat interested in Walter. However, when Walter waved his hand to scatter the falling golden leaves, Yinxiao suddenly noticed a shadow below. Strictly speaking, it was merely a semi-transparent illusion, but clashed strongly with the surrounding scenery, creating a very strong sense of incongruity. It was as if a completely transparent figure passed by, distorting parts of the scenery. What is that? Mr. Walter, it's dangerous. Saying this, Yinxiao suddenly raised her arm, and the sword of reason gathered streaks of sword light swirling around her, about to be launched downwards for support. But to her surprise, Walter, without looking back, brushed the dust off his chest with his left hand and immediately waved his right hand with the cane. With a crisp sound of collision, the Mo-in soldier that had been in a semi-invisible state was immediately knocked away. Struggling and howling, it stood up again, but one arm was twisted at an odd angle. Yinxiao then realized that Walter had applied gravity to the cane, which he directly used like an invincible sword to smash down. The force of this strike, who knows how much gravity was added to it, almost crushed the Mo-in soldier's body. At this moment, the Mo-in soldier had numerous cracks all over its body, with blood pouring out from the cracks. But it still followed its instincts and tried to pounce on Walter. Crush it. Walter calmly raised his right hand, lightly pressing forward. Suddenly, a small, twisted black hole formed on the Mo-in soldier's body. Before the Mo-in soldier could react, its entire body began to be uncontrollably distorted and compressed by the intense gravity. In just a few breaths, the entire body of the Mo-in soldier was completely sucked into the black hole. The tiny black hole immediately vanished, leaving only scattered dust behind. Walter, facing the direction of the light, adjusted his glasses with a deep expression. Survival or destruction, you have no choice. He quietly planted the cane back on the ground, expressionless, yet somehow appearing as if he was showing off. Speaking of which, Walter looked like a mature, middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, he was quite impressive in terms of showing off. Xian's observation was completely absent from here. Instead, he thoughtfully stroked his chin and said, "No wonder he is the nameless guest of the Starry Train. Truly extraordinary, able to easily manipulate gravity like this. With his strength, there are probably few who can challenge him on the immortal ship. Shouldn't we be more concerned about the fog around us? Speaking of which, the fog is almost completely dissipated. We should get moving." Noticing that the surrounding fog was nearly gone, Yinxiao reminded Xian who nodded and began to organize the Cloud Riders behind him for battle. He then watched as Walter paused with his cane, a small black hole appearing above his head. In the next moment, the thinning fog around them began to rush wildly into the black hole. The pull wasn't particularly frightening, but it was more than enough to draw in all the fog in the area. Once the medicinal mist was fully absorbed, Walter released the black hole and turned around, making eye contact with Yunxiao on the wooden corridor. After a moment of silence from both sides, Walter pretended he hadn't seen anything and turned back, adjusting his glasses. As Yunxiao followed Xian down, Walter quietly moved a bit closer, seemingly taking the opportunity to ask before March 7 and Xing returned, "How much did you see just now?" "I saw Mr. Walter's impressive fighting style. In a word, cool." For some reason, hearing this evaluation, Walter's previously complex expression instantly brightened. It was as if he had regained the confidence of his youth as he raised his head and said, "Back in my hometown, I could be considered an animation enthusiast." The power of the law of reason requires more imagination. You must remember, the sword of reason in your hand also needs it. This point didn't need much elaboration. He understood what the sword of reason required. Every time, it wasn't merely about imitating other sword techniques. More so, it was about using the sword of reason to comprehend the soul within other sword techniques, to feel their stories, and to experience their interchanges. However, each time he delved deeply into this understanding, it was easy for him to lose himself. This was also one reason the sword of reason was referred to as a cursed sword. It wasn't just about the negative emotions generated by holding it. Rather, it was during each deep mastery of this sword, when he sought to grasp the stories within other sword techniques, that he would often feel a strong sense of losing himself. If not for his ability to regain consciousness at the last moment, he might have truly fallen under the sword's control and become a puppet of the cursed sword. At that point, Yunli would surely be very sad, right? Chapter 22. You didn't give me time to charge up either, did you? Once March 7 and Xing returned to the team, Walter said nothing more, silently walking behind Xian. Ting Yun had somehow followed along and was walking behind without any sense of incongruity. This time, Xian's team was small but elite and sufficient. Behind them, Su Chong and a few Cloud Riders were also there to guard the logistics team, led by Bailu. After all, the battlefield they were heading to might be quite dangerous, and letting Bailu go to the front line, even with Yunxiao's strength, was still worrying. When he reached Xian's side, he noticed Xian frowning deeply. Her eyes revealed a mix of anxiety, confusion, and puzzlement. "Xian, did you discover something?" Seeing her so lost in thought, Yunxiao couldn't help but feel curious and leaned in to ask. Xian looked up as if waking from a dream and glanced at Yunxiao. In the next moment, a serious light flashed in her eyes. "You remember the one who attacked Walter, the one whose body was half invisible? Although I'm not entirely sure. I think it resembles a kind of secret technique." "Secret technique? What kind of technique can conceal one's presence?" "Honestly, I didn't even notice it was there until it moved." Yun Ying technique. This ability is a special secret method unique to the Zhu Ming clan. If it weren't for that magic shadow soldier's sudden appearance, I wouldn't have noticed. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao understood the reason behind Xian's frown. Someone from the Zhu Ming clan had betrayed the immortal ship and chosen the pharmacist's secret transmission. This was a huge problem, but perhaps also an unavoidable one. After all, the immortal ship was so large that among the immortal ship people, fox people, and the Zhu Ming clan, there were bound to be some with problematic minds. However, this time the Zhu Ming clan's large-scale withdrawal from the Danding division was clearly not simple. Taken together, a terrifying conclusion could be drawn. The high-ranking members of the Zhu Ming clan were colluding with the pharmacist's secret transmission, perhaps even cooperating openly. The person who just cast the technique had appeared nearby and was even thinking of using secret methods on those monsters of the pharmacist's secret transmission. But if the Luofu immortal ship fell under the Jinmu, everywhere would be filled with monsters created by the magic shadows, and the immortal ship would likely collapse. What benefit would this bring to the Zhu Ming clan? Aside from you and me, no one else knows this. Mr. Walter doesn't know either. So let's keep quiet for now. I suspect there are other conspiracies behind this. Yunxiao nodded, but the answer was already clear in his mind. If this drug mist that could turn people into magic shadows spreads in Luofu, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for most immortal ship people. The non-combatant fox people would definitely not be able to fend off these soldiers turned into magic shadows. The immortal ship people would avoid the drug mist at all costs, making it nearly impossible to resist. So who could save the immortal ship from this crisis? The answer was undoubtedly the Zhu Ming clan. If they really could turn the tide, the Zhu Ming clan could quickly rise in status, even replacing positions like that of the Luofu general. Moreover, the Zhu Ming clan was not afraid of sacrifice. Death was merely the beginning of another cycle. They could metamorphose back into eggs and hatch again, and the Zhu Ming clan was not afraid of sacrifice or becoming monsters like magic shadows. So, if the Zhu Ming clan really had such a plan, and Bailu had never received any news, then once the general learns of the Zhu Ming clan's betrayal and punishes them, Bailu, the dragon sovereign, could very well suffer an undeserved disaster. A dragon sovereign without any background or power would be a mere puppet in the Zhu Ming clan. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao felt a surge of anger and disgust rise within him for some reason. His breathing became slightly heavier until Xian patted his back, helping him regain his composure. Stay calm. Although the drug mist has disappeared, the remaining medicinal properties around can still easily sway emotions. Be careful not to fall into their trap. Don't worry. I'm confident in my emotional control. I was just a bit stimulated earlier. Xian glanced at him, perhaps understanding that he was feeling anxious about Bailu. Though she wanted to tease him a bit to see him show a bit of embarrassment, there were more serious matters that needed to be addressed first. Before that, Xian also mentioned the leader of the pharmacist's secret transmission, once the most outstanding pharmacist of the Danding division, a person with a heavenly flaw, blind in both eyes, yet became the leader of the pharmacist's secret transmission. Such a person was indeed quite legendary. At least in his view, it should be the result of hard work. It was like the figure now suspended in front of a gigantic alchemical furnace, resembling an immortal with a flowing robe. His feet hovered in the air, a gentle breeze lifting his body above the ground. The figure flickered unpredictably, as if it could ride the wind away at any moment and transform into a true celestial being above the heavens. This is the so-called secret transmission of the Medicine King, the leader. It could be considered the most perfect posture in their hearts, the ultimate realm they long to reach in their pursuit of immortality, the demeanor of the celestial being of the revealed dew. As they spoke, the crowd began to approach the celestial being. As the celestial being turned to look at the enormous cauldron that had lost its luster, having heard the footsteps of the crowd approaching, they slowly turned around. The cauldron had extinguished. It seemed that you all truly have some ability, having not lost too many people in the previous battle. A somewhat ethereal voice came from the celestial being. It sounded particularly unreal, as if this voice did not come from a person's mouth. It seemed as if the vocal cords had been forged countless times, still failing to find the original sound of humanity. What was destined to come has ultimately arrived. The alchemist has seen Master Taboo, and you truly are as perceptive as ever. The secret transmission of the Medicine King hides the Danding. The general and I both know this well. But without a handle on you, there's no way to bring you to justice. Fortunately, you have now jumped out yourself. Fu Xian stepped forward, his aura suddenly expanding. The surrounding atmosphere began to show subtle changes. The atmosphere felt somewhat different. Yuan Shao could not help but glance around, yet he could not detect where the change was. It was likely that Fu Xian had opened the formation diagram with some step he took, but it had not yet revealed itself. The only one able to sense the change in atmosphere was Yuan Shao, standing beside Fu Xian. The others did not feel it, probably because they were still at the back. But this is fine. To draw the star core evil into the celestial boat, to revive the world tree, to lure people into the demonic shadow body. These great sins, are you prepared to account for them one by one in the ghost prison? Fu Xian's aura was fully unleashed. Although he was slightly shorter, his momentum was overwhelming. Striving for a victory without battle. This was Fu Xian's initial strategy. However, the other party merely sneered for a moment, as if hearing an interesting joke, suddenly throwing back their head and laughing loudly, their posture reminiscent of the previously mad captive. Sins? If what I have done is a sin, then the ancestors of the celestial boat shall share the same sin with me. It was they who accepted the bounty of abundance, transforming their descendants into beings of immortality. We, the secret transmission of the Medicine King, are merely walking the path they once walked. What crime is there? At that time, the world tree's mysterious roots wrapped around the Luofu celestial boat. As if it were a living being, our tribe looked down upon the stars sea, unmatched. Everyone could attain the Tao and become immortal, freely changing. The miraculous bounty descended upon 9 celestial boats. What a glorious era that was. Yet look at now, what has the celestial boat become? Willingly driven by demonic bows, repeatedly suffering under the hands of the people of abundance, the 10 Kings' office forcing us to abandon immortality. Hearing this, Yin Xiao felt increasingly familiar, but unlike that madman. This leader has likely lived a very long time. She should be the issuer of this theory, and also the strongest proof of it, because time can represent many things. She can see through history, merely walking the path of the celestial boat's past. That path, abandoned by the celestial boat. If the earlier words had the potential to sway the morale of the army, they might have slightly unsettled the Cloud Riders brought along. But after experiencing the earlier battle, the Cloud Riders seemed not to take such nonsense to heart, because they had their own faith, their own goals. Vow like clouds obscuring the sky, protecting the celestial boat. This is their unchanging belief. No matter how the secret transmission of the Medicine King attempts to shake it, it will no longer change. They thought you had some lofty discourse, but it was merely a boring cliché. Just then Fu Xian spoke first, seemingly oblivious to the demonic shadow soldiers surrounding the cauldron as he stepped forward a few paces. The ancestors of the celestial boat fought alongside the imperial bow, abandoned the world tree, established the 10 Kings' office to delineate life and death, precisely to live again in the form of humanity. Celestial beings? Just your ridiculous delusion. There are no celestial beings aboard the celestial boat. The miraculous bounty is merely your manipulation of life and death, your wanton misdeeds. Now, brothers of the Cloud Riders, speak your slogan. Yin Xiao also stepped forward at this moment, his aura spreading out, a surge of sword cries erupting from behind him, instantly soaring towards the sky. A strong battle intent enveloped the area. In that moment, the Cloud Rider team behind him raised their formation swords high. In that instant, it was as if they were exhausting the last bit of strength within them, raising their formation swords and letting out the most fervent roar. Vow like clouds obscuring the sky, protecting the celestial boat. The celestial boat soars. The Cloud Riders will prevail. With that high-pitched roar, Yin Zhao's right hand suddenly waved, and sword light burst forth from his palm, instantly condensing into the shape of the Sword of Reason. Its edge was exposed. His eyes had long since yearned to begin the slaughter with the enemy ahead. And under the wash of this battle intent, many of the demonic shadow soldiers' bodies trembled slightly. It was as if they were left with nothing but instinct, and a sense of cowardice emerged. The celestial beings shook their heads slightly, letting out a helpless sigh. Words that do not resonate are too many. Master Taboo, is this the kid you dug out from some corner? You have abandoned power, and now, see clearly. This is the power you have abandoned. In an instant, the aura of abundance surged violently in this place. The earth sprouted countless bizarre branches, twisted plants growing from the bodies of the bounty's remnants, granting them strange and different abilities. And those demonic shadow soldiers who were somewhat timid now let out invigorating roars. As the abundance aura crazily increased in a moment when no one reacted, with a swoosh, the air seemed to be instantaneously sliced open. The celestial being's body was suddenly knocked back by the flashing sword light and was pinned against the cauldron behind her with a bang. Yin Xiao, holding the sword with one hand, pierced through her chest and abdomen. You were too lazy to wait for you to unleash your big move. Speaking of which, you didn't intend to give me a chance to unleash my big move either. This makes us even. Chapter 23. The strongest support in the entire field, Fu Xian. Yin Zhao's voice grew colder, and the battle was about to erupt. The Cloud Rider army behind him erupted with terrifying battle roars, charging towards the demonic shadow soldiers ahead. Even amidst the intense battle, the Cloud Rider army fought in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, those commanding the unafraid of death from the secret transmission of the Medicine King retreated, moving behind the remnants and demonic shadow soldiers, beginning to activate secret techniques to control these soldiers in battle formation. At this time, The celestial being who was pinned to the cauldron by Yuan Shao let out a cold snort. The next moment, her body instantly disintegrated, transforming into a shower of golden leaves. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared at another battlefield, raising her staff and sweeping it forward. The raging wind materialized into a whip, suddenly striking out, producing a violent sonic boom and explosion. A large portion of the Cloud Rider army was almost instantly blasted back, splitting the battlefield into two areas. But before she could continue waving her staff to cast spells, the ground around her seemed to suddenly shift, as the surrounding atmosphere changed. Fu Xian raised his right hand, seemingly pointing at the air. The elements around seemed to transform at that moment, vast water vapor instantly evaporating, and the air became extremely hot. The finger Fu Xian raised towards the sky instantly transformed into a formation composed of countless stars, suddenly descending. In an instant, when everyone was caught off guard, it covered this area. Indeed, Master Ta Bu's abilities are extraordinary, witnessing this scene of your strike. At this moment, the celestial being appeared to have no anxiety whatsoever. Even the wounds that had been pierced by the celestial being were now as good as new, as if they had never been injured at all. Before she could wave her staff to change the surrounding aura of abundance, a sudden flash of sword light struck down. Fine droplets of blood emerged from the celestial being's neck, and in an instant her slender neck snapped and fell off. Yuan Shao's figure followed closely behind, aiming to pierce through the fallen head of the celestial being with one sword, completely extinguishing its consciousness. However, the aura of abundance around them suddenly surged again, and a massive black deer rapidly coalesced and grew from the fallen head, standing upright. This was an unexpected development for Yuan Shao. The head that had fallen to the ground transformed into another form of abundant entity at that moment. The enormous black deer let out a beastly roar, and the antlers on its head suddenly gathered golden light, charging directly towards Yuan Shao. At the same time, the sword light in Yuan Shao's hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance, fearlessly slashing towards the energy-gathering antlers. With a series of explosive sounds, Yuan Shao's figure remained steady, but the deer's antlers developed cracks with each collision with the sword. Finally, with a loud explosion, Yuan Shao countered with a swift sword strike that cleaved the massive body of the deer in two. It didn't even have time to heal its injuries with the power of abundance before instantly turning to ashes. After taking a slight breath, when Yuan Shao turned her head again, she indeed saw the celestial being, who was now completely unharmed, reappear not far away. Wielding her staff, she again unleashed a massive wave of energy towards the nearby evil soldiers. As the aura of these evil soldiers became increasingly frantic, even the Cloud Riders, forming a formation, found it difficult to take down these combined monsters. Lord Ta Bu, you are ultimately too conservative. If the celestial vessel could master this power sooner, why would it be invaded by other abundant beings? The Ten Kings' office is stagnant and self-sealed, and the demon bow is merely a nuisance to the celestial vessel. I have long grown tired of your twisted reasoning. You don't think that the formation I set up is just to change the climate around you, do you? The light in Fu Xian's eyes intensified as his hands continuously changed the seal. In the next moment, a disc suddenly unfolded before him, and the light of the formation covering the ground surged greatly. The evil soldiers that had been charging towards the fallen, abundant entity suddenly paused for a moment. In the eyes of the Cloud Riders on the battlefield, the previously ferocious, abundant entities now seemed to have lost their ability to move, as if someone had pressed a 50-fold slow-motion button. To her, the monsters that had charged towards them like a flood now moved as slowly as snails. She could even see the trajectory of their impending attack in her mind. In a critical moment, this Cloud Rider performed a roll to dodge the attacks of two monsters. Picking up the formation knife that had fallen to the ground, she unleashed all her strength and struck down, effortlessly severing the body of that abundant entity. In her eyes, every movement of the evil soldiers resembled a child imitating an adult in a fight. Apart from their speed and power, their actions had become much easier to predict. Furthermore, in different areas of the formation beneath their feet, everyone could gather different elemental energies and direct them at the bodies of the evil soldiers. Standing in the Sun position, her figure flowed like the wind, While in the lead position, she could channel blazing fire onto the blade, unleashing a fierce strike. It must be said that if the battlefield were to expand a little more, Fu Xian's formation supportability would significantly enhance the overall quality of the army. Meanwhile, Walter leisurely raised his staff, sending every approaching evil soldier flying. San Yuqi guarded the rear, occasionally raising her hand to cast a protective shield over the vanguard star. However, in one of her missteps, she almost got close to an abundant entity, and in that moment, she drew her bowstring and shot an arrow. The abundant entity tilted its head to dodge, but unexpectedly, it was caught by Star not far away. Good news, it was indeed caught. Bad news, it was caught with my butt. Fortunately, that arrow hadn't been shot with full power, and Star only had to cover her skirt and rear, which had been frozen. Turning back, she cast a slightly resentful glance at San Yuqi. The abundant entity that had approached San Yuqi was immediately shattered by the nearby reinforcements from the Cloud Riders. Even though its body was still twitching, trying to recover, San Yuqi decisively drew her bow again and froze the almost dead abundant entity into a block of ice. Not far away, Star was too lazy to think too much and swung her bat again, sending all the abundant entities that approached her flying away, feeling as if she were playing a pure physical baseball game. Each swing connected solidly, almost knocking those abundant entities out of bounds. Yun Xiao continued to pursue the celestial being relentlessly. Even though the celestial being often used strange methods to escape, she was unable to break into the formation of the Cloud Riders ahead for the time being. Yun Xiao's sword light followed closely, and each sword strike was almost instantaneously lethal to a person. However, the celestial being always managed to escape the battlefield at the crucial moment, as if her true form could constantly change. With Yun Xiao's 20th strike cleaving her body in half, she immediately followed up with a sword strike that shattered her upper body. But in the next moment, her flesh transformed into seeds that fell to the ground. In an instant, a strange plant grew from the spot, and its flower bud opened, revealing numerous terrifying sharp teeth, resembling some bizarre carnivorous plant from interstellar legends. However, before this plant could unleash its power to devour Yun Xiao, a series of flying swords slashed at its root, cutting the plant into countless fragmented roots. Little one, you truly have patience. Continuing this pursuit is meaningless. Do you not understand? The celestial being's figure reappeared in the strange distance. Yun Xiao grasped the cauldron with one hand, standing on it, quietly observing the battle below. Strangely, even though he stood alone in the enemy's ranks, no abundant entities dared to charge at him for a confrontation. There were no excess emotions in Yun Xiao's eyes, but he could vaguely hear some words. The celestial being waved her staff again, gathering a massive amount of abundant power to reinforce the battlefield. But in an instant, a chilling aura filled the entire battlefield. The battlefield, which had been filled with a large amount of abundant energy, suddenly erupted with sharp, lethal energy. As Fu Xian changed the formation again, the area that had been suitable for the manifestation of abundant energy transformed in the blink of an eye. In a battlefield filled with a killing aura, the hunting arrows and weapons would forever make the enemy understand how death descends. Her abundant formation was broken. All the magic shadows present were merely vessels of her body, to be exterminated. Fu Xian's voice echoed on the battlefield, and on this ruthless battlefield, the trained Cloud Riders erupted with even more intense roars. Even under the influence of this killing aura, their combat power surged stronger than ever before. The strange flowers and plants that had grown on the ground began to wither. At the moment the hunting aura was released, the abundant products immediately showed signs of wilting. Yun Xiao's figure followed closely behind, once again charging towards the celestial being's side. In the moment when the opponent had not yet recovered from the shock, her head once again flew up, transforming into countless golden leaves falling from the sky. In that air, her voice surprisingly sounded somewhat ethereal. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yet, within her voice carried layers of despair and disbelief. The people behind her were all cut down one by the sword light that traversed the battlefield. The Cloud Riders were responsible for the front lines, while the train team was tasked with containing the escaping monsters. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, charged alone into the enemy's rear ranks, leaving no trace of them behind. Ultimately, only a few scattered figures of the abundant alchemists and crossbowmen remained around the celestial being. Even in such a battlefield, they remained loyal protectors of this place. The celestial being covered her neck, where Yunxiao had just again severed her neck wound. But she didn't know how many times she had sustained such injuries. At the moment, with an equal number of demonic soldiers, she wasn't worried about being killed. However, as the soldiers were nearly all dead or wounded, the pain she endured became increasingly apparent. Even now, her body was covered in wounds, and the blood staining her body was from injuries that had not fully healed. The energy within her was on the verge of depletion, and at this moment, she had already lost any ability to struggle or resist. Impossible after killing for so long. You are not tired at all. Who exactly are you? It would have been better if you had surrendered earlier. Resisting for so long has been quite enjoyable for me. Besides, haven't you heard that killing nourishes killing? Killing you is, in fact, a form of sustenance for me. Yunxiao, who once ground the flesh of the walking dead on the battlefield, was already accustomed to the sensation of sword light shredding through bodies. In fact, he had experienced the feeling of tearing apart enemies in front of him. The battle here was nothing more than a minor skirmish for him. But if he didn't resolve the critical issues, he could indeed be ground to death directly. Fortunately, he could nurture his killing intent with this aura. As the killing intent condensed within him, his strength would grow and recover. When slaughtering these abundant monsters, he felt no psychological burden. He just needed to focus on wielding his sword. Chapter 24. Mirage, come to me. The celestial being covered her neck, where the blood had finally begun to stop flowing, and the cloth covering her eyes seemed to have been torn in some past encounter. Strangely, beneath the cloth was not an eye, but a blur of flesh and blood. Perhaps, under the ancient transformation of her form, she had long lost the concept of eyes. Or maybe, because her body was originally that of a celestial being, she had never seen light, and thus was unwilling to recreate a pair of eyes that could see the world on this body. She would rather be forever immersed in darkness, dreaming a dream from which she would never awaken. What kind of general could cultivate such a monster as you? Just by listening to your voice. Your age probably isn't much greater than that of the gallant Yinjing. Her voice sounded somewhat normal again, perhaps finding her former tone in this life and death moment. The extent of her bodily damage was too severe for her to float in the air, and she fell back to the ground. Her right hand propped up her body with a staff, barely keeping herself standing. However, in the next moment, Yunxiao's sword light pierced through her body once again. Immediately after, 5 flying swords pierced through from various angles, blood splattering on the ground, but no aura of abundance was evoked anymore. The aura in this place had completely dissipated. Whether it was abundance or hunting, the aura no longer remained. Now, the celestial being South body stayed in place, neither continuing to recover nor reincarnating into another demonic body. Perhaps, facing this inevitable defeat, the significance of reincarnating and reconstituting her body had long lost its meaning. Yet at this moment, she seemed unwilling, raising her head, her voice intermittent. The arrival of the divine tree will grant us immortality and the gift of the star core, she said, her voice faltering, giving the impression that she might collapse at any moment. Fu Xian frowned at her, seemingly sensing that this defeated foe still wanted to say something. As for the flying swords that Yunxiao had inserted, she didn't care. The secret leader passed down by the medicine king wouldn't be easily pinned down by these few swords, especially as this completely transformed monster toward abundance would not die so easily. Now this fellow was desperately trying to stand her ground instead of raising her hand to surrender. Could it be that there were other reinforcements? Thinking of this, she glanced at Yunxiao beside her. Yunxiao seemed to have thought of this as well, turning his gaze around, trying to find out where this guy's backup was. However, after looking around, apart from his surrounding cloud riders, the train team, and Tingyun, there were no more others present. But for some reason, when he looked at Tingyun, a strange light seemed to flash in his eyes. Earlier, he had noticed the changes in Sister Tingyun and thought it was his own illusion. She actually didn't have much of a problem. However, the reality seemed to contradict his assumption. Looking at Tingyun before him, the The passive effect of the Sword of Logic suddenly manifested at this moment. The passive effect of the Sword of Logic only unfolded when facing a line of thought and logic that he had never understood before. Through the expression in Tingyun's eyes at this moment, he surprisingly felt a sense of joy. This joy was not from the battle's end or the victory of the Cloud Riders. On the contrary, her joy had no directed target, from beginning to end. It seemed to be a feeling of an audience witnessing a splendid performance. This gaze, this emotion, was not the Sister Tingyun he once knew. Rather, at this moment, the Tingyun standing here looked the same as before, but inside was absolutely different. His eyes instantly sharpened. Meanwhile, not far away, Tingyun seemed to have sensed Yun Xiao's gaze. She turned back, gently nodding at him, revealing an inscrutable expression. His Sword of Logic as passive effect attempted to understand the past and future of the person in front of him, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't break through a layer of fog. At this moment, the celestial being's figure slowly floated up again, seemingly using all her internal strength once more. Finally managing to lift her body into the air, she suddenly raised her head, passing through all the people, and directed her aim towards the back where Tingyun was. Seemingly exhausting all her strength, she roared, "Mirage! The Medicine King's secret legacy must fulfill the promise of the great Annihilation Sovereign, now, right now." Tingyun slowly turned her head, looking towards the direction of the celestial being. The smile on her face gradually transformed from joy to helplessness. It was as if, at this moment, a certain game of hers was being forcibly terminated, making her quite displeased. The tone of her speech also completely changed at this moment. TSK, why force me to take action myself? This goes against my aesthetic of destruction, little pawn. Her voice at this moment sounded exceptionally strange. But before she could make a move, in an instant, a sword light filled with the chill of frost suddenly flashed by. In that moment, the sword light split the air, leaving a trail of cuts in its wake. However, where the sword light passed, Tingyun was already no longer in place. And Yun Xiao stood where Tingyun had once stood. He suddenly looked up, seeing Tingyun appearing on the other side at an unknown time. Sigh. It seems that to tear apart the celestial vessel from within, I need to use some other methods. She slightly tilted her head, revealing a hint of cunning in her eyes. This cunning gaze should not feel out of place on a fox person. At this moment, Tingyun seemed not to be a true fox person at all. Her expression became exceptionally calm and self-satisfied, showing no signs of the tension that usually follows identity exposure. Even when she strolled out casually, she didn't care that Yun Xiao's sword light was about to strike from behind. As Yun Xiao's first sword strike missed, he sensed something was off. Despite leaving her back completely exposed to him, he did not dare to act recklessly. His instincts told him that if he struck again, not only would it fail to threaten that Sister Tingyun, but he might even die. At this moment, he seemed to realize something about the Lord of Annihilation. During his interstellar travels, Yun Xiao had heard of the emissaries of destruction, collectively referred to as the Lords of Annihilation. Each of them had their own unique style of destruction. Huan Hong was one of them, and now, he was not facing a member of the Annihilation Legion, but an emissary of destruction. Once, when he had wandered outside with the blade, he had seen a star system destroyed by burning wind. Everywhere his gaze fell, there were flames raging. Fire swept up by the raging wind into the horizon, howling across the entire world. No living being could survive. No life could exist in such a world. The blade had once thought of coming here when he wanted to die, but after dying many times and returning unscathed, it seemed that this place served no purpose other than tormenting oneself. Moreover, the destroyed star systems were merely those that had been passed by the burning wind. To leave a planet intact was not an act of mercy from the burning wind, but rather a consequence of not noticing its existence. Yet even so, everything on that planet was utterly destroyed, leaving no trace of the civilization that once existed. The Lord of Annihilation, Huan Hong. Now, he saw with his own eyes that his sister Tingyun was referred to as the Lord of Annihilation Huan Hong by the celestial being Chenglu before him. The skill that Tingyun displayed in that instant made him realize the true strength of his opponent. She was a true emissary of destruction. Although her destruction was mixed with many strange elements, there was no doubt that her power could match that of a general. Fear dominated his body at this moment. After he had struck out with his sword, his body involuntarily became immobile. It was as if he sensed something through his consciousness at that moment. Various scenes of death swirled in his mind. His brain was in chaos, and the world before him became somewhat blurry. He suddenly looked up at Huan Hong, who was slowly walking forward. "You had something in the plum cake you gave me." "Oh, you mean the one from this morning? It's a good thing, little guy. I quite like you. If you can handle it, then the white dew will." D. Before the words fell, a sharper sword light suddenly slashed out with a violent sonic boom. At that moment, it seemed as if the air was instantly compressed, and the sharp, terrifying sword energy split apart from Huan Hong. It tore a huge gap in the ground on either side. The solid ground was sliced open by the sword energy. Yet Huan Hong's fingers lightly touched the sword light Yun Xiao had struck out. The sharp sword light could not advance an inch further, but at that moment, a surge of killing intent erupted from within Yun Xiao. In an instant, blood energy exploded, and his body suddenly erupted with a blazing red blood mist. The rich smell of blood and killing intent rushed forth, attempting to engulf Huan Hong before him, only to see a satisfied smile appear on Huan Hong's face. "Not bad, not bad. Such a wonderful taste, and so pure. Little guy, you truly have earned your entry qualifications." The next moment, Huan Hong exhaled. Although she appeared as Ting Yun, this breath released a fierce, burning wind. In an instant, the blood-colored domain that erupted beside Yun Xiao was blown away into nothingness. However, hidden within that blood color was not the sword energy blooming like the flower of the other shore, but a moonlight tinged with blood that flashed before her eyes. At that moment, the sword light Yun Xiao cleaved forth was as dazzling as a blood moon, and without hesitation, he struck down directly. At this moment, he had never felt such a surge of anger within him. To swing a sword at an emissary of existence was something that no one could do in a fit of rage. But in his mind, there was nothing but blankness. He only wanted to slay Huan Hong right there, even if it meant sacrificing his life. "Huan Hong, come and take your life." Chapter 25, Facing the Sword That Could Cut Down an Emissary. The blood-colored moonlight crashed down with a momentum that seemed to overwhelm everything, and at the moment it fell. Even those who were not targeted by this killing intent felt cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. That aura of death was like a shadow, as if it could annihilate them at any moment. Fu Xian and the others had never seen Yun Xiao so mad and furious. In that rage, he even disregarded everything to swing his sword at an emissary. An existence like an emissary was second only to the star gods. Yun Xiao's madness was likely for the sake of white dew, and he could no longer think calmly about many things. However, as a sizzling sound suddenly rang out, everyone noticed that Ting Yun's slender fingers had completely grasped the sword light in her palm. The friction between the sword light and her palm produced a sharp, piercing sound, and Huan Hong's voice turned cold at that moment. "I had given you a chance, but since you have experienced the bounty of abundance now, you should also experience the blessing of destruction." In an instant, purple flames erupted violently, rushing towards Yun Xiao along the sword light. "Be careful. I'll help you." The figure of Senueki suddenly reacted first, raising her finger and pointing directly at Yun Xiao, unleashing a beam of light. Instantly, a brilliant, colorful light shield enveloped Yun Xiao's body, blocking the purple flames for a moment. "You overestimate yourself." Huan Hong suddenly pushed with her hand, and the descending blood-colored moonlight instantly shattered into countless fragments, causing her to be thrown back violently. She crashed through the surrounding barriers, skipping across the water multiple times before exploding into huge waves in the sea. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The opponent's strength was simply too bizarre. At this moment, Yun Xiao was one of the strongest fighters present, yet in front of Huan Hong, he still seemed insufficient. Moreover, Huan Hong was still using Ting Yun's body, appearing so relaxed and at ease. She turned her head to look at the group behind her, who were the secret disciples of the Medicine King, still wearing her unchanged smile. Extending her finger, she gently pointed at those people in front of her. As her delicate fingertip brushed past their bodies, almost simultaneously, fierce purple flames ignited around them again. In the midst of this burning fire, the various soldiers who had maintained their demonic shadow forms almost all began to transform their bodies at that moment. Just as Huan Hong had said earlier, having experienced the bounty of abundance, the blessing of destruction was naturally unavoidable. As the fierce fire burned through their bodies, these abundant soldiers instantly transformed into soldiers of the Antimatter Legion. Each soldier turned into a phantom-like figure, erasing even the last trace of consciousness completely. The virtual soldiers transformed by the Lord of Annihilation seemed to be even stronger than the previous ones, at least in terms of their aura. At that moment, the previously surging waves of the sea began to roll violently again. In the next instant, the waves abruptly froze in place, turning into a vast ice field. Within this ice field, Yin Xiao seized a long sword that was embedded in the ice. His eyes remained cold as he stepped onto the frozen sea, his chilling murderous intent firmly locked on Huanlong's direction. However, at this moment, Huanlong had already abandoned Tingyun's body, transforming it into a part of the raging fire. Burning completely to ashes, Yin Xiao gripped the sword tightly, his anger nearly overwhelming his last shred of rationality. The toxins within him began to stir. His muscles tensed and trembled slightly. At that moment, it felt as though he had lost something important, prompting him to look up toward the position where Bailu was. Just then, a figure resembling a fireball hovered in midair, emitting Huanlong's annoying voice. "I am the Lord of Annihilation, Huanlong. I have come to make this celestial vessel collapse and self-destruct. What have you done to Sister Tingyun? In my memories, Sister Tingyun has never been as crazy as you." Yin Xiao leaped up and landed back on the wooden platform, regaining some of his rationality, but he was even more worried about Sister Tingyun's situation. After all, this sister had always taken care of him and Bailu. He didn't look at the virtual soldiers, but instead raised his sword, pointing at the fireball in the air. The flame looked increasingly familiar, reminiscent of Suyong. Yes, it was Suyong. This creature's true form, from an external perspective, resembled a purely burning ghost fire. Of course, she's dead. Do you think a body used by a Lord of Annihilation would remain unharmed? Yin Xiao gripped the sword hilt tightly, his murderous intent growing even more intense. The emotions swirling in his mind became increasingly uncontrollable, making it hard for him to breathe, his aura becoming particularly intimidating. Even those Yunshi nearby, not directly targeted by this murderous intent, instinctively stepped back. And it wasn't Feng Yin or Xing Xiao targeting the celestial vessel. You all are quite fortunate. I actually dislike personally causing destruction, but that general insisted I take the stage, and Huanlong, you were worth a little show. As Huanlong's body swayed slightly in front of him, Yin Xiao seemed to realize a deeper layer. In terms of strategy, he could never outsmart the old fox. Coincidentally, that general was the cunning fox. He seemed to have spotted some clues early on, so he rarely approached Yin Xiao, allowing everything around him to flow with the tide. Huanlong's concealment also seemed unchanged in the general's eyes, which led to the general often lingering around Yin Xiao and Bailu for a while. Yin Xiao's gaze suddenly shifted to the area behind, towards the location of the logistics troops. He had just felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if sensing something had happened to Bailu. Huanlong had previously stated that she had enough power to withstand the tests brought by destruction. However, Bailu had no means to pass. She lacked the strength and couldn't withstand the trials brought by a messenger. Anxious and burning with urgency, he disregarded everything, leaving the battlefield in the hands of others. His figure quickly retreated, rushing towards the direction where Bailu was. It seemed that everything behind him no longer mattered. Watching Yin Xiao dash towards the rear without hesitation, Huanlong let out a delighted chuckle, her voice lazy yet tinged with a sense of self-satisfaction. "It's time to keep our appointment. Please allow me to take my leave first. I hope you enjoy yourselves with these actors." With that, Huanlong's body vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The transformed virtual soldiers immediately began their assault, charging towards the crowd. At this moment, a figure racing past, feet swift as the wind, surged forward with a chaotic energy, leaping over the massive city wall. The figure flashed through the air and directly plunged into the disarray of the logistics team. "Ah, who has coming?" Su Chong seemed to immediately notice the rushing figure and hurriedly picked up her sword from the ground. But upon realizing it was Yin Xiao returning, she couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Just now, she had been startled and didn't know what had crazily charged over. The aura emanating from him could only be described as soul-stirring. It was truly terrifying. Yin Xiao, don't be like this, however. Su Chang's words were cut short as Yun Xiao's figure brushed past her, heading straight for Bailu. He completely ignored her attempt to speak, looking down at Bailu, who was lying on the ground in pain. Yin Xiao reached out and pressed down on her arm. Bailu, can you hear me? Is there a doctor? Can anyone help Bailu? Yin Xiao looked around, but many of the celestial vessel's doctors could only shake their heads. They had been checking the situation since Bailu lost consciousness. Unfortunately, no one could come up with a treatment plan. Not to mention a treatment plan, they couldn't even discern what had happened. In her sudden fainting, it seemed as though a destructive aura had erupted from her body, nearly shattering everyone nearby. Now that this aura had been retracted by Bailu, she was completely unconscious, with no signs of waking up. Just then, a loud shout rang out from an unknown direction, followed by an extremely arrogant voice. Huh! You celestial vessel people are truly audacious. You dare to secretly harm our dragon lady. Do you think our chiming clan is easy to bully? As the voice fell, a dozen figures clad in chiming clan robes approached from not far away, as if they had just arrived and stumbled upon this scene. Moreover, it was quite coincidental, as if they had been waiting for this moment. On their territory, they stood tall, no longer dizzy or gasping for breath, even willing to risk their lives. The hostility and chill in the eyes of these chiming clan members felt almost tangible as they looked at Yin Xiao, who was crouching on the ground. They continued to shout loudly, "We're talking about you, you unknown brat, sneaking around the dragon lady every day. Do you have some ulterior motive? You've caused Lady Bailu to be on the verge of shedding her scales and rebirth. What punishment do you deserve?" Punishment? At that moment, Yin Xiao slowly raised his head, looking at the approaching chiming clan members. His voice was calm, yet concealed an intense and suppressed murderous intent. What punishment do I deserve? Then I must ask you, betrayers of the Luofu, celestial vessel, what qualifications do you have to say this to me? In an instant, the sword light erupted, like a raging wave, surging towards the chiming members in front. Chapter 26. This is my duty as a brave guard, however. Just as the sword light was about to pierce through the head of the leader, it suddenly halted mere inches away. With a muffled thud, the surrounding air currents dispersed, raising clouds of dust. At this moment, the sharp sword light was less than half an inch from his forehead, and with just a slight advance, it could directly pierce this guy's skull. It seemed that it was only at this moment that the once boisterous member of the chiming clan realized he had been mere moments away from death. In an instant, beads of sweat the size of beans began to appear on his forehead. Yin Xiao wanted to kill him right then and there, not even giving him a chance to react. You dare to make a move? This is the Luofu immortal boat, still under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. Do you really dare to kill? However, his threats seemed to have no effect, and Yin Xiao merely sneered coldly. What is there to be afraid of? Do you think I paused for a moment because I didn't want to kill you immediately? As his voice fell, blood spattered 5 steps away, and a sword pierced through the man's heart, splattering his blood all over the chiming clansmen behind him. Everyone looked in disbelief at the sword blade that had already penetrated the man's body and was now covered in blood. Because I didn't want to stab you before you even realized what was happening. That would be too easy for you. After saying this, he raised his leg and kicked hard, sending the previously loudest member of the chiming clan flying, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. You really dare? Yin Qi, quickly capture this sinner who is destroying the Alliance and kill him. Many chiming clansmen, seeing that Yin Xiao truly dared to act, reflected immense fear in their eyes. It seemed they were realizing for the first time just how ruthless he was. However, before these people could finish shouting, the neck of a second chiming clansman suddenly spurted a large amount of blood, and he fell backwards, his body beginning to sprout dragon scales. 2 chiming clansmen began to shed their scales and enter a state of rebirth, already on the verge of death. Yet no matter how much these chiming clansmen shouted, the cloud cavalry behind them merely exchanged glances, with no one willing to make a move. Whether they could defeat him was another matter. First and foremost, the cloud cavalry understood one thing. They owed Yin Xiao a life. In the previous siege attack, they had all been saved by Yin Xiao. For them, Anyone who dared to oppose Yuan Shao would surely return to their comrades with no face to continue fighting. But the order of Luofu still needed to be protected, so they were equally confused. Even though Yuan Shao was not a member of the Luofu Immortal Boat, he was still from the Zhu Ming Immortal Boat, and he must know the majority of the rules of the Immortal Boat Alliance. But why was he so volatile, even going so far as to crazily kill the chiming clansmen before him? The only explanation was that Yuan Shao believed that killing these chiming clansmen would not pose any consequences for him, because they were the ones who had first betrayed the Immortal Boat. Thinking of this, not far away, a third chiming clansman was instantly killed, his head flying up and spinning in midair before being pierced and nailed to the wall by a flying sword. With a loud crash, the head exploded into pieces, and the third member of the chiming clan also began to shed scales and be reborn. But this time Yuan Shao directly raised his sword light and struck down. With another explosion, the chiming egg he transformed into was also shattered on the spot. The madness in his eyes almost became tangible, as if he no longer cared who these people before him were. The remaining 5 chiming clansmen began to retreat frantically, and at this point, they even forgot how to use the cloud chanting technique in their hands. One by one, they screamed in panic, some just managing to pull out their phones or jade talismans to call for help. They were immediately pierced through the arm by flying swords that seemed to come from nowhere or had their heads severed on the spot. In just a moment, 4 more chiming clansmen fell into a pool of blood, beginning to shed scales and be reborn. This massacre came too quickly. Even if some members of the Cloud Cavalry felt a twinge of compassion, it could not stop the events, and they couldn't even voice their protests. Anyone could see how insane Yuan Shao was at this moment. You can't do this. Do you know how much we've sacrificed for the peace of Luofu? We are the meritorious officials of Luofu. If you treat us this way, you will surely be judged by the 10 King's office and fall into the abyss of dark prison, never to escape. His last words seemed to leave him with only so much. You are quite lucky to be the last one I deal with. Yuan Zhao's voice was devoid of emotion, as cold as a weapon, as he slowly raised his treasured sword. With a swoosh, the sound of the sword cutting through the air rushed forward. Yuan Shao raised his treasured sword to block in midair, sending the incoming flying sword crashing away. The flying sword spun in the air several times before resuspending itself. Yan Qing's figure also flew over on a sword from midair, landing somewhat unsteadily. He looked exhausted, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle and rushed over without stopping. Yuan Shao, do you know what you're doing? Killing traitors, cleansing the chiming clan, nothing more. Traitors? Yan Qing seemed taken aback for a moment, but Yuan Shao had no intention of explaining, turning his attention to the chiming eggs beside him. One by one, the eggs began to rapidly take shape, but their thin, membrane-like shells were laughably fragile. As if sensing what Yuan Shao was about to do, Yan Qing immediately shouted, "Stop. If you break the chiming eggs, they will die completely." So what? Haven't I already killed one? Besides, I know they cannot reproduce. But what does that have to do with me? If the traitors are not eliminated, they will eventually bring disaster to Luofu. After saying this, Yuan Shao did not hesitate and kicked directly at the dragon egg beside him. With a loud bang, a large amount of mysterious liquid splattered, mixed with a body wrapped inside the dragon egg. Once the dragon egg shattered, the chiming clansmen were completely dead, with no chance of shedding scales and being reborn. Yan Qing gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to understand why Yuan Shao had become so impulsive and mad. But it was evident that he had received some information that he was unaware of. However, the last person suddenly raised his camera, wanted to take a picture of Yuan Shao not far away to preserve evidence. As if Yan Qing's appearance had given him courage, he immediately shouted loudly, "Yan Qing, quickly take down this madman. Killing him on the spot is also fine. The chiming clan will strongly support you to become the new general of Luofu. This madman who slaughtered my clan has even driven the Dragon Lord to the brink of shedding scales and rebirth." Dragon Lord? Who is your current Dragon Lord? Speaking of the chiming Dragon Lord, he had seen one before, but this current one seemed different from what he knew. However, in the next moment, the blood-colored sword light suddenly swept in like a storm, causing Yan Qing's eyes to narrow. He immediately slashed out a frost-like sword light with both hands to block this blood-colored storm. The collision of sword lights produced a violent explosion. Qing's figure was now retreating frantically, his stance somewhat unsteady, as if he were about to fall at any moment, his steps incredibly unstable. Get out of the way. Qing, I don't want to hurt you right now. I can see that you are in very poor condition. Kill this chiming clan traitor. I have more important things to do. It seemed that Yun Zhao's murderous intent was palpable in his words. There was no room for negotiation, and his condition was indeed very poor. The previous battle had almost exhausted his strength. After finally making it here from another route, he now sensed the overwhelming killing intent in Yun Zhao's sword light, feeling as if he would suffocate at any moment. What have you been through, Yun Zhao? Do you really have to kill this person to resolve this? Although it is not the case right now, I just want to kill him. This time, the secret transmission of the Medicine King and the fall of the Danding division. These guys have played a significant role in it. Hearing this, Qing's action of raising his sword paused for a moment. It seemed like he doubted whether he had misheard something, but Yun Zhao's voice was so powerful and clear, enunciating each word. The secret transmission of the Medicine King lurked within the Danding division, while the Danding division was mostly controlled by the Holding Clan. They allowed the secret transmission of the Medicine King to lurk there and even tacitly allowed the Star Corps to enter, leading to the revival of Jinmu and the chaos in Luofu. Don't you understand? These guys are one of the masterminds. Saying this, Yun Zhao swept his sword light around, and Qing also looked at the few members of the Holding Clan who had turned into dragon eggs. The last remaining member of the Holding Clan was now utterly terrified. At this moment, the camera in his hand had already broken into two halves, and he didn't even notice it. The Holding Clan, how come I've never heard of such things from the general? After all, you weren't on the battlefield just now. Now, my patience is wearing thin. Step aside. As he spoke, a surge of bloodthirst filled the air, almost destroying everything around him. Amid the faintly rolling blood mist, Qing felt as if he was once again enveloped by that terrifying domain. His body trembled uncontrollably for a moment, but Qing still took a deep breath. His eyes swept over those dragon eggs, gritted his teeth, and stared directly into Yun Zhao's eyes. Although the general vouched for you, I still need evidence. A tangible piece of evidence. Otherwise, I still cannot step aside. I sincerely apologize, Yun Zhao, but this is my duty as a Cloud Rider. I cannot allow you to kill this person here, let alone in front of my eyes. As he spoke, the atmosphere around Qing became cold, and 6 flying swords circled around him, as if a layer of frost domain had risen, counteracting some of the bloodthirst around Yun Zhao. It's fine. This is your duty. I just want to confirm whether the entrance to the Danding division's cave has been closed. In the next moment, the blood color in his eyes could no longer be suppressed or concealed. With a loud bang, the blood-colored patterns on his body suddenly opened, and a suffocating bloodthirst filled the air, reshaping a domain of killing intent. Since that's the case, then draw your sword, Qing. Chapter 27. A little joke of fate for the two young men. The atmosphere between the two sides had reached a boiling point, and not only the members of the Holding Clan hiding in the back, but even the nearby Cloud Riders were about to lose their composure. Watching Yun Zhao and Qing engage in battle, this fight seemed inevitable. At this moment, deep within the domain of slaughter, the piercing and bone-chilling bloodthirst continuously roamed around. With waves of intense and terrifying killing intent, even the nearby members of the Holding Clan felt a deep-rooted fear. Even members of the Holding Clan could genuinely feel terror towards death. The frost surrounding Qing could, to some extent, barely block the invasion of this killing intent. But given Qing's current situation, just holding on would be the limit. The 6 flying swords trembled continuously as Qing's left hand brushed across the sword body. In an instant, the surrounding cold air intensified again, and the violent energy fluctuations even dispersed the surrounding blood mist slightly. Although he held no malice towards the Holding Clan, he believed in Yun Zhao's character and that he would not massacre innocent people. However, he still had to fulfill his mission. Even if only one member of the Holding Clan remained, he would still fight. With a whoosh, the 6 flying swords suddenly broke through the air, surprisingly forming a sword formation in midair, aimed directly at Yun Zhao and flying toward him. At this moment, Qing concentrated his sword intent, gathering frost, trying to strike out the sword he had previously cut before he ran out of strength. Now he had no more strength to contest with Yin Xiao. Rather than wasting time on swordsmanship, it was better to decide the outcome with one strike. But in the next moment, Yin Qing's eyes widened in surprise. The 6 flying swords shot toward Yin Xiao from different angles, delaying his movements. However, at the sound of a crisp clang, the 6 flying swords simultaneously flew back. The clang of the swords echoed as they all collided with the surrounding walls, each sword leaving various sizes of dents. But these dents seemed to have appeared at the same time. In Yin Qing's eyes, Yin Xiao had not even moved. The sword in his hand showed no sign of being urged, and as he slowly lowered his long sword, he merely glanced at Yin Qing with indifference. "Don't be nervous. I will wait for you to complete this strike, and it seems I can sense something familiar." In an instant, Yin Qing seemed to see Yin Xiao, whose eyes were blood-red and ferocious, yet his tone remained so cold, sounding calm without any waves. It was as if he was completely unconcerned about the power of the sword in Yin Qing's hand at that moment. Yin Qing did not feel anger at being underestimated. Instead, he felt a momentary familiarity with the aura emanating from Yin Xiao. In the next moment, the air around them suddenly turned icy. Yin Xiao released the sword of reason with his right hand, letting it fall to the ground, piercing through it effortlessly, as if the stone bricks on the ground were made of tofu, easily penetrated. But when Yin Xiao's palm suddenly clenched, a massive amount of cold light instantly radiated from his palm. That cold air merged perfectly with the blood-colored domain. Yin Xiao himself was not quite sure what was happening, but at the moment when the killing intent exploded as a binding agent, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. The sword struck by that woman under the moon and the blood-colored killing intent he had long practiced could achieve a perfect condensation. In the piercing cold wind, accompanied by that heart-stopping killing intent, wherever the blood mist passed, large patches of blood-colored frost and ice crystals would form on the ground. The surrounding scene looked extraordinarily eerie, seemingly containing a certain aesthetic of death. Like the blade from that time, his surroundings were enveloped by a scene reminiscent of the other side of hell. Yin Xiao slowly raised his head, looking at Yin Qing in front of him. At this moment, the 6 flying swords returned, all floating behind Yin Qing. Yin Qing also slowly raised the sword in his hand, and the overwhelming sword intent was about to burst forth. But his gaze was fixed, unblinking, on the other form of the sword of reason that Yin Xiao had now condensed in his hand. It was that woman's sword. Sure enough, Yin Qing, you have seen that woman. At this moment, both felt that fate was playing a joke on them. However, Yin Xiao felt little, while Yin Qing frowned deeply at Yin Xiao in front of him. The aura erupting from Yin Xiao was precisely the momentum of that woman striking a sword toward him, without a single deviation. And as intense frost rose from beneath Yin Xiao's feet, a large amount of cold air and killing intent combined, seemingly condensing into a stunning blood moon on the floor beneath him, incredibly ferocious and crazed. Yin Qing's body trembled slightly, and the feeling of being approached by the sword struck by that woman seemed to flash before him. The sword in his hand felt almost unsteady, trembling slightly. But he still gritted his teeth, and with a surge of air pushing him upward, the 6 flying swords converged into one, transforming beside him into a larger and more transparent sword light. That sword intent was formless and intangible, yet it emanated a bone-chilling cold and killing intent. Of course, this was merely an illusion caused by the condensation of sword intent. Yin Xiao could see that the 6 flying swords still existed and had not merged. However, after Yanqing comprehended the sword light of that woman, he learned to condense the 6 flying swords together and immediately grasped a sword move, Heavenly River Dream. In an instant, cold frost covered the sky, and the 6 swords merged into one, creating a sword light so sharp that it was unbearable to look at, descending from the sky towards Yin Xiao. At the moment this sword was unleashed, Yanqing also nearly lost all his strength. He could no longer maintain his suspension in mid-air and fell directly to the ground. But when he looked up at Yin Xiao, he found Yin Xiao slowly drawing out the frost greatsword, his eyes unwavering as he watched the fierce sword strike coming at him. The next moment, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, Yin Xiao swung the greatsword in his hand, rising to meet the sword light, and in an instant their sword edges collided. The violent explosion even stirred up a massive cloud of smoke that spread around. At that moment, it was as if the place had become a frost-covered world, with the cold mist spreading in all directions. Where it passed, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly altering the surrounding terrain. In the spreading cold mist, there were also numerous ice spikes swirling and expanding around, continuously growing. The Cloud Riders looked up in anticipation, but their hearts were quite complicated, as they didn't even know whom to support, or whose actions to back, but they were more eager to see a result. The power of this sword far exceeded everyone's imagination, and the duel between Yunxiao and Yanqing was a topic they relished. But the problem was that they did not want to witness such a duel in this situation. For them, it was a torment of confusion. However, as the cold mist gradually dissipated, one of the Cloud Riders, gathering his courage, wanted to sneak toward the slightly thinner area of the cold mist. However, almost simultaneously, a flying sword fell from the sky, precisely blocking his path. The Cloud Rider was nearly scared to the ground. But when he realized that the sword that had fallen in front of him was Yanqing's, his face paled slightly beneath his helmet. With a clang, even more surprising was that the moment the flying sword pierced the ground, it shattered like fragile ice shards, turning into a pile of ice dust scattered on the ground. Just as he wanted to reach out to take a look, he suddenly realized that his hand, which had been close to the cold mist, was already wrapped in a layer of ice crystals, almost instantly numbing his hand, which was why he hadn't reacted. The power of that sword was so terrifying that he only just began to understand it now. Unable to help but shiver, he quickly retreated a distance, unable to suppress his shuddering. It felt as if his body's functions had been affected, and he only then felt the cold. The surrounding air had lost its ability to maintain a constant temperature, freezing his hands silently, and now he felt a chilling temperature throughout his body. This Cloud Rider immediately retreated back to the group. Susong slightly lowered her head in thought and suddenly said, "Everyone, let me go in. My physique is better. I won't be frozen by the cold mist." "Don't be ridiculous, Susong. Just because you can play around with Xiaoguwei normally doesn't mean it'll be fine this time. You saw what happened to him. In this situation, anyone who goes and will become an ice sculpture. I'm fine, everyone. Trust me once. I can do it." Susong quickly pushed away the Cloud Riders blocking her. Not knowing where her confidence came from, she handed her greatsword to a nearby companion for safekeeping, loosened her muscles, and after what seemed like a strange warm-up, shouted and charged directly toward the cold mist. The remaining Cloud Riders wanted to stop her, but it was too late, and they saw a surge of energy surrounding Susong, actually protecting her as she rushed into the dissipating cold mist. "So cold, so icy. It's going to freeze me to death." Not long after, Susang's shivering voice came from within, but she gritted her teeth and continued to shout about the cold while hastily running toward the location of the two figures she had seen earlier. After all, at this moment, she dared not hesitate. Hesitation could lead to serious trouble. However, when she finally covered the distance of several hundred meters and managed to get close to the source of the cold mist, she found Yanqing half kneeling on the ground, surrounded by 3 shattered flying swords. All around were eerie blood-colored ice spikes. Yunxiao, at this moment, looked expressionless at one of the ice spikes that had pierced a member of the Holding Bright clan's chest, lifting him into the air with blood flowing profusely. Yet he seemed oblivious. He raised his sword light and suddenly slashed down. Susong didn't even have the chance to call out. Her jaw was chattering, and she saw Yunxiao's sword slice the man along with the dragon scales that were about to cover his body. That last member of the Holding Bright clan died on the spot, without even a chance to scream, completely frozen and covered by frost, dying without pain. Chapter 28. Youth is great. You should try everything. The cold mist dissipated, and Yunxiao slowly stood up, kicking the shattered dragon egg beside him. All the members of the Holding Bright clan present had lost their qualifications for reincarnation. All members of the Holding Bright clan were dead, and Yunxiao felt no psychological pressure in killing them. Although his current state wasn't too great compared to Yanqing, being able to move freely proved that his body hadn't reached the point of collapse. Susong supported one of Yanqing's arms and slowly carried him away. But she didn't dare say a word next to Yunxiao. After all, she had already asked this question before. Killing members of the Holding Bright clan here is against the law, and the Ten Kings office would indeed convict. So if I kill one, it's a crime. If I kill a group, isn't it the same result? If it needs to be done, then do it. Leave no one behind. I will bear the sin of killing them alone. After saying this, Yin Xiao didn't even give them a chance for reincarnation, crushing the fragments of dragon eggs and corpses one by one. If the members of the Holding Bright clan saw this scene, it would surely lead to unprecedented unity. But even without this incident, the members of the Holding Bright clan would definitely be in the same boat. However, Yin Xiao might encounter a lot of trouble afterward. It was indeed not a good situation. Susong was still pondering ways to think, but her knowledge was not suited for such problems. Additionally, having her head frozen by the cold mist made her feel a bit of headache, so she could only slowly follow behind Yin Xiao and leave the area. The blood-colored frost gradually melted, turning into the most ordinary water droplets. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to be gradually recovering, and the moisture in the air had completely dispersed. The originally somewhat hot alchemy division had become much cooler at this time. When the cold mist completely collapsed, Yin Xiao returned to the camp with the unconscious Yanqing, but no one dared to say a word. In the current situation, even if they wanted to enforce the law, they had to prioritize their own safety. It wasn't just a matter of rushing in blindly to finish things, and besides, Yin Xiao had no hostility toward them. At this moment, talking about enforcing the law would be somewhat absurd. Of course, there were still such people, but they had already been persuaded by their brothers and comrades around them. And the entire camp was silent. After handing Yanqing over to the physicians, Yin Xiao walked over to Bailu. The surrounding Yunqi soldiers automatically made way, allowing Yin Xiao to pick Bailu up in his arms. The moment his gaze met Bailu's, it seemed that the millennium of icy cold melted away. Yin Xiao glanced around, noticing that the surrounding Yunqi soldiers couldn't help but shiver, lowering their heads and even daring not to make eye contact with him. You all continue with your tasks here. I'm going to find Fu Xian and ask her to divine the omens. With that, he turned and left without looking back. As Yin Xiao departed, the air around seemed to finally relax a bit. Many Yunqi soldiers, who had been tense, finally eased their expressions, and the camp was filled with sounds of heavy breathing. In that environment filled with an omnipresent killing intent, these Yunqi soldiers didn't even dare to breathe, seemingly fearing that a mere glance could lead to instant execution. This wasn't surprising, as the killing intent and power within Yin Xiao's body were somewhat out of control. Even he couldn't manage it, making it even more impossible for those around him to approach. The constant low pressure was something they didn't want to experience again. Su Chong glanced at the gradually receding figure of Yin Xiao, and she didn't continue to persuade him. However, her desire to learn from him only intensified, as if it had been fueled by a fire, growing even hotter. Watching Yin Xiao carry Bailu, Fu Xian wasted no time and directly unfolded the compass in her palm. One had to admit that the celestial ship's cave heaven technology was indeed mature enough. As the folded space instantly unfolded, the compass rapidly expanded in the wind, transforming into a human-sized form. Since the matter involved a messenger, calculating this wasn't easy, and I would have to exert all my strength to do so. After saying that, a multitude of light points quickly appeared on the compass. Pink halos continuously rotated on the wheel, with a faintly visible little dragon emerging at the center of the wheel. Its brilliance dim. In the center of the little dragon's body, a blood-colored star flickered uncertainly. Seeing this divination, Fu Xian couldn't help but furrow her brows and twisted the compass a few more times. It was clear without saying that Bailu was in a very poor state. Even with the compass's assistance, the result was still ominous. Death was merely a matter of time, and the ominous hexagram was nearly unsolvable. Don't worry, this is just Bailu's current fate. A person's fate has many variables, such as you. As she spoke, Fu Xian gently tapped the compass. The pink starlight quickly gathered, transforming into a light blue small sword, which also fell into the center of the compass. As the starlight rotated, Yin Xiao could see that these seemed to be different massive data sets. Each star could rival quantum computers in capability, and countless stars rotated, calculating the possibilities within the data. Even Fu Xian was struggling at this moment. Her forehead's eyes starting to heat up, causing her expression to involuntarily draw in a cold breath. Yet her hands did not stop, continuing to turn the now stagnant compass, calculating the possibility of rescue. Yin Xiao, meanwhile, held Bailu quietly, not making a sound, even exuding a terrifying calmness. This scene caused the nearby Walter to remain silent as well, only pulling San Yueqi and Xing further away. San Yueqi looked worriedly in Bailu's direction, even noticing that Bailu's hand had begun to show dragon scales. These were all signs of shedding scales and rebirth. Bailu's life was gradually approaching death, and her small body could hardly withstand the curse brought by destruction. Mr. Walter, I don't know about Miss Bailu, but this might be some result that Huanlong wants. From what I know about that sovereign, she is best at manipulating people's hearts and schemes. If Bailu dies, she would directly shed her scales and be reborn, and while she would retain her past memories, her personality would cease to exist. For the reincarnated members of the Jimi clan, past life memories are like an old first-person perspective movie. Although they are closely related to themselves, it feels like an entirely different person's story. They do not carry the past story into their new life, but instead choose a new one. This is their consistent principle. Yin Xiao and Bailu had been together for so long that anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that their feelings for each other were quite good, even nearly transcending friendship. However, at this moment, if Bailu died, the reborn Bailu, no matter how similar she was to her past self, could never be the same as before. For Yin Xiao, the familiar Bailu, the one who loved to laugh, play, and was a bit greedy, would completely die today. His heart would collapse and disintegrate at this moment, completely sinking into madness, even possibly going berserk and transforming into a demonic form on the spot. Is there really no way to help Bailu? Is there really nothing we can do? San Yueqi was somewhat anxious, her hands clasped in front of her chest, as if praying for a miracle to happen. However, at the moment Fu Xian's hand was flung away from the compass, the sword and the little dragon completely dissipated from the wheel. The small sword disintegrated into light and electricity, while the little dragon slowly extinguished, returning to silence. I'm sorry. No matter how I calculate, the current Luofu cannot find a way to save Bailu. I'm powerless. I apologize. Fu Xian's voice was low, and she didn't dare to look at Yin Xiao at that moment. She didn't even need to raise her head to feel the emotions emanating from Yin Xiao beside her. His breathing became heavy and rough, filled with helplessness and no other solutions. Watching Bailu's small body grow lighter in his arms, he felt as if this little one was about to leave him at any moment. Instinctively, he held Bailu tighter, but it was futile to reverse the situation. Am I really unable to do anything? His voice trembled, filled with confusion, grievance, and even self-reproach and helplessness. He should have listened to Run. Before his strength was strong enough, it was best not to get too close to Bailu, or it would only bring harm. He hadn't listened, leading to the current situation. If Bailu were to be reborn, then the Bailu in his arms would be completely dead, never to return. Yin Xiao's mind was filled with memories of Bailu. From their first meeting to the countless times she had dragged him from the battlefield to treat his injuries. Every interaction between them was filled with playful banter, as her identity caused few to be willing to approach her closely. Her heart had always been hollow, with no one to fill it. The children would be driven away by the adults of the Jimi clan, while the adults weighed the pros and cons, afraid to offend her, thus keeping their distance. Only Yin Xiao, who was unafraid of anyone's threats and saw only her presence, perhaps became the only ray of light that pierced through Bailu's darkness. Yet this light was extraordinarily scorching, but she still reached out without regret, merging with this light. Bailu must regret it very much. If she hadn't gotten so close to me, perhaps she wouldn't. Yin Xiao's voice was laced with pain and self-reproach. But before he could finish his words, the originally still tail suddenly lifted. It gently swatted his abdomen, then fell limp again, as if that moment had exhausted the last bit of strength in Bailu's body. Yin Xiao was stunned in place, but the next moment he suddenly felt a dryness in his eyes. Yet, no matter what, he couldn't shed a single tear. Just now, Bailu had used her final breath to refute his earlier words. She has no regrets about encountering his blazing light. So what right does he have to regret? And on what basis can he regret? If Luofu cannot accomplish something, then I will. Fu Xian's calculations are based on the methods of the entire Luofu immortal boat, and there is no way to heal Bailu or even save her. However, now, his appearance is another variable. He does not belong to the Luofu immortal boat. He is an outsider. Even the power within him does not come from any immortal boat. At this moment, his mind is incredibly clear, as if he received an answer from Bailu at that moment. The breath and power that were unable to be suppressed due to overwhelming sorrow instantly calmed down. His previously muddled brain became exceptionally clear, and a large number of blue particles began to float around his body. Fu Xian looked at Yin Xiao with some curiosity, but also silently stepped back a little. She did not understand what Yin Xiao was trying to do, but she always felt that this boy seemed to want to prove something in front of her. And at this moment, the boy was trying to create a miracle that belonged to him in his own understanding. Perhaps for the instruments that calculate fate, human emotions are always an unknowable variable. Fu Xian put away the compass, but there was a rare expectation in her heart. She hoped for an outcome that could transcend the calculations of fate. For the first time, she hoped her divination would truly fall short here. The next moment, the red gears reflected in Yun Xiao's eyes began to spin wildly. As the gears rotated, Yun Xiao started to deconstruct his own body, finding the power left in him by Huanlong. That was the power of the envoy, something that could not be reversed by someone like him. But Yin Xiao noticed something. As he got closer to Bailu, the destructive fire left in him by Huan Long seemed to be constantly approaching Bailu. And while deconstructing Bailu's body, he also felt the curse within her body attracting him. If he couldn't use the power of deconstruction to explore both bodies, this detail was not something an ordinary person could calculate. Fu Xian's fate calculations were entirely based on resolving or suppressing the curse at its source, rather than through special means. But at the moment he realized this detail, Yun Zhao's heart began to race. He saw the glimmer of hope, the hope of saving Bailu. Without any hesitation, he half-kneeled on the ground while holding Bailu's body, gently lowering himself to completely wrap her figure with his back. For some reason, Xing suddenly whistled, but the next moment, she was immediately silenced by San Yuqi, who pressed her mouth shut, even though she was blushing and still firmly held Xing's mouth to keep her quiet. Walter adjusted his slightly reflective glasses and turned to look at Fu Xian beside him. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, how old is Miss Bailu this year? The ages of the Qi Ming clan generally are below 600. Based on Miss Bailu's physique, excluding her, she is over 200 this year, but still looks like a child. There must be a special reason for that. Oh, over 200, then it's fine. She should be legal. Walter adjusted his glasses again. The reflection in front of his eyes disappeared, but he seemed to have aged a few years as he sighed. Ah, being young is indeed good. You can eat anything and everything is good to eat. Mr. Walter, isn't your statement a bit dangerous? Chapter 29. No more comments like this next time. Looking at Bailu, whose breath was gradually stabilizing as she lay peacefully on the boat. After consuming the medicine from her gourd, her breath began to calm down. The pain brought on by the curse had vanished, and the dragon scale contours that had appeared on her face faded away. She seemed to be sleeping particularly soundly, even drooling, as if she were having a good dream and eating something delicious. However, Fu Xian turned back and looked at Yin Xiao not far away, unable to help but sigh. The boat slowly approached the shore, and after a slight sway, Yin Xiao opened his eyes. At this moment, nothing seemed off from the outside. But Fu Xian was particularly sensitive to his aura, and Walter was also constantly monitoring Yin Zhao's physical condition. Although there were no obvious changes around, when the boat moved over the sea, a clear ice mark was left at the stern. However, this ice mark disappeared in an instant, completely dissipating on the water surface. At this moment, the killing intent radiating from Yin Zhao's body was not intense, but extremely pure. It was even purer than any previous killing intent he had ever felt. The aura of destruction rampaged within him, even affecting his mental state. He kept his eyes closed, trying to suppress the curse within him with the killing intent he had refined. Fortunately, he succeeded, but the power of destruction was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, it was the curse implanted in him by Huanlong rather than being a curse. This thing looked more like a seed. A seed representing destruction had taken root within him. He feared that in the upcoming battle, Yin Xiao might be severely hindered by this seed. But he still had to go, This battle could not resolve the threat posed by Huanlong. If he did not face Huanlong this time, the seed within him would always remain a hidden danger. His thoughts were simple. He wanted to confront Huanlong fiercely, even if the opponent was the Lord of Annihilation. To him, they were just a powerful enemy. There would be injuries, there would be blood, and then his sword could reach the opponent, whether they were a god or a human. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, but it's best not to get close to me right now, or you will be hurt by the killing intent on me. Saying this, he reached out to support himself on the railing of the wooden boat. In the blink of an eye, a part of that railing suddenly shattered. It was as if countless sword energies had simultaneously struck it, directly cutting the starwood railing into numerous cracks. Yet Yin Xiao had not even drawn his sword. He hadn't even unleashed his sword energy. Merely the condensation of his killing intent achieved this. This left the people in front of him exchanging glances, and Fu Xian gestured for the female cloud rider beside her to step forward and carry Bailu from the bow of the boat, landing first to confirm that there was no danger around. The place they arrived at was the familiar beach, the territory of the Qiming clan. The beach of the Scale Abyss was empty, but many rich creatures could be seen wandering around. However, it seemed these creatures were affected by some force, unable to precisely lock onto them. After some distance, these creatures couldn't even sense their presence. Once everyone had walked down from the Starwood boat, Fu Xian took out her storage cave and stored the slightly damaged boat. When Yun Xiao stepped down, he suddenly looked around at the scenery. It seemed that when he was dropped by the blade, he had landed right here. At that time, he didn't quite understand the situation around him and bumped into that white-haired woman. To be honest, who exactly that woman was, he would believe if someone said she was the current head of Luofu. Such unique swordsmanship would be hard to find a second person in this universe. Just as Yin Xiao was lost in thought, for some unknown reason, Bailu, who had been sleeping, suddenly stretched. After yawning widely, she rubbed her eyes and opened her watery big eyes. Is it morning already? Feeling a bit hungry. Where is this? Bailu woke up and immediately posed the soul's 3 questions, her little head feeling dizzy. The female, Yunqi, quickly set Bailu down, and only then did Bailu turn her head to scan the other people present. She pointed a little finger at the corner of her mouth. Strange. I remember I should have been behind the Yunqi army's camp. How did I end up here? This should be the Linyuan realm. Miss Bailu, don't you remember what you just went through? I just have a bit of a headache. It feels like my head is about to explode. So I chose to take a nap. Usually this kind of sudden illness goes away after a good sleep. Bailu's expression was quite calm, seemingly having no impression of what just happened. But when her gaze swept around the crowd several times, she finally found the figure she was looking for. However, Yin Xiao immediately dodged the moment their eyes met, always hiding just out of sight of the nearby people. But this time, it seemed that he wanted to take a closer look at Bailu, so he was noticed by her. Hey, why are you running away? I'm awake now. Aren't you happy? She immediately pushed away the figure next to her and was about to rush towards Yin Xiao. However, her figure was immediately blocked by San Yuqi, preventing her from breaking through the last line of defense. Miss Bailu, calm down. It's very dangerous next to him. Don't get close. Dangerous? I think he looks pretty dangerous right now. Let me check his body first. Seeing Bailu's stubbornness, San Yuqi felt a bit of a headache. Just then, Yin Xiao took the initiative to walk over, and the temperature around them suddenly began to drop. San Yuqi couldn't help but shiver, feeling that it was not just cold, but a chilling aura. She nervously pulled back some distance, but at the same time, she extended a hand to protect Bailu closely. However, it was obvious that Bailu found it bothersome and pushed her arm away, immediately running to Yin Xiao's side. Yin Xiao remained silent, quietly half kneeling on the ground, extending his open hand towards Bailu. Bailu immediately grabbed Yin Xiao's arm. But what surprised the onlookers was that there were no bloodstains caused by the killing intent they had expected to erupt from Bailu. Bailu's delicate little hand began to feel around Yin Xiao's arm, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully you didn't encounter any danger. I'm quite angry right now. You can't just placate me with a couple of desserts. What are you angry about this time? Because you know in your heart, if you say you regret getting so close to me again, I really will ignore you completely. After saying this, Bailu crossed her arms and walked forward, seemingly not sensing the low pressure around her at all. Or rather, that pressure would immediately dissipate the moment it got close to Bailu, becoming remarkably stable and calm, as if it unconsciously turned incredibly gentle. As if unwilling to harm Bailu, a semi-transparent aura quietly enveloped her. This scene caused the expressions of the surrounding people to become peculiar, yet they also seemed to share a knowing smile and didn't say anything. However, at that moment, Yin Xiao suddenly made a move without warning. The blue sword light flashed through the air like a shooting star, and before anyone could react, it struck the nearby air. That patch of air gradually dispersed, transforming into the body of a phantom soldier that floated into existence and fell to the ground with a thud. The mask shattered, leaving no trace behind. Yin Xiao raised his hand to retract the reason sword, and Fu Xian turned to look at the phantom soldier's corpse lying on the ground, which began to burn in purple flames. Unable to help but frown, he said as expected, "The demon shadows, transformed by the Star Core, have been completely converted into the bodies of phantom soldiers by the illusion. This power is terrifying. Even now, I feel like I could be transformed at any moment." Yin Xiao frowned, covering his chest, while Bailu suddenly looked up in shock. She wanted to ask something, but was met with Yin Xiao shaking his head slightly, then sulkingly lowering his head, seemingly intending to ignore everyone for 5 minutes. But before the group could continue down the path, suddenly, Jing Yuan's cheerful voice rang out in front of them. "I didn't expect we would arrive first. Has Fu Qin been delayed by something? Just a small matter, nothing serious now. The important things have already been reported. No need for me to repeat them." Jing Yuan nodded. Soon, everyone gathered together, but it seemed that there was one more person among the train group members. With dragon horns on his head, handsome features, and a flowing blue robe, this imposing figure caught Yin Xiao's attention, reminding him of the dragon statue behind them. It couldn't be a coincidence. It looked almost identical. Could this be the actual holder of the Minglong? Yin Xiao thought of the previous Dragon Lord who had been removed from the list by the immortal ship. The issue with the Dragon Lord's inheritance had led to Bailu becoming the current Dragon Lord. Only a Dragon Lord would grow dragon horns and have a dragon tail behind them, just like Bailu now. When Bailu saw Dan Heng, she couldn't help but stare blankly. Dan Heng also looked over, but when he saw Yin Xiao, he couldn't help but frown and walk forward. It seemed he subtly protected San Yu and Xing as he approached Yin Xiao, extending his hand. Dan Heng, a member of the train group. San Yu Qi and their companion. Right? Nice to meet you. I am from the Zhu Ming immortal ship. Just call me Yin Xiao. However, Mr. Yin Xiao, I have a question for you. Why do you have the aura of dragon sin on you? How many members of the Minglong clan did you kill just now? And how many of their eggs did you break, cutting off their hope of reincarnation? Chapter 30. The sword drawn without regret, as long as it can reach any existence with the sword light. Hearing this, Jing Yuan, who had been discussing the battle situation with Fu Xian, lifted his head. He glanced over here, noticing that although Dan Heng and Yin Xiao were shaking hands, the atmosphere was a bit off, with both sides exuding a tense energy. Yin Xiao struggled to suppress his aura due to the destruction seed, while Dan Heng revealed some hostility and glanced at Bailu next to Yin Xiao, unable to help but frowned slightly. Killing members of the Minglong clan and cutting off their chance of rebirth, this was a bit much. San Yu Qi seemed surprised and puzzled as to why Yin Xiao would do something so cruel. Because they deserve to die, that's all. I don't care if they had any debts to the Luofu immortal ship or the immortal ship alliance. They committed an unforgivable mistake, and they deserve to die. The light in Yin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, yet he reined in that sharp expression. Dan Heng wanted to say something, but he heard Bailu speak up suddenly. There must be some misunderstanding here, and I don't think he would kill innocents indiscriminately. Mr. Dan Heng, please don't be so aggressive. It might make you a bit hot-headed. Seeing Bailu speak up, Dan Heng silently relaxed his grip. In truth, he wasn't being aggressive, at most. He was just curious and came to inquire. After all, he was no longer the Minglong Dragon Lord and had no real interest in the fate of the Minglong clan in this place. Fu Xian and Jing Yuan seemed to have conveyed some intelligence to each other. After Jing Yuan listened, he furrowed his brows slightly and sighed. At this point, this is likely part of the illusion plan. Continuing to pursue this is meaningless. However, can Fu Qin guarantee Yin Xiao's physical condition? At the very least, I feel that this young man has the ability to master it perfectly, and this is also his own will. If he does not face the illusion, his body might not hold up, Jingyuan nodded, and after that, everyone briefly discussed the previous situation, while Yunxiao temporarily did not continue to follow the others. After all, he had even heard the appearance of Ren just now. Although Jingyuan did not mention that he was Ren's disciple, Danheng's gaze was always subtly directed towards this place, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this moment, it was natural for him to leave so as not to disturb everyone's discussion about the upcoming plan. He only needed to be responsible for wielding his sword, after all. However, Bailu followed him to a nearby ruin, looking at the distant ocean, and then glanced at the worried Bailu beside her. Bailu's eyes seemed to be slightly red, and at this moment, she couldn't help but lower her head. "I'm sorry," she said, having secretly gone to find Fushuan earlier to inquire about Yunxiao's condition, which is how she learned about what happened earlier. Although she was confused about her own fainting, she was also a physician and now understood how terrifying the curse within Yunxiao's body was. Unable to bear it, she fainted almost instantly and was even on the brink of rebirth, dying in such a silent environment, only to be replaced by the next version of herself, was something that Bailu found quite hard to accept. What is there to apologize for? I have made up my mind to protect you, and I won't let you die in front of me. After all, you are the most important person to me. Yunxiao lowered his head, glanced at Bailu beside him, then raised his head to look at the shimmering surface of the sea, as if the depth of the ocean could swallow all worries and unease. Indeed, at this moment, his heart was turbulent, a trace of undetectable tension quietly spreading. It was utterly impossible to say that he did not feel anxious at this time. He knew who the enemy he was about to face was and how terrifying they could be. That was a messenger of destruction, a monster capable of annihilating an entire galaxy with a mere gesture. Facing such an enemy, to be honest, he even had the impulse to commit suicide on the spot with his sword, rather than being tormented to death by such a messenger. It would be better to give himself a quick end. However, not to mention he wouldn't do such a thing. Even the fleeting fantasy in his mind was extinguished immediately. He would not do that. The blood on the sword in his hand could only be that of the enemy, and absolutely not his own. This was the dignity of a swordsman and a sense of pride that was ingrained in his bones. Avoidance was not his choice. Even when facing the abyss of despair, he would tread a path to survival with an indomitable will. However, at the moment of facing death, he still felt more nervous than he had anticipated. Death row inmates are usually not nervous when facing imminent death. The pain and torment often come when they are about to step onto the execution ground. He looked at the ocean before him, which somewhat helped to settle his inner pain and tension. For now, this was the only way to relieve the oppressive emotions within him. Before facing that illusion, what he needed to do was to adjust his current state. Bailu's slightly reddened face lowered a bit. She raised her head as if wanting to say something, but upon seeing Yunxiao with his eyes closed in meditation, quietly sitting next to her, she didn't know how to start. She could only irritably scratch her hair, feeling as if she was sulking, and pounded a few times on her thigh. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and abruptly stood up from her spot. Her little legs stood on the rocks beside Yunxiao. Just as Yunxiao looked up in confusion at her, he suddenly saw Bailu pull something out of the gourd. Without saying a word, she stuffed it into her mouth. "Swallow it, don't spit it out." In fact, there was no need to say. Yunxiao wouldn't spit out the medicine Bailu gave him. After all, it couldn't be poison, so he had nothing to worry about. However, at the moment this medicine entered his stomach, Yunxiao suddenly felt something. Being extremely sensitive to the aura within his body, how could he not notice the change occurring inside him? It was a small purple round pill, but unlike other pills that would settle in his stomach, this one actually floated inside him. An endless vitality spread out, replenishing the life essence that had been depleted within his body instantly. Just when Yunxiao felt something was amiss, Bailu's face turned slightly pale, but she raised her neck and took several gulps of medicine from the gourd, wiping her mouth that still had traces of the medicine. She looked quite like a child trying to act grown up. "Don't think about spitting it out. From now on, I'm going to stick with you. From today, we live and die together. If you really die in that battle, I will follow right after you. Even if I die, you can't get rid of me." As she spoke, Bailu puffed out her cheeks, her gaze incredibly sincere, showing no hint of childishness. Perhaps for Bailu, this would be the most crucial decision of her life, as well as her most reckless and willful, but it was a decision she had truly made. She didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to watch Yin Xiao die. He was the only one here who would indulge her, accompany her in her antics, eat, drink, and play with her, the one who truly protected her. After encountering such a light, she no longer wanted to return to her previous days. Without him, Bailu felt that life might not be as interesting. Perhaps rebirth into another version of herself wouldn't be that bad. Yin Xiao lowered his eyes, looking at Bailu's serious face in front of him, but for some reason, the tense expression on his face seemed to soften, like an iceberg melting. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up into a faint smile. As a dragon lord, you are quite willful enough to indulge this outsider. Aren't you afraid of the chiming clan causing a ruckus? Who cares about them? Didn't you kill them all? That was good. Although as a physician, I shouldn't say this, but if they were at fault first, you've cleared out these evil guys for Luofu. Luofu will thank you. Bailu said this with her hands on her hips, filled with righteous indignation, showing no sorrow for her fallen kin, just as the two leaned against the rocks, adjusting their emotions while gazing at the distant ocean. Suddenly, the sky around them darkened. A golden light enveloped the heavens, rushing towards a vortex in the sky. Yin Xiao immediately stood up, holding Bailu in one arm, leaping a few steps back to the vicinity of the statue. At that moment, countless rings of water flowed around Dan, and with a point of his finger, accompanied by the humming of the Dragon Lord statue, the distant ocean split apart with a loud roar, almost instantly opening a path leading deep into the Jianshu. That path was the palace of the Chiming clan, meant to seal the mysterious root of Jianshu for eternity. At this moment, with Jianshu awakening and the seal opening, it was naturally not a problem. If they did not delve into the range of Jianshu, how could they engage in battle with the illusion? However, this scene of the ocean parting was truly shocking. The sea resembled a massive slab of ice, forcibly split apart by that invisible force, forming an incredibly unreasonable sight on both sides. It created a uniquely shaped and spectacular water wall. This was the power of the Dragon Lord, moving mountains and filling seas, all in the blink of an eye. Yin Xiao sighed and turned back to glance at the slowly descending Dan. The arrangements here were almost complete. The Cloud Cavalry, who had been sweeping the area, rushed back and formed a formation. General Jinyuan also deployed his plans for the rear. If the tidal wave of Longgong closed, it would mean that Luofu was completely finished, and they would need to seek rescue from other celestial ships. This battle was a conflict between envoys, and it wouldn't be small. At the same time, Xufeng needed to be prepared to take over the general's position at any moment after this. General Jinyuan, how confident are you in this battle? 70-30, I and Huanlong, but we rely on your assistance. We will definitely win this battle. However, as he said this, Jinyuan turned back to look at Yin Xiao, whose expression was somewhat complex. He seemed to think of something and patted his head, saying, by the way, your sister Yunli and the others flying ship are actually almost near Luofu. But due to the special situation here, they're not allowed to enter, so they can't come in for now. They will have to wait until this matter is over. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao felt much more relaxed. This incident was terrifyingly strange, and he really didn't want Yunli to foolishly step in. Thank you, General. With this, I have fewer worries. How about it? During this time spent with the Dragon Maiden, do you have any regrets? Maybe at first, but now, she won't regret it. Why should I be pretentious? Now, I have my own things to face, and that is to kill. Chapter 31 Huanlong. There's no need for more words. First, take my sword. Jing Yuan revealed a satisfied smile, and, along with the train crew and Yin Xiao, entered the interior of the Longgong. Bailu did not follow inside, but sat cross-legged outside, waiting with Xufeng and the others. Holding a medicinal gourd, her expression was serious and tense, as if she was ready to drink all the potion in one go. Please, let nothing happen. You must come back alive. Seeing Bailu's anxious demeanor, Xufeng took a deep breath, pressed her palm against the compass, and then slightly relaxed. She believed that the general would surely return victorious. Fate is sometimes unpredictable. The young man just now had allowed her to witness this scene, and she was willing to believe once more. There were still many bountiful substances in the Longgong, but they seemed to be heavily suppressed by the dragon energy. Their aura and strength could barely exert 1/10, making them too weak. Everyone was too lazy to clean up the substances along the way and headed straight for the dragon head of the Jinmu, the mysterious root of Jianmu. Under years of suppression by the dragon energy, had gradually taken on the form of a dragon. From a distance, it looked like a glowing dragon head, appearing so sacred. However, upon getting closer, one could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Jinmu. The continuous life force spread out, and if they did not want to be invaded, they could only use their full strength to resist. Fortunately, General Jing Yuan was stationed here. At the moment he raised his hand, a massive amount of thunder instantly shattered the aura around Jinmu. Amidst the interweaving of golden thunder, a huge divine figure emerged behind him. That was General Jing Yuan's deity. Of course, he had a very long full name. It seemed to be called the Supreme Thunder Sovereign of the Divine Xia, Total Commander of Thunder, Lightning, Demon Pursuit, and Purification. One really didn't know how long Lord Tabu had been thinking about this position to be able to recite this name completely every time. As they advanced, they passed by several murals depicting the legends of the Chiming clan. Even after being submerged in the sea for who knows how long, the history of the Chiming clan was still written perfectly. Yin Xiao, however, showed no interest in this and immediately followed everyone into the world of Jinmu after stepping onto the road. This place was extremely similar to a cave heaven, possessing a unique space. Amidst the swirling celestial mist, it felt as if they were walking above a sea of clouds. As everyone stepped forward, they hardly needed to look closely. They could all see that not far away, suspended in the air, was a golden lotus flower. The strange lotus floated in the air, and at its center, a brilliant flame flickered. To be honest, this version of Huanlong reminded Yun Xiao of a creature. Both were wrapped in flames, almost identical to this one. This creature couldn't possibly have its true form be a solar entity, could it? Just as Yin Xiao was about to get closer, he suddenly sensed something was off. The curse of destruction in his chest reacted immediately, beating like a heart. With each beat, Yin Xiao felt his spirit being violently impacted. However, this reaction only lasted for a moment before disappearing. In its place, a playful voice from Huanlong came. "Dear benefactors, you are really impatient. I just finished dressing up, and you can't wait to enter?" As the lotus enveloped the flame, strands of fragrance began to spread. A unique and bountiful aroma instantly filled the surrounding air. This scent had little effect on most people, but the celestial ship people felt it very distinctly. Both Jing Yuan and Yin Xiao instinctively gathered their strength to block the bountiful aura outside. The reason was simple. This aura had the function of catalyzing the demonic body. Yin Xiao naturally did not dare to take it head-on, and Jing Yuan was even more vigilant, directly unleashing thunder, raising the formation blade, and cleaving through the onslaught of that aura. "Huanlong, don't flaunt such unrefined power here. Since you've come, are you afraid to reveal your true form? I've heard for a long time that the generals of the celestial ships are never merciful with their words. Today I have finally seen it." At that moment, the lotus wrapped around the fireball suddenly bloomed. As that enormous figure emerged in midair, everyone suddenly looked at the gigantic figure. Indeed, it was immensely large. Even if everyone present joined forces, they would probably not be able to surround it. At this time, Huanlong's body was nearly as tall as a 5- or 6-story building. Holding a fan in hand, swaying it leisurely. Her silk-like short hair and jade-like eyes swayed slightly. And if Yun Xiao's earlier guess was correct, then this creature should be a body shaped using Jinmu. How about it? This body I casually shaped is quite something. I must say, Jinmu's power is indeed astonishing, and its bounty is truly magical. To obtain such a body, it only takes a short time. She extended her finger, seemingly quite satisfied with the body she had shaped. To everyone, the monster before them was many times more terrifying than the so-called evil god. Huanlong's gaze shifted from admiring her body to Yin Xiao, who not far away had slightly bloodshot eyes. A joyful expression immediately appeared on her face as she smiled and said, "The curse in your body is complete now. Originally, if you hadn't shared the other half, you might not have had the chance to transform into a phantom soldier, able to persist with your willpower. But now, with the curse combined, you have no chance to turn back. Otherwise, I'll give you a choice. Accept the power of destruction and let me take you." "Huanlong, enough with the nonsense. Since I have come here, Regardless of whether I can lift the curse, my first goal must be to kill you. Take my sword first." In an instant, the sword tip hummed lightly, transforming into a shooting star that pierced the sky, its momentum like a rainbow, heading straight for Huanlong's towering face. The sword light was brilliant, carrying an unmatched edge, vowing to split this illusory being in two. However, with a sudden sound, Huanlong smiled softly. The fan in her hand seemed to wrap around a layer of fierce wind, gently sweeping towards the sword light, slashing from Yunxiao. Instead of the expected clash of metal, the sword light was as if devoured by an invisible force, bursting forth in a dazzling yet fleeting brilliance. It then transformed into countless tiny stars, slowly dissipating into the air, leaving only wisps of smoke that curled upward in the breeze. The arrogant kid really thought that just because he had learned a few sword techniques, he would be invincible in the world. Or did he think that by obtaining the inheritance of the previous swordmaster, he could compete with me? Upon hearing the mention of the previous swordmaster, Yunxiao suddenly paused, but he did not respond, as this was not the time to consider this matter. Instead, he leapt fiercely and slashed out the sword light again, aiming directly at Huanlong. Below, Jingyuan did not need further elaboration. He was entwined in electric light and charged directly towards Huanlong. "Huanlong, come and fight." His voice was like a awakened lion, erupting in a deafening roar. However, after a brief clash, Yunxiao was blown away by a gust of strong wind. But immediately after, a strange black hole appeared beside Huanlong. And it was not just one. Within moments, dozens appeared. Walter raised his staff, and the handle of the staff glowed with an even more bizarre purplish-red light. In an instant, Walter slammed the staff down onto the ground. The smoke-enveloped ground instantly expanded into a massive vacuum area. Countless small black holes simultaneously enlarged, beginning to press towards Huanlong. Those were black holes from which even light could not escape. Just as everyone watched Huanlong's body about to be covered by the black holes, they found that she hardly moved. Instead, she extended her finger and lightly flicked, surprisingly bouncing away the surrounding black holes as if they were small black balls. However, when these black holes fell toward the crowd, no one dared to confront them directly and instead hurriedly dodged. However, Snuck, while drawing her bow, was caught off guard and was suddenly blown away by a black hole, falling to the ground and gasping while rubbing her sore rear. Almost simultaneously, Huanlong's palm suddenly turned and reached directly for the fallen Snuck. Although she did not need to pay attention to an ant, for Huanlong, being able to eliminate a troublesome ant was naturally a good thing. The enormous palm obscured the sky and was about to grasp the nearby Snuck, whose expression was slightly dazed, as if temporarily bound by the sudden oppressive feeling. In that moment of life and death, a brilliant blood-colored sword light, like the dawn, tore through the oppressive air, carrying a frenzied malice, once again burst forth. The sound of the sword echoed like weeping, resonating through the heavens and earth. With a heart-stopping sound of flesh tearing, Yunxiao's figure shot like lightning. His broken sword recondensing in the void, wrapped in a blood-colored wave that seemed capable of devouring all vitality, a killing intent from the endless abyss. From an outside perspective, that hand was enough to instill fear just by sight, its size seemingly capable of covering the entire world, completely overshadowing the petite figure of Snuck, making her appear particularly helpless. However, Yunxiao's strike was like defying the heavens and altering fate. He suddenly struck from below, slicing through the palm and creating a distance, pulling Snuck back to safety. "Thanks, but don't get distracted on the battlefield. Next time, I might not be able to save you." With that, his figure vanished from the spot again. Snuck once again drew her bow and shot out a flurry of frost arrows, but as they approached Huanlong's face, the opponent blew away more than half in one breath. "Wow, what a big breath." Little Gray Fur furiously commented at the wrong moment, swinging his bat to smash the demon soldier's form from the gathered bountiful aura that had approached. Each strike aimed at their heads, giving them no chance of rebirth. Chapter 32. Huanlong's stare at Yunxiao's purpose. Yunxiao's fighting style, rather than that of a swordsman, resembled a berserker who disregarded life and death. Faced with Huanlong's massive and agile body, he stubbornly broke through several of her barriers. The lotus flowers floating in the air, born from the bountiful aura, opened and closed, swallowing the surrounding vitality, seemingly part of their attack method. Each opening and closing would devour a portion of the life force within Yunxiao's body. However, before such devouring could last long, the bountiful lotus was sliced into fragments by Yunxiao's sword, dissipating into the air. His figure, under the impact of a blood-colored aura, transformed again into an arrow shooting towards Huanlong, slashing with his sword. Yet almost every time, his sword edge was blocked by the countless branches surrounding Huanlong. The bountiful aura brought by the divine tree was even enough to allow any creature to grow instantaneously and develop an impenetrable shell in an instant. Yunxiao's sword light was layered with obstacles and ultimately failed to land on Huanlong's body. But before he could retreat, he suddenly saw Huanlong raise her fan high, aiming at his floating position. In an instant, a hurricane rushed towards Yunxiao. Amidst this fierce wind, there was also a rich, bountiful aura. At that moment, strange signs of mutation appeared on Yunxiao's body, branches belonging to the demon soldiers growing from him. As he was blasted away and fell to the ground, the figure of the deity followed closely, raising the formation knife and smashing it against the plants coalescing in front of Huanlong. A violente explosion soudainement érupted, golden lightning spreading out. It seemed as if the aura of abundance had intensified, the power unleashed by the deity surpassing Jingyuan's imagination. Yet even so, as the thunder dissipated, Huanlong's massive body still propped her head up, lazily gazing at the crowd before her. Even though only her upper body was visible, she appeared immensely strong. Any attack that landed on her would be instantly healed, making it seem as if the wound had never existed. Yunxiao shook his hand, walking out from the large pit he had created. Expressionless, he grasped the branches that had grown from his arm and unhesitatingly tore them out of his flesh. The branches quickly withered and scattered into powder in the air. The other areas where branches had grown on him were also a bloody mess. This was the result of fighting against the abundance at the envoy level. An ordinary cloud cavalry soldier would likely be devoured by the bountiful aura upon contact, beginning the transformation into a demon soldier. This was also what made her existence so terrifying. Now, Huanlong possessed both the paths of abundance and destruction. These two paths could be said to be completely opposing, yet Huanlong had skillfully maintained a balance between them. Throughout the battle until now, Huanlong had been using the aura of abundance, hardly employing her destructive power. The little guy managed to come out on his own. Impressive, impressive. Do you need some encouragement? Huanlong looked at Yunxiao, whose flesh was now writhing and recovering, and suddenly let out a joyful laugh. However, the moment her gaze shifted, a water dragon suddenly roared from the side, erupting with a thunderous dragon's roar, holding the bright dragon sovereign. Only now do you think of returning to watch over the divine tree? Huanlong raised one arm, directly blocking the gigantic water dragon roaring towards her. At that moment, on the other side, the power of the deity was once again gathered, and a massive figure raised a blade filled with thunder, directly slashing down towards the neck of Huanlong. This is the battlefield. Huanlong, you cannot afford to be distracted. Jingyuan swung his sword with all his might, and almost simultaneously, Danheng's figure soared on a dragon, leaping high into the air, with the spear in his hand gathering a sharp gleam, directly crashing downwards. Even though the two were no longer the familiar individuals they once knew, at this moment, it was as if they had regained a moment of telepathic understanding from the past. It was as if comrades from a previous life had returned to that tacit understanding. However, at this moment, as two forces simultaneously attacked Huanlong, the abundant aura that had filled the surroundings suddenly transformed. An extreme aura of destruction descended with a roar, swallowing all the surrounding light. At this time, the Yunxiao, who had been preparing to charge forward, suddenly halted. It was as if sensing something in this darkness. Everyone almost simultaneously looked up towards the top of the void's darkness. A massive sun, no, it should be described as a fireball as large as a star suddenly condensed above everyone's heads. What is that thing? So frightening. Is this not the sun? What a fuss, by the way, where did this sun come from? Xiao Hui Miao couldn't help but look up, but his remarks still felt somewhat out of touch. Yunxiao vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The strike launched by Danheng and Jingyuan had vanished. In its place was the surrounding, transforming aura of destruction. Yang, use a black hole to counter that. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive black hole had already condensed ahead of time. And in Yunxiao's mind, it rushed towards that star in the sky. However, the black hole was ignited the moment it approached that star, even before Walter could react further. The black hole was directly burned to nothing, instantly transforming into a shower of starlight that spread out. Before the next counterattack could commence, the surrounding darkness suddenly trembled. The darkness conjured by the aura of destruction was suddenly slashed open. Golden arcs of electricity tore through the pitch-black night. At this moment, Yunxiao leaped up, transforming into a beam of sword light, directly striking at the shattered night. With another loud boom, cracks began to appear in the surrounding domain. As if the outer shell was breaking and light gradually seeped through the fissures. The next moment, accompanied by the water dragon descending from the sky, it suddenly pierced through this domain, instantly aiming its spear at the star-like blazing sun. Be careful, this is her authority of destruction. Jing Yuan's reminder made Danheng, who had initially planned to wrap his body in the water dragon and charge at the star, immediately retract his thoughts. His figure adjusted, quickly sweeping up the others below. But San Yueqi couldn't help but let out a gasp. In just a blink of an eye, how had the surroundings changed? Where am I? Is this still inside Jinmu? Xinghuan looked around, also expressing such sentiments. Because just now, the ethereal environment had instantaneously changed. Surrounding them began to disperse a strange purple mist. But the one thing that remained unchanged seemed to be Huanlong's position. Her figure was still so massive, but compared to before, the gentle, abundant light emanating from her body had completely transformed into destruction. A faint purple flame erupted from her entire body, and the originally golden lotus had now transformed into dark purple patterns. It looked even more enchanting and eerie. Just looking at it sent chills down one's spine. The warning was indeed quick enough, but to crush an ant, the fastest method is still to drop a star. Everyone, watch closely. This is the power of a star's collapse and explosion. As the words fell, the star-like blazing sun that had been floating in the air suddenly erupted with intense radiance. Danheng's figure rapidly descended to the ground, raising his hand as 9 water dragons surged up from the earth, rushing towards the star in the sky. The fireball resembling a star must not explode. Otherwise, San Yueqi and the others would surely have no escape. Walter also adjusted his glasses, pointing his cane to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding gravity distorted invisibly, almost in the blink of an eye, causing that scorching heat to instantly shift away. However, the power was so immense that Walter still frowned. After all, this was the power of the deity, and he and Danheng were certainly not enough to stop it. Almost at the moment everyone joined forces, the deity's figure was once again condensed in a critical moment. The deity raised the formation knife, gathering overwhelming power, and struck down from air, instantly shattering the star fireball in front of him that was about the same size as himself. With a sudden eruption of flames, heat capable of burning everything roared outward. At this moment, the temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly soared to around 1,000 degrees Celsius. And this was merely a casual strike between deities. Jing Yuan's figure also swayed slightly in midair before landing back on the ground. With the power of the deity protecting him, he would not be harmed by the scorching air, but the members of the train group were feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Walter diverted the surrounding heat, but still, some hot winds blew in. Fortunately, this place was the location of Jinmu, bestowed with abundance, and this scorching aura dissipated after a short while. Not good. Yunxiao has been captured. At that moment, Danheng couldn't help but frown and look up at the sky. At this time, Huanlong was completely enveloped in purple flames, the aura of destruction fully revealed. But this was merely her original state in the deity form. She was now propping her head, watching Yunxiao, who was wrapped in a black lotus, being continuously burned by the purple flames, feeling an immense pleasure. And at this moment, a similar aura of destruction began to seep from Yunxiao's body. The most lethal part was that this aura even seemed to be emanating from within him. The curse previously planted by Huanlong was triggered and erupted, and Yun Xiao was being washed by the power of destruction, as if his entire being was being transformed. Oh, it seems everyone has recovered from the attack. However, coincidentally, Huanlong has never mentioned to you all why she has been fixated on this little fellow. That is because a certain lord cast a glance, even one could say a gaze, wanting to obtain this little fellow. In short, he has the chance to become one of the absolute destruction monarchs. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble, suddenly looking at Yin Xiao, who was enveloped in flames of destruction. What erupted from his body was not just purple flames, but also a vast bloodthirst that was cultivated within him, sharpened on the battlefield. And this aura seemed to blend harmoniously with that flame, almost as if it was about to backfire and consume its own master, Yin Xiao. However, he was still too young. After all, he had potential, although it was unclear why that lord would take an interest in him, since the matter needed to be done. If you're not in a hurry to act, we can enjoy this scene together. Huanlong propped her head, looking at everyone below with an expression as usual. But it was clear that Jing Yuan had no intention of letting go of the opportunity to battle Huanlong, even if Yun Xiao was in a dangerous state. He didn't care about saving him. After all, transforming one Yin Xiao would definitely take a long time, as long as they took down Huanlong in advance. There would still be a chance. Chapter 33. The gaze of the destructive star god. In an instant, thunder roared again, and the god lord condensed a sharp thunderblade, striking downwards once more. The forces of destruction and hunting collided again, erupting into an aura that made it difficult for anyone to approach. Such a battlefield was not one that March 7 and Xing could come near. However, just as they were blown away, they suddenly noticed the mist around them surging violently. Dark purple lotus flowers rose from the ground, suddenly floating in midair, releasing a mist of destruction that carried a life-reaping aura, aiming to engulf everyone within. At this moment, the battlefield fell into a state of intense heat again. Countless black and purple destructive lotuses began to bloom on the ground around them. Not far away, Jing Yuan and Huanlong also erupted with even more terrifying combat fluctuations, making the battle between them so perilous that unless one possessed equal strength, entering it would be almost equivalent to seeking death. Meanwhile, the battle below seemed to have just begun. Yin Zhao's figure was enveloped by two destructive lotuses, and an uncontrollable wave of destructive energy began to surge within him. This was not the state of stepping onto the path of destiny on his own, but rather being forcefully infused with power. Yin Xiao truly experienced a feeling worse than death. He felt as if his body was about to collapse at that moment. Every inch of muscle and bone within him was being washed over and covered by the force of destruction, and even his thoughts became sluggish, filled with a desire for destruction. That reckless urge to destroy caused the killing intent within him to boil even more fiercely. They seemed particularly excited, like a pack of wolves spotting bleeding prey. The wild impulse made the fusion of killing intent and destructive power increasingly harmonious. It made Yun Xiao himself suffer even more. Earlier, Bailu had made him swallow a pill, yet Yun Xiao had always endured in silence. Even though his mind was now filled with the desire for destruction, there was still one thing that allowed him to maintain a sense of self-awareness. He remembered that he was a person, not a pawn in the hands of destruction. If the power of destruction were spread to that pill, he feared he wouldn't need to think to know what would happen to Bailu's body outside. The surrounding space continued to compress, and Yun Zhao's body was fiercely burning in the purple flames. Below, the battlefield was chaotic once more, as Jing Yuan's figure was separated from the God Lord and was temporarily blown away. The God Lord could not be held together by Jing Yuan for long, especially when facing the absolute destruction monarch, the envoy of destruction. In terms of combat power, he was slightly inferior. After all, Jing Yuan was not primarily skilled in martial force, but in strategy and wisdom. Although he had a slight advantage in strategy this time, he still fell short in martial power. Huanlong extended her slender fingers and gently pointed at the void, and the lotus enveloping Yun Xiao suddenly fell before her. Looking at Yun Xiao, who was still stubbornly resisting, desperately clinging to his consciousness and unwilling to fully accept the power of destruction, she revealed a satisfied smile. Little guy, so determined, unwilling to accept the blessing of destruction? Shut up. Yin Zhao's voice was slightly hoarse, unsure if it was due to the prolonged burning of the flames that made his body weak. However, in the face of Huanlong, he had no desire to surrender. What a surprising little guy, still so stubborn. However, turning such a proud person into a thoughtless puppet that merely follows the will of destruction might be more interesting. Oh, by the way, I heard you're from the Zhu Ming immortal boat and have a lovely younger sister. I wonder if your sister would help you find release when she sees you like this? After all, the appearances of the puppets are all the same. She might not even be able to distinguish you, just like many on the immortal boat can't tell their family members apart after turning into demonic shadows. I quite look forward to seeing that scene. Huanlong's eyes sparkled with mockery as she moved the lotus wrapped in destructive flames closer to herself. Watching the struggling youth's body propped up before her, she suddenly caught a glimpse of exhaustion in his defiant gaze. In that critical moment, Huanlong felt the youth's figure suddenly move. The destructive purple flames surged violently, and the sword light in the youth's hand instantly became sharp, emitting a deafening hum that echoed around. At that moment, Yin Zhao's eyes held no emotion. As he approached Huanlong, he cast aside all feelings, leaving only an explosive emotion that pushed this feeling to the extreme. Anger, an ultimate anger, one that obliterated all rational thought, erupted in the strike from his hand. In an instant, before Huanlong could even perceive it, he broke through the raging flames with his sword light, letting his anger fully explode. In almost a heartbeat, one of Huanlong's eyes burst into intense flames, purple fire flowing out but instantly enveloping the eyeball. It seemed that her body was not composed of blood, but rather a mass of purple flames. Yet even so, Huanlong still let out a pained grunt, looking at Yun Xiao, who was propping up the lotus with his left hand while holding the sword with his right. The sword light was so close that she had no chance to evade, but looking at Yun Xiao, who was as small as an ant before her, she still let out a disdainful snort. Your strength is barely at the level of an ant, yet your temper is quite big. Almost simultaneously, Huanlong's body slowly stood upright again. The aura surrounding her suddenly began to condense, intertwining the essences of destruction and abundance. Two completely opposite powers reached a simultaneous peak of eruption. The environment, originally filled with pure destructive power, suddenly transformed into a world enveloped in golden light. The temperature around them instantly rose, and strange sparks swirled in the air, as if a terrifying meteor shower could fall at any moment. Even though this place was the interior of the Jianmu's mysterious roots, it now exuded an uncontrollable aura. Walter raised his arm, and the surrounding gravity shifted again, pulling the sparks towards a collapsing black hole of gravitational force. Huanlong, you are also a member of the Absolute Destruction Monarch. Yet you are evenly matched with that ant you speak of, and even got cut by the little guy. You really are quite unfortunate. Jing Yuan observed Huanlong, who was now infused with both the essences of abundance and destruction, and though he spoke harshly, he was already prepared to fight to the death at any moment. Meanwhile, the two black lotuses enveloping Yun Xiao were instantly dyed a golden color. Almost simultaneously, the powers of abundance and destruction were also imposed upon his body. With a loud boom, his figure was pressed again between the two lotuses. In the crimson golden flames, a divine ring resembling lotus petals floated behind Huanlong, her eyes lacking anger but filled with a sense of impatience. Does the general of Luofu still want to meet with the other monarchs? But this time, it seems there won't be that opportunity. I also lack the patience to continue slowly transforming this little guy. However, if the transformation can succeed all at once, it could be interesting to test you all. Saying this, Huanlong suddenly raised her massive arm and pointed at the ground before her. In the next moment, countless mysterious roots suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping towards everyone. Each mysterious root carried terrifying power and resilience. Even if Dan Heng swung his broken cloud, he would have to exert considerable effort to sever them. However, the power of the mysterious roots came from Jianmu, so even if they were cut, they would soon regrow. The distortion brought by the black hole can only redirect the growth of these plants. To use the black hole to swallow and break them would require some effort. Jing Yuan's figure rose again, hovering high in the air, crackling with electricity, and the arcs of electricity flowing behind him formed the appearance of a divine being. At this moment, his gaze was directed towards the lotus wrapped in the clouds. If Yunxiao truly became the next destruction sovereign chosen by the destruction star god Nanak, would he become a madman who would destroy everything without hesitation? And now, with his hatching still incomplete, should he immediately eradicate this potential threat? To be honest, he had a certain fondness for Yunxiao. After all, he was a pure genius alongside Yanqing, the disciple of a past friend, and the grandson of the general from the Zhu Ming celestial boat. With these identities wrapped around him, Jing Yuan found it difficult to decide whether to take action and kill this unborn destruction sovereign in advance. However, at that moment, the lotus below trembled slightly. Jing Yuan noticed, and Huanlong also sensed the change. The breaths of destruction and abundance continuously flowed in, catalyzing an endless flame that scorched Yunxiao's body inside. At this moment, Yunxiao was already lying in the crimson golden flames. Yet he was neither dead nor fainted. Although his eyes were hollow, his consciousness was pulled into a space that did not belong to this battlefield, allowing the breaths of destruction and abundance to flow into his body. It seemed as if at this moment his body transformed into an endless black hole, continuously absorbing and taking whatever it wanted. Where's this place? Why is there a tree over there? In a daze, Yunxiao looked towards the horizon not far away, as if the blood-colored sandy ground beneath his feet held nothing worth paying attention to. He was unclear about when he had arrived here. Even at the moment when Huanlong's blazing fire enveloped him, he lost consciousness and hazily came to this place. But when he tried to step forward, he suddenly felt as if his legs were grabbed by something, and the surrounding blood-colored sand particles were slowly collapsing. Like quicksand, it seemed to want to swallow Yunxiao whole. Beneath this blood-colored sandy sea, it felt as if some terrifying monster was opening its mouth, waiting for him to fall into this endless abyss. In the next moment, a sword cry suddenly filled the surroundings. Yunxiao raised his hand and caught the logic sword flying into the air, quickly freeing himself from the sand and landing on a solid sand dune nearby. It seemed that once Yunxiao left his original position, the quicksand stopped moving and remained silent, continuing to condense in place. Where exactly is this? I seem to be simultaneously eroded by the powers of destruction and abundance earlier. In a daze, his consciousness had almost lost all memories, and in this strange space, he didn't even have the strength to think about the current situation. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards a tree. At that moment, he felt the logic sword in his hand vibrating with a hum. Although holding this sword would accumulate and increase negative emotions, it was still the first time Yunxiao felt so clearly the emotional changes of this sword. No, it should be said that it was the feeling of the core within him, and before this, he had never truly experienced the existence of this core. This time, he genuinely felt the core trembling, as if it were cheering. Almost simultaneously, the tree radiating light seemed to be interfered with by some force. Suddenly, it began to crumble, like a two-dimensional image disintegrating into fragments inch by inch. Before Yunxiao could react, a massive projection appeared in the night sky above. That grand and noble figure resembled a deity from myth and legend. No, perhaps there was no need to doubt. Although it was difficult to investigate within the celestial boat, one could still find a way to see the posture of the destruction star god, Nanak. This star god, merely by existing, brought about terrifying destruction. Those who embarked on this path of fate, even if they were agents, would inevitably meet their own self-destruction at the end of that fate. It seemed to be a predetermined destiny, and in this world, he felt as if he could see the trajectory representing everyone's fate. Each star god was the end of this path, a concept, an entity, and the manifestation of supreme divine power. Yunxiao, looking at the massive projection in front of him, which was only a half-figure, appeared even more colossal than what he had seen in Huanlong, towering above him, making him feel like a pitiful ant. The destruction star god. Nanak cast a glance at him, wanting him to become one of the destruction sovereigns, but why? Before he could think further, the wind of destruction suddenly blew in. Nanak's gaze lowered, overlooking his figure from above, as if he wanted to envelop him in that ultimate aura of destruction. The transition that had seemed to stagnate suddenly became exceptionally clear an infusion of an irresistible aura of destruction. Compared to Huanlong's infusion, the way he infused his aura was even more violent and brutal, leaving no room for resistance. Chapter 34. The final gift brought by destruction and abundance. Meanwhile, a light laugh came from behind him. Along with it came a refreshing fragrance, as if just taking a whiff could evoke a transformation of life. Yin Xiao suddenly turned around and saw another star god's phantom appearing behind him. This star god's image was almost ubiquitous throughout the entire alliance. After all, he was the alliance's nemesis, the great enemy that the entire celestial boat would never forget. The abundant star god, Yao Shi, and his androgynous form made him feel somewhat elusive, yet gave a sense of déjà vu. Abundance transcends gender, hence this form. Yin Xiao did not understand how he was brought into this world and why the projections of these two star gods appeared in this world. At that moment, the logic sword in his hand suddenly slipped from his grasp and fell quietly in front of him, hovering in mid-air. The semi-transparent sword body of the logic sword suddenly erupted with dazzling light. This light enveloped his figure in an instant, and before Yin Xiao could react, an ancient and vast voice echoed in his mind. But when he tried to repeat it, he found that he could not comprehend the structure of these words. Yet surprisingly, he could understand the meaning within. Logic is not the only interpretation. The essence of logic is the beginning of the story, the initial prologue. Only by truly engraving your story within will the power of logic become more complete. This is the first gift I give you. And now, go and accept what I have given you, the gift that belongs to you, earned with your own strength, and embark on your final journey. In an instant, that ancient voice vanished, replaced by the sensation of a gaze filled with chaos from a distant future, as if Yin Xiao felt a pair of eyes watching him from the end of that world. And without a doubt, it was from Star God, from the gaze of a star god that had never been recorded. No, perhaps it was not unrecorded, but rather it had not yet arrived. In this moment, Yin Xiao seemed to feel the vastness and pain brought by that gaze, and there was a deep despair arising from within. As the star god gazed at himself through the light of the sword of reason, the name of the star god watching him emerged in his mind. The end. The little guy was playing dead quite convincingly and almost tricked you. The disgusting voice of the illusion suddenly echoed in his ears again. Yin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, only to find the lotus that enveloped him still hovering above his head. However, as the intertwined forces of abundance and destruction fell back into his body, Yin Xiao felt that it was not as unbearable as before. On the contrary, what he felt now was the extreme madness brought by the aura of destruction in his mind. It was reminiscent of the desire for destruction and slaughter that surged endlessly in his mind when he crawled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood years ago. Seeing you so hopelessly stubborn, I will grant you the pain and madness of destruction. After all, there are still quite a few troublesome matters, so let you relieve my worries a bit. Saying this, the illusion raised another hand and pressed the lotus enveloping Yin Xiao down into her palm. The pure aura of destruction flooded his brain again, and the terrifying blood energy filled his nostrils. It was as if it aimed to make him lose his sanity at that moment and completely transform into a mad beast. Not far away, Walter struggled to approach the battlefield over here, but was always pushed back by the fluctuations from the clashes between the commanders. March 7 and Xing were also struggling to protect themselves, but managed to shatter the new lotus illusion was about to create with a single strike. Young, is Yin Xiao about to die? Can we still save him in time? How can we not be in time? Never give up until the last moment. This little guy can't die yet. Walter gritted his teeth tightly and took painstaking steps forward. The gravitational field around him began to become chaotic, crushing the lotuses growing near him into powder. Yet, even so, he still felt a sense of moving forward was extremely difficult. Even getting close to the core battlefield for a moment was quite challenging. However, at that moment, a piercing cold laugh suddenly entered everyone's ears. This cold laugh seemed to be emanating from Yin Xiao, who was wrapped in the lotus. At this moment, Yin Xiao actually had the strength to laugh. This was the unified thought in everyone's minds, but in the next moment, they heard Yin Xiao's voice suppressing pain. It's just the pain given by destruction. So what if I'm mad? In these 10 years, I've experienced enough. Illusion, I still have to thank you for these 2 gifts you sent me. I really like them. This voice carried a hint of madness, and Yunxiao's state was very unsettling. Yet, Jingyuan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. After all, Yunxiao didn't seem to be going berserk. He still possessed self-awareness and reason. However, Illusion's expression suddenly turned less pleasant, because she seemed to sense that the hand pressing down on the lotus was trembling continuously. The lotus sealing Yunxiao's body below suddenly showed cracks. It seemed that something that could not be sealed was about to break free. This power. She seemed to sense something, and even Jingyuan turned his head to look in that direction. However, at that moment, the hand wrapping the lotus suddenly exploded. The slender arm was blown away, and a strange flame ignited in her palm. It was quickly withering, and her hand looked like an old, withered tree, gradually turning to ash. Is it Yunxiao? Is he okay? It's hard to say he's okay. Can't you hear? The kid is almost going mad. Xing pulled March 7 back, preventing her from moving forward. I don't know why this archer insists on pushing to the front. Doesn't she know that archers should stay back and deal damage? At this moment, Walter looked at Yunxiao's figure and felt something was different. The aura surrounding him was far more powerful than before. In Jingyuan and Illusion's eyes, 13 colorful shadows circled around Yunxiao. Each shadow seemed to represent a sword. However, under the infusion of destruction and abundance's aura, the forms of 2 swords had completely solidified. At this moment, the sword of reason in Yunxiao's hand collapsed with a loud bang, transforming into countless blue lights that spread out. In its place, however, were 2 familiar auras bursting forth from Yunxiao's hands. The right hand, carrying the aura of destruction, revealed patterns resembling lava spreading out. As Yunxiao's palm formed a fist, a fiery blaze as hot as the sun erupted, forging a long sword engulfed in eternal flames in his right hand. The blade burned with an unquenchable fire, as if the sun itself had been condensed into this sword's form. The left hand, embodying the cycle of life and death, was black and white, interweaving the essence of life and death, quickly gathering and condensing in his palm. Life and death, flowing without trace, and under the perfect fusion of these 2 contrasting colors. He held a sword mixed with black and white in his hand. At this moment, Yunxiao's aura explosively surged, turning the fog and vines surrounding him into powder. Illusion's eyes were now wide open, unable to comprehend what kind of change was happening. However, she could no longer afford to think about the reasons or changes, because at this moment, she saw that although the energy on Yunxiao was rapidly declining, it was still at the level of a commander. At the moment of awakening, Yunxiao's aura surged to the peak of the commander's level. The 2 swords were simultaneously forged, condensing 2 completely different powers. This was extremely unfavorable for Illusion, as General Luofu had long been eyeing her with a predatory gaze. Now, you have nowhere to escape, Illusion. In an instant, the figure of the Divine Lord suddenly coalesced and thrust his blade toward Illusion's back. Meanwhile, in front of her, a vast river surged like a tidal wave from the horizon, as Danheng suddenly flicked his fingers. Several massive water dragons descended from the sky with an unstoppable momentum, rushing toward Illusion. However, Illusion's body suddenly crazily continued to empower herself with the force of abundance. She isolated the power of the Divine Lord and the water dragons, preventing their attacks from breaking through her defenses. But the figure she had previously likened to an ant was immediately captured by her. Yunxiao's figure almost instantly broke through the obstacles Illusion had set before herself. The devouring aura of the Sword of Destiny made those indestructible wooden branches collapse on the spot. An Illusion's immediate aura of destruction, attempting to stop Yunxiao's approach, was swallowed and absorbed by the sword's light emanating from Yunxiao's right hand. The power of destruction had now become an enhancement to the sword in his hand, no longer needing to fear that this power would lead to his loss of control. His battle intent in his mind surged like never before. Illusion, do you dare to take my sword? As his voice fell, Yunxiao's figure suddenly leaped forward, and the 2 swords crossed in the air at that moment. The terrifying might of the cycle of life and death, combined with the flames of karmic fire, suddenly stacked upon each other, and two fierce sword lights slashed toward Illusion's body. In the next moment, two giant sword lights, as if to tear the heavens apart, exploded on Illusion's body. With Illusion's first painful scream, her proud body instantaneously began to decay and show signs of aging. Her entire body resembled withered wood, no longer resembling its previous form. The flames of destruction combined with the aura of death. It was so terrifying and domineering that it gave the opponent no chance to react at all. Huanlong was already locked in a fierce struggle with Jing Yuan, and at this moment, under a lapse of caution, she had her defenses breached by Yun Xiao, striking her true form. If it were the damage caused by Dan Heng and the deity, it would be acceptable. The bountiful power could perfectly heal her body, but this unprecedented force, even upon first contact, dealt a direct blow at the level of a messenger. Caught off guard, the surrounding energy instantly lost balance. Meanwhile, the deity behind her erupted with full force again. As thunder roared, the blade instantly pierced through Huanlong's true form. The long spear formed from the water dragon also broke through her defenses at that moment, delivering a blow that ignited the final terrifying strike on her fragile body. Boom! The violent explosion shook the entire space of the Jinmu once more. San Yuqi and Xing were blown away, tumbling backward like tumbleweeds. Yang, quickly use your invincible gravity to steady us. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Uncle Yang, help us. However, Volter, who paid no heed to their cries for help, couldn't help but murmur under his breath, stabilizing his feet with gravity, muttering to himself. It really awakened, the ruler of flames, the ruler of life and death. He really did it? Chapter 35. The path of final fate is decided by myself. The deathly aura that was rendered pitch black by the hellfire not only possessed terrifying power, but also had an extremely strong adhesion, almost instantly sticking to the enemy's body, unable to be shaken off, continuously devouring the life force within. Coupled with the fact that she was at the same level as a messenger and was being besieged by another messenger, Huanlong's defeat was almost a certain outcome. She didn't even have time to capture Jing Yuan to execute her next plan. Her massive body crashed into countless fragments, turning to ashes that slowly dispersed. As everyone leaped down, a ball of bluish-green ghost fire slowly descended from the air. That was Huanlong's true form. At this moment, Yun Xiao could truly confirm one thing. This guy is indeed a Sui Chong, or rather, a part of her true form should be Sui Chong. This kind of being is one of the hardest to kill in the universe, almost a form of immortality. The power from earlier, along with the gaze of other star gods. Little one, you've already attracted the attention of other star gods? Right now, I don't want to answer these questions. Tell me, where exactly is Sister Tingyan? The little one who couldn't understand was truly troublesome. Sai, instead of watching me, you should go back and see General Jing Yuan. He seems to have sustained significant injuries. However, Yin Xiao did not look back. A figure of a water dragon suddenly swam from around, lifting Jing Yuan up, supporting one of his arms, standing side by side in perfect harmony. As Yun Xiao's status as a messenger within her body had not completely dissipated, she raised the sword of flames, quickly condensing deathly black mist into it amidst the eternal blazing light. But kid, walking this path of fate may not be the best choice for you. Choosing to transform the power of destruction into the great Lord of Annihilation might give you a glimmer of hope. This was stated quite euphemistically in that space. At the moment the final star god cast their gaze, Yun Xiao comprehended something. This star god was incredibly powerful, almost standing at the pinnacle of all star gods. He was not moving from the past to the future, but looking down at the past from the future. Everything has an end, whether it is destruction, hunting, abundance, or other paths of fate, they will ultimately reach the end. At the moment he stepped onto this path, a vision of his own future appeared in Yin Xiao's eyes. That was his own end. As he completely gathered the power brought by the end within him into the sword, transforming it into his own strength. He had already stepped into the shadows of this path, unable to escape. Now, it was merely confirming his destined path. My end, my future, even if it has been determined, the process of walking towards that path should be done by me. Huanlong, you may leave now, but remember, my sword will always chase you until the end of the universe. until your end arrives. In an instant, the black-red hellfire transformed into a sword light that soared into the sky, directly slashing towards Huanlong. But that ghost fire disappeared in an instant, crashing into nothingness. The sword light missed, dispersing into countless starlights. At this moment, Yunxiao's body trembled slightly, and the sword light he held in both hands immediately scattered into starlight. He almost uncontrollably knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In the sky, Huanlong's voice came with a hint of expectation or delight. "I'll be waiting, just next time. I hope you can have such good luck again. The pawn of destruction, the revenge of hunting, will surely come. You should go back and wait for the day when the arrows of hunting pierce your heart." Jingyuan also stepped forward, although he was almost covered in wounds. Most of the time, he had personally engaged Huanlong in back-and-forth combat. It's just a pity that he wasn't satisfied with his own combat power. If he had the combat power of the Heavenly Stride General, today, Huanlong might not even have been able to escape the range of the immortal ship. But now, he had no way to pursue. After all, his power had reached its limit. Yunxiao's body suddenly went limp, as if all his strength had been drained. But at that moment, the medicinal pill left by Bailu within him immediately began to emit warmth. This heat quickly spread throughout his entire body, healing his internal wounds at an unprecedented speed that he had never dared to imagine. It completely restored his body. This speed was simply incredible. And Yunxiao realized that Bailu was desperately feeding him medicine outside. After all, Bailu was using her life force as his support. While rarely used during battle at this moment, the power of the medicinal pill could no longer be suppressed. However, fortunately, everything was over now. Yunxiao's body healing speed increased, and he quickly regained the ability to move, successfully driving Huanlong away and sealing the star core. The moment everyone exited Jinmu, Fu Xian's eyes quickly scanned the surrounding group. He couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. Bailu was holding a medicine gourd, swaying as she walked, furiously drinking the liquid from the gourd. Even when Yunxiao walked out, she was still drinking. After all, while Yunxiao had regained his ability to move, he still needed Bailu's life force to repair his body. And Bailu, now swaying, had a somewhat drunken feeling. But upon seeing Yunxiao truly walk out safe and sound, Bailu's eyes almost sparkled with light. Immediately, she rushed towards Yunxiao with quick little steps. Jingyuan watched Bailu, tightly hugging Yunxiao and spinning in place, seemingly quite happy, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face, as if a string in his heart had been touched. Everyone immediately returned from the scale abyss, but the Dragon Palace did not reclaim it. Instead, it silently remained in place. After all, Jinmu no longer had the help of the Star Core, and had fallen back into a state of silence, temporarily not needing the Dragon Palace to suppress it. It could also allow the dragon eggs inside to hatch slowly without needing to swim out again. This place was also the homeland of the Jimin clan of the Luofu immortal ship, and once this area sees the light of day again, it is likely the large number of Jimin people will soon migrate here. But these are all afterwards and have nothing to do with Yunxiao anymore. He followed Bailu back to Changletian, while Yunxiao returned to his own loft. "What are you packing?" "Just tidying up my luggage. The chaos in Luofu has ended, and I might return to the Zhu Mingxian at any time." Yunxiao reached out to take out the special Dantian luggage box for the Xianzhou. This was a gift from Fu Xian, and it was quite useful with an enormous internal space that could fold. It was definitely not a problem to store his own belongings. In fact, it could hold multiple times more, even accommodating a small room without any burden. This was probably similar to some treasures mentioned in stories told by many storytellers, like the Shumi mustard seed coming from outside the world. However, these treasures did not seem to be true treasures on the Xianzhou, as they could all be replicated using Xianzhou technology. After organizing his things into the chip, Yunxiao was just about to put them into his pocket when he suddenly felt his arm being pulled. Turning around, he met Bailu's watery eyes. Neither of them spoke, but it seemed they both understood what the other wanted to say. "Don't worry, I won't leave without saying goodbye. Didn't I promise you?" This was a promise he would never break. "It's just that if you leave, who will protect me? Who can heal you?" Although the Danding division had regained control, the Chiming clan clearly wanted to take over here again. However, unfortunately, Jingyuan had issued a new directive. while the Chiming clan couldn't clearly pinpoint the outcome of a rebellion. They couldn't escape the blame for neglecting their duties and carelessly abandoning important strongholds. Now that the Chiming clan couldn't grasp the power of the Xianzhou, they had instead been stripped of some of their important responsibilities. It was truly a case of lifting a rock only to drop it on their own feet, and the Chiming clan could only bite the bullet and swallow their anger. After all, if it was discovered that there was a possibility of rebellion, the most likely outcome for them would be a collective forced metamorphosis, where everyone would die and start over. They could also be thrown into the dark prison, where not only might they be imprisoned until death, but the ringleaders could even lose their chance of rebirth, being killed on the spot. As long as they violated the Alliance's laws, the people of the Xianzhou were qualified to carry out executions. After all, this was a responsibility that the Xianzhou, as a major player in the Alliance, should bear. Now that Bailu had received support from the Danding division, she might have more guards around her in the future. And it might not just be the Chiming clan. It could also be the Yunqi army. Even if he wasn't around, Bailu probably wouldn't encounter too many dangers. But to be honest, he really didn't want to hand Bailu over to someone else for protection. He didn't feel at ease. However, taking Bailu away would likely come at a significant cost. After exchanging glances for a moment, Bailu suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed and tugged at Yunxiao's hand. And they both went to Jiren Alley together. With the disaster of the Jimu over, the atmosphere outside quickly returned to normal. Many people were walking in the streets, discussing the reasons behind the recent chaos in Luofu, as well as the reasons for Jinmu's revival, things that most people were oblivious to. However, Bailu's mood didn't seem very good. In fact, it would be strange if she were in a good mood. Even while eating her favorite food, she looked dispirited, and the little dragon tail that was usually full of energy was now drooping down. Her entire little head resembled a deflated ball, completely devoid of the motivation to live. After finishing the meal, Yunxiao dutifully escorted Bailu back to her room. He then returned to his own loft, brewed himself a pot of tea, sat by the window, and opened an electronic scroll that Fu Xian had lent him. Inside were recorded the stories and portraits of each of the 5 heroes of the cloud, as well as their tales. As soon as Yunxiao opened the first page of the scroll, he immediately saw the figures of 5 people. He almost spit out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 36. Is the story of the 5 heroes of the cloud so thrilling? At a glance, he saw the appearance of the 5 heroes of the cloud, and Yunxiao nearly spat out a mouthful of tea. It seemed that for no other reason, he immediately recognized his master, Run. No, at that time, he should be referred to as Yingxing, a 100 forger from the Zhu Mingxian, with extremely high craftsmanship. At that time, the Zhili sword and the Jiyun spear in Danheng's hands were crafted by him alone. Both of these weapons could be considered divine weapons, invincible in battle. However, the Zhili sword was once crafted for another person. That person wielded a 3-foot green blade, though it was made of mortal iron. When she used it, it would turn into a moonlight descending from the heavens. Yunxiao gazed at that figure, white hair like snow, with crimson eyes reflecting what seemed to be a landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. An overwhelming aura of killing intent seemed to emanate from her, sending shivers down Yunxiao's spine. That woman, named Jinglu, had already been removed from the Xianzhou by the 10 Kings division, and she was the former sword master. At this moment, Yunxiao raised his head, feeling as if his brain had crashed for a while. Only now did he realize what this woman's identity truly was. But this shock lasted less than a moment before he returned to normal, because it seemed there was nothing surprising about it. If this woman was the sword master, her strength was indeed not surprising. Her swordsmanship was already unknown to what heights it had reached, and with his current strength, he clearly couldn't even compare. Moreover, strength and realm were not the same thing. He even felt that even if he maintained the status of a messenger level, he might not gain an advantage against Jinglu in a sword duel. That sword master's sword strike under the moonlight could even freeze time, beautiful beyond measure, yet sharp enough to cut through all obstacles. However, during the chaos of the drinking moon, Jinglu erupted with her demonic shadow, completely losing herself, was removed from the 10 Kings division, and became the greatest taboo of the Luofu Xianzhou. No one had ever talked about the former swordmaster, nor did anyone know her name. Those who did probably received orders to remain silent, and no one ever mentioned this matter again. No wonder Yin Xiao had never heard of the former swordmaster's name. He only occasionally learned a thing or two from storytelling. But basically, he only knew that her swordsmanship was superb, unmatched in the current Xianzhou. However, ordinary storytelling is often highly fictionalized. Whether she was truly invincible, no one knew. But Yin Xiao had experienced it firsthand. To say she was truly invincible was not an exaggeration at all. After all, that sword light was merely a casual wave of her hand, and there was no need to elaborate on Jing Yuan and Dan Heng. He had seen these two himself, and there were basically no issues. But this scroll recorded not only the chaos of that year. There were also many accounts of the achievements of the 5 heroes of the cloud. Yin Xiao read carefully, trying to maintain his usual composure. In a sudden battle, facing the attack of the bountiful envoy, the 5 heroes of the cloud stepped forward to confront them, but still paid the price of Baiheng's life for a tragic victory. At that time, the Drinking Moon Monarch and Yingxing seemed unable to bear seeing their companions die in battle like this. So, the two of them devised a rather risky plan. Utilizing the dragon transformation technique, they planned to use a few drops of Baiheng's blood and some of her hair to facilitate her rebirth through this power. At that time, the idea, even now, seemed extremely mad to transform an alien into a chiming clan member through the dragon transformation technique. And once the alien could be granted the dragon ancestor's bloodline, they could reincarnate like the chiming clan. This is also a way for the current chiming clan to try to convert others into members of the chiming clan, thus solving the issue of the chiming clan's inability to reproduce. However, in Yin Xiao's view, this is a risky endeavor, essentially gambling with lives. Before you stands a choice to resurrect your companion, but with only a 1% chance of success and a 99% chance of unimaginable consequences. At that time, if nothing unexpected happened, it would have definitely failed. This led to the subsequent chaos of the moon drinking, marked by the birth of a monstrous dragon, which was ultimately killed by Jinglu herself. For Jinglu, one of the 5 heroes of Yunshang at that time, her action was incredibly painful. But in order to protect Luofu, she still took action to slay the monstrous dragon, personally ending her friend's second life. Because of this, she fell completely into the demonic shadow and went mad. The once heroic 5 heroes of Yunshang completely fell apart. Even Yingxing forcibly devoured the flesh and blood of Shuhua and transformed into an immortal demonic shadow. The once heroic combination now faced such a tragic end, which truly evoked sighs. Suddenly, Yin Xiao seemed to recall something. Luofu would not have 2 dragon sovereigns appearing at the same time, but Bailu is indeed the current dragon sovereign of the Chiming clan. Danheng is the reincarnation of the previous moon drinking monarch, and only the dragon sovereign is qualified to grow dragon horns and tails. So could it be that the current Bailu is the reincarnated version of the monstrous dragon that was slain back then, Baiheng? This bold thought flashed through his mind, momentarily leaving him bewildered. As he turned to the last line, he was stunned upon seeing the final page. The last line displayed a simple drawing of Jing Yuan's expression, accompanied by a message. After reading the above, I hope you can treat it as a story. When I first saw your connection to the blade, I was indeed a bit worried for you, but now it seems you have more potential than I imagined. Luofu always welcomes you, but I feel that your troubles might soon knock on your door, so be careful. After reading the final piece of advice, Yin Xiao was taken aback, his mind still echoing the story of the 5 heroes of Yunshang. He did not think further on this matter, but instead stored the electronic scroll away. Silently placing it on the desk, he lay back on his bed, even forgetting to turn off the light, and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Not long after he fell asleep, Jing Yuan's figure stepped in from the windowsill. He chuckled softly and shook his head. Ah, being young is good. You could just fall asleep. Saying this, he picked up the electronic scroll, tucked it into his pocket, and casually turned off the lamp by the bedside. Looking at Yin Xiao's tired face, he couldn't help but think of Yanqing. At this age, he really shouldn't be bearing such burdens. He should rest well. But he wondered if the reunion tomorrow would be even more chaotic. He shook his head, and his figure immediately slipped out of the windowsill, vanishing from sight. Just as he left the window, he saw Bailu peeking cautiously through a crack in the window across from him, only to quickly retract her head when she sensed Jing Yuan's gaze. After a short while, she cautiously poked her head out again, clearly hesitant to speak. However, at that moment, Jingyuan's figure appeared right in front of her window. With his eyes narrowed in a smile, he spoke. Miss Bailu, why are you awake in the middle of the night? Are you worried about when he will leave? I wasn't thinking about that. I was just worried about his health. General Jingyuan, actually there is something I want to ask you, just a tiny little thing. As she spoke, Bailu made a very small gesture. However, Jingyuan seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he paused in front of Bailu's window, listening to her speak. Bird skewers. Delicious, fragrant bird skewers. A shout suddenly awakened the vitality of the entire Jining alley. As this sound, like a golden gong, echoed through the streets and alleys, a girl's figure suddenly leaped up from a rooftop, her head groggy as she followed the sound. Where's my bird skewer? I just had it in my mouth. Was it just a dream? Oh well, since I'm already here, I'll buy a skewer first and then go find Brother Yanxiao. Yunli's figure jumped down from the rooftop. With a loud crash, she stepped on a brick, shattering it into pieces. Fortunately, it was still early, so no one noticed. She excitedly ran towards the stall selling bird skewers and immediately bought the first skewer of the day. The sweet syrup wrapped around the fruits inside. Although it was called a bird skewer, no birds were harmed in the making of this snack. Yunli was also never tired of eating it. Completely unable to resist this treat, she popped one directly in her mouth, feeling the sweet and sour taste spread in her mouth. And she instantly felt like the happiest person in the world. Delicious, delicious. It's still the most authentic from Luofu, right? And let me tell you, our family has been perfecting this craft for 700 years. You want to find better bird skewers in the entire Jining alley. The uncle who was making the skewers patted his chest, seemingly boasting. However, Yunli didn't care about this, thinking that since she had already started eating, she might as well have breakfast too. After all, she had nothing else to do. Looking for her brother could wait until she filled her stomach. As she happily grabbed a meat bun bigger than her face and took a juicy bite, her face was filled with bubbling happiness. Soon, after a few bites, these delicacies were all gone, and her little mouth had taken on a cat-like shape. She rubbed her little belly, stretched, and yawned, embodying a little cat's laziness. After eating her fill, she felt like finding a place to sleep. However, never mind. I should go find Brother Yanxiao. He is with the demon sword now. And the situation is a bit urgent. Yes, she was indeed aware of this, but clearly, between being hungry and looking for her brother, she still prioritized filling her stomach. Just then, from a nearby breakfast shop, Yanxiao was wiping the milk stain from Bailu's mouth while gently patting her head, showing a very doting and caring demeanor. Bailu, trust me, drinking milk really helps. You've really grown taller. My efforts over this period of time haven't been in vain. Hey, I've finally grown taller. I'm so happy. Bailu happily hummed a little tune as she came out, her expression quite joyful. Seemingly having completely resolved her anxiety from a couple of days ago about Yanxiao possibly leaving at any moment. Meanwhile, Yanxiao was packing the lunch and snacks he planned to take out next, placing them into his storage chip. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar gaze that was intensely fixed in his direction. He immediately raised his head warily, and his familiar gaze collided with the other party's. His body instinctively lowered slightly, protecting Bailu beside him. Be careful, someone is watching us. Chapter 37. Siblings meet with a jealous glare? However, the moment Yanxiao and Yunli's eyes met, their gazes paused for a moment. Although their appearances had changed somewhat from the past, as soon as their eyes locked, they almost simultaneously called out each other's names. Yunli? Brother Yanxiao? Bailu raised her head in confusion, gradually coming back to her senses from the joy of having grown taller. She looked at Yanxiao and his sister Yunli across from her, feeling a bit dazed. Huh? Is she the sister you often talk about? Yes, that's right. Yunli, my sister. Yunli was barefoot on the ground, holding a half-eaten, skewered delicacy in her hand, her expression somewhat blank. It seemed that after 10 years, Yanxiao's aura had changed. He didn't have such a sharp presence before, but this reunion made Yunli feel inexplicably unfamiliar with him, as if he were quite different from the Yanxiao she once knew. However, it was also normal. 10 years is a significant change for anyone of any race when they meet again. But Yunli's temperament hadn't changed much, which relaxed Yanxiao a bit. Seeing that they were siblings reuniting, Bailu naturally didn't want to be awkward. I still have to go see patients. You two siblings have a good chat. Will you come back tonight? Yes, I'll definitely be back. I won't leave without saying goodbye. That's good. Remember what you said. As Bailu spoke, she suddenly leaned in close to Yin Xiao while he was half squatting on the ground. With her thin, tender lips, she left a mark on Yin Xiao's face, then quickly fled the scene. The people around didn't seem to notice this at all. Instead, Yunli saw everything, her big eyes almost filled with question marks. It felt like her brother had inexplicably gained a sister. If that were the case, it would be fine. But if her brother could even act that way toward a child like Bailu. At that moment, Yunli felt a bit dazed and almost wanted to scream. But thinking that if she screamed, she might spit out the bird skewer in her mouth, she restrained that desire. Just then, she looked at Yin Xiao with an unshakable strangeness, as if she were getting to know this person all over again, carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe. Sister, what kind of gaze is that? After 10 years, have you forgotten your brother? Although Yin Xiao was caught off guard just now, he couldn't help but rub his face and walked up to Yunli. After 10 years, her body hadn't changed much compared to the past. It seemed like only he had grown a lot. Meanwhile, Yunli was still carefully examining Yin Xiao in front of her, suddenly furrowing her brows. After quickly swallowing the entire bird skewer, she tossed the wooden stick aside, embedding it into the nearby bluestone brick and creating a crack. I actually wanted to find you, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Truly, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Yunli, what are you talking about? But I didn't expect to see you here. Yin Xiao was just about to catch up, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly sensed a malicious wind rushing toward him. Almost in the blink of an eye, a giant sword suddenly cleaved through the air, creating a violent gust of wind. Yin Xiao almost instinctively gathered a surge of flame in front of him. With a loud bang, his figure was instantly thrown back amidst a large cloud of swirling smoke. Accompanied by the booming sound of a wall exploding, his figure crashed through a wall, landing amidst the debris. But in the next moment, Yin Xiao leaped up, shaking off the rubble around him. Rubbing his slightly sore wrist, he gathered the flame sword in his palm. Damn, Yunli, what are you doing? Breaking the wall here will cost money. Your brother doesn't have that much. Cut the nonsense. Evil sword, get your consciousness out of my brother's body. In the next moment, Yunli suddenly jumped into the air, her body bending almost like a shrimp. Gripping the giant sword, she used her body as a slingshot, unleashing a powerful energy that exploded in an instant. She hurled it down toward Yin Xiao, the giant sword making a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. That powerful strike was clearly aimed at injuring him. Without hesitation, Yin Xiao drew the reasoned sword, and the pale blue particle sword light instantly enveloped him. But with a deafening explosion, Yin Xiao was once again caught off guard and sent flying. His figure soared into the air, barely managing to float on his flying sword, landing on the roof beside him. At that moment, he didn't expect that Yunli's battle power was beyond his imagination. Although he had not been unable to dodge, he was very curious about how much Yunli had grown over the years. Then, he almost got taken away by her 2 sword strikes. If this kind of strength were faced by someone else, they would probably have died on the spot. Yunli landed on the hilt of her giant sword, glaring fiercely at Yin Xiao on the rooftop. It seemed that her previous 2 attacks had not knocked him down. It was known that among peers, very few could withstand those 2 attacks without falling. Yin Xiao looked at the nearby Yunqi army rushing toward them and felt that it would be quite troublesome to get entangled with them now. So he shouted down, "Let us go fight somewhere else. It's been 10 years since we last met, and I want to see how you've grown. Damn it, evil sword. How long are you going to pretend? Don't talk like that while wearing my brother Yin Xiao's face." Yunli seemed to have misunderstood something, but at that moment, her eyes were filled with rage. She pulled out the giant sword and charged at Yin Xiao. Naturally, Yin Xiao didn't rush. He maintained a distance from Yunli, stepping on his flying sword, and, after a few quick jumps, he swiftly led Yunli out of the area of Jiren Alley. Yunli was relentless, swinging her giant sword in a circle and directly smashing it toward Yin Xiao. The force was precise, and the sword in the air even curved, shattering all the flying swords around Yin Xiao before heading straight for his body. Almost simultaneously, Yin Xiao immediately raised the reasoned sword to counterattack, and with a loud bang, he was once again blasted away by the immense force. He jumped off the flying sword, landing on a large pile of shattered bricks and sliding back hundreds of meters. Each of Yunli's strikes was powerful and heavy, swinging the sword with immense force as she aimed for Yun Xiao's head again. When they collided with a loud bang, Yun Xiao felt the terrifying force coming from the giant's sword, and the roof beneath him collapsed and shattered uncontrollably. He was sent crashing backward into a plaza, followed by another massive explosion and a spread of smoke. Yunli held the giant's sword with one hand, her body moving with the sword as she landed below. She suddenly raised her eyes to look at Yun Xiao, who was enveloped in smoke in the distance. The confusion in her eyes was almost overflowing as she stood still, watching the large cloud of smoke rising not far away. Since earlier, Yun Xiao had only been defending, never truly engaging in a fight with her. It seemed he had been testing something about her, but she couldn't quite grasp it. And when she looked at the blue long sword in Yun Xiao's hand, the familiar aura of the evil sword was hard for her to forget. Without a doubt, it was a magic sword, and in the first strike, the fiery aura in Yun Xiao's hand also carried the essence of a magic sword. Did her brother Yun Xiao possess not just one magic sword? Yun Li's gaze became increasingly dangerous as she slowly kicked up the old iron beside her and held in her hand, looking towards the dissipating smoke in the distance. Brother Yun Xiao, wait for me. I will definitely free you from the pain of being controlled by the demon sword. So, you didn't even listen to what I was saying, right? At that moment, as the smoke cleared, Yun Xiao emerged unscathed, holding the sword of reason in his right hand, looking somewhat dirty but without any other visible wounds. Yun Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her unscathed brother. How is this possible? You took several hits. Compared to 10 years ago, your strength has indeed increased a lot. But little Yun Li, don't forget that your brother has also grown over the past decade. I haven't been stagnant, always being suppressed by your overwhelming strength. Saying this, Yun Xiao flicked the sword of reason in his hand, the sword's edge instantly turning icy cold, transforming into a frostbitten sharpness. In the next moment, a large amount of frost coalesced around the sword in his hand. But it was not in the form of the grand sword posture of the mirror flow. Rather, it was simply a frost sword, and even so, it only depicted an outer shape. Inside, there was no sword energy filled with murderous intent like the mirror flow, but its sharpness was not inferior to the ice sword of the mirror flow. Is that so? But from my perspective, knocking you down is just a matter of time. Hey! Yun Li shouted loudly, leaping into the air again, swinging her giant sword rapidly, even spinning several times in the air and with a strong momentum. She directly pounced downwards. This time, Yun Xiao did not continue to passively defend. Instead, he raised the ice sword in his hand, thrusting it upward with a sharp sword energy. However, this sharp sword intent had not lasted for a moment before it was struck down by a heavy blow. The sound of the sword clashing echoed throughout the square, sending the nearby Yun cavalry flying and creating a large wave of disturbance, along with a sudden cracking of the ground tiles beneath. At this moment, this place became the first stop for their reunion and also their first battlefield. Yun Zhao's figure was pushed back several steps, but it was a different sight from the previous chaotic blow. On the contrary, Yun Li's figure retreated even further. The giant sword in her hand was covered with a layer of visible frost. The frost coating the sword body had even frozen into chunks of ice. What a magical sword, truly impressive. It seems that to take you down, I need to use some real skill. As crimson patterns began to coalesce on the sword's edge, resembling the markings left behind at the moment of forging. Chapter 38. The neighboring little sister grows up. Strength unmatched, although Yun Li had clearly misunderstood something. Yun Xiao didn't mind at all. So far, based on his understanding of his sister, after learning that his brother was wielding a demon sword, Yun Li would definitely exert all her strength to fight. Moreover, after 10 years without seeing her, Yun Xiao felt a bit emotional about their reunion and was also somewhat curious about his sister. How much had Yun Li changed in these past 10 years? As one of the 8 leaves of Flame Wheel, what kind of strength did she possess now? All of this made him incredibly concerned and even curious. If he continued to maintain a defensive posture, it would be difficult to grasp Yun Li's current state. The passive ability of the Sword of Reason was instantly activated, and Yun Zhao's eyes began to reflect Yun Li's current figure, along with the unique story belonging to her swordsmanship. In an instant, a broken sword mount appeared before his eyes, each shattered demon sword looking immensely tragic. Among these sword graves, only one giant sword stood out, piercing through the center of the mound and sealing everything in that place. The scenery before him was merely fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Yun Zhao's figure quickly vanished from his spot, and only after a moment did the bricks beneath his feet crumble and break apart. Yun Li held the old iron horizontally in front of her, energy radiating from her body, almost enveloping her entirely. But it was not a true attack. Instead, she maintained a defensive stance. When the swords clashed again, a crisp metallic sound erupted. The edge of Yun Zhao's ice sword collided with the body of the old iron sword, and a sharp sound burst forth between the two. The friction of the sword intense caused the nearby Yun cavalry to cover their heads and kneel on the ground. Yet, Yun Xiao and Yun Li seemed to be oblivious, with Yun Zhao's sword edge becoming increasingly sharp and swift. Yun Li, holding the giant sword, continuously executed perfect defenses against Yun Zhao's sword strikes. With each successful defense, it seemed that an imperceptible force began to gather on the old iron. As the battle intensified, Yun Zhao's sword strikes became exceptionally rapid, and the sword lights between them continued to collide. However, Yun Li's figure was retreating less and less. From initially being pushed back dozens of steps with each strike, it reached a point where Yun Zhao's sword strike was about to be met with the force gathered on the old iron, creating a feeling of being suppressed even while he was the one attacking. As the flurry of blows ended, Yun Li suddenly raised her giant sword. A terrifying wave of energy gathered on the bronze sword body, as if all the sword intent from the previous strikes had been concentrated. "Give it to me, fall down." With Yun Li's shout, the energy erupting from the giant sword shot up into the sky, under the powerful force, as if the sword had reached a height sufficient to penetrate the heavens. However, this was merely Yun Zhao's perception. At this moment, Yun Li was unceremoniously shouting, swinging her giant sword downwards towards Yun Xiao. This overwhelming momentum and terrifying strike were undoubtedly aimed at incapacitating Yun Xiao. "Are you serious?" Yun Xiao couldn't help but look at the terrifying sword edge descending from the sky. Although he exclaimed in surprise, he did not feel much shock. As the sword glimmered, he quickly assimilated the feeling of the sword edge from Yun Li's strike and the data collected from the previous collision. Through the authority of the Sword of Reason, all of Yun Li's current information transformed into data and images, flooding into his mind. At that moment, as the sky seemed about to collapse, Yun Xiao closed his eyes, as if he had given up struggling, spreading his hands. The Sword of Reason instantly transformed into pale blue particles, collapsing into countless particles of light, and then reassembling together at an incredibly fast speed. In an instant, Yun Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, grasping the reformed sword handle with both hands. The handle was now over twice as long as the previous sword edge. Under the reconstruction of the blue particles, it directly remade the old iron that Yun Li was holding at that moment, as if the sword edge and its terrifying weight were sedimented through endless years, giving the reformed weapon an even greater sense of reality. In the next moment, Yun Xiao held it tightly, just as Yun Li had, placing it horizontally in front of him. As the sky fell and struck down simultaneously, the entire square's ground almost collapsed at that moment. With not a single inch of intact land, countless bricks and stones flew up from the ground. It was as if the earth had suddenly trembled, causing the entire cave realm to shake violently. In an instant, alarms echoed throughout the cave realm, but it only lasted for a moment before someone manually turned it off. Yun Li was panting heavily, and the old iron sword in her hand had already returned to its original appearance. The bronze color on the great sword appeared somewhat dull, as if the previous strike had exhausted all her power. It seemed she was running low on energy. That last sword strike could almost be described as her all-out effort. She truly couldn't believe that no matter how strong that magic sword was, it couldn't possibly match the strength of the sword at the bow of this celestial ship, right? If such strength really existed, then who would practice swordsmanship? It would be better for everyone to just have a magic sword and lie down together. Yun Li gasped for breath, but quickly regained her composure through a special breathing technique. Looking at the thick smoke in front of her, She wondered if brother Yin Xiao could really recover to normal after that strike. If he hadn't recovered yet, she would have to deliver another blow. At this moment, the entire square was in disarray. It's hard to say how many of the surrounding plants could still survive, but one thing was certain. The whole square was ruined. The tiles were all shattered into powder, and even the fountain in the square was completely broken, becoming a part of the rubble. Fortunately, it was still early, and no one would come here. Otherwise, who knows how many people would suffer. The cloud cavalry nearby began to cautiously approach. Even though Yunli appeared as a small child at this moment, these cloud cavalry soldiers did not dare to underestimate her. That previous strike seemed to say a lot. This little girl had strength that might not even be below that of the Yin Jingxiu Wei. What was going on in Luofu recently? Were there geniuses appearing everywhere? Yunli turned around and glanced at the approaching cloud cavalry, frowning slightly as if she realized that she had caused quite a stir. However, just at that moment of distraction, the sword light whistling through the wind instantly heightened her alertness. Before she could even see the sword light, she heard the sound of the sword cutting through the smoke. She immediately skillfully assumed a defensive posture, raising the great sword in front of her. In the next moment, the smoke was shattered in a large area. The sword that broke through the smoke made Yun Li's eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible! Could that be the old iron? Yun Li exclaimed in uncertainty, but the next moment, as the massive sword struck her with a powerful rebound after taking a hit, she had no time to assume any more defensive stances. Instead, she tightly gripped the old iron, gritting her teeth to withstand this terrifying blow. However, her figure was almost instantly sent flying, crashing through a nearby wall and bursting out from a house behind her. She flew through 3 houses without any pause before finally stopping in front of the wall of the 4th house. At this moment, her back ached slightly, and her body trembled for a moment, but surprisingly, she felt not much pain. Throughout this chaotic journey, she seemed to have been heavily beaten, but in reality, she had been using the sword marks made by the old iron on the ground to mitigate the impact on her body. In simple terms, the technique her grandfather taught her played a significant role at this moment. Although she had crashed through 3 houses, she had controlled her strength well enough that the 3 houses did not collapse directly. However, she now felt the weight of that terrifying blow. It couldn't be said that it was exactly the same as hers. There was practically no difference. Yunli rubbed her wrist and recalled the sword that had struck out from the smoke. It could actually take the form of the old iron. What kind of magic sword was this? She had never heard of it. Of course, she hadn't heard of it. Her brother had been wandering outside for 10 years and must have had quite a few gains. But don't worry, this is not the magic sword forged by your parents that has been passed around. At this moment, Yin Xiao's figure suddenly flashed past like a ghost. He pierced through the thick smoke in front of him and instantly arrived beside Yunli. Yunli immediately raised the old iron in her hand, but it seemed that her arm was sore and numb from the impact, and she didn't know if she had hit something. I haven't admitted defeat. Damn it, where did this magic sword come from? Get off my brother. Saying this, Yunli prepared to swing the great sword again towards Yin Xiao. However, her body felt sluggish and heavy. Although she had dissipated part of the force, it was still quite exhausting for her. The energy consumed from breakfast had long been used up, and it was impossible to engage in high-intensity battles like before. Yin Xiao easily raised his hand, and the frost that gathered in his palm effortlessly caught the sword blade in Yun Li's hand. However, the weight of the sword was still incredibly terrifying. At that time, when Yin Xiao mimicked Yun Li's sword momentum and accumulated her sword power to swing it back, it nearly dislocated both of his arms. One must say, the one who forged this giant sword for Yun Li was probably her grandfather. Moreover, it fit her physical structure and characteristics so well. Very few people could wield this giant sword apart from Yun Li. However, Yun Li currently had little strength left. She just maintained the posture of wielding the sword, lowering her head and trying hard to exert power from her weakened arms to strike again. Just then, Yin Xiao's left hand was covered with a layer of milky white light, gently tapping Yun Li on the head. All right, don't be so stubborn. You know you're not my opponent right now. Calm down for a moment, and let me tell you about what I've experienced over the past 10 years. Okay? Chapter 39. The most talented boy in Luofu loses his sword heart sure enough. Yun Li, who had been exerting force, suddenly stopped, showing no intention of pushing her sword forward. Instead, she lifted her head to look at Yin Xiao. Almost simultaneously, the spot where Yin Xiao had tapped her head suddenly felt a surge of warmth, making Yunli feel as if her body was immersed in a hot spring. Incredibly comfortable. Her originally fatigued and sore body suddenly felt much better. This was also a power Yin Xiao had discovered over these days. The power of the Sword of Life, a cycle of life and death. Black death, white life. This was how Yin Xiao judged and used this power. However, this power ultimately came from abundance, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to using it. As for the authority of destruction, which turned into the Sword of Fire, it was also not very handy to use at this moment. For him, after becoming too accustomed to using the Sword of Principle, he could only perfectly mimic the swordsmanship of others when using the Sword of Principle. But when he held the Sword of Fire and the Sword of Life, he felt a certain awkwardness and discomfort. It might also be because of the different transformations of authority that made it quite difficult for him to use. Yunli quietly contemplated for a few seconds without continuing to push the giant sword in her hand, instead slowly placing on the ground. It immediately produced a loud, dull sound that caused a slight tremor in the ground. The weight was truly a bit exaggerated. While it must be said that the terrifying weight of this sword was somewhat beyond Yun Zhao's expectations, combined with the defensive counterattack that Yunli had maintained earlier, it truly amazed him. After all, it was the first time he had seen someone use this kind of combat method, accumulating the opponent's sword momentum on their own sword body, constantly building up their own power to deliver a strike that was worth 10 times the effort. However, this method had quite stringent conditions. Not everyone could withstand the pressure of this power. However, bearing the force of the opponent's sword intent to a certain extent is quite difficult. In simple terms, one must be resilient. If one is not resilient, forget about accumulating power. It's likely that the whole person will be ruined along with it. This is also not very suitable for Yun Zhao's combat style, but using it occasionally might yield surprising results. Just as he was walking out of the ruins with Yun Li, the cloud cavalry outside began to gather around. At this moment, Yun Li seemed a bit gloomy and did not want to explain anything to the surrounding cloud cavalry. She just kept following behind Yin Xiao, and after putting away the old iron, she tugged at the corner of Yin Zhao's clothing with her head down, like a child throwing a tantrum after doing something wrong. Unwilling to speak, Yin Xiao could only helplessly explain the situation from earlier. Although the words sounded nice, the compensation they would have to pay was probably unavoidable. Fortunately, Yin Xiao had saved quite a bit over a long period of time. Since arriving at the immortal boat, he had not been too worried about money. But this time he had nearly spent all of it. Fighting once meant going bankrupt once. Which wealthy person could endure such a hassle? The entire square was wrecked. You two really can fight. Are you planning to dismantle the Luofu immortal boat? At this moment, Yin Qing walked over from the side, looking at the messy battlefield in front of him and the 3 houses behind him that had been pierced through. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. If one didn't know better, they might think 2 enemies had run into each other. This certainly did not resemble a beautiful scene of siblings reuniting. It was clearly a case of enemies meeting with extra hostility. Upon hearing Yin Qing's voice, Yunli curiously raised her head to look at him. It seemed she recognized his identity, perhaps having seen a portrait or some information about him. She immediately recognized that Yin Qing was the aide beside General Luofu. You're not the aide of General Luofu, are you? How come Yun Li's expression, wanting to say something but hesitating, clearly indicated she had something to say but couldn't find the right words. Yin Xiao also glanced at Yin Qing, who was approaching to handle the aftermath, seemingly realizing something. This was probably their first meeting since the earlier incident with the Danding division. At that time, Yin Xiao noticed some differences in Yin Qing. Or rather, there was a slight difference from the Yin Qing he had first met. His aura was weakened. He was no longer the sharp youth from before, but rather seemed to have lowered his flag and ceased practicing swordsmanship, giving off a sense of despondency. Yin Qing, have you been struck down? Is your sword hard injured? Yin Xiao immediately thought of something, recalling how he felt when he saw Mirror Flow strike at him. After he recovered his body, he was unable to gather that woman's sword strike again. Yin Xiao felt as though he had become useless. Would he no longer have the chance to imitate other sword techniques in the future? However, This was just overthinking on his part. Later, when he replicated Yan Qing's sword technique, he felt no pressure at all. But now, Yan Qing's appearance resembled how he had looked before fully understanding the sword strike that mirror flow had conveyed to him. His sword heart was injured, and he was listless. The sword in his hand was no longer sharp, but had momentarily been broken. I'm not quite sure. Yan Qing shook his head, glanced at his palm, seemingly recalling the terror of that woman striking at him. Seeing Yan Qing like this, Yuan Shao felt compelled to help him. After all, both of them had encountered mirror flow, and there was no need to hide identities from each other. So, after handling the scene, Yuan Shao forcibly pulled Yan Qing along to leave with Yunli. In Changletian, they bought several jars of fine wine. Thanks to Yan Qing's identity, they managed to purchase quite a bit of quality goods without being heavily ripped off by the shopkeeper. Although Yan Qing mentioned he still needed to patrol, he seemed to have received a message from Jingyuan afterward and did not persist. Instead, following along to Lu Yun Du, they found a quiet corner where no one would disturb them. 3 people sitting atop a container. They watched as the star boats busily navigated the sea of clouds not far away, and there were very few people passing by. It was indeed a rare, tranquil spot. In the bustling city, it was somewhat inconvenient to chat. Yinli seemed quite curious about Yan Qing's loss of sword heart. It was said that this talented young man's goal was to become the future sword head, but it seemed the sword head of Luofu had long been disqualified, which she did not understand. However, looking at the dispirited young man in front of her, she felt a bit of defeat. At this moment, Yan Qing did not seem to be a worthy opponent. He appeared to have lost his fighting spirit. She had put in considerable effort to understand the important figures of Luofu, immortal boat, on the way. Yan Qing, have you met that woman? Do you know her identity? No, I don't know. The general hasn't told me, so there must be some unspoken difficulties. Yan Qing poured himself a drink from a jar. Although at his age and appearance, he shouldn't be drinking, they were drinking fruit wine, which had little alcohol, so it was fine to have it like a beverage. Even Yun Li could handle several cups, so neither Yan Qing nor Yuan Shao would get drunk. After that, Yan Qing recounted the process of his interaction with that woman, and after experiencing those events, she simply struck at him with her eyes covered. It was as if moonlight fell from the sky, and at that moment the universe dimmed, with no stars competing with that sword light. This was the scene he feared and dreaded the most. Although he exerted all his strength to block that sword strike, he still felt an inner injury. That kind of sword left an indelible mark in his heart. Speaking of which, Yuan Shao, you've also encountered that woman. How was it? Since you were able to imitate her sword technique, you should be able to understand, right? Yuan Shao picked up his cup and took a sip, nodding in response to Yun Li's equally curious gaze. The sword in his hand suddenly condensed a layer of frost, taking on the form of a translucent ice sword. This was the shape of the terrifying sword that Mirror Flow had struck at him, but it was merely a form to look at. The more he used it, the more Yuan Shao immersed himself in the story contained within the sword strike that Mirror Flow had delivered. He even traced back through that sword to understand and reconstruct her past figure. This was also why the more he imitated, the more dangerous it became. In the end, he might even lose himself. I also encountered it, but it was when I had just arrived at Luofu Immortal Boat. My situation was similar to yours, or perhaps even worse than yours. That woman nearly killed me on the spot. It was just one sword, but 2 strikes, almost sending me away right there. As he spoke, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, but at that moment, he suddenly looked up at Yan Qing. At this point, Yan Qing seemed to sense Yuan Zhao's gaze, and his expression suddenly became serious for some reason. I later figured out that woman's identity. Although I know you must have some guesses, I think it's better to directly tell you the answer. Yan Qing immediately swallowed the fruit wine in his mouth, unable to help but perk up his ears and listen attentively. Even Yun Li beside him was quiet, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuan Shao. She seemed quite curious about the identity of such a formidable big sister, who nearly caused 2 talented young men to break their sword hearts. Oh no! Yuan Shao had come out of it, but Yan Qing seemed to be sinking deeper. The taboo of Luofu, the name that could not be mentioned. The former sword head, Mirror Flow, such a great figure using a sword to teach us how to wield a sword, surely required some special means. The moment those 2 words were spoken, both Yun Li and Yan Qing gasped in surprise. Yanqing's eyes widened as he silently reviewed the series of events that followed his encounter with Jinglu. Even when blindfolded, he could clearly sense the enemy's location. He didn't even need to see with his eyes to know that he was far outmatched in the path and number of enemies he could defeat. This woman, whom he referred to as his big sister, the sword master of Luofu, made Yanqing feel a chill run down his spine, and he felt a bit fortunate to be alive. If it weren't for Jingliu's initial focus on the blade's trail, he might have had to endure the same experience that Yunxiao had faced. It was no exaggeration to say that Jinglu had nearly crushed Yunxiao's physical form, and even a swordsman as skilled as Yunxiao had almost been killed on the spot. Did he really have the ability to withstand that woman's second strike and walk away alive? Chapter 40. The genius boy who reshapes the sword heart. Yunli was just about to pick up her wine glass, sniff it, and take a sip when Yunxiao suddenly raised his hand with lightning speed and swapped the wine glass in her hand for a bottle of drink from who knows where. Yunli thought, I might as well drink the beverage. If Grandpa finds out I'll let you drink, I might not have a good time when I get back. Oomph. No way, brother Yunxiao, you just like to bully me. Yunli huffed, but she still seemed unaccustomed to the smell of alcohol, feeling that mixing it with the drink would be strange. She reluctantly followed his advice and started sipping the drink. However, her little sly eyes were still fixed on the wine glass that Yunxiao had set aside, curiosity driving her to want to give it a try. After hearing about the earlier confrontation between the two and the sword master of Luofu, she felt that these two were indeed extraordinary. After all, not everyone had the chance to survive against such a monster. Sure enough, I'm still far behind. The distance to the sword master is still a long way off. Looking back, I was indeed overly arrogant, thinking I was just a step away from the sword master. Yanqing let out a bitter laugh, downing the fruit wine in his cup without a change in expression. In fact, after that confrontation, he had begun to sense the true gap between himself and the sword master. Even the difference from that unfamiliar strong opponent was something he couldn't stop. Facing just one strike had already been his limit. What qualifications did he have to claim the title of sword master? However, seeing his defeated mindset, Yunxiao pressed down on his hand that was reaching for more wine, looking at him with a serious expression and saying, You need to understand one thing. Do you really think the general is unaware that Jinglu, the former sword master, has returned to Xianzhou? Why is she so conveniently by your side? Perhaps you can understand now. The general actually wants to temper your character to help you transform, which is why he arranged for Jinglu to be by your side, to sharpen your edge, to make you realize that there are always greater heights and stronger people, rather than letting you continue to wallow in despair. Moreover, you don't need to belittle yourself so much. Among your peers, Yanqing, you can basically be said to be unmatched. The difference between you and the sword master is merely the tempering of time and experience, not this defeated state of mind. This is no different from a wasted genius. Yunxiao's words reached Yanqing's ears, making him feel as if a fog had lifted and he was suddenly enlightened. The light in his eyes seemed to reignite, and he instantly radiated brilliance. Yunli, sitting beside him, echoed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she put down her cup. Exactly. Brother Yanqing, I'm not criticizing you, but seeing you so dejected makes me feel your sword deserves better. Your sword has always told me that you haven't touched them at all during this time. You, who live and breathe swords, now refuse to even pick one up. Isn't that giving up on yourself? Failure is not scary. Facing powerful enemies is not scary. What's key is whether you can pick yourself up and regroup after these setbacks. Yunli seemed to be a bit out of her mind, absent-mindedly calling him Brother Yanqing. Yanqing suddenly raised his head, looking at the slightly blushing Yunli, and said, Aren't we of similar ages? Why am I the younger brother? Because right now, you're very weak, and your sword is crying out in anguish. You can't even hear it. You've ignored their feelings. You don't deserve to be a swordsman. When Yunli started speaking without a filter, Yunxiao wanted to cover her mouth. When did she sneak a drink from the wine he had set aside? But it seemed too late. After Yunli's words fell, he immediately looked towards Yanqing. Before he could explain, Yanqing suddenly waved his hand in silence. No, Yunxiao, you don't need to say more. Actually, she is right. Hey. Yunli didn't say you can't be a swordsman. If you break your sword in front of us now, this round of drinks will be for nothing. Don't blame me for throwing you into the Star Sea. To be honest, although Yunxiao didn't think someone like Yanqing would give up easily, He was genuinely worried that he might make an irrational decision under the current emotional stress. Besides, those swords weren't cheap. He had once visited the armory and saw a place dedicated to crafting flying swords and precious blades. Yanqing was a regular customer there, and while the flying swords were of high quality, they were particularly expensive. So usually after purchasing, Yanqing would have to pitifully ask the general for support. According to Yanqing's own words, it was something like, eat the general's food, drink the general's drink, and beg the general pitifully. However, Yanqing helplessly looked up at Yin Xiao. What did I say? I wanted to give up the sword path. I have been working hard to become the sword master, and one hardship won't necessarily defeat me. Hearing Yanqing's words, Yin Xiao let out a sigh of relief, glad that he wouldn't see him give up on himself. However, through this experience, I also understand that I need to cultivate my character, accumulate experiences. There's still much for me to learn. Just understanding the principles isn't enough. There's an old saying, what you gain from books is shallow. Only through practice can you achieve truth. Yin Xiao, if there's a chance, please fight me again. I'll be ready anytime. You can find me whenever you want. All right, don't be too late. Bailu will get angry. Yin Xiao nodded, naturally not refusing Yanqing's invitation. After all, they were of the same kind, and mutual sparring to improve was simply perfect. Yanqing quickly leaped down from the container, his movements agile, as if he had regained some of his past confidence. He waved goodbye to the two and slowly walked off into the distance, seemingly looking for a temporary goal to work towards. He intended to manage Luofu more systematically for a while and fulfill his duties as a valiant guard. At that moment, only the two of them remained on the container. Yinli put down her cup, her face slightly flushed, but she had finally regained some rationality. Her eyes suddenly became wary as she looked at Yin Xiao. Now it's just the two of us. Well, if it's just the two of us, then let's not drink. I also promised you to talk about the journey and experiences of these past 10 years. Not that. Brother, take out your demon sword. Let me chop it up. That's the main thing. Yunli's voice suddenly became anxious as she shouted. It seems that this girl still hasn't given up on splitting the demon sword to gain her freedom or something like that. Speaking of which, I know her obsession is just like this, but I still feel somewhat helpless. Moreover, the sword of logic in my hand cannot be destroyed, even if it shatters. It merely transforms into particles and quickly reassembles. Although it is called a sword, it doesn't have a completely physical form. But at this moment, saying it might not make much of a difference from not saying anything at all. Yin Xiao opened his palm, and 3 swords instantly appeared from midair, landing in front of him. However, the moment the 3 swords appeared together, Yin Xiao suddenly felt the negative emotions that had been swirling in his mind increase significantly, as if they were about to crack his head open. Moreover, the 3 swords seemed to have some conflict with each other, unable to maintain a controlled state for long. The burden they brought was indeed quite substantial. Just as he was momentarily dazed, a gust of wind suddenly brushed against his nose and fell directly down. With a loud bang and the sound of metal clashing, Lao-Tai's massive sword had smashed onto the 3 swords in front of him. The terrifying force generated instantly shook the container beneath them, and with another loud bang, the 2 of them fell directly from the container that could no longer withstand the pressure. The entire seal of the box shattered on the spot. However, before Yunli hit the ground, Yin Xiao caught her by the waist and set her down on the ground. Yunli waved the Lao-Tai in her hand, but looked confused as she glanced again at the 3 swords hovering in front of them. Not to mention shattering, there wasn't even a single flaw visible, and there were no wounds at all. The sword of flames burned with a terrifying high temperature, still exuding a feeling of potential explosive power. The sword of life endlessly cycled through life and death, intertwining with a chilling yet warm aura. The semi-transparent blue light particles of the sword of reason floated and sank, forming the shape of a sword without any sign of wavering. What kind of demon sword is this? I've never heard of it before. Not having heard of it, coincidentally, I haven't heard of it either, considering I was probably struck by a star core, which then birthed this demon sword in my body, and there might even be 3 of them. Upon hearing this, Yunli suddenly turned her head, seemingly comparing the Lao-Tai in her hand with her brother in front of her. This girl can't be thinking of using the Lao-Tai to see if her brother can be killed with a single strike, right? Yin Xiao quickly waved his hand. I've tried this more than once over the past 10 years, but this star core can't be removed from my body, and it has no reaction to the outside world. I don't know what's going on. Even if you kill me, you still can't get that thing out. Yunli puffed up her cheeks in frustration, seemingly somewhat helpless towards Yunxiao's response. But at this time, she could only put down the Lao-Tai in her hand, put it back into her storage bag, and then looked up and said, "So, can you tell me where you have been for the past 10 years? Yunxiao paused for a moment, but seeing Yunli's serious gaze, he decided not to brush her off at this moment. He even revealed the situation regarding the blade, and then recounted his 10 years of wandering and the desperate battles he fought outside. Until now, there is still a significant amount of Bailu people's poison accumulating in his body. This is because he has been constantly fighting against those monsters. These monsters bring nothing but war and slaughter. Yunxiao did this to survive. He has killed for 10 years, and he hasn't even had the opportunity to properly close his eyes and rest. Sometimes, even during a brief moment of dozing off, he would find himself surrounded by a dozen Bailu people attacking him. This could be considered one of the terrifying little stories of survival in the wild. However, after returning to the Luofu immortal boat, he inexplicably felt much more comfortable, and the surrounding environment allowed him to sleep peacefully. Of course, he now suspects one thing. The reason he hasn't been able to sleep for so long might also be due to the blade's influence. After all, this master from his family seems to be capable of doing such troublesome things to his disciples. He can't stand to see him too relaxed, so he always finds some monsters to act as sparring partners. It has been almost a relentless slaughter, and the longest time he killed for was 367 days. He didn't close his eyes to sleep for an entire year outside. But fortunately, such experiences, while painful, also brought him joy. Because the killing intent cultivated and tempered by the blade can be said to become more frenzied the more he kills, his strength grows more apparent. Now, after 10 years, he has returned triumphantly with this level of combat power. He can even openly confront the great Lord of Annihilation. Yunli is aware of this, but she maintains a half-believing attitude. However, it seems that perhaps it is not all empty words. She looked at Yunxiao seriously, examining every inch of his body, as if trying to test which of his words were true and which were false. For now, I'll trust you this once, brother Yunxiao. Welcome back. I'm here to take you home. Chapter 41. The slightly scheming sister Lingsha, although Yunli still finds it a bit hard to believe, given the current situation, she can't help but accept it. Yunxiao has returned, and he even brought back a demon sword. Although he claims to have mastered the power of the demon sword, she still feels somewhat uneasy. What reassures her is that there is no barrier between her and Yunxiao. Even after 10 years apart, their communication remains close. And during the previous battle, it seemed they had completely broken through the 10-year gap. However, when it comes to Bailu, Yunli's expression becomes somewhat strange. That little dragon lord is now around 200 years old, and normally he should be reaching adulthood, but why hasn't he shown any signs of growing up? Well, not entirely. I did test it a couple of days ago, and it seems Bailu has grown a bit taller. Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Though he wasn't entirely certain, he still said so. Yunli tilted her head to look at Yunxiao, and suddenly felt that her brother had become a handsome young man. She didn't know if it was just that he looked so youthful and spirited. Even she felt an irresistible attraction to him. If it weren't for the fact that she still thought of him as her brother, she might have been unable to resist getting a bit closer to him. But fortunately, they grew up together, and around their grandfather, he always acted like a good boy, so he wouldn't do anything unethical. Brother, you came to Luofu and almost took away the little dragon Lord of Luofu. You really are something. Speaking of which, regarding your Bailu people's poison issue, we can go find Sister Lingsha to take a look. She brought me here this time. Mentioning Sister Lingsha triggered some of Yunxiao's memories of the past. At that time, Sister Lingsha seemed to really enjoy teasing the two little ones. Yunxiao would take the crying Yunli out to find trouble every day, and after getting beaten up, Yunli would unleash her monstrous strength and give the opponent a beating. The result was that Yunli emerged mostly unscathed, while Yunxiao was left barely hanging on. It was somewhat dramatic. Anyway, at that time, the healer Lingsha was laughing so hard she could hardly close her mouth, even teasing that one was both weak and playful, while the other was both timid and strong. The personalities of the two were completely opposite, but during those times, Yunli would generally ignore Ling Sha and instead focus on Yin Xiao's injuries. And every time, Yin Xiao would be patted on the head by their grandfather, with a kind voice that seemed to still linger in his ears. Yin Xiao, from now on you must protect your sister. This is a heavy responsibility for you. In the future, you must not let Yunli suffer any grievances, and you need to become a bit stronger. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely become a member of the Flame Wheel 8 Leaves in the future. It won't be long before I reach the age to participate in the selection for the Flame Wheel 8 Leaves, and I will definitely make it. Oh, Grandpa is looking forward to it. Watching you all grow up makes Grandpa feel relaxed. General Huiyin has always looked so frail and old, but even in his elderly demeanor, not even that dragon sovereign dares to underestimate him. Such an imposing elder, now beside Yunli and Yin Xiao, seems just like an ordinary, kind old man at home. Thinking about it, it has indeed been a long time since I last saw the old man. I wonder how his health has been lately. With the treatment from the spirit sand, he should have recovered well. Yin Xiao walked alongside Yunli towards the Danding division. Although there had been a great battle here recently, fortunately, it did not affect this place too much. Most of the operational functions of the Danding division have been restored. After going through a series of events, the Danding division is not as chaotic as it used to be. However, most of it is still controlled by the Chiming clan. Even though Yin Xiao has mentioned issues with the Chiming clan here, and there's even a possibility of betrayal, he has yet to find any strong evidence to prove their treachery. Therefore, the current return of the Danding division can only allow the former personnel to come back. Now, seeing that the members of the Chiming clan and the Danding division are still intact and even somewhat arrogant, Yin Xiao couldn't help but feel the urge to strike them down. It seems that the Chiming clan members here are not very friendly with the people from the immortal ship. It feels like we haven't been welcomed at all. Yunli looked around, noticing the unfriendly gazes from the Chiming clan members, which carried a somewhat ambiguous meaning. It felt rather strange. But Yin Xiao reached out and gently patted Yunli's head, shaking his head. It's not your fault. They're looking at me. Yunli, earlier when I was here, I killed a few of their companions. Perhaps someone placed a secret technique on me before dying, allowing these Chiming clan members to sense that I had killed their companions. But Brother Yin Xiao, you didn't do anything wrong. You were just cleansing the traitors. The judgment of a clan is never just the choice of 2 or 3 people. Do you understand what I'm saying, Yunli? The Danding division can be said to be one of the most important places in the entire Luofu immortal ship. The immortal ship entrusted such an important place, which is almost the lifeblood of Luofu, to the Chiming clan to manage. Yet these guys gave it up so decisively and easily, allowing the secret teachings of the Medicine King to infiltrate. They even changed its structure without anyone noticing. These guys are indeed quite capable. Yunli also immediately realized something. The Chiming clan members killed by Yin Xiao earlier were clearly problematic. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so subdued. Even now, they only dare to glare at him, not daring to confront him. After all, they all know of Yin Xiao's terrifying strength and are reluctant to provoke him. To be honest, Yin Xiao suddenly thought it might be better to return to the Zhu Ming immortal ship. At least the Chiming clan, there wouldn't have such deep schemes. It might be that he couldn't see them clearly, but at least when he was on the Zhu Ming immortal ship, most of the Chiming clan members were quite friendly. Everyone even had the chance to enjoy the forging process together in the forge. It could be said to be quite peaceful. Compared to here, it was simply better in every way. Yunli didn't mind Yin Xiao patting her head. She just felt a bit conflicted inside. Thinking about the magic swords on Yin Xiao, she didn't know what to do. If at some point Yin Xiao's consciousness was taken over by the magic sword, how could she wake him up? Ah, Yin Xiao, it's been such a long time since we last met, and you've grown so tall. Soon, the two of them saw Ling Sha's figure at the entrance. Perhaps because Ling Sha is also from the Chiming clan, she blended in quite well here. However, when she saw Yin Xiao, she paused slightly, as if recalling something, then smiled gently and reached out her hand towards Yin Xiao. But before Yin Xiao could approach, Yunli rushed forward first and hugged Ling Sha's slender waist, rubbing her face against her, looking very satisfied. Ah, all right, little Yunli, why do you act so much like a child every time you come here? There's nothing I can do. Who told Sister Ling Sha to smell so good? Who could resist that? Seeing Yunli's cheerful appearance, Ling Sha could only tease her lightly before gently setting her aside. When Yin Xiao walked up, She also extended her palm and patted Yunxiao's head. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have become so strong. Just now, you had a fight with little Yunli. How'd it go? Just a little better, nothing much. Yunxiao gestured with his finger, and at that moment, Yunli seemed a bit displeased, huffing and turning her head away. She seemed to feel a bit unconvinced, and since Yunxiao's magic sword's abilities were too tricky, she had no way to counter it. That's really good. It seems that in the future, if little Yunli suffers grievances, she won't have to come back with her head all bloodied anymore. Sister Ling Sha, that was a long time ago. Can we not talk about it? Looking at Ling Sha, who covered her mouth and laughed lightly, Yunxiao seemed a bit embarrassed. However, just as they were talking, Ling Sha suddenly raised her finger and lightly tapped Yunxiao's forehead. In an instant, an intoxicating fragrance flowed from her crimson fingertip. Yunxiao immediately felt as if incense had been lit on his head. The fragrant scent cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping his entire body. The aura of the dragon's curse. I want to ask what it is. After all, you must have your reasons for killing, right? It's just that this aura is still a bit too strong. So I'll help you eliminate it. Speaking of this dragon's curse, what exactly is it? I've never noticed such a curse placed on my body before. Yunxiao checked his body. The areas covered by the fragrance didn't feel particularly different, but he did feel that his body seemed to be much warmer. Earlier, he thought the coldness in his body was due to the awakening of the magic sword. Ling Sha gently stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. To put it simply, this should be a secret technique unique to the Chiming clan, automatically triggered upon death, and only the Chiming clan can see it. Moreover, this is not a curse. It's just a mark that allows all Chiming clan members to see that you have killed members of the Chiming clan and marks you as an enemy. This is indeed a peculiar technique, but it can probably only be used in a relatively peaceful place like the immortal ship. If it were in other places, looking out across the battlefield, there would probably be a sea of enemies marked by the dragon's curse everywhere. After all, battlefields don't adhere to any rules. Of course, Yunxiao has not seen many Chiming clan members on the battlefield. Most of them retreat immediately when they are on the verge of death. Then they undergo shedding scales and rebirth, continuing the battle in the next life, which can be said to be a kind of perpetual motion machine. But I have now removed the dragon's evil aura from you, and after that, you should be able to do what you can. He killed members of the Chiming clan on the Luofu celestial boat. Shouldn't he face punishment? The people of the Zhu Ming celestial boat. You really don't take the laws of the Luofu celestial boat seriously, do you? Chapter 42. These Chiming clan members really like to be beaten up. A rather arrogant and unpleasant voice came from nearby. Just hearing such a voice would make one feel extremely uncomfortable, even provoking an impulse to hit someone. Yunxiao turned his head to look in the direction of the speaker. At this moment, 10 Chiming clan members had gathered in a position slightly behind him, along with several dragon masters and Yunqi army members following behind. However, these Yunqi army members showed no emotional change upon seeing Yunxiao. It was as if they completely did not recognize Yunxiao, or rather, they completely did not care that the enemy in front of them was Yunxiao. Not far ahead was the corridor where a large number of alchemical furnaces were located. At this moment, Yunxiao turned back to look at the approaching people, and a fleeting chill flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? You don't accept it. The benefactor of Luofu has nothing to do with me. The laws of the Luofu celestial boat are not meant to protect trash. Such arrogant words. Kid, no one can protect you today. At this moment, an elderly dragon master's eyes seemed to spit fire. With both hands gathering power, the surrounding water vapor suddenly became thick, and in the hands of these dragon masters, dragon forms began to manifest. Clearly, compared to the other Chiming clan members, these old ones had considerable combat power. They could quickly cast the Yun-In technique to begin gathering the power of water for their own use, transforming it into various water forms. However, in front of me, you still want to make a move against my brother. You guys don't take our Zhu Ming celestial boat seriously, do you? At this moment, Yunli also stepped forward fiercely. Although she had some unresolved feelings towards Yunxiao, she would definitely unconditionally support her brother in such matters. Even after such a long time, she still wanted to believe that her brother would not kill innocents indiscriminately. And if the group of dragon masters in front continued to be aggressive, she would not be polite with these guys. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, Bailu's voice suddenly came from afar. What are you doing? This is the Danding division. If you want to fight, take it outside. There are many injured here. If something goes wrong, can you all bear the responsibility? Upon seeing Bailu's imposing entrance and stepping directly to Yun Zhao's side, pointing her finger at the chiming clan members in front of her and shouting, the intention of her stance was very clear. Ling Sha couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although she had heard about Miss Bailu having some feelings for Yin Xiao, those are mostly just rumors and gossip. She didn't expect it to be true, which made Ling Sha somewhat excited about the following developments. However, seeing that Bailu's petite body clearly looked underdeveloped, she wondered how Yun Xiao would manage in the future. Lord Long Bailu, we're just enforcing the law. This person has violated the rules and should be handed over to the 10 Kings Division for handling, whether he violated the rules or not. There were many Yun Qi army members present at that time, along with Yin Qing's elite guards. If there was really an issue, they would have reported it to the 10 Kings Division long ago. You don't need to intervene, so hurry back to your posts. Or do you all think your work is too leisurely? Bailu's reprimand made these people a bit of a headache. Even the expressions of these dragon masters suddenly turned darker and more displeased, with a considerable amount of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Dragon Girl, you should know what you are doing. This person is our chiming clan's great enemy. He killed our clansman. Why are you still speaking up for him? Is it possible that he has exerted mental control over you? If so, otherwise, why would the Dragon Girl be so confused? Damn it. Today Yuan-Ti leave here easily. The expressions of several dragon masters suddenly became dark and fierce. Bailu did not expect that these old guys actually had such a hand. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the surrounding water vapor became even thicker. Moreover, due to being by the sea, this place would not lack a supply of water elements. Vast streams of water gathered around the dragon masters, forming several ferocious water dragons coiling around. Ling Sha, who had been watching the show, suddenly felt a surge of anger at the arrogant chiming clan members in front of her. At this moment, a light laugh suddenly came to Yun Xiao and Yun Li's ears. It was an incredibly gentle and pleasant laugh, but to the two of them, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. They couldn't help but shiver. When Sister Ling Sha got angry, she wouldn't immediately start cursing. Instead, she would show an elegant smile, and then, in an unexpected moment, cause a major loss. All right, Lord Bailu, please step back. It's just a group of rude people. I can handle it alone. Ah, what are you going to do, beautiful sister? Bailu looked somewhat confused, but before she could figure out the situation, she saw Ling Sha suddenly blow. An invisible and colorless fragrance suddenly flew out from her vermilion palm. In an instant, it formed a thick milky white mist that surrounded the area. The mist surged, seemingly full of life, bouncing around in the surrounding air. It looked like little milky white rabbits. However, the shapes of these rabbits were all made of condensed mist, floating and unpredictable. What is this thing? In an instant, the mist enveloped the dragon masters in front, as well as several chiming clan members and Yun Qi army members behind. These people clearly did not react in time. At first, they only felt a pleasant fragrance. However, as the fragrance became more intense, they suddenly felt something was wrong, but it was already too late to escape, and they were wrapped in a large amount of mist. Suddenly, under the thick fog, these people were completely enveloped. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and the others outside didn't even notice anything unusual. It was only when the fog dissipated that the chiming clan members and Yun Qi army, dressed like commoners, all fell down. The dragon masters with insufficient strength also collapsed, leaving only 3 dragon masters looking horrified at Ling Sha. Don't worry, I'll just use some fragrance to make them sleep for a while. Of course, if you want to experience a sleep like a baby, I have even more suitable methods. What? Do you know this is Luofu? Even the chiming clan of the Zhu Ming celestial boat cannot overstep here, can they? You guys are really noisy. You completely disrupted the good atmosphere of reunion. Yun Xiao, Yun Li, let's take action. The moment she called out the names of the two, the remaining 3 dragon masters suddenly realized that these two had vanished after the mist dissipated. But their gazes were all focused on Ling Sha, and none of them noticed this matter. However, it was already too late. What Ling Sha referred to as another state of falling into a baby-like sleep was, of course, to hit. I hit. The voices of the two almost overlapped and rang out, directly swinging bricks from behind and hitting the three dragon masters on the back of their heads. The old one in the middle suffered the most. After Yin struck, Yin Xiao followed up with another hit. Afraid he wouldn't get a stable sleep, both of them put in considerable force, with a series of muffled thuds. The three dragon masters fell down in unison, rolling their eyes and fainting on the spot. Yin Li seems to have restrained her strength a bit. Otherwise, with her monstrous power, if that brick had hit, the two dragon masters of the Qi Ming clan would have to shed their scales and be reborn on the spot. Those who don't follow the rules should be dealt with in this way. Ever since I boarded the immortal boat, I have never seen these people be reasonable. Ignore them, just hit. Yin Xiao naturally wouldn't indulge them either. Perhaps it was the reunion with Yin Li that brought back a bit of his past self. Before this, when Bailu was by his side, he would have restrained himself a little when those Qi Ming clan members said such things or even wanted to take action, because Bailu was still by his side. Taking action would bring her trouble. But now, with his backing here, he didn't need to hold back anymore and could act as he pleased. Even if he hit the other party with a brick now, it wasn't killing anyone, so why should he be afraid? If they had the ability, they could just report to the General's mansion and see if General Jing Yuan would care about them. You really are ruthless when you take action. You're definitely siblings, showing no hesitation in using underhanded tactics. Bailu looked at Yin Li and Yin Xiao with some exasperation. She couldn't help but feel that these two were indeed quite similar. They both seemed to be quite willful, but before this, Yin Xiao hadn't shown his willful side in front of her. Perhaps he felt that at that time. He didn't have the capital to be willful, because at that time, there was no one behind him to support him. By the way, I heard you had a fight before. Why did you fight? Did you get hurt? Bailu said, walking over with concern and gently touching Yin Xiao's palm. She pressed down on a few spots on his body, and with a slightly displeased pout, she said, It's nothing. This is just our special way of greeting each other as siblings. Besides, it's been 10 years since we last met, and I'm curious about how much Yin Li's strength has progressed. Soon, after checking Yin Xiao, Bailu also took a look at Yin Li's condition. During this process, Ling Sha remained silent. After all, in this place, she still trusted the medical skills of this dragon woman who held medicine. She couldn't even say for certain that her own medical skills could definitely win against Bailu's. All she could say was that she had a slight edge in some complex studies. Regardless, she must not be so impulsive next. Although the poison in your body has been severely suppressed, if it accidentally flares up again, it could rebound with multiple activations, and you might end up losing your life. So be careful. In fact, Bailu hadn't taken that pill back earlier. Now, that pill also played a role in suppressing the poison of Bulirin. It could also make it clearer to feel how the changes within Yin Zhao's body were. Upon hearing about the poison, Ling Sha stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, Speaking of poison, I have a few methods I know. Would you like to try? Speaking of which, Yin Xiao, you haven't introduced me yet. Who is this beautiful sister? Bailu suddenly glanced at Ling Sha with a hint of vigilance. Although both were from the Qi Ming clan and were not on the same boat, Bailu could still sense the basic characteristics and aura. This is Sister Ling Sha. Yin Li and I were taken care of by her when we were young. She is our family on the Zhu Ming immortal boat. She came this time to check my condition. I'm afraid that General is on the verge of revealing his underwear. How could he disclose all this information? Chapter 43. Is the General of Luofu so idle? Ling Sha, upon learning that Yun Xiao had been outside for 10 years and had nearly fought against Bulirin for that long, couldn't help but show a look of heartache in her eyes. Yin Li also reached out her hand to hold Yun Zhao's arm, carefully examining his hand. Looking at this young man who had fought outside for so long, she perhaps only then realized that Yun Zhao's martial arts might have been honed during those 10 years. No matter how closely he imitated, if he didn't have a corresponding level of combat power, he wouldn't be able to control it. Yin Xiao reached out and patted Yin Li's head before extending his hand toward Ling Sha. Sister Ling Sha, please help. Yin Xiao, you don't need to worry. If it can be cured, I will naturally do my utmost. Please, Sister Ling Sha, you must cure my brother. Yin Li couldn't help but glance pleadingly at Ling Sha, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of desperation. Soon, Yun Xiao followed Ling Sha into a medical clinic in this place. Bailu.He seem too worried. After all, knowing that she was Yun Zhao's family, she didn't have many other thoughts at this moment. Instead, she felt curious about this special healer who used fragrance to treat ailments. How exactly can a scent heal a person? It's just that in this universe, it's basically not hard to see anything, so she didn't find it that strange. Not long after, the room suddenly released a large amount of smoke. The fragrant smoke swirled around the window but gathered and did not dissipate, slowly drawing back all the fragrance that had been sprayed out of the window. It seemed like a rather spirited little creature, quickly absorbing all that smoke. However, another loud noise erupted, and the smoke suddenly burst apart again. This time, among the fragrant smoke, there was a surge of blood energy mixed in. The smell of this blood energy was quite pungent, giving a feeling that would make one impulsively agitated and irritable. Bailu seemed to sense something at this moment, pressed her small hand against her chest, and took out a medicine gourd, directly pouring several mouthfuls of the medicinal liquid to stabilize her condition. Not long after, the door slowly opened, and Ling Sha appeared looking somewhat fatigued, turning her head to look at the somewhat embarrassed Yun Xiao. I underestimated the amount of poison accumulated in your body. How many Buliran have you killed to accumulate so much poison? In 10 years, you probably destroyed 19 strongholds, participated in hundreds of battles against Buliran, and went to many of their colonies, killing through the Buliran army inside. I can't really remember how many. Of course, saying you killed your way through is somewhat of an exaggeration. The local resistance was quite formidable. With Ren assisting on the side, he could charge into the Buliran battalions without worrying about anything other than swinging his sword and killing. Anyway, he was like that. On the front lines, he just needed to slaughter these cosmic tumors. But as for the people in the rear, they had to consider many things. If one had to give him a rough estimate, he probably killed at least 1 million Buliran, if not 10 million. This sachet can temporarily help alleviate your symptoms. The accumulation of Buliran's poison is too much. Even if it is suppressed now, it will definitely rebound again. However, right now, I'm somewhat powerless, sorry. Sister Ling Sha, there is no need to apologize. I'm very clear about my condition. In any case, I will be careful. Yun Xiao took the sachet that Ling Sha handed him. It seemed to have been made just now. Inside was filled with unknown fragrances and herbs. The scent was truly hard to refuse. After taking a careful sniff, it even made one feel refreshed instantly, stabilizing the emotions within. Don't worry, little Yinli. Right now, I don't have a good solution, and I still need to find some people to come help consult. It's just that I might not be able to stay on the Luofu immortal boat for too long during this time, so I'll need to trouble the dragon lady to take care of things. As she spoke, she looked toward Bailu. Bailu's slightly anxious expression was almost written on her face. It felt like she was afraid that Yun Xiao would be taken away by them at any moment. However, upon hearing that they wouldn't leave the Luofu immortal boat in a short time, she seemed to be less worried, and her expression relaxed considerably. If Zhu Mingxian had no way to cure Yun Xiao, then staying on Luofu Xianzhou might also be a good choice, as she is currently the only one who has a way to suppress the toxins in Yun Xiao's body. Staying on Luofu is also a good option for him. Just then, Yun Xiao's phone suddenly vibrated. After picking it up and taking a look, his expression suddenly turned a bit strange. What's wrong, Yun Xiao? Who's messaging you? That person claimed to be the general of Luofu and asked me to transfer 50 credit points to test his strength, saying he would promote me to be the general of Luofu in the future. What a joke, what kind of scam is this? Yun Xiao almost wanted to curse back on the spot, but Bailu, curious, leaned over to take a look at the source of the message. Her expression then became quite interesting. She quickly stopped Yun Xiao from retaliating and held his arm tightly. Don't be hasty. I have the general of Luofu's number. This message is indeed sent by the general. Hearing this, Yun Xiao glanced at the message he was about to send. Do you believe I am your father, or that I am your long-lost ancestor? He quickly deleted this message, sending it would cause a lot of trouble. By the way, has the general been so idle lately that he has time to tease me? But after replying to the message normally, Yun Xiao finally understood what the general was looking for him for. Yunli, we might have to go to the Shin's mansion. Grandpa wants to contact us through a remote call. Huh? Grandpa's coming? Let's go now. Upon hearing that it was a message from Grandpa, Yunli immediately set off without hesitation. After all, There's a reason for being so eager to meet. Although Grandpa's eyes are always closed, he can clearly determine whether a person has been corrupted by the demon sword. Grandpa really has that ability, so Yunli couldn't wait to confirm it. After all, she was very worried that Yunxiao's temperament might suddenly change. If possible, she really wanted to get information about Yunxiao right away. Watching the two leave, Bailu also bid farewell to the Ling Sha beside her and turned to walk into the crowd not far away. However, she ignored those people and walked to a secluded corner, confirming that no one was following her before patting her chest. In this small alley piled with clutter, there stood a tall mirror like a dressing mirror. Reflected in this mirror was a woman in a silver robe, graceful and beautiful. However, her face was unclear, as if it were a broken mirror, hazy and indistinct. But Bailu was not frightened. Instead, she showed a hint of sorrow and spoke as if to an old friend. "Hey, the memory keeper of Liuguang Yiting, didn't you say you would help me? We've been collaborating for so long. How can I keep him here?" The memory keeper slowly walked out, her figure somewhat ethereal. But in Bailu's memory, her face seemed to have improved a lot, no longer showing that somewhat sinister appearance. The memory keeper's voice also floated over, as if coming from another time and space. "Lady Dragon, you need not worry. He cannot stay here. He surely won't remain on the Luofu.He for long." "Huh? You didn't say that before. Didn't you say there was a way to keep him here? If we follow our previous plan, we could help him reset some of his memories. However, now that the turmoil in Luofu has just settled down, if he continues to stay here, it will definitely cause internal strife among the Chiming clan and the Xianzhou people. Those old members of the Chiming clan clearly have no intention of letting Yunxiao stay. They even arranged for several powerful dragon masters to use forceful means to take him away, or to overpower him and send him to the Ten Kings' office or the Youqi prison. In any case, they cannot allow Yunxiao to stay here so easily. Thinking of her own clan, Bailu felt quite a headache because she didn't like those guys herself. But now there was no good solution. After all, they were all of the same clan, and she couldn't poison them to death. As a doctor, she couldn't and wouldn't do that. Just thinking that Yunxiao would eventually leave Luofu while she was trapped here for a lifetime felt like a heavy burden. For a moment, she really felt helpless, like a little girl squatting by the wall. She didn't know when her eyes had become slightly moist. "Sigh, can you not cry so soon? We haven't finished talking yet. Lady Dragon, if you cry now, I won't give you any advice." Hearing this, Bailu suddenly wiped her eyes and widened her eyes in surprise. Who said this lady is crying? And what do you have in mind?" "Of course, I have a plan. With our help, it will be easy for you, Miss Bailu. Since we can't stop Yunxiao from leaving, why not change our approach? Since you like it so much and also don't want to stay here, why don't we take the initiative to leave?" Upon hearing this, Bailu's big eyes rolled around. It seemed she understood the deeper meaning of this statement. But she thought that if she went to Zhu Mingxian, something else would surely happen. If it caused trouble on both sides, it would likely disturb both Xianzhou. "Lady Dragon need not panic. I actually peeked at the memory of that Ling Sha just now. This time, Yunxiao may not necessarily return to Zhu Mingxian, so you can prepare in advance. Just remember not to forget to pay the reward later. I'm also a businessman and don't want to suffer losses." Bailu nodded, and after the memory keeper left, the atmosphere around her seemed to change instantly. The mirror disappeared in an instant, replaced by the voices of dragon masters calling for her. Listening to it made her feel somewhat irritable, but Bailu had no good way to handle it. She could only helplessly turn to look at the entrance of the alley. Earlier, the memory keeper had appeared, concealing the entrance of this alley from everyone's memory. So she could hide here and communicate with the memory keeper without anyone noticing her. But when the memory keeper's power disappeared, the entrance naturally reappeared, and many clansmen noticed Bailu hiding here. Stop urging. I'm looking for a quiet place to rest. Can't I?" Bailu walked out dissatisfied, her muttering appearing somewhat cute. But in a place where these chiming clansmen had not noticed, Bailu clenched her fists slightly. An extremely complete escape plan formed in her mind. "Whoever wants to stay on the Luofu.He can do so. I won't serve anymore." Chapter 44. The deadly threat of the 13 demon soared upon arriving at the Shin's mansion. It was Yunxiao's first time here, and it felt somewhat magical. The central area of the Shin's mansion featured a massive chessboard. It emitted a bluish glow, seemingly projecting everything about the Luofu.He. It seemed that when strategizing or planning, Jing Yuan would often wait alone in front of this chessboard, silently contemplating the situation of the war or the various matters concerning Luofu. Perhaps he would spend an entire day without moving his body, but his mind could calculate countless steps. Or he might be playing against many versions of himself and many enemies in his mind. All right, Yin Xiao felt he might be imagining things a bit too much. However, it is not surprising that one would have such thoughts due to a lack of understanding of Jing Yuan. It's just that for such a general, he inevitably has to express some feelings. General, thank you for the invitation. We have arrived. Yin Xiao waved his hand and walked over, and it seemed that Jing Yuan had just finished his busy work at that moment. After roughly tidying up some documents in his hands, he handed them over to Yin Qing, who was standing beside him. It must be said that Yin Qing's condition seemed to have improved significantly. His eyes, which had previously shown some fatigue, appear to have regained their usual brightness at this moment, which could be considered a cause for celebration. You have arrived just in time. General Huai Yin has just sent a message, so I will connect you to the long-distance communication. Jing Yuan stood up from his seat, loosening his muscles and bones. With the sound of cracking joints, it was not hard to tell how long Jing Yuan had been sitting there. Yin Li couldn't help but shiver upon hearing it and shook his head. If I had to sit in such a position for a day, I fear I would go crazy. Coincidentally, I think the same, so neither of us is suitable for the general's position. Yin Xiao nodded in agreement. However, Jing Yuan did not mind the two little ones' whispers. He merely smiled slightly and activated the machine he had prepared beside him. The chessboard projection that had appeared in the middle vanished in an instant, replaced by a projection of the Zhu Mingxian logo floating in the air. It seems that we are sending a communication and waiting for a response from the other side. The Zhu Mingxian is quite far from the Luofu.He, so we need to adjust the channel distance. Please wait a moment. I remember that this long-distance communication consumes a lot of resources. General, are you so generous as to let us use it? Yin Li seemed to just remember that the usage of this thing was quite stringent. However, Jing Yuan chuckled lightly, raised his head, and glanced at Yin Qing, who was handling military affairs for Yun Qi beside him. Although he did not say anything, Jing Yuan's gaze seemed to convey the answer to them. This should be a reward for helping Yin Qing regain his confidence and find his path again. For them, it was just a few words. However, for Yin Qing, without someone to guide him, he would likely remain trapped in the failure of that time, forever imprisoned in the past by that beam of sword light. This was something Jing Yuan did not want to see. So since Yin Xiao and Yin Li helped him solve the trouble, he naturally had to show some appreciation. The two no longer asked further and waited for the communication channel to connect. Soon, everyone in the Shunsu mansion dispersed, and Jing Yuan instructed everyone to wait outside for a while, which made the entire mansion much quieter. Oh ho ho, General Jing Yuan still has his charm. Now that the chaos of the Luofu.He has settled, I suppose you have relaxed quite a bit. As the familiar figure from the Zhu Mingxian projection descended, Yin Xiao and Yin Li immediately walked up. It was none other than their grandfather, the old General Huai Yin. Although he voluntarily wanted to step down from the general's position, unfortunately, the Zhu Mingxian still could not find a successor. So, he could only continue to take on such responsibilities for the time being. General Huai Yin, you're not old at all. Let's stop the pleasantries here. Your grandson has truly helped me a lot. Without him, stopping the invasion of a formidable enemy would not have been an easy task. Oh ho, good boy. Come closer so Grandpa can see if you've grown taller. It feels like you might be taller than Grandpa now. Looking at the old man's weathered face, full of a thick beard, he looked elderly, yet his voice was still loud. It seemed like a roar of defiance against his age. After 10 years, seeing the old man again suddenly made him feel a bit choked up, unsure of what to say. He opened his mouth, but felt unable to produce any sound. Huaiyan squinted his eyes into slits, quietly watching Yun Xiao in front of him. A phantom hand reached out, and his figure floated in the air, drifting to Yun Xiao's side as that dry hand gently patted his head. At that moment, Yun Xiao suddenly felt that the 10 years of wandering alone, without kin, had finally found some relief. Good boy, it's good to come back. It's better than anything else to be able to return. Yun Xiao lowered his head again, feeling the love and care from his family, something he would never forget in his life. Once upon a time, he even thought he might never return home, never be by the side of this loving elder. But at this moment, he felt as if everything he had worked hard for had finally paid off. He had received the kind of reward he most wanted in his heart. "Grandpa, I'm back." You've grown to this extent. Oh ho ho. I suppose I finally have a successor. This general position might even need you to take a seat in the future." Hearing this, Yuan Shao quickly raised his head, shaking it like a rattle drum. It felt as if he had suddenly acquired a hot potato in his hands. This general position is really not something to be taken lightly. It's not something that can be casually obtained. A position that everyone watches. A destination that countless people dream of. I didn't expect you to be so afraid. What? Are you afraid that Grandpa will put you in a bind? Of course not. Grandpa, it's just that I'm still young and not suited for this position. Moreover, I haven't returned for 10 years. So, I might not know much about the Zhu Mingxian. Yuan Zhao's eyes drifted, feeling somewhat troubled. If Grandpa really handed over the position to him, it might raise a lot of controversy. Moreover, he had disappeared for 10 years and might not even be a part of the Bailu. Being in this position might bring even more trouble. He also had no talent in forging. Compared to a place like the Zhu Mingxian, he had no semblance of connection. Even if he was forced into the position, the Emperor Bao Division might not recognize such a young kid like him. "Grandpa is just joking with you, right?" Yinli patted Yuan Zhao's shoulder, quickly calming him down, and his emotions settled a lot. However, Huayan merely smiled and did not respond to this remark. Seeing this, Yinli suddenly changed the subject and quickly said, "By the way, Grandpa, could you take a look? Yuan Shao has 3 magic swords, and it seems they are all residing within him." "Grandfather, how is his consciousness?" "Rest assured, little Yinli, Yuan Shao is doing very well, not corrupted at all, and he hasn't been affected much." Grandpa 1T asked how you obtained this opportunity. But I must remind you that these are magic swords, and not everyone can wield such power. Yuan Shao, you need to be more careful when using them in the future. Hearing Grandpa's affirmative response, Yinli finally let out a sigh of relief, and her expression seemed to brighten up a lot. However, she still glanced back at Yuan Shao, thinking that if this guy really became a general, what would she become? The sword leader of the Zhu Mingxian? That seemed quite good too. On the Luofu.He, the story of the 5 heroes of Yunshang had long been passed down, and she had heard it for a long time. Maybe she could pull the Dragon Sovereign of Zhu Mingxian into the team and create a new version of the 5 heroes of Yunshang? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Huayan seemed to see through little Yun Li's thoughts, but he did not expose them. After a chuckle, he looked at Yuan Shao again. "Although Luofu has stabilized a bit now, I suppose you still don't want to return to Zhu Mingxian, right?" "Yeah, I don't want to return to the Zhu Mingxian. How long do you plan to stay in this cursed place?" Yinli turned back, looking at Yuan Shao beside her with some confusion. Upon hearing the words cursed place, Jing Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this little girl so blunt in her speech? Yuan Shao, however, shook his head slightly, a serious expression in his eyes. During the 10 years outside, he had not returned empty-handed. One of his goals upon leaving the Zhu Mingxian was naturally to find materials like celestial meteoric iron to forge suitable weapons for Yunli. Another goal was to search for clues about his past. After all, when he set out, his grandfather had told him that he was merely taken in by him, entrusted with care during a war, which is why he brought him back to the Xianzhou and raised him. Now, his aim was also to reclaim his past homeland, to seek an answer there. After expressing what he wanted to do, Yinli looked shocked, staring at Yuan Shao as if he were crazy. "Did you take the wrong medicine or something? Isn't Zhu Mingxian your home? Why do you want to return to the homeland that abandoned you? I don't understand." Yuan Shao fell silent for a moment, suddenly pressing his hand against his forehead. Forming his fingers into a sword, he pointed a brilliant, colorful light at his brow. However, this light flickered and vanished quickly without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, everyone saw a dramatic change in his gaze. No, it should be said that his eyes were no longer as they once were. They transformed into what seemed like a passage through the future, and everyone felt as if they could see their own reflections in the future through that passage. However, each person could only glimpse a few fragmented and blurry scenes. but Yin Xiao could truly see his own future figure through it. I have a feeling that if I cannot stimulate the magic swords within me to 13 within a certain period, the core hidden within me will likely devour me in an instant. This is no joke, and the end of fate indicates that I must return to my former homeland to have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 45. The shadow of death follows closely. Everyone was now looking at the strange and unpredictable light in Yin Zhao's eyes, momentarily captivated. Not long after, Huayan let out a sigh of realization. So that's it. You have embarked on the path of this star god, and it runs so deep. No wonder. Huayan's eyes slowly lowered, letting his hat cover his eyes, as if trying to hide the emotions within them. Yinli also finally snapped out of her daze from Yin Zhao's eyes that radiated strange colors. She looked towards Yin Xiao and couldn't help but ask Brother Yin Xiao, "What is wrong with your eyes?" This is the path of the end, contrary to all star gods, representing everything that will walk into the road of demise. To put it more clearly, Yin Xiao turned back to glance at Jing Yuan behind him. The general's expression had turned serious, and he looked at Yin Xiao and said, "Star Core Hunter, that slave of fate, Elio, and this series of individuals are, in a sense, walking the path of the end star god. They can glimpse the future's development and their series of scripts. This is also the principle of the Star Core Hunter's actions. Only what is written in the script is what they need to execute. Now you are also on this path. No wonder you can see your death's fate." Upon hearing death's fate, which signifies the end of everything, Yin Li's eyes instantly filled with panic as she looked at Yin Xiao. Meanwhile, Huayan slightly raised his head, sighing helplessly. Perhaps it's too late to change anything. Fate has already marked the price. Yin Xiao, if there is something you want to do, then go for it. Don't leave yourself with any regrets. Yin Xiao nodded, his gaze more determined than ever, while Yin Li tightly grasped his arm, her eyes seemingly unable to hide her panic. She didn't know what to do or how to act, but Yin Xiao could see the scene of his future death. That was a predetermined fate, and everything that happened along this journey would be the script dictated by destiny. If he didn't choose to return to his hometown, but instead went back to the Xianzhou to spend his last peaceful moments, he would completely die within 3 years. Because the gift of the end had already descended, he drew out the other 2 swords besides the Sword of Reason, absorbing the powers of destruction and abundance into himself, becoming that unique existence. Now, if he remained stagnant, the backlash of these 2 powers would stimulate the core, thus consuming him entirely. The threat of death always lingered closely, yet he had no means to stop it. The simultaneous activation of the powers of abundance and destruction was formed under certain fortuitous circumstances. If Jing Yuan, the hunting envoy, forcibly endowed Yin Xiao with power, it would likely fail and even shatter his body completely. Such a situation could only be hoped for, but not sought. He could only take one step at a time. Yin Xiao could only see a rough outline of the future scene, but no matter which path he took, it seemed to lead to death. Only the path to his hometown seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. In truth, this statement was rather vague, because in his eyes, the longest path of survival he could see was only this one. If he didn't take this route, he feared he would have no hope of living at all. "Grandfather, it seems that this path of mine must be walked by me, so I might not return to Zhu Mingxian for a while. I'm truly sorry. Silly child, I'm not blaming you for anything. You have your own path now, and your grandfather is quite pleased. It shows you have finally grown up and are no longer a child needing my protection." Huayan's eyes were filled with love and satisfaction, not blaming him at all, but rather reaching out. Even without the sensation of that touch, Yin Xiao could still feel the contact above his head, warming his heart. Beside them, Yin Li seemed a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but pout. "Grandfather, I'm not a child anymore. Why don't you compliment me?" "Oh, right. Little Yin Li is also a big girl now. In the future, you might need to support each other as siblings." This meant that he should take care of little Yin Li more in the future. But when grandfather said this, it felt rather strange, as if he were saying something inappropriate. Perhaps it was due to the many mixed-up words he had heard while wandering outside these years. Yin Xiao shook his head a few times and then raised his head to look at Yin Li again. "Yin Li, my future path might be very dangerous. It would be inconvenient to bring you along, so after a while, follow Sister Ling Sha." Before he could finish, Yin Li's small eyes suddenly widened. her big eyes shining like bells, seemingly filled with a fierce flame. It was as if she were expressing her displeasure and anger. What? You want to leave me behind and run off on your own? I made up my mind. Don't think you can abandon me. Otherwise, I'll take the star raft and chase after you. You are a very determined child. Yin Xiao thought he should persuade her to avoid being so stubborn. Going out isn't just for fun. It's an adventure to explore the unknown star regions beyond the stars, searching for one's hometown. Along the way, they might have to kill countless monsters and experience life and death battles. It's obvious that Yin should understand this without needing to be told. So why is she being so obstinate at this moment? He looked up at his grandfather, but at that moment, Grandpa seemed oblivious, happily stroking his beard and laughing, not saying a word to the siblings. Clearly, Grandpa did not oppose Yin going out with him. At her age, she should be out exploring. With her older brother accompanying her, it might even be easier. This was probably Grandpa's current thought. But Yin Xiao felt a headache coming on. How could he go out with Yin Li? If something happened, how could he face returning to the Zhu Mingxian? However, both Grandpa and Yin Li had already made their decision, and it seemed like his protest would have little effect at this point. With a helpless sigh, he resignedly nodded. As the light curtains slowly faded, Yin Xiao glanced at Yin Li, who seemed to be sulking, thinking that he was unwilling to take her along. And he felt a bit of a headache again. So I said I'm not going out to play. But I feel like you want to listen to me right now, right? It's good that you know. After all, I don't want to keep watching you venture out alone, and do you look down on my combat abilities? I could easily take down 3 of Yin Qing's little brothers without even breaking a sweat. Just then, Yin Qing walked back in from outside, holding some documents, looking confused. He felt offended. How could someone offend him right after entering? It seemed a bit inappropriate. However, Yin Li didn't seem to care about that. Instead, she patted her chest and loudly declared, "If you don't have confidence in your own strength, just count me in. Brother, you've taken a risk from me once. So this time, let me accompany you." It's settled. Yin Li's voice was firm, completely disregarding Yin Zhao's opinion. Just then, Yin Qing coughed to interrupt their conversation. "General, the members of the train crew are here. Should we let them in now? After all, this was the Shun mansion, which to some extent was the hub of the entire Xianzhou. Even though the train crew had previously done favors for the Luofu Xianzhou, they wouldn't recklessly overstep here. Jing Yuan glanced at Yin Xiao below, as if a sudden idea had struck him. "Hold on, there is something that needs to be prepared first." Saying this, he gestured for Yin Xiao to come closer. Then he pulled him directly toward the back, to the lounge designated for changing clothes. After waiting a moment, Jing Yuan finally came out, but he didn't see Yin Xiao following him. "It's fine, let them in. It's time to properly thank our allies." Yin Li was puzzled, but didn't care about these matters. She was just curious about where Yin Xiao had been taken. She dashed in a lounge where Yin Xiao had entered earlier, curious to see what he was doing now. Before long, the train crew entered the mansion, and the next matters seemed to involve the alliance between the train and the Xianzhou. But these discussions were usually conducted by Walter and Miss Kazuna. Xing, March 7th, and Dan Heng didn't express their opinions. When the 3 of them reached the other lounge, Xing and March 7th immediately turned into curious babies, exploring the Shun mansion. Is this Shun mansion so poor? How come there isn't even a treasure chest? I wanted to play with that 6-core driver thing. March, that S called Lioa, and it's for entertainment for the commoners. There's none here. Dan Heng looked helplessly at the 2 curious kids wandering around the Shun mansion, hoping they wouldn't mess up the order of the documents here. He habitually leaned against a nearby pillar, his expression a mix of helplessness. But at that moment, he felt an unusual sense of peace. Just then, his body suddenly trembled as if sensing something. He turned his head sharply, his gaze fixed on the lounge area nearby. A figure dressed in a long black robe stepped out slowly. The dark figure, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent, drew a sharp blade that flashed a dark sword light in the air. The figure from his nightmares reappeared, and Dan Heng felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of déjà vu washing over him. This couldn't be real, right? He felt his vision darkening for a moment, as if he were in a dream. And the moment the figure saw him, it suddenly dashed forward, the shattered sword light seeming to aim for his throat in an instant. "It's you." In an instant, Dan Heng reacted instinctively, his right hand suddenly grasping his spear and thrusting it toward the approaching figure, creating a howling wind. The sharp tip of the spear sliced through the air, accompanied by a roaring dragon-esque cry. Dan Heng. In a flash, Dan Heng felt the terrifying blade closing in on his throat. But before that, the sharp edge of the sword had already been deflected by the spear tip, creating a massive sonic boom. The sound of metal clashing echoed around, nearly tearing at the eardrums. However, sensing the difference in the opponent's aura and the force behind the strike was not too strong, Dan Heng suddenly eased up. He looked at the figure he had pushed back several steps. "Is it you?" Looking at the familiar young man across from him, Dan Heng felt a bit dazed. Glancing at the sword in the boy's hand, it was similar to what he remembered, but it emitted a faint blue light, giving off a unique sensation. The light of the reason's sword dimmed, and no more fluctuations of aura were emitted. Yuan Shao slowly straightened up, but every movement was indistinguishable from the blade itself. This made Dan Heng shiver involuntarily as he carefully scrutinized the boy across from him. "You, what is your relation to that person?" "In a way, you could say we are master and disciple." "Dan Heng, are you scared?" At that moment, the grinning Jing Yuan emerged from the conference hall. Following closely behind were Walter and Kizuna, both with neutral expressions. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yuan Shao had seen the entire train crew gathered together. It seemed there was still a mascot-like conductor who had come down. Otherwise, it would have been even more complete. That person's disciple. No wonder every movement is so similar. Although startled by the general's mischievousness, Dan Heng didn't feel much anger. Instead, he carefully examined the young man in front of him, nodded, and said nothing. Just then, everyone had basically finished their tasks, and the train didn't seem to be moving yet, likely needing more time. They temporarily parted ways since the members of the train crew, being guests of the Xianzhou, were enjoying excellent treatment. As soon as they left the Shunsum mansion, they were directly taken away by a prepared luxury starship. Yuan Shao and Yunli exchanged glances, and the siblings surprisingly said in unison, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you back." "Where's your home?" "Take me with you." As their voices fell simultaneously, they both fell into silence. For a moment, both of them didn't know how to continue the conversation. Yuan Shao furrowed his brows, a bit curious, and glanced at Yunli. "Don't you have a place to stay? I saw you buying things earlier, and thought you were staying at some inn." "Of course not. A martial artist's body isn't that fragile. It's normal to eat in the wind and sleep in the open." "Then are you going back by yourself later? Are you going to continue sleeping outside?" "I'm going back with you. Don't think you can leave me behind to act alone this time. I'll keep a close eye on you, always." As she said this, Yunli bared her little tiger teeth, looking fierce. But it was somewhat cute, and Yuan Shao couldn't help but reach out to pinch her cheek. However, when he saw her grab at his hand, as if to retaliate, he quickly withdrew. Since it was still early, Yuan Shao wasn't in a hurry to return. He decided to wander around like before, exploring and buying some snacks for Bailu. Of course, he used to only need to bring back food for Bailu, but now with another mouth to feed, he had to buy twice as much. However, he wasn't worried about running out of money anytime soon. Brother, I want to eat that bun wrap. Buy it for me." "Brother, that sweet Tang Yuan looks good too, and I want that bun as well." "Brother, help me buy a kite. We haven't played with one for a long time. How about we see who can fly it higher?" Brother. It seemed that with Grandpa confirming that Yuan Shao was fine, Yunli completely let loose, pulling on his hand and asking for this and that. She seemed to have no qualms about spending her brother's money, just like before, feeling no psychological burden. Yuan Shao complied and bought her several items she requested, also getting himself a portion, and they sat down at a tea stall near the center of Xingcha Sea. Finding a seat, they began to eat, seemingly enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Every leisurely day was a reward earned through trials by fire. Yuan Shao felt this deeply. After all, if they hadn't won that battle, there would be no one here enjoying life right now. Looking at the storyteller not far away, who struck the wooden block to draw attention, cheers and applause erupted around. Whether they were from the Xianzhou, Fox people, or the Jimin clan, everyone was busy living their lives, and indeed it seemed like the years were peaceful, giving him a sense of pride in bearing his burdens. "By the way, Yunli, later I'll take you to see how the Emperor's Jade is played." "How about it? I know a master. She's really good at cards." "Really?" Yunli bit into a big bite of bun, her expression turning blissful. After chewing, she swallowed it down with a sip of milk. It was a mystery how she maintained her current figure with such eating habits. I heard about this game when I boarded the Luofu. I really want to try it. Brother, take me to see it. Okay? Sure, let's go. Just as Yin Xiao and Yunli were about to get up, they suddenly saw a Jimin woman rushing over in a hurry. Yin Xiao had no defenses against this non-hostile figure, but he didn't expect her to crash directly into him. Without any regard, she leaped into his arms, her eyes sparkling with a plea for help, which left Yin Xiao feeling a bit dazed and unsure of the situation. Please, save me. I don't want to be caught by the person behind me. Stop. You despicable liar. You heartless scoundrel. You tricked me out of so many credit points, and now, just a few days without seeing you, you don't even recognize me. Even if you run to the ends of the earth today, it won't matter. With a loud shout from behind, a Xianzhou businessman rushed over, his eyes filled with malice, sadness, and an indescribable sense of despair. Yin Xiao frowned, glancing at the Jimin woman clinging to him. He was sure this was the first time he'd seen her, and they had no connection whatsoever. Miss, this is our first meeting, right? If you've done something to deceive someone, please report yourself to the Yunqi army. He tried to communicate in a friendly tone. However, upon seeing the Jimin woman cling to Yun Xiao, the man's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His anger transformed into a look of despair. Good, good. So those rumors weren't without basis. Jinyu, you're indeed a loose woman. Just a few days, and you found someone else. Today I will kill you. His emotions exploded, and he suddenly pulled out a curved dagger. His eyes seemed ready to burst with rage as he lunged toward Yin Xiao. Throughout this, the Jimin woman said nothing, only hiding fearfully in Yin Xiao's embrace. Before the dagger could reach her, an enormous sword appeared before them, creating a blinding spark and a loud, clashing sound of metal. What is wrong with you? Without saying a word, you want to attack someone? You look so refined, yet you're the typical wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder girls don't want you. Yunli's eyes flared with anger, not for any other reason, but because she felt the impact on Yin Xiao. It seemed she understood that the man truly intended to kill that woman. Even for a Jimin, a strike like that would instantly trigger a state of rebirth. Also, what's wrong with you? Acting like a madman and trying to attack people. My brother is completely innocent. Stop biting like a rabid dog. With a loud crash, the dagger in a man's hand was sent flying, clattering to the ground and attracting the attention of patrolling Yunqi soldiers. What happened? What's going on? Why is there a fight here? The Yunqi soldiers rushed over, surrounding the man, who was now bleeding from his wrist due to the shock from Yunli's strike. His palm seemed to have split open from the impact, but he appeared to have calmed down. His expression was no longer ferocious, but rather defeated, sitting on the ground with a dazed and helpless look, as if he had fallen into deep despair, feeling there was no way to turn back. It's my fault. Brothers of the Yunqi army, just take me away. I don't care anymore. His demeanor was dejected, as if he had lost all hope and even the desire to struggle. The Yunqi soldiers surrounded the middle-aged man on the ground, brandishing their weapons, fearing he might erupt in violence again. Yin Xiao pushed the Jimin woman, named Jinyu, away from him. This is all because of you. Mississippi, don't you plan to say something? I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I was originally going to see the Dragon Lady for treatment, but then he suddenly came out and said I was his girlfriend and wanted me to go with him. I was so scared. Jinyu couldn't help but rummage through her waist pouch, quickly pulling out a medical report. Yin Xiao took the report and examined it carefully, confirming that this woman was indeed a patient of Bailu. Moreover, the text was highlighted in red, indicating that her condition was critical, and it wouldn't be surprising if she were to die at any moment. After reading it, the sharpness in Yun Xiao's eyes immediately softened. A Yunqi soldier approached from not far away, seemingly recognizing Yun Xiao's identity, and couldn't help but shiver. Ah, it's young hero Yun. This lady should be your companion, right? This matter seems quite serious. If there's nothing else, we'll take him away first and not disturb you. After all, most of the Cloud Riders can recognize Yun Xiao, and if he appears here, something big is likely to happen. To avoid being affected by what follows, they should hurry and leave. Chapter 47. How long does life really last? It's just the time spent with you. Just as these Cloud Riders were preparing to take the man away, the woman named Jinyu suddenly called out. Please wait, don't take him away. He, actually, is not a bad person. Her sudden interjection left Yun Xiao beside her at a loss. He had originally thought she was just a patient about to see Bailu, who got entangled with someone, so she helped out. But now it seemed she had reversed her stance, which he hadn't expected. Miss, that man really wanted to kill you just now. And you're still speaking for him? Yunli turned around, his eyes filled with confusion, completely unable to understand what this sister was thinking. Jinyu, however, slightly lowered her head and rubbed her temples, seemingly trying hard to recall something. At this moment, Yin Xiao also realized something and asked, didn't you just undergo a rebirth transformation a few days ago? Is that why your memories are still a bit confused? Jinyu nodded. The woman from the Holding Bright clan looked dazed and clearly hadn't adapted to her body and new memories yet. This was not surprising. No wonder that man had been so desperate and wanted to draw his sword. Perhaps he felt that this woman was no longer the lover he was familiar with. But that's not entirely accurate. After all, the man had said earlier that this woman seemed to owe a lot of romantic debts. In any case, let's just put him down for now. I'm here. If you want to stir up any trouble, let us first ask what the situation is. Saying this, he also casually picked up his phone and began sending a message to Bailu to come over. He could only trouble Bailu to make this trip, as Yin Xiao estimated that during this time, Bailu should be wanting to escape and have some fun. Sure enough, just as he sent an invitation to Bailu to come to the Starship C, Bailu replied almost instantly, Miss, I'm coming right away. You better not finish my dessert. Leave at least half for me. Leave half. Is that because the other half is for Yunli? Feelings aren't meant to be kept for oneself. Yin Xiao twitched his lips, but didn't say much. Instead, he looked back at Jinyu in front of him. At this time, the Cloud Riders had also let go of the man, who ran up to Jinyu. However, Yunli reached out to push back a bit, preventing him from getting too close. But he still showed a nervous expression. Jinyu, have you really forgotten me? Jinyu, I am Yuhua. Don't you remember our memories? The times we went to the Star Sea to see the meteor shower? Jinyu looked at the anxious man, and her eyes seemed to recall some memories from the past. It appeared that some fleeting images from the past suddenly appeared in her mind. I remember. Yuhua, you seem to have done a lot of business in the Star Sea and bought me many things. You were very good to me. Yes. You've regained your memory. Jinyu, I know you must still love me, right? The man's expression instantly became excited again, as if he had found something important. However, Jinyu's expression didn't change much. She just covered her head and shook it slightly. But I have been reborn, Yuhua. I'm not the Jinyu you used to know. How can it not be? Jinyu, you clearly haven't changed at all. It must be that you haven't fully overcome the side effects of your rebirth. Come on, let us go. I'll take you to the places from the past, to those places where our important memories are stored. You must remember more. Yuhua seemed determined not to give up, staring at the familiar girl before him. In his eyes, there was no difference. She was still the little girl who belonged to him, the one he wanted to cherish for a lifetime. But at that moment, Jinyu's gaze made him feel cold and even heartbroken, almost unable to breathe. He reached out his hand, trying hard to grab Jinyu's arm, but she shrank back, avoiding his outstretched hand. No, I'm not her. I don't want to bear the memories of a dead me and play her role. This is not the best choice for her or for you. Her response was very firm, even resolute enough to make it feel like she had already hardened her heart. Yin Xiao watched as the flame reignited in the eyes of the man named Yuhua, gradually starting to extinguish. Seemingly afraid he would do something out of line, his right hand silently began to gather faint blue particles of light. At this moment, Jinyu seemed to regain some of her rationality, raised her head, and looked at Yuhua. I'm sorry, I have retrieved many memories from the past, but I feel that I still cannot become her. I cannot be the shadow of my past self. I'm sorry. Please understand me. Why? Why can't you become her? You are just like her. Why can't you be one person? Yuhua seemed to be somewhat hoarse at this moment, yet still unable to get any closer, because Yunli's palm and body were blocking him directly in front. No matter how Yuhua advanced, he could not get any closer to Jinyu. And Yuhua seemed to have learned from previous experiences and did not want to act against Yunli at this moment, knowing that if he did, he would only end up getting beaten. The remaining rationality allowed him to do only this much. But he still could not understand, could not accept that the girl who had promised to be with him for a lifetime could just say she was reborn. The girl who had embraced him and exchanged feelings under the meteor shower, at this moment, seemed to have completely changed into someone else. Even with the memories of the past, she completely did not want to have any extra interactions with the man before her. I'm sorry, but because you are sick. At that moment, Bailu's voice suddenly rang out from the side, startling everyone. Yanxiao turned around, not knowing how Bailu had appeared among the crowd. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Jinyu leaning against Yanxiao, frowning slightly. You must have just been reborn yesterday and regained your ability to act, right? Didn't I tell you to come find me earlier? I haven't heard from you in days. Seeing Bailu's arrival, Jinyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yuhua immediately showed a cautious expression, but he still nervously asked, Lady Dragon, what happened to Jinyu, my partner? Does she have some terminal illness? I'll pay any amount. Just please save her. This isn't about money. I don't treat illnesses just for money. Miss Jinyu's condition is unique even among the Holding Bright clan. 1 in 10,000. To put it bluntly, this kind of illness has no cure. Aside from drinking more hot water, I really don't have a second method. Hearing this, Yua's face instantly turned pale. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks uncontrollably. So, what exactly is her illness? Even you, Bailu, are at a loss? It's simple. It's just her lifespan issue. In less than a month, she will undergo rebirth again, growing at a speed 100 times that of the ordinary Holding Bright clan. That's all. Bailu shrugged, her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at Jinyu in front of her and said, a few days ago, I actually want to let you try something to see if the remedy I found for you would work. But you didn't come, and I didn't have time to find you, so it dragged on until now, and you've already completed your rebirth. There was a hint of complaint in Bailu's words. After all, she still wanted to make an effort to see if she could overcome this strange illness. However, it seemed that Jinyu never gave her that opportunity. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. Yet, Jinyu seemed to recall the events of the past few days and suddenly couldn't help but smile. Nightwa, who was slumped on the ground, also seemed to think of something. He took out his phone and looked at the wallpaper lock screen. At that moment, he seemed unable to suppress his tears, a man approaching 500 years old, now emitting a childlike, powerless cry. The lock screen displayed nothing other than the last photo of him and Jinyu together. On the night of the Starship Sea, where they first met, they sat at the bow of the ship, leaning against each other. Jinyu held the camera tightly in her hands, her eyes sparkling with childlike joy. Playfully, she raised her hand, bending 2 fingers into a scissor shape in front of her face, trying to capture this unexpected beauty. In contrast, Nightwa appeared somewhat shy. He instinctively adjusted his collar, a gentle yet slightly awkward smile on his lips, seeming a bit unaccustomed and bashful about such an intimate act of taking a photo together. However, in Jinyu's eyes, at that moment, Nightwa's every movement, whether shy or the tenderness that inadvertently shone from his eyes, was the most perfect scenery in the world. At that time, Jinyu's eyes glimmered with tears, yet her face bore a happy smile. She joked with Nightwa that this photo could very well serve as a wedding photo to hang on the wall, which made Nightwa feel a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't notice that tears were slowly rolling down Jinyu's cheeks, while her smile radiated pure happiness. That smile resembled that of a woman before her marriage, gazing at the satisfaction and happiness of her beloved. But those tears seemed to express the sorrow of parting with a loved one. At that moment, how she wished time could freeze forever in that instant. Unfortunately, her wish would not attract anyone's attention, nor would it bring about any so-called miracles. At that time, I didn't go to find you, Lady Long knew, because I wanted to spend my last moments with him. I knew that soon I would no longer be myself, and the next me would definitely not love him as I did then. So, I would rather spend every last moment by his side, to accompany him through the final times, leaving no regrets for myself. That's what I was thinking back then. Perhaps for me, the length of life was only that period I spent with him. In that lifetime, I was already very happy. I'm just very sorry that in the end, I could only leave you alone. Upon hearing this, Yanxiao couldn't help but fall silent, looking at Jinyu with a hint of helplessness on his face. Yet, he never revealed any special expression. There were no excessive regrets or pain. It seemed that for her, the current outcome was perhaps the best ending. However, Nightwa, who was slumped on the ground, was unable to speak through his tears, looking at the photo in his hand, not realizing it was the last picture of him and the girl he loved. That beloved girl, until the last moment of her life, only had his figure in her heart, which made him feel heartbroken to the point of being unable to breathe. Yet, he could do nothing, even if he was wealthy. He could not bring back that girl who loved her to his side again. No matter how much he cried and felt guilty about the past, the things lost could never return. Chapter 48. The tragic past of siblings sharing a bed. It was unclear how long it had been, but Hua's body seemed to have lost all its strength. Supported by Yunqi, he stood up again, his expression dim as he walked out, not knowing where to go, but he could no longer change this fact. Although Yunqi felt pity for him, given that he had previously attacked others, he still had to take him away for tea. That lonely figure, just looking at it, seemed to evoke an unbearable heartache. One could feel the despair in that person's heart. Oh, the fate of the unfortunate. One can only say that everything is so manipulated by fate. Bailu sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with a bit of pity for that person. Jinyu also lowered her head, looking helplessly at Bailu beside her. I'm really sorry, but that is all I could think of, not wanting to let him down with his greatest effort. Although I feel a bit guilty, it's beyond my control. Isn't it? I can only say that your illness is unprecedented. Not even I, let alone others and other celestial ships, can cure it. At this point, she seemed to intentionally or unintentionally pull Jinyu a little away from Yanxiao, as if not wanting them to be too close to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Well, it's not because I don't want Jinyu to get too close to Yanxiao to avoid any accidents. Of course, after knowing her situation, Yanxiao should be somewhat prepared. He wouldn't want to draw their relationship too close to avoid leaving himself with any emotional knots later. Okay, then I want to keep you this time. You should go back first. When it's almost time for your rebirth, you must contact me in advance. Otherwise, I want to be able to test whether the remedy I know works. Seeing Bailu's serious demeanor, Jinyu had to nod in acknowledgement. Then, Jinyu seemed to be looking at Yanxiao in a somewhat vague manner, but whenever Yanxiao directed his gaze at her, she would always dodge it directly. Yinli was somewhat moved by the story of the two earlier, with her eyes reddening as if touched by something. However, when Yanxiao looked at Jinyu leaving and then at Bailu, he unconsciously brought himself into the situation of the two earlier, instantly feeling a wave of displeasure. No, it should be described as a tightly knotted feeling. Bailu would eventually undergo rebirth, and at that time, would he be able to leave no regrets for her? Just like Hua earlier, perhaps one day, he would also become his own reflection. At that moment, his fists couldn't help but clench tighter. It seemed that his mind became chaotic, unable to settle his thoughts. However, while his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, a lightning-charged dragon tail suddenly lashed out. Yanxiao immediately felt a burning and slightly numb sensation on his backside. He quickly lowered his head, only to see Bailu's somewhat displeased expression. Hey, where's my dessert and snacks? Don't tell me you've eaten them all. They're right here on the table. Let us sit down and eat together. These are best enjoyed while warm. Yanxiao immediately gathered himself, pulling Bailu to sit down. Looking at the table filled with various delicacies and desserts, Bailu's little face instantly blossomed like a flower. Her previously gloomy expression, due to the earlier medical consultation, brightened immediately. Her expression became quite happy and cheerful as she reached out to grab a piece of cake from in front of her and stuffed it into her mouth. Yet, Yanxiao's gaze remained fixed on Bailu in front of him, his eyes carrying deep worry. This meal naturally felt somewhat bland, lacking any special sensation. In the evening, after Yanxiao watched Bailu return to her own room, he followed Yunli back to his own room. Initially, he wanted Bailu to help arrange for another room, but it seemed that all the rooms were fully occupied. Allowing him, a non-patient, to stay here was already an exception, so he decided to let it be. Besides, it allowed Yunli to stay with Yanxiao. After all, they were siblings and had slept together before. However, sleeping with Yunli brought back psychological trauma for Yanxiao. After all, when they were little, the two kids would cuddle together to sleep, and every time he woke up, he found himself not in bed, but randomly appearing in different corners of the room. Sometimes he even woke up hanging upside down on top of the wardrobe, or sprawled by the window. Moreover, Every time he got up, he felt an inexplicable soreness all over his body, as if he had been beaten up. It wasn't until one day, out of disbelief, he installed a camera that he witnessed a rather inhumane scene involving Yunli that night. Yunli had a habit of kicking the blanket and moving around at night, and she never seemed to sleep quietly. She always insisted on sleeping with Yanxiao, and every night, she would toss and turn, kicking Yanxiao out of bed. As for why Yanxiao didn't wake up when he was kicked out, it wasn't that he didn't wake up. He should have been kicked awake, but after hitting his head, he fainted again, with his consciousness not lingering for more than a second. Could he be blamed for not waking up when kicked out? Clearly, it was Yunli's kick that nearly knocked him out for good. Seeing the consequences, Yanxiao immediately gave up the idea of sleeping with Yunli. During those days, he was truly covered in bruises. He felt so unwell that even when practicing blacksmithing, his grandfather suspected he had been in a fight. Later, they found out Yanxiao had been beaten up by Yunli, which made his grandfather laugh heartily. However, they didn't let Yanxiao continue to sleep with Yunli, claiming it was to help Yunli build confidence in sleeping alone. Yet occasionally, Yunli would still sneak in through the window to sleep next to Yanxiao. The next day, Yanxiao would emerge from his room limping and hunched over, looking quite pitiful. But even so, he didn't blame Yunli. After all, she was still young at that time. As an older brother, it was nothing to bear a little more. However, if that girl ever had someone she liked or cared about in the future, he would have to worry that she wouldn't knock him out like a punching bag while sleeping. Other girls might act cute and playfully hit you, which is super adorable. But not Yunli. When she says she'll beat you, she means it with no exaggeration. A few punches from her would likely leave most living beings coughing up blood on the spot. Even if it were a machine, it would probably end up the same way. Wouldn't it be like having oil leaking out on the spot? So, are we going to sleep together tonight? Brother, I know it was wrong of me to hit you before, but I'm very well behaved when I sleep now. I won't hit you again, so you can rest assured. As she said this, Yunli patted her chest with a hint of pride in her eyes. Yanxiao scratched his head, still a bit worried, but seeing Yunli say this, he felt he couldn't refuse. He decided to give it a try and see. Who knows? Maybe over the past 10 years. Yunli had managed to change her habit of kicking blankets. He was somewhat prepared but still chose to sleep on the side against the wall. At least he hoped he wouldn't wake up facing the door. Brother, how long has it been since we slept on the same bed? As the lights were turned off, the room was bathed in a silvery gray glow from the moonlight. The entire room was so tranquil that it seemed to calm both of them down. Yanxiao raised his head, smiled, and said, well, aside from the 10 years I was away, it's just 2 or 3 years. Looking at Yunli's increasingly adorable face, Yanxiao couldn't help but reach out to rub her cheek. Yunli blushed slightly and gently swatted Yanxiao's hand away. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. Don't treat me like one. In my eyes, you're still that little Yunli. What is there to be shy about? You've just become so cute and so capable. You must have worked hard. It seemed that only at this moment did the siblings finally have some leisure time to talk. After 10 years apart, their bond didn't feel estranged. Instead, they quickly overcame the distance and restored their past relationship. Of course, today's match doesn't count. We'll have another round tomorrow, and you must admit defeat then. Seeing Yunli's stubborn expression and her puffed cheeks made her look quite adorable. Yanxiao nodded, indicating that if there was nothing else, he could practice with her again. But just then, Yunli suddenly spoke up again. Brother, tell me honestly, what do you think of Miss Bailu? You care about her, don't you? Is it that obvious? Look at the way you're looking at Miss Bailu. It's practically begging for attention. Only a fool wouldn't notice. But with Miss Bailu like this, can you really take action? Hearing this, Yanxiao felt a bit of a headache, primarily from the embarrassment. It felt terrible to be seen as a lowly con by his own sister. He felt so awkward that he wanted to bury himself. But brother, you shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Miss Bailu is also from a prominent family. Her lifespan is destined not to be as long as that of the Xianzhou people. You saw how Miss Jinyu looked before. Are you afraid? Yunli's voice pulled his thoughts back. This question almost directly hit his biggest weakness. He was indeed pained and hesitant about how to handle his relationship with Bailu. It was a topic that was hard to speak about, leaving him unsure of who to confide in. He never expected his sister to unhesitatingly expose his vulnerabilities. Old brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but Miss Bailu isn't worried about these things, so why are you? Although I don't understand the feelings between men and women, I do know that when it comes to liking someone, no one really seeks eternity. There's nothing truly everlasting in this universe. Yunli's words struck Yunxiao's heart like a wake-up call. Even celestial beings have their limits. Everything has an end. Not only lifespan, but also various accidents could change everything. So if that's the case, why not choose to cherish every moment with the people around you? Don't leave yourself with regrets, just like Jinyu chose back then, at the last moment of life. Rather than betting on the less than 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, why not take a gamble on whether you can be with her without regrets until the very end? Worrying about gain and loss only leads to irreparable regrets. Looking at Yunxiao, who was momentarily stunned, he soon revealed a look of realization. Yunli immediately showed a hint of pride. After all, she had no reason to stop her brother from liking anyone, but she hoped he wouldn't get stuck in his own thoughts. Helping him come to terms with this might also be an opportunity for his inner relief. Thank you, Yunli. I can't believe I only just figured out such a simple truth. Brother, you just tend to overthink. It's getting late. Let us rest. As she spoke, Yunli yawned widely, her head tilted, and she fell asleep right on the spot. Yunxiao opened his mouth, but seeing that she had already begun to breathe steadily, like a little kitten curled up beside him, he couldn't help but feel a bit drowsy as well. Looking at Yunli sleeping beside him, he suddenly felt as if he had returned to 10 years ago. Good night, little Yunli. Chapter 49. Was that kick powerful enough to pierce the stars? Clang, clang. The next morning, what startled the entire street was not the holographic projection of the dawn sky created by the Luofu, but rather a thunderous sound of collapse and explosion, mixed with the sound of something collapsing due to an explosion. Many people couldn't help but gasp in shock, hurriedly opening their windows to look at the dusty ground on the street. The source of the damage was exactly the room where Yunxiao was. At that moment, Yunxiao, who had rolled from upstairs to downstairs, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His head was in a daze, and he couldn't react to what had happened. He lay slumped among a pile of rubble, staring blankly at the dim sky above. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here? The soul-searching questions made Yunxiao even more confused. However, his confusion quickly vanished as he remembered what had happened before he went to sleep. He had clearly been sleeping against the wall. How did he end up flying through the wall upon waking up? No doubt, it was Yunli's doing. It had to be Yunli. That girl, even before training, could kick him from the bed to various corners of the room. She could even kick him up to the ceiling. Now that she had undergone training, it seemed reasonable that one kick could almost shatter the wall and send him flying out. Yunxiao lay motionless on the ground, not because he didn't want to get up, but because it felt like all his ribs were broken, and Bailu's elixir was still constantly repairing his shattered body. Honestly, it was too brutal to look at. At that moment, Bailu also struggled to get up, her small face pale as she poured medicinal liquid into her mouth while checking on Yunxiao's condition outside. What on earth had happened to this guy? How did he almost drain her vitality? It could only be said that Yunxiao was still able to regain consciousness thanks to Bailu's elixir, or else he might have fainted on the spot, just like in the past. That kick was really well done. Now I won't have to worry about insomnia anymore. It seemed he had just realized this, and Yunxiao immediately raised his hand to press against his chest. The power of the Sword of Destiny activated, and the continuous life force began to convert, causing a large amount of life energy around him to dissipate. All the flowers and plants withered instantly, while his body rapidly recovered, gradually restoring his life force. My God, Yunli, that kick of yours was not ordinary at all. By now, everyone had been awakened by the commotion. After a while, Yunli also came downstairs, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at Yunxiao, like a child who had done something wrong. At this moment, Bailu finally stopped pouring medicine into herself, catching her breath, and couldn't help but exclaim. After all, that kick was so closely linked to Yunxiao's life that she felt like she was almost kicked out of breath. I'm sorry, Yunxiao, I really didn't mean it. I believe you didn't do it on purpose, because if you had, I probably wouldn't have had a chance to recover. At that moment, Yunxiao, still feeling a bit shaken, patted his chest and repaired the last crack in his bones. Otherwise, even sitting up would have been a difficult task. However, when he saw the group of workers from the construction bureau staring at the hole kicked out with contemplative expressions, Yunxiao felt a bit confused. Bailu, Why do those people look so pale? They seem like they've committed a crime. Bailu reattached the medicine gourd to her waist and glanced at Yun-Li before saying, "What is so strange about it? The houses here are built according to wartime specifications. They're supposed to be sturdy and durable. If Yun-Li kicked a hole in one while dreaming, what do you think they're thinking?" For those who didn't know Yun-Li's actual combat power, a house that could be kicked down like that would definitely be considered shoddy construction. As a result, the people responsible for the entire Chong-Lu-Tian housing project were basically all on the verge of collapse. No, they might even be more than just collapsed. If all these houses had to be demolished and rebuilt, they wouldn't be able to construct anything in their lifetime. Plus, there would be huge compensation costs. Thankfully, there were no people from the Interstellar Peace Company around. Otherwise, one could only imagine the public outcry it would cause. The next day, the Interstellar Peace Report might publish a headline. Shocking, the strategic-level houses of the Luofu-He are surprisingly fragile, turning out to be shoddy construction. Is this the demise of humanity or the decline of morality? After all, in this line of work, no one could create hype better than these guys. Fortunately, people arrived in a timely manner, and several members of the Yunxi army came along to explain Yun-Li's situation. Upon learning that a little girl with extraordinary strength had kicked down the house, the expressions of these people relaxed quite a bit, though their gazes towards Yun-Li seemed a bit strange. I feel like they're looking at a monster. Be confident, Yun-Li, they're looking at a monster. With the force of that kick, no one on the entire Xianzhou would dare to say they were completely confident in what would happen next. Yun Xiao took a sip of the morning tea beside him, his expression completely indifferent, which made little Yun-Li so angry that she raised her small fist, ready to teach Yun Xiao a lesson. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao was quick on his feet, and Yun-Li couldn't land a hit, only able to puff up angrily and challenge him again. But today, Yun Xiao wasn't in the mood for a fight. After finishing his morning tea, he picked up Bailu and made a run for it. He vanished from the spot in an instant, and as he dashed out, several hidden figures from the Ming clan appeared nearby, all fearing they would be left behind, and quickly accelerated to catch up. Only Yun-Li remained, grumbling as she picked up the remaining morning tea, ravenously devouring the food in front of her. However, just as she was gobbling up her food like a whirlwind, she noticed a familiar woman sitting at a table across from her. "Jinyu? What are you doing here?" "No, wait, what brings you here?" "Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask Miss Yun-Li a few questions." "I'm sorry to disturb you." Yun Xiao rubbed his chest, and, after a while, his figure appeared on the outskirts of the Danding department. It was said that someone here had witnessed the Star Corps hunters, but it was just a fleeting glimpse. No one had ever caught sight of them. Yun Xiao was also sent by Bailu to check the surroundings. As for heading back to his homeland, he wasn't in a hurry. There was no rush now, and he would also need to use the Star Dome train. He didn't know where the train crew had gone, but he had heard that those who saw the Star Dome train were with the Star Corps hunters, so he thought he might as well try his luck. In a remote courtyard devoid of people, Yun Xiao was moving back and forth across the rooftops. It seemed this place was not covered by projections, so the light here was always a bit dim. As Yun Xiao ventured deeper, he felt an increasingly eerie sensation. The air was thin here, and he was afraid that some ghostly thing might appear at any moment. Of course, in this technologically advanced era, ghosts didn't exist. Even if they did, they would definitely be some kind of undiscovered new life form. For instance, the existence of Sui Yang is a typical example of most ghost stories. However, shortly after he infiltrated, the houses in front of him suddenly began to change chaotically. The bizarre houses darted around, altering the surrounding terrain significantly. Moreover, the air around him grew increasingly cold, as if the temperature was being rapidly drained away. Yun Xiao slowly stood on the rooftop, allowing the cold wind to blow past him, bringing a slight chill. "Show yourself, you trickster!" Yun Xiao suddenly raised his head and shouted, causing the surrounding air pressure to drop even further. But this time, it wasn't a natural drop in temperature. It was Yun Xiao releasing the intent of his sword. With a muffled boom, the eerie and unpredictable houses around him suddenly stopped spinning and changing. Where the cold air swept through, the houses were covered in a layer of terrifying solid ice. Almost simultaneously, a strange green flame flickered past from under an eave, emitting a shrill scream as it called out from a distance. "Brothers, We're exposed. Run. In reality, you haven't been exposed, but you've pointed the way for me, so thank you. At that moment, a voice colder than the ice appeared in his ear. The eerie green ghost fire let out a piercing scream, falling from the sky with a cry, its entire body trapped within a layer of solid ice. And it wasn't just this one Sui Yong. At least 50 ghost fires flew out from under the eave in front of him, with one ghost fire emitting a high-pitched scream. These ghost fires surprisingly gathered towards a single point in perfect harmony. Interesting, with so many Sui Yong, I really want to see what tricks you can come up with. Yin Xiao looked at the countless Sui Yong in the sky, transforming into a massive ghost fire domain of eerie green flames, and couldn't help but show a hint of interest. It would be easy for him to interrupt, but apart from making the first move, he wanted to see what this guy with such a long prior action could do. Because it was really rare to see Sui Yong merge like this. With that thought, Yin Xiao's right hand suddenly condensed frost, and the chill gathered, instantly forming an ice-blue longsword in his hand. An irresistible chill spread out, instantly turning the ground around him into frost, like a cold moon falling to the ground. Brilliant, yet dangerous. Yin Xiao's body pressed forward step by step, causing the numerous ghost fires gathering in the sky to immediately condense and collapse. With a loud bang, a massive ghost fire eyeball formed in the air, even emitting a strange, cackling laugh. Ha! Arrogant little ferry boat kid, come fight. Now that we've fused all our powers, we are invincible. Open up, kid. Let's settle this. Let's determine who's superior. Speaking of which, do Sui Yong have genders? Who's the idiot calling for showdown? Watching the big eyeball talk to itself and mock itself had a kind of stand-up comedy feel. Yin Xiao found it quite amusing, even more interesting than listening to some storytellers. So now he was going to start his reward, for example, rewarding it with a strike that penetrates all rivers. Chapter 50. The first real encounter with the Star Core Hunter. Haha. Now that we brothers are gathered, we are invincible. The big eyeball blinked a few times. In its large eyes, there seemed to flash a strange and malicious light, and it was engulfed in eerie green ghost flames. The temperature around dropped further, but Yin Xiao's figure advanced rather than retreated, stepping closer to his opponent. Hey kid, are you deaf? Can't you hear? Yeah. Looks like I have to show you some strength first. Otherwise, you won't know how much meat we grandpas have. The big eyeball emitted different tones of voice, sounding like a single body containing too many different personalities. Yin Xiao remained unmoved. These ghostly sounds couldn't affect his emotions at all. The moment he slightly raised his gaze, the piercing frost erupted explosively. Everyone, enough chit-chat. Take this sword. In an instant, Yin Xiao's figure soared, shooting into the sky like an arrow. The moonlight in his hand hung high above the dim sky, as if conjuring a bright radiance. In that fleeting moment, under the gaze of the big eyeball, the moonlight suddenly transformed into a waning moon, crashing down from the horizon, bringing a brilliant yet mournful sight. The moon is falling. What a joke. Where would a real moon come from on a ferry boat? That's a sword energy. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. No, I can't move. Damn. A bunch of useless teammates. Let me go. In an instant, these screaming Sui Yong turned into raging flames, scattering and trying to escape. However, at the moment the waning moon fell, they had already lost their chance to flee. With a loud explosion, a large amount of frost, mixed with countless Sui Yong bodies, fell directly down. These ghost fires were originally a combination of energy bodies. If the energy of these ghost fires was frozen, they naturally had no power to resist. Yin Xiao's figure crashed to the ground, expelling a breath of cold air from his lungs. It was as if hail was falling around him, and the sound of frozen Sui Yong dropping continuously echoed, which was quite relieving to hear. Just then, a strange yet familiar woman's voice suddenly came from the side. So, Arun, I wasn't wrong. This kid's talent is better than yours. Really not afraid of being backfired. At the same time, Ren's voice also appeared nearby, and Yin Xiao suddenly turned his head to look. The woman in a coat had a playful glint in her eyes. Strangely, he couldn't see through the light in this woman's eyes. The passive ability of the Sword of Reason couldn't immediately interpret the emotions in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ren stood with his arms crossed, his cold expression unchanged from years past. This immediately reminded Yun Xiao of the past, during the Cloud 5 Heroes period when Run, his master, was once called Ingxing. How much had he experienced? That proud blacksmith, a proud craftsman, had become the now mad sword demon. Master, did you forget what I told you? And put away your gaze. I dislike that look of yours. It's exactly the same as that woman. Rin suddenly raised his head, not allowing Yun Xiao to utter that title. And his aura was sharp, as if he was ready to draw his sword and fight Yun Xiao at any moment. Yun Xiao shook his head helplessly, as if recalling something. The bond of master and disciple he had with Run had been completely severed by that sword. Moreover, it was he who had severed it himself. So there was no need to continue using the master-disciple title at this time. Ren's gaze seemed somewhat dangerous, as if there was an uncontrollable madness within. I heard you were hiding here. I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. So these Suiyang, they're also under my control. They are very useful little guys and won't get tired, making them perfect for guarding. The purple-haired woman smiled slightly. But for some reason, this woman always made Yun Xiao feel uncomfortable. It was as if her eyes never had a focal point, and there was never anyone she could truly gaze upon. Starcore Hunter, Kafka. I suppose this counts as our first meeting, Yun Xiao. Saying this, Kafka stepped forward, extending her gloved hand, seemingly wanting to shake hands with Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao frowned slightly, but didn't refuse. As he stepped forward, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. A scene appeared in his mind, though still somewhat blurry. He indeed saw the woman's next move. She would momentarily grasp his hand, but with the other hand, she would subconsciously draw a gun and aim it at him. And in a split second, without hesitation, she would pull the trigger, the action flowing smoothly without any pause. Next, he would see the sight of his blood splattering, looking extremely tragic. The image dissipated, and Yun Xiao reached out to grasp Kafka's hand. As they shook hands, both almost instantaneously drew their weapons. Kafka's other hand had unknowingly pulled out a submachine gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Yun Xiao. Behind Yun Xiao, a sword light suddenly condensed, pressing directly against Kafka's neck. If either side moved even a step, both would instantly suffer severe injury. In front of Yun Xiao, he saw a warning from the end, a direct gift from the star god to some extent. Now he could see a warning of imminent crisis in the short-term future, thanks to his vigilance. Otherwise, he would have truly been ambushed by the woman before him. What a good sense of alertness. One must not let their guard down when talking to a stranger. Remember to do this in the future. Saying this, Kafka smiled and let go of the submachine gun in her hand, allowing it to drop to the ground. Yun Xiao also sheathed his flying sword, but the moment he lowered his head, he noticed the position of the fallen gun stock. The magazine slot was completely empty. How could this be? As he exclaimed in surprise, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The light of reason's sword instantly condensed in his palm. At the same time, Kafka pulled out another submachine gun with her other hand. The sound of bullets firing rang out continuously, da-da-da-da-da. In front of Yun Xiao, a giant wall, made of sword, transformed suddenly materialized. The sound of bullets colliding with metal rang out incessantly, causing Yun Xiao's figure to rapidly retreat a distance. But since the defense was timely, he wasn't directly turned into a sieve by a full magazine. This is your first lesson, yes, one taught by Leo. Don't rely too much on that eye. And what fate guides you will only be the correct path. Before Yun Xiao could react, Kafka suddenly shot the bullets that had hit the wall back towards him. With a series of muffled sounds and tearing flesh, several bullet holes instantly appeared on Yun Xiao's back. The sensation of his back flesh being torn made him feel a pain so intense that he almost lost consciousness. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the iron in his hand suddenly shattered, replaced by a long sword intertwining in black and white. The sword light suddenly pierced the ground, and with a whoosh, the surrounding life force began to converge like a tidal wave. Even the fallen sunflowers on the ground dimmed significantly, and the burning ghostly fire became dimmer. Meanwhile, the wound on Yun Xiao's back immediately healed back to its original state, no longer showing any damage. After slowly spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, he squeezed the bullets out his back wound. Indeed, this is an unprecedented power, but it is inextricably linked to abundance. How about it, Arin? Do you want to try the feeling of being drained of life force? Not particularly. Ren knew that this wouldn't lead to his death and didn't want to waste that energy here. Yin Xiao straightened his body and looked at Ren and Kafka not far away. You, the Starcore Hunters, are also apostles of the end? To be precise, only Elio is, and you now are somewhat like Elio. You are all blessed by the end, and perhaps it is not a good thing. I certainly know that, but I can't escape it anymore. I have no choice but to bear it. Yin Xiao looked at Kafka in front of him, who had always shown that harmless smile, making it hard to raise his guard. This was also strange. The woman seemed to have the same demeanor when he pointed the flying sword at her neck just moments ago. Was she not afraid at all? Or did she lack the emotion of fear by nature? Just right to meet you this time. If it's on the way, let us wait here for a moment, just to accompany me and our run. We still have some matters to attend to. Aren't you afraid that I will capture you all now? You have quite a bounty with the Interstellar Peace Company. What is there to be afraid of? You have had conflict with those people. Haven to you? Saying this, Kafka's finger pointed through the air, seemingly indicating Yin Xiao's chest area. Yin Xiao instinctively covered his chest. Here it seemed to have been sealed with something quite important. Initially, he thought he was hiding it from Ren, not wanting the other party to know about it, but he hadn't expected it to have been exposed at some point. Your entire script has been written down. Elio can naturally interpret part of it. There is nothing strange about it, is there? You are all apostles of the end, and you can understand that kind of fate's arrangement, right? But I only recently became an apostle. Even if I were to script the path of the end, it should have only begun after that war. Yin Xiao frowned as he looked at Kafka, but she merely smiled lightly. Turning around, she fully exposed her back to Yin Xiao and said, "Why do you think that the path of the end only contacted you at that time? Wasn't it from the very beginning that you were already walking on this path that it bestowed upon you?" Chapter 51. Has Kafka been hit by the Joy Star Corps' special attack? Stepping onto this path means becoming a slave to fate. You're now not much different from us. How about joining the Star Corps Hunters and giving it a try? Let us skip that. I don't want to become a wanted criminal across the universe like you, and I'm not interested in your script. Yin Xiao firmly rejected Kafka's invitation. Although they were all on the path of the end, he still wanted to try to break free from this doomed fate. After all, up to now, he could see many dead ends on his journey. Every different choice could lead to serious consequences. Giving up lying flat or being lazy would only accelerate his march towards death. So he could only keep running continuously. To survive, he couldn't even slow down his pace. Whatever you say, but please wait a moment before you leave. The train crew you're looking for will be here soon. What does that mean? You weren't together at the beginning? Yin Xiao had previously heard rumors of the Star Corps Hunters and the Star Dome train crew were together. However, when he followed Kafka into a courtyard ahead, he suddenly sensed something was off. There seemed to be too many people here. No, rather, there were many Cloud cavalry soldiers, but they were all standing like sentries, maintaining a military posture, utterly motionless. Yin Xiao was stunned for a moment and hurriedly approached to take a look at these soldiers, only to find their eyes filled with confusion, as if they had lost their self-awareness. Hypnosis, or rather, mind control, was just a little trick. Aren, listen to me. The moment those 3 words fell, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to change in an instant. Yin Xiao was quite sensitive to changes in the surrounding atmosphere. He suddenly turned his head to look at Kafka. And when Ren received power from Kafka, he silently turned and walked into a nearby empty shop. Closing his eyes, it seemed he had fallen into a deep sleep. But what surprised Yin Xiao was that at the moment Ren closed his eyes, his aura seemed to become serene. At this moment, it seemed as if he had found redemption. No longer so restless, even the aura of the demonic shadow had vanished. You are suppressing his demonic shadow. Is that something you can do? Why not? You just haven't seen this method before, and besides, Eren is special. You should understand that. Speaking of which, Yin Xiao probably understood something. Ren, or the previous Yingxing, was actually a short-lived species with a lifespan of just over 100 years before it would come to an end. However, during the chaos of the Drinking Moon, when he and the Moon-Drinking Lord attempted the dragon transformation technique, they devoured the flesh of the fleeting moment. The flesh of that bountiful envoy had now perfectly merged with Ren, but the cost was the eternal suffering brought on by the demonic shadow. The unquenchable pain and hatred continued to wander within his transformed demonic shadow body, and that past Yingxing, who was once intoxicated by the other shore, had probably disappeared completely. That's why he had always yearned for death. Perhaps only death could provide him with a fleeting moment of relief. Yin Xiao also understood the fleeting gentleness in Ren's gaze when he looked at Bailu. That nostalgic look for the old days was hard to hide. Perhaps just a glance felt enough. However, he was a bit confused now, because if nothing unexpected happened, he should have met all the members of the Cloud 5 heroes back then. His master was Zhu Mingxian, and there was also Jinglu, who had inexplicably struck him twice. General Jinyuan of Luofu, Danheng from the train crew, and an uncertain relationship with Bailu. In any case, he only regarded Bailu as Bailu, not the reincarnation of Baiheng from back then. Bailu was herself and could not replace anyone. He was still very firm in his heart. But why was Jinglu so rude to him back then? Even if he had extraordinary talent, 99% was due to the Sword of Logic. This sword's ability to comprehend various sword techniques was too domineering, even able to overpower yanking. But at that time, his strength was at most 50-50 with yanking after all. The time of accumulation was still too short. So why did Yin Xiao have to strike Jinglu twice back then? Yanking could only withstand one strike. Why didn't he give him 2 strikes too? Thinking carefully, it seemed that yanking was Jing Yuan's disciple, and among the last of the Cloud 5 heroes. Jing Yuan had the worst fate. He witnessed the end and was still responsible for the final cleanup. Perhaps Jinglu subconsciously felt indebted to Jing Yuan, so he went easy on yanking when facing him. Otherwise, judging by the standard of that strike under the moon, whether yanking could survive was questionable. Goodness, does being Ren's disciple mean he had to be beaten to death? Wasn't it supposed to be a generational favor? Why did it turn into a beating for him? Yin Xiao rubbed his head, feeling utterly speechless. After a moment, after Kafuka had settled Ren, he turned around and smiled, saying, "If I didn't release this information, how could I draw you here? It's just a bit of rumored news. You would definitely come." "Just right. I also wanted to see your current strength." So the previous Wei Yong was just to test himself. It worked out fine. It was enough for practice, and he didn't team-mind fighting. However, using Jingliu's sword intent had seemingly become a habit. Yet, when using it, the side effects of the Sword of Logic would also appear. The more he mimicked, the easier it was to become that person. At that moment, Yin Xiao's swordsmanship increasingly resembled Jingliu's, and his aura gradually changed. But if he wanted to go further, to turn that crescent moon into a full moon, he would inevitably need to delve more deeply into Jingliu's story and state of mind. The tragic part for him was that the most mainstream users were Ren and Jinglu. The key was that neither of them was a normal person. They were both demonic shadows. To fully comprehend them, it seemed there was no other way to succeed except for him to also become a demonic shadow. It truly was a tragic situation. Just as Yin Xiao was lost in thought watching the nearby cloud riders, suddenly a sound of footsteps came from not far away. He turned his head abruptly, and under the dim light, a sneaky gray-haired figure poked its head out from outside the door. Upon seeing Kafuka, it seemed a bit wary, approaching cautiously like a puffed-up cat. However, it seemed to completely ignore Yin Xiao standing beside the door. Yin Xiao raised his arm to check, confirming that he hadn't released the cloud chant technique or concealed himself. Sure enough, players in interstellar travel didn't really need their eyes. "Oh, you're here. Just in time," said the little gray-haired one. "I came. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person." This statement left Yin Xiao, who was standing aside at a loss. Where had this guy's thoughts jumped to in the universe? Kafuka seemed to be taken aback by such a response as well. Unable to help but tilt her head, she revealed a softer smile. "You're still so unpredictable. Sometimes I can't even figure out what you're thinking." "It's nothing. I just feel a bit excited." "Why are we talking like this in front of the Cloud Riders? Is there something particularly stimulating?" "Of course not. They're just under my word spirit control. Once we finish with Aaron, there won't be any other issues. But before we leave, I want to chat with you. Just answer a few questions privately. That's all." Kafuka's tone was gentler than ever before, which left Yin Xiao stunned. Was this really the same Kafuka he had just confronted? Compared to before, Kafuka now felt strangely gentle. "Of course, I'll also introduce you to a new friend. You must be familiar with her." Following Kafuka's gaze, the little gray-haired one finally noticed Yin Xiao standing by the corner near the door. She had been focused on Kafuka when she entered, failing to notice Yin Xiao was also there. At this moment, she seemed to become very silent. and the atmosphere seemed to quiet down. Right? I suddenly remembered I left the gas stove on. I'll go back for a bit. You stop right there. I haven't joined the Star Corps hunters. What are you afraid of? If you want to run, at least find a better excuse. Yin Xiao leaned against the door and gave her a sideways glance, clearly feeling like she had been caught doing something wrong. If this got out, the reputation of the astral train would be ruined. After all, the notoriety of the Star Corps hunters was already well known throughout the universe. Seeing the little gray-haired one pause near the door, she looked up at Yin Xiao, her eyes suddenly darting around. Please don't tell anyone. I can do anything. As she spoke, she suddenly clasped her hands together and looked at Yin Xiao, while he twitched the corners of his mouth. Looking at her eyes that couldn't even pretend to be pitiful, he still placed his hands on her shoulders. Miss Star, you and T want your secret meetings with the Star Corps hunters to be known, would you? It felt like they were playing some strange game, as Yin Xiao instinctively engaged in this absurd banter. All right, stop playing. Seeing you two like this, I thought you were a couple. Come here. I'll answer some of your questions. As she spoke, Kafuka walked over, but at that moment, the little gray-haired one suddenly pounced onto Yin Xiao. No, what are you going to do to me? I'm already his. Please don't separate us. After saying this, Yin Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes and lower his head, looking at this shameless little gray-haired one. Where did she get the courage to say that? Did she really have no sense of shame at all? Kafka saw Kafka in the eyes of Yin Xiao for the first time, and there was actually a twitching feeling on her face. Although she still maintained a smile, it seemed like she vaguely saw a few blue veins. Was it her illusion? I really won't do anything to you. Believe me. Okay? Ever since you entered here, I haven't even used a single word spirit on you. Was it the forced brainwashing control from before? If you plan to use it, will I be brainwashed immediately and then taken away to do something indescribable? No, please. There are cows. Please don't do that to me. I'm still a Star Corps baby under 1 year old. You can't do this. Click. Yin Xiao seemed to hear a sound, which seemed to come from Kafka's mouth. Did she just bite down and break a tooth? Chapter 52. Goodness. What is the illusion in front of you, Yanqing? Have you broken down? I haven't. Kafka's voice seemed to tremble a bit as she pushed the little gray fur beside her away. This guy didn't even know where she had been squatting just now. There was a smell that was hard to describe lingering around her, which was somewhat unpleasant. At this moment, the little gray fur couldn't help but click her tongue, seemingly dissatisfied with Yin Xiao's action of pushing her away. But it also seemed that because Yin Xiao was nearby, since Danheng had said that this guy was actually quite strong, she couldn't just stand by and watch her being bullied by the Star Corps hunter. Feeling like she had a solid backing behind her, she immediately stepped forward, hands on her hips, and said, "All right, my big brother is here now. You can speak directly. We're all family. No need to hide anything." This made Yin Xiao's brain momentarily freeze. Was it her illusion, or did the sword aura sitting in the shop just now seem to be momentarily disordered? Perhaps she almost couldn't hold it together. Kafka sighed and turned back to look at Yin Xiao not far away. "I'm sorry. Could you please wait outside for a moment? Some of the upcoming exchanges are rather private. You really want to do something to me? Damn it, I'm only 1 year old, Kafka. You can't do this, it's illegal." Without saying a word, Yin Xiao turned and walked out of the courtyard door. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted. It was just that he felt if he continued to listen, he would probably lose control. Why does this guy have so much drama? Is she a reincarnated drama queen? Or is the Star Corps inside her made by the Joy Star God, making it so entertaining? He turned and left the courtyard, standing outside to wait. However, the cold ice aura around him seemed to gradually melt away as Yin Xiao's sword aura dissipated. Ghostly flames resembling ghost fires began to rise up. "Haha, I'm free now. Who could trap me?" Before he could finish speaking, Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow and leaned against the wall, causing a circle of silver-gray ripples to appear at his feet. The first ghostly flame that broke free from the ice immediately quieted down. Watching it, it really looked like a ball of ghost fire emitting a ghostly green light, as if it was burning some special fuel. Then the second and third ghostly flames thawed. Before they could go crazy, they immediately saw the obedient ghostly flame floating in front of them, followed by the teasing smile of Yin Xiao. Thus, these ghostly things began to fall to the ground one by one, all falling silent. After all, no one wanted to be frozen by Yin Xiao's sword again. Experiencing that once was enough. Until the last ghostly flame also thawed and obediently joined the silent group, Yin Xiao nodded. Good. It seems you all know the situation well. You ran out of the furnace because of the internal chaos in the Danding division? Yes, but we're just a small wave among them, not many. The leading ghostly flame said tremulously. Although the ghostly flames did not have emotions of fear, they still felt that this person in front of them was somewhat formidable. Even though they did not have their treasures gathered, the residual power from that sword just now still flickered in front of them, making their hearts stop. Even though ghostly flames do not have hearts. Speaking of which, is it really impossible to kill your kind of ghostly flame? I'm quite curious. Can someone provide me with an idea? It seemed that he thought of the illusory mist, which is also a type of ghostly flame. As long as it is a living creature, he must find a way to kill the opponent. However, these ghostly flames looked at each other. No one dared to speak first. After all, they didn't even know how to kill themselves. But when Yin Xiao took a step forward, the temperature around him suddenly dropped several times, and these ghostly flames all showed expressions of terror. No, it's not that there's no way. If it's something as fragmented as us, it might be difficult. But if it's a complete and huge ghostly flame, it's not impossible to kill. For a creature like the ghostly flame, Yin Xiao didn't know much. So at this moment, he was happy to hear what they had to say. The cold air did not continue to spread, and the ghostly flame that spoke immediately floated up. You could just say it directly. How do you kill an entire ghostly flame? It's actually very simple. Just crush it, break it down into fragments like us. And each of our fragments will instantly form different cells. So even if it cannot be completely destroyed, it can still be suppressed and sealed. After all, the former General Luofu did it this way. Yin Xiao pondered. The illusory mist is also a massive ghostly flame. And once such a ghostly flame is shattered into countless tiny forms, it essentially means splitting the consciousness of the illusory mist. Saying it is easy, but doing it is hard, not to mention that the illusory mist is a destroyer envoy. With such an envoy that can split, unless Yin Xiao maintains the power of an envoy for a long time, and not just the temporary awakening he had when he first awakened the demon sword. He would also need a strength strong enough to comprehensively suppress a destruction sovereign as a trump card to achieve this goal. If that were the case, Yin Xiao still didn't know how long he would have to grow. He still couldn't fully master the Sword of Flames in his hand. This demon sword evolved from the authority of destruction was still too difficult for him to utilize effectively. But then again, how to inquire didn't yield much of a result. Looking at this large group of ghostly flames gathering wasn't a solution either. Hiss. I remember the 10 Kings division can handle this, but at this time, I can't call the people from the 10 Kings division. After all, there are still the Star Corps hunters and the secret conversation of the Star Dome train behind. If I call someone now, the subsequent matters will become troublesome. However, just as he was pondering how to handle these ghostly flames, Yanqing's voice suddenly came from not far away. Yin Xiao, what are you doing here? What are these things? Why are there so many ghostly flames? Seeing the large patch of green ghost flames spread out on the ground, even Yanqing's big heart was startled. Yin Xiao suddenly raised his head, wanting to remind her, but found he had no time. Yanqing's figure was suddenly struck by a ghostly green flame and entered her body. Soon after, ghostly flames surged into Yanqing's body one after another. In just a few breaths, all the ghostly flames on the ground disappeared, all diving into Yanqing's body. What the hell? How can you move so fast? Yin Xiao stared at Yanqing without blinking. At this moment, a faint flame began to rise within Yanqing's body. And outside her body, a large amount of flames slowly emerged. The ghostly flames covered and burned, completely filling the surface of Yanqing's body. Yin Xiao suddenly raised his right hand. The sword's cold light exploded, directly aiming at Yanqing's direction. Ha, that's great. This body is just perfect. It's simply driving us wild. Strange laughter echoed from within Yanqing's body, seemingly very satisfied with this vessel. In the next moment, sharp frost sword shadows appeared around Yanqing. Yin Xiao was not completely unfamiliar with such creatures. They could hide in the flaws of human consciousness, feeding on human emotions. The more intense the negative emotions, the greater the flaws, and the higher the probability of successfully possessing a host. It was quite a coincidence that Yanqing's current mental state was damaged, making it incredibly easy for these creatures to invade. Yanqing himself was not weak, and these beings really knew how to choose their targets. which gave Yun Xiao a bit of a headache. It seemed inevitable that a fight would ensue. By the way, how do you think you can battle me, just because you've possessed Yanqing? Go ahead and be arrogant while you can. This is the most talented young swordsman of Luofu, who can fight you on equal terms. Now that we have the numbers, you won't gain any advantage. They probably directly access the memories of the battles between Yanqing and Yun Xiao. However, Yun Xiao had only fought with Yanqing twice. In the first battle, it was evenly matched, and in the second, Yanqing lost due to his poor condition. These creatures truly believed that sheer numbers would guarantee victory. It seemed they needed a lesson to learn. With this thought, the icy sword intent in Yun Xiao's hand suddenly shattered, but immediately afterward, he clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart. In an instant, a scorching breath seemed to fill the air from all directions. The ultimate aura of destruction mixed with scorching heat swept across the surroundings, and at the same time, the intense desire for destruction unleashed by the flame sword echoed in Yun Xiao's mind. The side effects of the magic sword seemed to vary with different sword edges, producing differing effects. As this ultimate aura of destruction spread, the colors in Yun Xiao's eyes seemed to change as well. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to reclaim your honor? Let's see. Yun Xiao extended his hand, gripping the flame sword that resembled an eternal sun in his right hand, while his left hand beckoned, looking at Yanqing, who was possessed by the creatures, with a provocative intent that was almost palpable. At this moment, Yanqing's eyes were also covered by a layer of ghostly green flames. Previously, the interaction with Yun Xiao was merely the ghostly green flames burning on Yanqing. Now, Yanqing seemed to have just awakened slightly to his own consciousness. When he looked at Yun Xiao, he suddenly froze. You were the general? Why are you here? Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, amazed that these creatures had transformed him into Jing Yuan's appearance in Yanqing's eyes. This should be similar to the situations where one encounters ghostly illusions on most planets. However, in the next moment, a look of pain suddenly appeared in Yanqing's eyes, which were enveloped in ghostly flames. General, no, are you joking with me? Why have you fallen into the devil's shadow? And why must I be the one to end this? This nearly caused Yun Xiao to lose his focus. Every single disciple seems destined to face the master-killing event one day. In an instant, Yun Xiao felt that if Jing Yuan were to also succumb to the devil's shadow in the future, Yanqing would definitely draw his sword without hesitation. Chapter 53. A Suyang who claims to understand sword techniques in an instant. The surrounding cold air burst apart. Yanqing's own aura seemed to reach past its previous limits at that moment. Ice blue sword edges swirled around him, each flying sword wrapped in a sharp chill. However, before this sharp sword intent could approach Yun Xiao, it was instantly evaporated by the blazing aura surrounding him. The pure aura of destruction surged even more violently, carrying a heart-pounding feeling. Although Yanqing could not see the world before him clearly, he seemed to sense that overwhelming momentum. Yet, that momentum overlapped with the general transformed by the devil's shadow in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow hard, but at this moment, his aura became even sharper. It seemed that under the extreme pressure, rather than retreating, Yanqing advanced, as if he had gained a momentum of life-or-death determination. Please, General, do not hold back. The moment the words fell, Yanqing's body surged forward, leaving several sounds of breaking wind in the process. Yun Xiao quickly raised his right hand, and the blazing sword light slashed outwards in all directions. With the sounds of shattering, Yun Xiao sent the incoming frost-flying swords crashing away. The intense sword light even left some residual heat in the air, the scorching waves distorting the surrounding space. Yanqing's figure stepped into the intersection of the two as the flying swords were all swatted away. The piercing cold light of the swords suddenly pierced through the aura next to Yun Xiao, aiming directly at his face. Yun Xiao merely tilted his head, causing this attack to miss completely, creating a sound of wind cutting past his cheek. In the next moment, Yanqing immediately pulled back without hesitation, the flying swords that had been blasted away quickly rising again. With a few whooshing sounds, they circled around Yanqing, accompanied by cries reminiscent of birdsong. 6 flying swords quickly formed a sword formation, slashing from various angles as Yanqing launched his attack. However, each time, Yun Xiao seemed to know in advance. the light in his eyes flashing slightly. The rushing sword lights were quickly repelled on the spot. Yanqing's own sword strikes also made no gains, and it could even be said that he couldn't withstand the sword light from Yun Xiao's flame sword for long. The blazing sword light, akin to a scorching sun, made it impossible for him to stay close for too long. As he took Yanqing's first sword strike, and before he could retreat, Yun Xiao suddenly let out a roar. Open! In an instant, the sword edge filled with the aura of destruction exploded into intense brightness, wrapping Yun Xiao in a layer of burning sunlight. The ghostly flames around Yanqing trembled and retreated. But then, Yun Xiao's figure suddenly pursued, his left-hand sword finger brushing the sword body, igniting the whole sword in blazing fire. With a deafening explosion, Yanqing's figure was sent flying like a cannonball. With a loud crash, he smashed through the outer courtyard wall, enveloped in thick smoke, and fell among the debris. Before he could get back up, Yun Xiao, wrapped in raging flames, leaped up again, slicing towards Yanqing. However, before the sword light reached him, Yanqing directly smashed through the surrounding ruins, swiftly retreating. Notably, even without opening his eyes, Yanqing's movements were incredibly agile. Yun Xiao was certain that the previous strike could have stolen Yanqing's consciousness for a short time. Yet, at this moment, Yanqing had recovered again, clearly under the influence of the Suyang. But before Yanqing could regain his composure, the blazing sword light surged again, forcing him to raise his flying sword to defend. Two flying swords instantly flew in from the side, blocking Yun Xiao's sword edge alongside his own sword. However, the aura of ultimate destruction erupted once more, and Yanqing's body was once again blasted away in the blink of an eye. With a muffled bang, Yanqing's body trembled slightly, rolling several times on the ground, clearly in a state of disarray. But his current state is truly terrifyingly poor. His sword strikes are no longer as decisive and resolute as before, but rather hesitant. The courage he had earlier has returned, yet under the influence of the Sui-Yang illusion, Yanqing's strength has not seen a significant improvement. Yun Xiao flicked the flame sword in his hand, and the blazing sunlight on the sword's body instantly extinguished. However, just as he let down his guard, a sharp sword light whistled from behind him, the blade wrapped in a chilling aura, directly slashing toward his back. Yet, Yun Xiao merely turned around and pinched it with two fingers, easily immobilizing the sword light between them. TSK, I see now. It seems this isn't entirely Yanqing's problem. A hiding and revealing fellow. Are you not going to come out? Yun Xiao frowned as he looked at Yanqing lying on the ground, observing the ghostly flames burning on him. It seemed he truly felt some trouble. Just now, when Yanqing manipulated the flying sword, many of the sword trajectories were somewhat off. Additionally, there were flickering green flames on the sword light. Without a doubt, the power of Sui-Yang seems to be able to affect the flying swords as well. Coupled with the keen movements that previously controlled Yanqing's body, there must be a skilled sword master among these Sui-Yang. At this moment, Yanqing's body slowly stood up, but unlike before, his eyes gradually closed. And as he closed his eyes, a crimson glow appeared at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Unlike the earlier ghostly green flames, as this flame ignited, Yanqing's aura underwent a tremendous change. A dazzling brilliance rotated, instantly wrapping the flying swords that Yanqing had previously controlled in a layer of crimson flames. Kid, not bad, but very powerful, much stronger than this kid. This kid's state and mindset have problems and can't exert full power, but that deep voice suddenly rang out, igniting the ghostly flames around Yanqing, which began to emit piercing wails. The bodies and powers of these Sui-Yang seemed to be drawn by some force, immediately starting to pour into Yanqing's body. Yanqing also tightly closed his eyes, seemingly enduring considerable pain, as if he were about to scream out in agony at any moment. This frail body is quite unsatisfactory. It can't exert even 1% of my true strength. So let me take your powers, little brats, and let me see how to maximize this little guy's abilities. Forcing the power of Sui-Yang into Yanqing's body, Yun Xiao immediately understood this guy's intentions. His eyes suddenly lit up with the golden light of destruction, and he shouted loudly, "Stop!" This method undoubtedly was slowly killing Yanqing. Even if Yanqing's physical quality was strong, being infused with that kind of energy would likely lead to trouble. However, Before the sword light, filled with destruction, could strike, the sword light beside Yanqing suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yanxiao. Colliding with the sword light, he had just slashed. The force of this collision was clearly much more terrifying than before, and Yanxiao was caught off guard and was pushed back several steps. Yet, that extreme aura of destruction instantly shattered that flying sword into pieces, scattering it into dust. What is the origin of your sword? I have never seen such a terrifying blade. Demon thing, I'll tell you once you come out. Yanxiao suddenly roared again, the tiles beneath his feet shattering into powder as he charged towards Yanqing. At this moment, Yanqing had his eyes tightly closed, yet he skillfully slashed out the sword light in his hand. Each move seemed as natural as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Every sword strike precisely intercepting the sword light that Yanxiao slashed at him. The various angles of Yanxiao's sword light were instantly blocked, and even the flying swords that Yanqing unexpectedly slashed out would assault him, forcing him to retreat. In an instant, the two collided again. Yanxiao could deeply feel the terrifying change in Yanqing's combat power, as if it was worlds apart from before. Any slight mistake could lead to his head being severed in an instant. Countless sword lights brushed past, leaving numerous tiny wounds on him. The entire courtyard echoed with the clashing sounds of their swords, fierce and unyielding, as they intertwined, each trying to deliver a devastating blow to the other. The crimson ghost fire controlling Yanqing's body quickly noticed something. Each time their sword lights crossed, Yanxiao's movements would resemble his a little more. As countless sword lights intersected, their sword lights began to gradually synchronize. He should have been able to suppress Yanxiao in speed by manipulating Yanqing's body to the extreme. But now, he found that speed could no longer be the key point to suppressing Yanxiao. The opponent always seemed able to react the moment he struck with his sword light. Every time he tilted his head or dodged, he managed to perfectly evade the rapidly slashing sword light. The sword light would always brush away some of Yanxiao's scattered hair, but could never catch up with his body's speed. No, it should be the speed of certain movements of Yanxiao's body. Overall, Yanxiao's movements were still slightly slower than Yanqing's. But it didn't require his overall movement speed to catch up with Yanqing. As long as the speed of his head tilting and partial body dodging was sufficient, the opponent still could not touch him. Gradually, the speed of the two young men's figures began to increase a bit, and Yanqing's sword light became invisible. Rather, the moment he could see the trajectory, his own head would likely fall. This is why Yanqing's sword light speed is so terrifying now, and those flying swords waiting in the air would occasionally give Yanxiao a thrilling attack. But fortunately, this guy is not good at using flying swords. Yanqing's flying swords could be said to be his own exploration of swordsmanship, not something anyone could easily master. Yanxiao's figure flickered several times, barely avoiding the sword light that Yanqing was slashing at him. But in the next moment, as he charged forward, he suddenly burst forth in a spray of blood. Sharp sword lights exploded on his body, while not far away. Yanqing, with his eyes tightly closed, saw the crimson flames flicker slightly, emitting a faint sound of regretful laughter. Kid, this sword technique, you've never seen it before, right? But why can you imitate it so quickly? Your growth speed is something I've never seen in my life. I really don't know which womb you came from. Chapter 54. A sword that truly leaves one puzzled. Yanxiao's body exploded with a large amount of blood, instantly splattering onto the surrounding ground, creating a bizarre blood color reminiscent of the other shore flower. His figure staggered back involuntarily, barely creating some distance. Looking at the wounds that had erupted on his body, he appeared to be in deep thought. I didn't even notice when the wounds exploded. This guy's tougher than I imagined. Moreover, it seems I was immersed in some state just now. I was too focused on that sword light that was elevated to the extreme to notice the airflow in front of me. Clearly, within a certain range of the flame sword, the surrounding air would instantly distort, allowing one to clearly perceive the changes in the surrounding air. For example, when I charged in just now, there was clearly a semi-transparent air crack blocking ahead. But at that time, I failed to notice and instead crashed right into it. That crack suspended in the air was not a solid entity, but a strange sword energy rift. If it weren't for the sword's speed reaching a certain extreme, no one could create such a rift. The crack absorbed the surrounding air, tearing apart the subtle wounds all over its body from the previous battle with Yanqing. This led to the current miserable state. One could only say it was due to carelessness, a failure to dodge. Even the body of a celestial ship person would find it difficult to endure such injuries. Next, kid, you need to be prepared. The old man is going to show you what the speed of the universe's first sword is. Yanqing slowly assumed a stance. The ghostly green flames burning all over him suddenly diminished significantly. The ghostly cries of the Sui-Yang gradually calmed down. No, it wasn't calming, but rather they were losing strength. Even though beings like Sui-Yang are immortal, once their energy is exhausted, they too will fall into silence or sleep until they recover enough energy to awaken. At this moment, Yin Xiao lowered his head, as if something was rolling through his mind. Suddenly, he released the sword of flame from his palm. The sword of flame instantly dissipated into wisps of fire and disappeared from his hand. Meanwhile, the crimson ghost fire beside Yanqing emitted a puzzled sound. What's wrong, kid? Are you planning to give up struggling and prepare to seek death? No, I hadn't noticed a very crucial issue earlier. Don't interrupt me. Yin Xiao waved his hand, seemingly signaling it to be quiet, which instead revealed the crimson ghost fire's confusion. However, in the next moment, a faint blue sword light immediately radiated from Yin Xiao's hand. The crimson ghost fire couldn't help but frown. I've seen this sword. This kid's memory tells me that you can use this sword to understand and replicate other sword techniques. So, are you planning to replicate my sword technique? I already did that just now. There's no need to do it again. This time, I plan to solve you with a single sword. Saying this, Yin Xiao slowly raised his head. He didn't know when, but the strange red gears began to reflect and slowly rotate in his eyes. During the earlier battle, Yin Xiao had realized that the Sword of Reason's passive ability had been successfully activated. In the fight with Yanqing, he gradually found the direction of the opponent's sword technique and began to grasp the feeling of the opponent's strikes. Since the passive of the Sword of Reason could condense in this way, then what about the other two demon swords? Just then, Yin Xiao held the Sword of Reason in his right hand while suddenly igniting a blazing fire like the sun in his left. With a loud bang, he swung the fiery blaze behind him. The raging flames suddenly ignited the ground around him, and the sword light, resembling the blazing sun, took shape behind him. The flames transformed into robes, merging perfectly with his body. At this moment, both of his hands lit up with black and white lights. The breath of life and death intertwined, manifesting two distinctly different powers on his hands. In that moment, Yin Xiao suddenly looked towards Yanqing. The ghost fire burning on Yanqing's body instantly distorted. The strange flames shook violently, as if sensing the changes around. Did you just rob the life force of the surroundings? At this time, the tiles beneath Yanqing's feet seemed to visibly soften, gradually becoming brittle and even starting to turn into sand. The aura of death was so domineering that it could bring death to any inorganic and organic matter. As a large amount of life force surged into the white light of his left hand, it was instantly slapped onto Yin Xiao's body. Immediately, the injuries from massive blood loss and countless ruptured wounds were restored to their original state. Apart from the bloodstains on his body, there were no signs of injury left. Indeed, he is a monster. Haha, this kid having you as a lifelong opponent is truly a blessing for him, perhaps also a misfortune. Senior, you flatter me. Your research into swordsmanship is evident, but becoming obsessed with it is not worthy of praise. Therefore, today, please rest in peace. With that, he plunged the Sword of Reason into the ground, and a chilling frost instantly condensed on the sword. In the earlier clash of swords, Yin Xiao gradually understood the story of the opponent's sword technique through the passive ability of the Sword of Reason. Rather than saying this is a Sui-Yang, it would be more accurate to say it is a mutation that occurred after the Sui-Yang devoured a person's memory. It is still a Sui-Yang, but after completely consuming the memory of that swordsman, it seems to have instantly changed its appearance. The original memory vanished in an instant, replaced by the eternal and indestructible memory of that swordsman. This is also how Yin Xiao felt the understanding and insights of the memories imprinted in the sword technique. Conveying the continuation of one's swordsmanship and even the persistence of self-awareness in this way is admirable and a bold decision. It cannot be done without determination. However, such a method will eventually reach its limits. Everything has an endpoint. All things have an end, and the wear of time is something that no material can erase. At this moment, Yun Xiao's eyes had already seen its end. The memories stored within the Sui Yang were about to disappear with time, and it too was about to dissolve into this void, because its current existence is merely a fragment of memory. Once that memory is completely erased and devoured piece by the Sui Yang, it will have no continuation, simply vanishing forever from this world, completely turning into nothingness. After understanding this, Yin Xiao did not rush to attack to erase its remaining memories. He knew that this crimson ghost fire could not unleash many more strikes. The earlier life-and-death struggle was more about wanting to see if he could withstand the opponent's preliminary test. As for this guy's claim of being the universe's first sword, whether true or false, he might indeed be the true peak powerhouse of that swordsman's era. Now, to receive this sword is equivalent to accepting the opponent's legacy. Naturally, he cannot fight with the same legacy. Therefore, he planned to use the sword drawn from the mirror flow again, allowing the strongest from his memory to battle with the strongest from this swordsman's memory. However, he felt a bit dissatisfied and angry, still because this guy had ravaged Yanqing's body. The upcoming battle would be the final curtain call of that swordsman's era. "Kid, are you pitying the old man?" The voice of the crimson ghost fire had grown somewhat weak, yet it still carried a strong spirit. It seemed like a stubborn old man, determined to die as a swordsman. "Pity is not quite the word, but your will is admirable. Although I do not know which star domain you hail from as a swordsman, if one day I have the opportunity to visit your homeland, I will surely bring you a bouquet of flowers. Furthermore, I will pass on your sword technique, though it was just a fleeting glance. I have already grasped the essence of your swordsmanship." Yun Xiao's words were not an exaggeration. During the previous battle, he had already read the story within the sword technique of this Sui Yang. Each clash of swords would evoke the helplessness, the sorrow, and the pain of knowing that life was at its end in Yun Xiao's mind. Only by finding the Sui Yang's body and continuing his own life could he have the possibility of continuing to exist, having the chance to pass on his sword technique. For the great swordsman of his era, this was likely the last wish before the curtain fell. Now, Yin Xiao willingly accepted this wish, having already gained the opponent's legacy. With the answer in his heart, the crimson ghost fire on Yanqing suddenly burst into hearty laughter. The laughter was unrestrained and seemed to release the last lingering thought in his heart. His voice carried a hint of relief and a touch of exhilaration. Perhaps it had been a long time coming, but he had finally found someone capable of fighting him. "Good lad, let me see then. The strongest swordsmanship of your generation in this era. Use it to mark the end of my time." After speaking, Yanqing's body suddenly shook, and all the flying swords around him clattered to the ground. At the same time, a large amount of frost spread beneath Yun Xiao's feet, and the fiery robe that had gathered behind him slowly dispersed its destructive aura, mingling with the sword intent emanating from Yun Xiao, making it appear even more terrifying. The frost great sword condensed, and Yun Xiao lifted it with one hand, holding it in front of him as he looked at Yanqing. After losing control of all the flying swords, Yanqing precisely concentrated his power onto the sword in his hand. The sword's edge was incredibly sharp, seemingly enhanced by a certain momentum. The light at its edge was blinding, exuding an aura of dominion over the world. The blade began to crack extensively, almost unable to withstand the sword intent emanating from Yanqing. In the blink of an eye, even before a single breath had passed, Yanqing's figure appeared to have instantly arrived before Yun Xiao. The sword transformed into a pure white light, piercing straight into Yun Xiao's crossing domain. And sure enough, that light did not truly exist. At the moment one saw the light, the real sword had almost transformed into an invisible quality, dissipating before Yun Xiao, and slashed horizontally toward his neck. In an instant, the body separated, and Yun Xiao's figure was already beyond reach. Chapter 55, Where the Sword Light Reaches. There is the Tao. Where the sword edge points, there is the principle. The speed of this sword exceeded even the speed of sound. At the moment the sword edge sliced through the air, it left no trace of breath behind. Any weapon, at the moment before it strikes, undergoes a process of potential energy accumulation. However, at that moment, the sword that Yin Qing struck down seemed to have bypassed this process. Where the sword edge passed, it appeared to carve out a completely vacuumed area in the air. Undoubtedly, such speed could indeed be considered fast, not even allowing for a moment's blink. The moment of extreme stillness to extreme motion was the distance between life and death. From the very beginning, this sword had already reached its maximum speed. This was truly what the swordsman before him called the fastest sword speed. However, looking at Yin Xiao, whose neck had been severed, the crimson flames beside Yin Qing suddenly contracted. As if sensing something, he quickly turned around and once again unleashed the sword light in his hand with absolute speed. But at that moment, the dazzling moonlight shimmered before him. The flash of that flying sword ignited the surrounding air, and the flames danced, igniting the moonlight in an instant. Yin Xiao's body, which had been separated at the neck, shattered into countless illusions. As Yin Xiao's sword edge collided with the sword light in Yin Qing's hand, it once again produced a thunderous roar. But this time, the tiles beneath Yin Qing's feet collapsed with a loud crash. And amidst the roar filled with battle intent from the crimson ghost fire, an immense force instantly pushed Yin Xiao's sword light away. It was as if he was using his own strength to push back the burning moonlight that was falling before him. However, before he could readjust his stance and raise his head again, that bright, dazzling moonlight had already soared into the sky. The scene from that day reappeared, as the woman under the moon leaped into the heavens, like that flawless moonlight returning to its rightful place in the high sky. This scene, however, felt dreamlike, surreal. In that fleeting moment of daze, the crimson ghost fire immediately sensed the impending, resolute killing intent. Within that moonlight hanging high in the sky, it seemed to be painted with a blood-red hue full of murderous intent. The blood moon hung in the sky, and beneath it, the ground gradually sprouted glaring crimson flowers. In just a moment's breath, the pure moonlight seemed to transform into moonlight stained with blood from hell, filled with a fierce, killing intent. It continued to radiate an enchanting and dazzling brilliance, making one dizzy and unable to look away. He even felt that the sword in his hand seemed to lose its ability to move at that moment, unable to even raise it towards the moonlight in the sky. With the bright moon above, how could a shooting star catch up to that dazzling brilliance? In an instant, the blood-colored moonlight descended from the sky, intertwining fierce, killing intent and coldness, and the sword's cry erupted throughout the universe, covering this land with ultimate destructive frost. The moonlight from the sky fell, and Yin Xiao's figure crashed down, smashing into the ground, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. It was as if hail had begun to fall around, pattering down on the surface, splashing large amounts of ice dust. This sword, though not executed with full power, for that would require a period of accumulation, did indeed merge the two strongest sword techniques he had comprehended. The blood moon, condensed from killing intent, could not be called the strongest, but few could rival it. Compared to the sword light he had previously comprehended, which chased stars and the moon, perhaps it could be considered evenly matched. Yin Xiao did not fully understand. At this moment, he suppressed the killing intent surging within him. Every use of the sword light he had comprehended from Jing Lu brought forth increasingly intense, killing intent that surged within him. If he did not strengthen his cultivation of his mind, he feared that one day he would transform into a monstrous being like the demonic shadow. At this moment, the surrounding frost receded, and Yin Qing's figure still stood firm in place, showing no signs of wavering. The crimson ghost fire on him, however, slowly grew weaker. Just now, that sword, this swordsman did not counter it. Instead, he stood still, using Yin Qing's sword edge to block. But now it seemed that little breath remained. The sword in Yin Qing's hand began to gradually fracture inch by inch, turning into scattered ice dust. This sword was beautiful and splendid, but as a killing move, it had too many flaws. The voice of the crimson ghost fire reemerged in Yin Xiao's ears. But it seemed that the voice had weakened to the extreme. If they continued to fight, perhaps only a few more moves could be exchanged. That earlier sword was merely a mimicry. Your attack has ended. And now it is my turn. Yin Qing gripped his sword hilt with both hands. This was merely the hilt, with no blade present. But in that instant, Yin Xiao seemed to see the surrounding airflow shift. The formless, colorless wind began to condense inch by inch on that hilt, as if a formless wind was being forged into a sword body. The so-called sword should not be confined to form or external structure, but should reside in the heart. This sword is the culmination of the old man's life's insights, and what follows is the final lesson I will impart in this life. Yes, teacher. Yanqing often referred to others as teacher, and the title of teacher is given to anyone who can help one grow. The accomplished are teachers. Why should one be constrained by whether the other is a person? Such a figure as this old man could also be a teacher. The crimson ghost fire paused for a moment. Suddenly, it laughed heartily, joyfully, nostalgically, yet with a hint of satisfaction. I have taken countless disciples in my life, but in the end, having you is no regret. Understand, this sword cuts through these heavens and earth, travels wherever, and is advantageous everywhere. At the moment the words fell, the world before Yuan Shao began to collapse rapidly. Within the scope of his vision, everything began to disintegrate, like a shattered mirror, instantly shattering all of reality. Yuan Shao blinked, quietly watching the world around him fall apart. The crimson gears continuously rotated in his eyes, transforming into various unpredictable sword shadows, clearly formless, colorless, and without shape, yet in his eyes, it seemed like a magnificent painting. His gaze was fixed on the scene, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. As the painting shattered into fragments, memories surfaced in his mind. In a dark and lightless prison, he watched trains pass by in the universe outside. In the homeland once referred to as his native land, he stood alone at the peak of myriad swords. Countless sword-wielding figures saluted him with fists clasped, yet he did not turn back. In this universe, he demonstrated his path through the blood of his enemies. And in his blood-soaked homeland, he pierced this world with his sword's brilliance. He once believed that his heart held only the path of the sword. But when he turned back, he could not bear to let go of his homeland. Thus, he became one of the most notorious criminals in the universe, bearing all the sins and consequences alone to protect his homeland, becoming known as the sword demon among the people of the universe. Yet, even though his sword was invincible, he was still not an immortal being. The 3-foot azure blade ultimately departed before him. Afterward, he was captured and imprisoned, unseen by the light of day, until in the final moment of his life, the prison was liberated from within, becoming the brightest star in the universe. However, in the dark corner, he looked at the ghostly fire that had accompanied him for so long and made the most insane choice. Not for eternal life, but to leave no regrets for himself. What does it mean to live? Whether it is memory, soul, or consciousness, as long as there's something left, I am not truly dead, and you will replace me, living on with my memories, devouring me, becoming me. The aged voice dissipated and disappeared, and Yuan Shao opened his eyes again, looking ahead. A gentle breeze brushed past his ears, and the depth of his eyes was calm as water, without ripples, like the most tranquil lake. The crimson ghost fire had unknowingly vanished, leaving only patches of burning green ghost fire on the ground. It appeared that the once energetic Suiyangs had collapsed to the ground, truly as fragile as dying flames. Each was now only the size of thumb. Yuan Shao stepped forward, looking at the now standing and unconscious Yanqing, extending his palm, covered with vitality, onto Yanqing's body. However, to his surprise, Yanqing's body showed no signs of injury. All the energy of the Suiyangs had entered his body, but seemed to have been filtered by the crimson ghost fire. At this moment, not only was Yanqing's body undamaged, but it had also received tremendous enhancement. Until the last moment, the ghost fire never revealed its name. However, through memories, it showed the planet that was its homeland. Sanjian Star, teacher, if one day I come to that planet, I will surely bring you a bouquet. Yuan Shao silently lowered his head, seemingly mourning for the vanished old man for a moment. Just then, a cold snort came from the courtyard behind him. What? Are you feeling too sympathetic again? Yuan Shao, do you need me to throw you back into that meat grinder of a battlefield for another round? The voice of Blade was still as cold as ever, filled with a terrifying, murderous intent that made one shudder just by listening. Chapter 56. The minor judge of the 10 Kings office, are you done? After finally calming his aura, Yuan Shao turned around and saw the 3 people standing at the door. Star's expression remained natural, with little change. Kafka's face still wore a smile, devoid of any killing intent. Yet every movement gave off a sense of danger. As for Blade, that was a different story. After 10 years of interaction, this guy's expression was still as cold as ever. Well, now that the chat is over, you have the answers you wanted, right? Looking at the ground covered in burning ghost fire, Yuan Shao seemed to suddenly realize something. The most powerful weapon of these Sui Yangs was the attachment and manipulation of consciousness. Kafka was also adept at controlling the opponent's consciousness with word spirits. The strength and weakness between these two were perhaps immediately apparent. Kafka's word spirit technique had suddenly controlled so many Sui Yangs, and just so happened that he encountered it, allowing him to engage with these guys. Almost coincidentally, Yanqing arrived, awakening the memory of the crimson ghost fire, allowing the once sore demon to regain consciousness and occupy the body. All of this seemed to be a fate that had been arranged long ago. No, it should be a script. This was a script prepared by Elio for you. A gift for those who step into the end and can glimpse a corner of the future, and he welcomes such individuals. Is that so? Then I accept this goodwill. But I do not intend to join the Star Corps Hunters. That's fine. It's everyone's own choice, and we will not interfere with your decision. Yin Xiao nodded, carrying the unconscious Yanqing on his back, confirming stability after a few jolts, and then glanced at the fragmented sword hilt on the ground. After a moment's thought, he picked up the hilt. After all, he had heard Yanqing say that this sword was quite valuable. At least it would leave Yanqing with some memories. Even if it was just a broken sword hilt, it was better than having nothing left. However, just as his palm touched the hilt that was still relatively intact, it suddenly cracked open. As the breeze swept by, the hilt instantly collapsed into dust, scattering into the air. In that moment, Yin Xiao was truly left speechless. No wonder that sword demon was all about formless swords. To draw such a sword required sacrificing a good sword. Unless it was a divine weapon, who could withstand such consumption? Yin Xiao stood up, feeling a bit awkward. However, if I'm not mistaken, you should be planning to act along with the Starry Train next, right? Do you need them to give you a ride to other planets? Indeed, I wonder if there will be a chance to travel together for a while. Yin Xiao glanced in the direction of Star. Why are you looking at me? I'm just a 1-year-old baby. Go find Uncle Yang or Jeezy, what use am I? Aren't you also a nameless guest? There are only a few people on the Starry Train, so you should first get their agreement. What if I disagree? Star placed her hands on her hips, her expression quite proud. No, it feels like this guy just purely wants to stir trouble. Yin Xiao sensed that this guy wasn't planning to be serious. Does this guy not have a proper shape? I thought that after talking with Kafka just now, she would finally be a bit more normal. However, it's good that she didn't shout that she just turned 18, which saves face. There's no need to worry about this matter. The train actually welcomes others on board, and passing through isn't a problem. That conductor isn't a stubborn person. The conductor? Is that the red-haired one, Kafka's sister? No, that one is more like a navigator responsible for the train's trajectory. The conductor is a very cute little guy. You'll like him. However, I still have to advise you. It's fine to hitch a ride, but try not to stay too long, or it could lead to big problems. This is a piece of advice from the script. Yin Xiao probably understands that Elio can see a future much farther and clearer than he can. If he gets too close to the Astral Express, it might bring unnecessary trouble, even though he feels that he already has enough problems. He just hopes not to cause others any trouble. Is the advice in the script yours or mine? Is there a specific reason? Yin Xiao is actually quite curious about what his script looks like. But unfortunately, Kafka won't let him see it. This is my script. But I also don't know why I need to remind you. It's just that there's this line in the script, so I said it. By saying it, I can avoid one of my troubles, so why not? Kafka chuckled and shrugged, her face showing no more expression. It seems that smile is always the same, without any other emotions contained within. That's all I have to say, you too. We shall meet again. I hope you can be a bit more normal next time. With that, Kafka patted Xing's head before she could react, and soon left the courtyard with Rin. Yin Xiao watched as Kafka and Rin departed, and until they were gone, Rin didn't say another word to him. It seems like they really have become strangers, with no further ties. Although Yin Xiao wanted to ask Xing what Kafka talked to her about, when he turned around, he suddenly found that the little gray-haired figure had completely vanished. In its place was a metal trash can that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere around the corner. Is this considered going home right on the spot? Yin Xiao wanted to say something, but he felt that if he complained now, he would lose. So he simply kept his mouth shut and watched as Xing bounced away with the trash can. With no other choice, Yin Xiao had to dial the hotline of the 10 Kings Bureau, which reportedly would soon send a judge to collect the scattered Suyang. Before that, Yin Xiao could only carry Yanqing on his back and take her to a nearby room to rest for a while. After waiting for a short time, a somewhat weak voice came to Yin Xiao's ears. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone here?" Hearing a little girl unexpectedly walk in made Yin Xiao a bit curious. Which family's child is this, barging in so recklessly? Isn't she afraid of what might be going on here? To be safe, Yin Xiao walked out of the courtyard. Just in time, he made eye contact with a fox girl. The little girl with blue-green hair immediately screamed, and her small figure quickly hid behind the gate of the back courtyard, only daring to show half her head. Really, there are people here? How could there be real, living people here? Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken this task. Hearing that the little girl seemed to be scared to tears by him, Yin Xiao touched his face. "There's nothing wrong with me. I wasn't scratched or anything. Don't I look quite good? Why did I scare her like this?" Just then, Yin Xiao suddenly felt a chill blow from behind, making him shiver in an instant. He quickly turned to look behind him, and in the dim courtyard, a ghostly green flame was actually floating behind him. "Hiss, this kid is quite sharp. I didn't see that coming." "Hey, Hua, don't be afraid. This kid is a living person." Looking at the ghost fire floating in the air, Yin Xiao immediately recognized it as Suyang, but just as he was about to draw his sword, he heard the trembling voice of the little girl not far away. "Uncle Tail, is that true? Hey, why would I lie to you? Hurry and come over. This young man looks like he should be the one reporting the case." Yin Xiao was confused but somewhat understood the situation. Speaking of which, the 10 Kings Bureau really is accommodating. They can actually handle cases with Suyang now. Aren't these guys supposed to always follow their instincts, prioritizing their own desires? How can such beings also become part of the 10 Kings Bureau? Hua seemed to confirm that Yin Xiao was also a living person, and only then did she skip over carefully, almost avoiding the flickering flames on the ground. She was being cautious, as if she were dodging landmines. "Phew, that's great. You really are a living person. May I ask if you are the one reporting the case?" "These Suyang. Oh, I've drained their energy. They're basically all in a deep sleep. You just need to collect them and take them away." Yin Xiao mainly didn't have the strength or means to do that. He had heard that the container for Suyang must be special. Otherwise, ordinary containers wouldn't work on them. Okay, I remember I brought something." Hua lowered her head and began to rummage through her small shoulder bag at her waist. Soon, an extraordinary black gourd appeared in her palm. This should be the gourd for storing Suyang. There's a fascinating legend that if you call a person's name, that person will have their soul instantly sucked away by the gourd. But Hua, holding the gourd, looked at the floating ghost fire behind her and trembled slightly, her whole body shaking. "No, these Suyang are all asleep. You could just collect them." Is this judge afraid? She's always like this. With so many Suyang, she probably has never seen them in her life. Uncle Tail's figure floated over. Given that this guy is a caseworker from the 10 Kings Bureau, Yin Xiao suppressed the urge to draw his sword and freeze him in place. Otherwise, young hero, could you help me collect these Suyang? I can't thank you enough for this favor." Hua turned around, trembling, and there seemed to be a few tears in her eyes. This really left Yin Xiao dumbfounded. How can you be so scared and still work at the 10 Kings Bureau? Don't you have to be on edge every day? Are you really a judge from the 10 Kings Bureau? "Whoa, I'm sorry. I'll submit my resignation as soon as I get back. Please don't say that." The tears in Hua's eyes seemed to become more apparent, and Yin Xiao couldn't tell if it was just his illusion. But the Suyang floating around him seemed to have flames that were burning a bit more fiercely. Are these guys getting a bit angry for Hua's sake? Chapter 57. The Origin Demon Sword of the Future and the End Demon Sword. Of course, he didn't say much more, reached out to take the gourd from Hua's hand, and following the startup instruction she mentioned, opened the mouth of the gourd and walked into the courtyard. As clusters of ghost fires fell into the mouth of the gourd, the green light inside the gourd gradually filled up. Fortunately, these Suyang are not too large right now. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. At least 3 judges would need to be deployed. "All right, I've collected them. Here you go." He tossed the gourd back to Hua, only to see the little girl holding the gourd, remaining silent. He didn't know if what he said earlier had hurt her pride. Unable to help himself, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. My name is Yin Xiao. If you encounter any trouble in Luofu in the future, just find me. As long as I'm still in Luofu. Saying this, he handed over his contact information, and it seemed Huahua hadn't expected this. She hurriedly took out her phone from her waist bag. Hello, my name is Huahua. Woo, I feel so useless. I can't even complete this small task. It's okay. Being able to enter the 10 Kings division proves that you are quite talented, Huahua. I believe your future is promising. Really? Woo, I also hope my future is promising. At least I can become a bit more useful. Huahua lowered her head, revealing a hint of worry. But Su Yang suddenly spoke up beside her. Hey, Huahua, I, the great Su Yang, and for the famous Su Yang clan. Tail. He is called Tail. I usually call him Tail Master. Thank you, Misty and Xiao, but there are many unconscious people here. I need to call more people over. That was the intention. Bring more people over. There are indeed quite a few injured here. I can't move them all by myself. Mainly to prevent any further incidents from happening. It would be best for Yin Xiao to leave with everyone as soon as possible. As evening approached, Yin Xiao finally found a temporary resting place for the train crew. Oh, Mr. Yin Xiao, is there something you came here for? I don't know if it's because I've been here for a while, but Walter's speaking style seems to have changed. Yin Xiao opened his mouth slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Mr. Walter, Miss Jeezy, I'm here to... He repeated what he said to Little Gray Fur, and then looked at the two in front of him with a hint of nervousness. Actually, hitching a ride is the fastest way, after all. He doesn't have much time left. It would be great to get more magic swords as soon as possible. Upon hearing that he just wanted to hitch a ride, the two naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Of course, the train welcomes every friend who boards, but we also need to replenish some supplies. So we won't be in a hurry to depart just yet. That's fine, as long as it doesn't take a year to depart. We can leave any time. Yin Xiao nodded, but he suddenly made eye contact with Walter. The two spoke in unison. Mr. Walter, may I have a word with you? Mr. Yin Xiao, please follow me. I have something to discuss. Seeing the two so in sync, Jeezy smiled gently, turned around, took her coffee cup, and walked back to her room. Clearly, she was creating a suitable environment for the two to chat. Earlier, Walter had also told Jeezy that this young man resembled the cataclysmic disaster that broke out in his homeland. At this moment, he naturally wanted to discuss the previous matters with Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao was even more eager to understand how to activate the remaining 13 magic swords. This was the most important thing. First, he needed to know what powers were left. Walter seemed to be quite knowledgeable about this. So getting information from here would be great. Having absorbed the power of destruction, he created the flame sword corresponding to the ruler of fire, while the power of abundance corresponds to the sword of life of the ruler of life. Walter listened and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This truly is a template for a protagonist in a novel. Moreover, it was so similar to his homeland, just without the emergence of collapse energy and collapse beasts. Otherwise, wherever Yin Xiao went, there would surely be a disaster. Yes, Mr. Walter, I want to understand what other powers are left so that I can make a simple connection. After all, the power of the Star God has the chance to activate the magic swords, and he wouldn't have to wander around like a headless chicken. Walter pondered for a moment, then reached for paper and pen and began to write. Fortunately, there is also the synesthesia beacon, which Yin Xiao didn't find strange. According to your current progress, the remaining powers should include void, thunder, wind, ice, rock, knowledge, 1,000 people, constraint, corruption, and finally, the end. Listing these remaining magic sword powers one by one, Yin Xiao suddenly spotted the most special one. Knowledge? Does it mean consciousness? I will have a magic sword that can affect consciousness? If nothing goes wrong, yes. Are you very interested in this power? I can tell you a bit about it. Yin Xiao immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. A sword specifically targeting divine consciousness. Once he has this sword, he can pose a threat to the illusion. Based on his understanding of the star gods, currently, the only star god capable of affecting consciousness is memory, this star god. The memory keepers of the flowing light memory court can alter memories and even implant memories. He wondered if there was any commonality between memory and consciousness. Could it be that he needs to visit the flowing light memory court to have a heart-to-heart with a few memory messengers? Ideas gradually formed in Yin Xiao's mind. Walter, as a very competent teacher, began to continuously lecture Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao was slightly surprised to hear that in Mr. Walter's homeland, That ruler of knowledge had a very unique personality. Moreover, the ability to alter consciousness was quite tyrannical. If used properly, it could be even more terrifying than the destruction caused by collapse. This kind of destruction could be silent and unnoticed. To be honest, Mr. Walter, I plan to prioritize awakening this sort of knowledge, not for any other reason, but for revenge, for Sister Ting Yun's revenge. That great annihilation monarch is Su Yang. Ordinary methods can't kill him. So you're eager for this sword, right? Unfortunately, I can't help you much, but if you have the chance, you can visit Earth. In my homeland, humanity overcame the collapse and transcended the end. In the Star Quell, you must be connected to the end. It should be of great help to you. Yin Xiao nodded, but just as he was about to ask something, he suddenly saw a message displayed on his phone. It's a message from my sister. Please wait a moment. I'll be quick. It's okay. Family matters are more important. Take a look. Yin Xiao nodded, reached for his phone, and quickly saw the message from Yunli. Bro, you better be prepared. There are internal messages from the Holding Ming clan that a group of people will soon target you. We might have to leave Luofu soon. Again with the Holding Ming clan, can't these guys feel pain? The corners of Yin Xiao's mouth twitched fiercely, but the starry train hasn't set off yet. Should he take Yunli and sneak out first? After thinking for a moment, Yin Xiao still felt that doing so was inappropriate. Besides, he hadn't said goodbye to Bailu yet. If he left like this, she would definitely be sad. However, if he went back to find Bailu, he would surely expose himself to the Holding Ming clan. In the current situation, it's best for him to keep a low profile to avoid alarming the snake. Where did this information come from? Is the source reliable? I think it's reliable. Okay, bro, you should prepare too. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange when we leave. After Yunli finished saying this, she stopped sending messages, seemingly busy with other matters. Yin Xiao sighed helplessly and shook his head. Troublesome matters really come one after another. He would take it one step at a time. After all, the protagonist template is supposed to be full of disasters. Walter chuckled and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. At this moment, Yin Xiao also felt it was not appropriate to disturb Walter and the others. After sincerely thanking them, Yin Xiao turned and left. Once Yin Xiao's figure completely disappeared, Walter sighed. Speaking of which, he hasn't tried letting a traveler of the end's fate board the train yet. Having such an existence board might make Pam explode in anger. It's normal. He had never seen a Star Quell hunter boarding next to Pam before, and he was quite curious about it. Jeezy smiled gently and walked out of her room as if she had timed it perfectly. She still held the cup of coffee in her hand, her posture elegant, like a scholar. Walter, the end is destined to be a predetermined fate, while the beginning has infinite possibilities. If he were to absorb the path of the beginning, would he be able to break free from his predetermined destiny? Miss Kiko's thoughts are indeed bold, but one fears that he might not be able to withstand such a collision of destinies, so it's better to let it go. Walter himself doesn't know where this thought comes from. But if one day Yin Xiao really achieves this, the name of the magic sword he can bring out might just be Origin. The magic sword of Origin, the beginning of everything, would clash with the magic sword of the end. What kind of path could emerge from this? It truly is a mystery. After all, on Earth, the Origin ruler and the End ruler are still two separate individuals and have yet to merge. If possible, he really wants to witness whether this protagonist boy in the galaxy can walk a stronger path, perhaps even crossing the predetermined path set by the End, stepping onto the path of breaking free from destiny. If he can really do it, then surely all the star god's attention would be focused on this boy. The future is indeed promising, which makes Walter excited enough to take a sip of tea. So, Miss Kiko, we can start considering the matter of an early departure. Chapter 58, Playing the Imperial Jade. What a joy, since he knew that these Mingji people were up to something. Yin Xiao naturally had a strategy in place. However, these days have been quite busy, and after finally finding some time to rest, Yin Xiao still wanted to take a break. After wandering around Changle Sky for a while, he directly found a chess and card room and dove in. Hey, I won. Today my luck is really good. As soon as he entered, Yin Xiao heard the familiar voice of Qin Ke. It seemed that only when playing cards could her voice be this high. If she didn't draw well, her voice would probably lose its luster. Qin Ke was already very skilled at playing the Imperial Jade and was quite knowledgeable in this area. The people playing here were always easily manipulated by her. She could control the direction of the entire game on her own. "Oh, your luck is pretty good today, Qingke." Suddenly, Yunxiao's voice came from behind Qingke, startling her so much that she jumped. However, when she turned around, she immediately smiled. "Oh, isn't this our busy man Yunxiao? How come you have the time today to grace me with your presence for a game? Could it be that you've finally settled all those tedious affairs recently and have some leisure time now?" Indeed, it was almost over. The troublesome matters at hand had finally come to an end. However, he still felt that something was missing before going back. After thinking it over, he figured that playing a few rounds here could both kill time and allow him to make a little money to spend, so why not? His words carried a hint of confidence and nonchalance, clearly not seeing himself as a law-abiding gentleman. In his view, occasionally playing small games and handling some money was just a way to spice up life, relieving the heavy pressure that had been accumulating on his shoulders recently, while also adding a bit of fun. Moreover, with Qingke here, the two were somewhat matched opponents, and such a showdown would undoubtedly add more excitement and thrill. What a coincidence. Come on, there's a seat open right now. Someone just left, and we're short one player. Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and directly took the empty seat, looking quite at home. After greeting the two players beside him, he immediately started a new round of cards in front of him. As the game began, with cards circulating in his hands, Yin Xiao keenly captured the subtle changes in Qingque's playing style. This change was vastly different from the passive insights he had gained from the Sword of Reason in the past. It seemed that Qingke had specifically adjusted her strategy to counter him. Each move subtly seemed to have a deeper meaning, directly targeting the core of his tactics. Rather than facing himself, Qingke felt more like she was playing against her past self. But this time, she was steadily suppressing Yin Xiao. He couldn't help but sigh. Qingke was indeed a rare talent at the card table. Since the last time he had a small victory by exploring the Sword of Reason, Qingke had managed to adjust her strategy so quickly. This insight and adaptability were truly impressive. Yin Xiao was immersed in deep thought, his eyes shimmering with a hint of realization. As if at this moment, he had glimpsed many flaws he had previously overlooked. He realized that for a long time, he had merely been walking blindly on the path of imitation while neglecting to create his own sword intent. Whether facing the unmatched sword techniques of Run or the ethereal blade of Jinglu, he had stumbled before. However, his way of coping had always been limited to continually trying to replicate their sword techniques. He attempted to draw essence from their swordsmanship to combat enemies, only to find himself repeating the steps of others, like a bird lost in someone else's shadow, unable to find its own sky. Even the artistic conception within the sword gradually leaned towards the two, attempting to capture that indescribable charm. Yet, it was like trying to touch fine sand in the wind, always slipping through his fingers, never truly comprehending, let alone condensing his own sword intent. From this perspective, he truly was not as good as Yunli or Yanqing. Setting aside the talent brought by the power of the Sword of Reason, the talents of these two could definitely outshine him by several streets. Yin Xiao, if you choose that card, then I'm really about to win. Just as Yin Xiao was immersed in his deep thoughts about past oversights, Qingque's clear and melodious laughter suddenly rang out. Like a spring breeze brushing over the lake, filled with endless joy, she skillfully nudged her card arrangement forward, her movements full of pride and playfulness. Watching the points on her table continuously rise, she was as happy as a child. Yin Xiao's eyes sparkled, and gradually, he began to understand the rules and tactics behind Qingque's recent playing style. On top of this, he started to think about how to take it a step further. As long as he could seize this line of thought, then his sword techniques, which were derived from imitation, could also have a path for improvement. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the possibility of this in his mind. The light in his eyes seemed to intensify, and Qingque's previously playful expression immediately turned serious. After all, when Yin Xiao showed a serious demeanor, it meant he was about to grasp the prelude to her current playing style. The various tactics she had previously used had all been grasped, leading to this experience she had summarized. It was just a pity for the two around them, who had completely become mere bystanders in the battle between two divine beings. Yin Xiao and Qingke were always looking at the cards played by each other, trying to guess the other's moves. Suddenly, Qingqiue's voice broke the silence, slightly interrupting Yunxiao's thoughts. She rubbed her palms together, seemingly a bit anxious as she glanced at Yunxiao across the table. Speaking of which, Lord Taibu said he would arrange for someone to go on official business and plans to let me go out for a bit. Yunxiao, are you about to leave Luofu soon? My news about leaving Wuden have already been published in the Luofu Daily. Would it? I mean, I Haven T publicly announced it. Of course not. It was Lord Taibu who said you would be leaving soon. So I wanted to ask if I could go with you. Looking at Qingke, who was slightly rubbing her palms, she seemed quite shy. She probably hadn't asked someone for a favor like this before, and her face was slightly flushed. It was quite a challenge for her to speak up at this time. What a coincidence. I was planning to board the train and leave together. Since you're on a business trip, it wouldn't be impossible to go together. Of course, everyone knows he is leaving Luofu, but no one has mentioned where he is going, so Qingke naturally doesn't know. In fact, what Fu Xian meant when he spoke to Qingke was to let her observe Yunxiao up close. Yunxiao has a special identity and has embarked on the path of the end. Such a fateful traveler is hard to find anywhere in the universe. And someone like her is even rarer, almost impossible to find in the entire star system. Unless one can find those end travelers, those passionate seekers of fate, just like the masked fools. It is known that there are many masked fools, but very few can truly be identified. Therefore, Yunxiao is almost a living specimen right in front of them. Unfortunately, she has been quite busy lately and has no time to look for Yunxiao. So she can only let this guy, who slacks off every day, follow her. They want to see if the divination techniques they can use will work on a traveler whose fate has long been set. Whether they can use special methods or powers to modify the future of this fateful path is a topic worth studying, because they never believe that the future is unchangeable, that will only have fixed endings. It is like truly becoming a slave to fate. At first, Qingke thought she would be decisively rejected, but she never expected that Yunxiao would agree to travel by train together. However, she did not agree to take her along to search for her past homeland. As for how far Qingke and the train crew can go, it has little to do with him. As the game progresses, an invisible contest seems to unfold between Yunxiao and Qingke, their wits and luck intertwining and clashing in the silent air, creating sparks. The two sitting opposite them gaze down at their hands and the meager public card pile on the table, feeling a sense of helpless self-mockery in their hearts. In this small space, they seem to have become two pieces on the chessboard of Yunxiao and Qingke, at the mercy of these two skilled players, finding no opportunity to turn the tables. Each time they draw a card feels like the hand of fate gently plucking the strings of a harp, and they can only passively accept the melody, whether joyful or sorrowful. The points are gradually being devoured by the tide of self-drawn cards, the sensation akin to suffering countless subtle cuts, each moment intensifying the torment within, yet they are powerless to break free from these invisible shackles. This is why both Yunxiao and Qingke are not focusing on their play. Otherwise, the scenario of Di Yuan Xiong, you making someone cry, might really happen. Fortunately, the wheel of fate quietly turns, bringing a turning point to this contest. Those two previously spirited opponents, ultimately due to running out of points, like meteors streaking across the night sky, briefly brilliant before exiting this feast of wisdom and luck, leaving only Yunxiao and Qingke. Among these two, Yunxiao is at a clear disadvantage. Unless there is a significant impact from a big hand, this round leaves no room for a comeback. At that moment, Yunxiao reaches out to draw a card, her fingertips brushing lightly, and her eyes flicker with brilliance, as if she already knows her current outcome. Lowering her head to take a look at her hand, her expression slightly darkens. After pondering for a brief moment, she suddenly says, "Qingke, this should be the last round. The points are too far apart. If I don't draw a big hand, I probably can't win against you." Qingke looks at the table where the points differ by over 30,000, nodding in agreement. Having finished discussing work matters, it is naturally time to play cards. A self-satisfied smile curves at the corners of her mouth, as if victory is already in her grasp. Under the tidal wave of her card advantage, Yunxiao feels like a small boat trapped amidst raging waves, hardly finding any gaps for counterattack. However, when her gaze inadvertently sweeps past Yunxiao's eyes, she unexpectedly captures a strange glimmer. That light seems to carry a hint of indescribable excitement. Suddenly, Yin Xiao spreads her hand of cards on the table. Quickly glancing at the card she tightly holds, her eyes flashing with a certain determination. If this card is self-drawn, I fear it will be hard to turn the tide. Therefore, I have decided to no longer wait and go for it directly. 3 times should be enough. Having said that, she unhesitatingly reveals the cards beside her. And upon seeing this, Qingke can't help but show a look of astonishment on her face. Even if you go for it, the most you can get is 10,000 points. Can you beat me? If you can't beat me, I'll take this whole hand. Qingke is extremely confident, as she is already nearly assured of victory at this point. Even if her hand doesn't draw a win, the points will still overwhelmingly defeat Yin Xiao. And in her eyes, Yin Xiao is merely struggling in vain. When I was wandering through the stars, I once met a gambler who told me that only by abandoning reason can one truly engage in a gamble. 3 times is enough. Looking at the dwindling pile of cards, Yin Xiao immediately presses down on her hand and opens the first gang. Following that, because of the gang, she starts to draw a second card, which conveniently allows her to open another gang with the card in her hand. At this moment, as the treasure cards are revealed, Qingque's eyes slightly glaze over. Because the 2 treasure cards drawn are identical, plus it is a self-drawn gang, the rule of stopping with a full gang doesn't apply. At this point, Yin Xiao already has a total of 8 treasure cards showing on the table. However, this would only amount to 20,000 points at most. Even hitting directly wouldn't cause her much pain. Yin Xiao's mindset stabilizes. She doesn't need to open that last gang. She can still win. I said 3 times is enough. The words echo in Qingque's mind as Yin Xiao unhesitatingly grabs the 3rd card and slams it down on the table. It turns out to be a card sufficient for another gang, which makes Qingque a bit restless, her eyes slightly widening. Qingque, there's only 1 card left in the pile. Do you dare to bet? Will the last card allow me to self-draw? The treasure cards are already sufficient. With this self-draw, I can surpass you right on the spot. Since a decision has been made, why be so wishy-washy? Just open it and see. Qingque's momentary astonishment quickly shifts to a happy expression. In her eyes, Diyuan Qiong can accommodate any possibility. Such thrilling gameplay is one of the joys she pursues. Yin Xiao is the person who can consistently bring her such excitement. It might be hard to find such a good card partner in this lifetime. I bet your card. I can't do it. Although feeling a bit excited and happy, Qingque still hopes to win. When Yin Xiao places the card down, the 2 coincidentally utter the same phrase. Playing Diyuan Qiongyu is quite enjoyable. The other 2 card friends, are we the only ones who are hurt? Chapter 59. This insult isn't dirty enough. This isn't a ranger. Bailu, dragging her somewhat fatigued body, slumps down in a chair, finally sending off the last patient with a difficult ailment. In fact, there wasn't much of a problem. It was just a fox person who ate a piece of chocolate, which led to relentless diarrhea. It could even be said to be vomiting and diarrhea, nearly costing half a life. However, in the end, it turned out to be just the common knowledge that canine creatures shouldn't eat chocolate. It was something that could be resolved with a few medicine. Yet this fox person insisted that they were about to die and had to see Bailu to feel at ease. Consequently, what should have been a less than 10-minute visit to a regular doctor ended up taking so long in line that they nearly caused themselves to pass out right there. The physical constitution of fox people is generally similar to that of ordinary creatures, unlike the self-healing abilities of celestial boat people or the reincarnation of the Zhiming clan. When a fox person dies, it truly means they are gone. Thank you, Bailu, for your hard work. Today's consultations are complete. It's time to study the Zhiming secret techniques. Huh? I'm so tired. What else do I need to learn? I don't want to. It's just water manipulation. And I'm not incapable of it. It's not enough to just know how. You haven't even grasped 1,000th of the secrets of the cloud chanting technique. After skipping classes a while ago, I have to make up for a double during this period. Looking at the elderly dragon masters standing behind with their serious expressions, made Bailu feel an impulse to punch one of them. Why are they watching me so closely? I'm not a heinous criminal, so why treat me like this? Even during the previous checkup, there was always a dragon master following me, and I couldn't even go to the bathroom without one of them coming in with me. These guys are really annoying, but Bailu also realized that she was too weak to resist these dragon masters. For a moment, she could only rub her head in distress, her eyes unwilling, but she couldn't come up with a good solution. After all, she couldn't beat them. I mean, don't you guys have anything better to do than follow me around all day? If you're so bored, why not consider the inquiries coming from the Divine Strategy Bureau? Just then, Yin Zhao's figure seemed to flash and appeared beside everyone. He was holding a steaming bowl of rice, looking at the dragon masters nearby with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Since I've already fallen out with them, why waste time on these guys? When Bailu saw Yin Zhao arrive, she immediately rushed over as if she had found her backbone. She directly circled around to Yin Zhao's back, hiding beside him. Yin Zhao handed the packed rice to Bailu. You've been busy for so long. You're probably hungry. I brought you dinner. Be good and finish it. Later, I'll take you to buy dessert. Bailu happily accepted the dinner, eating while sticking her tongue out at those dragon masters. The several elderly and stern-looking dragon masters were none other than the one she had conflicts with earlier. Their strength was not weak, and the one in the middle was even the one Yin Zhao had personally dealt with earlier. I wonder if that guy still feels pain in the back of his head. Yin Zhao, this is an internal matter of our clan, and you can't possibly be unaware of the identity of the dragon lady. So what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Asked Yin Zhao, rolling his eyes at the guy, showing no respect. Glancing back at Bailu, he noticed that her height had indeed increased a bit. This was not just his illusion. It seemed that Bailu's tail had also grown a bit longer. He didn't know what the ring on her tail was. He thought it was just some decoration. Just as Yin Zhao was about to take Bailu away, he suddenly saw another group of soldiers from the clan appearing from behind. These young soldiers surrounded the area tightly, and Bailu put down her lunchbox. She didn't even bother to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth as she looked at these people, her big eyes filled with anger. You guys, do you want to rebel? Dragon lady, you are being coerced. Do you understand? This lunatic named Yin Zhao has forced you to leave with him. This is a fact that all of us here have seen. Speaking, he pointed to the back, where almost 2/3 of the entire clan had gathered. The rest likely either couldn't make it back or were neutral, unsure of which side to take. Undoubtedly, Yin Zhao had already become the public enemy of the clan. He was not only unusually close to Bailu, but also spoke disrespectfully to the clan, showing no reverence. Even more outrageous, he had personally slaughtered their kin, cruelly depriving them of their chance at rebirth, cutting off their path of reincarnation. Such acts of evil were utterly intolerable. After all, the clan's path of propagation was already difficult, relying on converting outsiders to continue their bloodline. For them, blood was already exceedingly scarce, especially since they were benefactors of the Luofu immortal boat, holding a revered status. How could such an arrogant clan tolerate a young punk behaving so recklessly? Even if a general were to come today, they would naturally not let it go and would definitely report it to the Alliance. Faced with such a persistent entanglement akin to a street-side plaster, Yin Zhao's attitude was always cold and hard, lacking any warmth. In an instant, he slowly opened his palm, and a circle of azure particles seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gently swirling around him, glimmering with an unignorable faint light. Perhaps I've been too lenient, always smiling, leading you to mistakenly believe that with your numerical advantage, you could bully others into retreating. His voice was deep and powerful, each word like a heavy hammer striking at the hearts of everyone present. Elder members of the clan, remember, oppressing others with power is a tactic only occasionally used on kind-hearted individuals. Have you ever thought, as I have roamed and fought in this universe for 10 years, my patience for your kind of behavior has been negative from the very beginning and has long been worn away, in the moment before anyone could react. Yin Zhao's palm suddenly erupted with a fierce sword light, like a silver lightning bolt slicing through the air, directly striking towards the chest of the leading young clan member. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body flew back like a broken kite, accompanied by a dull thud as his body was pierced by the sword light and firmly nailed to a sturdy pillar not far away. In an instant, blood gushed out like a spring, instantly staining the originally white pillar a shocking crimson. Arguing with these stubborn old-timers was like playing the lute to a cow. Since they couldn't understand human language, let them listen to the sound of the sword instead. Yin Zhao's decisive and sharp strike immediately stunned all the clan members present. Although the killing intent was not very strong at first, it was incredibly pure. With just one sword strike, that pure, killing intent felt almost tangible, stunning everyone's hearts to the point where they couldn't react. However, Just at that critical moment, the hidden dragon master behind suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. The sound like rolling thunder, instantly waking the other clan members from their astonishment. You dare to kill my colleague. Today you must pay the price. The dragon master's tone was filled with undeniable anger and determination. Facing the dragon master's threat, Yin Xiao curved his lips into a cold smile, his gaze piercing as he stared at the enraged elder. Pay the price? When you said those 4 words, did you ever ask yourself if you were ready to bear the consequences? Did you truly see that flash of sword light, old dog? In an instant, a streak of flowing light shot by like a comet across the sky, flashing before his eyes, dazzling and deadly. The dragon master, who had already gathered his strength, prepared to face this top genius swordsman's attack. However, in that instant when the light appeared, he seemed to be locked in by an invisible force. His body abruptly pierced by a sword amidst shock and unwillingness. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a mournful wind, as he flew backward like a broken kite, not even realizing where he had suffered a fatal blow before everything settled. Next, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly sliced across his throat, so close yet seemingly detached from reality, making it difficult to capture its trajectory. In that moment, the world in his eyes began to spin and flip. Heaven and earth, light and shadow, everything lost its original order. Yin Zhao's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a trace of imperceptible indifference and mockery, drifting into his gradually clouded ears. Since your mind isn't functioning well, don't forget to change your brain when you undergo reincarnation later. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. As the words fell, the once invincible dragon master had the light in his eyes suddenly extinguished, as his head slowly detached from his body. His life force completely dissipated at that moment. Yin Xiao extended a hand, suppressing Bailu's impulse to turn back. The scene behind them was somewhat bloody and not suitable for her to see. In just a flick of his fingers, Yin Xiao had already killed 2 members of the Jimi clan. At this moment, these people truly felt something. This guy Yin Xiao was a killer, showing no hesitation towards slaughter. After all, the lives that vanished in his hands were definitely in the thousands, and feeling for each one would be too troublesome. Let me see how many more are coming to die. I'll take on as many as you send until you are willing to let me pass. Yin Xiao's words were extremely domineering, and his expression was quite arrogant, completely disregarding these people. Although the sword in his hand appeared not yet to have formed its edge, the bodies of the 2 deceased were already pierced by a flying sword, making each of them too afraid to move, even to breathe, as they closed their mouths, showing expressions of extreme fear. At this moment, a doctor carefully approached Bailu, seemingly afraid that a loud sound would provoke Yin Xiao into killing him with a sword. But he still mustered the courage to speak. But Lady Dragon, as the dragon sovereign, she should bear our clan's life and death. This is her mission. Your arrogance is unreasonable. Even if you kill everyone else present, we will not yield. This female doctor had met Yin Xiao before, and could be said to be no stranger to him. After all, she had accompanied Bailu countless times, always being on the front lines to treat the injured. Unexpectedly, she was also one of these people. But Yin Xiao had no habit of drawing his sword against acquaintances. He simply turned his head and glanced at the woman. You have quite a bit of courage, daring to approach and speak at this moment, considering you often accompany Bailu and protect her. I have no intention of taking your life, but if you insist on obstructing me now, your fate will not be treated any more leniently than that fellow on the pillar or the cold corpse behind you. As Yin Xiao spoke, his fingertips lightly traced through the air, as if an invisible sword tip pointed towards the gruesome sight hanging from the pillar not far away, and a shocking death behind it. Remember, I am not originally from Luofu. The rules of Luofu cannot bind my sword. If anyone else wishes to try to block my path today, I don't mind sending all of you through reincarnation once. Yin Xiao's voice suddenly became sharp as a blade, piercing through the night, and his figure, bathed in the bright moonlight, cast a long and deep shadow, as if to tear apart the silent night. At this moment, he resembled a demon god emerging from the depths of a dream, becoming an inescapable shadow of gloom and fear in the hearts of those present. Now, I will count to 10. If you want to live, step aside. If you wish to die, I will naturally grant you the gift that fate should provide. As his words fell, The aura around Yin Xiao became increasingly sharp, like a cold wind passing through, causing the surrounding air to tremble. An invisible pressure quietly spread, making the entire scene appear even more oppressive and tense. Not far away, standing on a rooftop and gazing at the scene, Jingyuan sighed helplessly. Yanqing couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, General, I feel like Yin Xiao has changed into another person, and he resembles the number one person in my memory. Yanqing thought hard. Feeling that Yin Xiao's way of speaking and acting truly gave a sense of déjà vu, turning his head, he noticed a hint of envy in Jing Yuan's complex expression. How nice it is. He is suited for running around outside. Staying fixed in one place is not this Group S style. It would drive them mad. The Wandering Sea Knights, the freest group in this universe, really make me envious. I used to want to be one of the Wanderers, but Yin Xiao's temperament still needs to be toned down. His insults are not dirty enough. This is not a wanderer. Jingyuan laughed, watching the farce below, without any intention to intervene. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at another rooftop, where Yunli, holding a large sword and looking eager to strike, seemed ready to make a move. Beside her was a special Jimi woman. Chapter 60. Bailu's little scheme. It seems Miss Yunli has also arrived early and is somewhat eager to try. Watching Yunli standing on a rooftop, not far away, ready to unleash a powerful blow at any moment, Jingyuan looked on with great interest, glancing again at Yin Xiao below. I have to say, this kid's strength has indeed risen another level. Now, even if Yanqing were to fight him again, his chances of winning would be hard to say. General, do we really not need to intervene? With Yin Xiao like this, he will surely be on Luofu's wanted list tomorrow. Yanqing looked at the disputes arising below, feeling that Yin Xiao's actions might not be good. Moreover, just from his observation point, there were quite a few Jimi clan members secretly recording this scene. At least a dozen people were using the cloud concealment technique to hide their figures while recording what was happening. This could probably be considered collecting evidence of a crime. Jingyuan crossed his arms, the evening breeze brushing against his frosty hair, his expression unchanged, rather calm. No need. This is what Yin Xiao originally planned to do. The biggest characteristic of this group is that they act as they please, doing whatever they want. No rules can bind their desire to act. Do you need me to deal with those hidden recorders? Yanqing gazed below as Yin Xiao effortlessly wielded his flying sword in an instant, its speed far surpassing his own, more than double the distance. The trajectory of that flying sword, even when he tried his best to catch it, only allowed him to perceive a fleeting whisper of the wind. In the blink of an eye, Yin Xiao's sword had accurately pierced the chest of a Jimi warrior. By the time he was fully focused, Yanqing barely managed to catch the trajectory of the second sword, with a flash of sword light. Another Jimi Dragon Master's head flew high, blood spraying into the air. The sword intent contained in these two strikes had far exceeded Yanqing's current realm of understanding, even if he temporarily set aside his obsession and pursuit of the sword path. He could not help but acknowledge that an unprecedented sense of urgency quietly crept into his heart. Yanqing, rest assured, you and he are on two completely different paths. The journey he is on is fraught with thorns. Every step seems to be gently pushed by the invisible hand of death, urging him to hasten his pace. Or else the shadow of demise will quietly approach, devouring everything. You're not unfamiliar with this, Yanqing. When hovering on the edge of life and death, a person's potential often shines brightest. That is his destined trial, a path filled with challenges and sacrifices. And you need not repeat the same mistakes. There is no need to rush after that power forged from despair. Remember, everyone's fate has its unique trajectory. Your path should be defined by yourself, without the need to hastily mimic the storms others have weathered, relying solely on your own will. Yes, General, Yanqing has learned. Jingyuan smiled and nodded, looking at the battle not far below. Clearly, the fight ended in just a moment, less than 10 seconds. Yet before Yin Xiao, there still stood so many young men and women from the Jimi clan. While none were particularly handsome, they were all rather well-formed. Yin Xiao looked at the group blocking his way, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He certainly knew that someone was secretly recording everything. But without his permission, those people probably wouldn't even have the chance to turn on their recording devices. Just then, a Dragon Master stood silently, not uttering a word, but raising his right hand high. In an instant, a water dragon surged and coalesced in his palm, lifelike and vivid. The water dragon roared and quickly transformed into a sharp, unmatched spear of flowing water, accompanied by a dragon's roar that echoed through the skies. Suddenly thrust towards Yun Xiao's back. "Watch out!" Bailu shouted in panic, but Yun Xiao quickly pressed down on her head, and with a swift motion, he firmly grasped the incoming spear's light. A deafening explosion followed, and with the rampant diffusion of water vapor, it was as if the world was shrouded in a layer of mist, spreading everywhere. The water vapor engulfed a large area of figures present, and at that moment, an explosion was heard from the roof of a nearby abandoned house. Everyone looked up, but in the night, they could see nothing. They could only see a woman from the Ming clan standing there, her expression unchanged, maintaining the hand seal for the secret technique. Just then, while everyone was still confused about the situation, a deafening roar suddenly split the sky, echoing above their heads like thunder. Yin Li's petite body erupted with a brilliant light, instantly breaking free from the energy covering her with the Yun-Yin technique, revealing her figure in midair. With a loud bang, Yin Li swung the old iron with incredible speed and power, launching the giant sword like a bullet towards the ground, carrying an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the ground seemed to bear an immense weight, followed by an even more violent explosion that shook every inch of air. Accompanying this deafening sound were continuous shrill screams, intertwining to form a tragic and shocking scene. The giant sword, carrying endless power, finally crashed to the ground, releasing a fierce shockwave that swept away everything around it like a storm blowing away leaves. Dust flew, and debris scattered, amidst the chaos showcasing the destructive power of this strike. However, this did not include Yun Xiao and Bailu, as the two had already left their original positions. Meanwhile, Yin Li's figure also vanished in the blink of an eye, disappearing from the scene without a trace. As the water vapor dissipated, all the members of the Ming clan present felt a wave of fear. However, the might of the earlier attack did not kill anyone present. It was just that the momentum was too frightening for them to feel capable of resistance. It was like a cannonball exploding right on the ground. "General, this is nothing to worry about. He never intended to stay long in Luofu, and besides, this was already part of his plan. However, if he takes Miss Bailu away in person, it would cause chaos among the Ming clan in Luofu. Don't worry, they won't cause chaos. These guys just need the title of Dragon Sovereign to stabilize the morale of the troops, and Bailu knows this. So she has been prepared for it since a few days ago." As he spoke, Jing Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Turning back, Jing Yuan glanced at Yin Qing beside him and said, "Yin Qing, if one day you and Yun Xiao find yourselves standing at the same crossroads, facing the same test of position, which way will you choose?" General, what do you mean? If it's a similar situation to Yun Xiao, doesn't that mean you would part ways with the path of the alliance?" "Indeed, but the key point lies in the deeper meaning behind that choice. Will you follow the guidance of your inner heart, or go with the flow, stepping onto the broad road in the eyes of others?" Yin Xiao undoubtedly chose his own path, even if it means going against the current and fighting against the tide of the world, without regret. Just for that persistence in his heart that does not wish to leave any regrets. The other path is to live for the people, to live for the greater good, becoming a beacon in the eyes of the people of the Immortal Boat Alliance. This path is not for personal honor or disgrace, nor for momentary gains and losses, but to give life to the common people and strategize for the greater situation. For Jing Yuan, this radiant path is both fate and mission. He knows that what he bears is a heavy responsibility and expectation. Thus he has no choice but to walk firmly on this road that few tread but must be walked, using his strength to protect the peace of one side. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao is like the most unrestrained cloud in the sky, drifting freely without constraints. His existence seems to be a gentle provocation against the rules of the world, yet inadvertently reveals a kind of detachment and nonchalance beyond the material. Such an attitude towards life used to be so unattainable for the former Jing Yuan, like the brightest stardust in the night sky, dazzling yet hard to reach. The depth of your question, General, truly makes it difficult for me to respond immediately. However, my heart is set on choosing a path that does not betray your high hopes and trust. Jing Yuan sighed softly upon hearing this, seemingly turning the unfinished words into a light breeze, saying leisurely, well, it's just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart. Cool, me. Let us walk side by side and send off the little dragon girl who is about to embark on her journey. With that, Jing Yuan immediately turned to leave, while Yen Qing was left momentarily stunned. Sent off? Is Miss Bailu really leaving Luofu? If she really leaves, it might leave a huge hidden danger. However, it seemed that the general had no intention of explaining anything to him, instead bringing him along as they left the Danding division. After less than one system time, the two passed through other caves and finally saw Yun Li and Yun Xiao, along with Bailu, who was happily enjoying her meal set aside. It seemed she was eating without a care in the world, but this was also thanks to her preparations in advance, so she wouldn't feel too guilty. Although Bailu still carried a bit of childlike innocence, she was by no means a naive person. The people that Yun Xiao killed were all carefully selected. Each one of them had bullied Bailu in the past. Even the always solemn old man frequently wielded a special ruler to strike Bailu's frail body harshly. Although Bailu had waves of emotions in her heart, she had never truly held a grudge. However, Yin Xiao acted without questioning the reasons. Killing those two was merely a convenient act. After all, it wasn't like breaking an egg. These two could still be reborn. Therefore, he had basically no psychological burden. And following Yun Zhao's departure also wouldn't cause trouble for the Luofu immortal boat, for she had already made preparations in advance, such as the assistance of a certain person from the Liuguang Yiding. It seemed that Yun Xiao sensed someone approaching, which was why he turned to look in Jing Yuan's direction. You're all here? Just in time, we're almost ready on this side, too. If it weren't for an accident, you would probably be the new guest on the wanted list of the 10 King's office tomorrow. And you, this reserved celebrity, don't seem the least bit flustered. The immortal boat's wanted order? General, don't joke around. This is just a show of force. This time is merely for show. Everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. Why would I be worried? Even so, your temperament is truly open-minded. Fine. This time I'll just turn a blind eye and pretend not to notice. But when the time comes, you better act convincingly or else things will go wrong. Jing Yuan stared at Yun Xiao in front of him, a glint of cunning suddenly flashing in his eyes, and he lightly blinked. Yun Xiao seemed to understand him well, also blinking back, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, nodding in mutual understanding. Before we set off tomorrow, there is still a performance we need to go through, although the 10 King's office may not be willing to cooperate with this act. Jing Yuan felt no worry in his heart. The people of the Alliance are not blind, yet they must also ponder a crucial question. The arrows of the hunters will never be aimed at their own allies. Moreover, in the recent encounter with the Phantom, Yin Xiao had indeed unleashed a level of power that could be considered on par with a commander. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Jing Yuan's report did not mention it, and instead recorded Yun Xiao's highest commander power. Additionally, within the Jinmu, the presence of a third-party commander's aura was indeed detected. With all these factors combined, this time Yin Xiao might truly face no major issues. Although the Alliance is not lacking in commanders, it does not wish to provoke a terminal commander. This existence is undoubtedly more terrifying than the void itself. Only Yin Xiao knows that the power explosion from that time was merely a glimpse granted by the terminal star god. That glimpse was also just a fleeting moment, so the power of the commander lasted only the blink of an eye. It is certain that the Jimin clan has problems. Your little farce this time will surely be overturned in the future, and you are welcome to return anytime then. Perhaps I could even have you train a batch of Cloud Knights. But let us not, if you really let me train. I might accidentally raise a group of unruly soldiers, and then, General, you might have to hold me accountable. After saying this, Yun Xiao slowly lowered his head, once again meeting Bailu's clear gaze. Bailu had meticulously wiped away the traces at the corner of her mouth and was now looking up at Yun Xiao with a pair of eyes full of expectation. Have you made up your mind? Are you leaving tomorrow? I should have prepared this plan a few days ago. But I still wanted to spend more time with you, Bailu. It's fine. I have always been a solitary person. Even here, it's just a reboot of the past. Bailu's tone carried a nonchalant air, as if she was not too concerned about the impending farewell. Perhaps this was just a thin veil she used to cover her delicate emotions, a subtle form of self-protection. Yun Xiao's gaze followed Bailu's, gently turned back. and an inexplicable feeling of solitude surged in his heart. And all of this was quietly hidden in the unknown side of Bailu. On her face was a sly smile blooming after a scheme succeeded, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 61. The General as an Insider, How to Break This Game. On the morning of the next day, before the dawn's light shone down, Yunxiao's figure was already darting back and forth on the rooftop. In the darkness, if one did not look closely, one might think it was a ghostly shadow, which was quite frightening. However, this commotion still woke up Yunli, who was sleeping in the room. The little one, already a bit grumpy from being awoken, sat on the rooftop of Changle Pavilion like a cat with its fur ruffled. Watching Yin Xiao rushing by, she was momentarily confused about what he was up to. Why is he running so fast? It feels like he is sneaking out in the middle of the night. Brother, what are you doing? I thought you were planning to sneak away right now. Yin Xiao's figure suddenly leaped from the opposite pavilion. But clearly, he was a bit short on distance when a flying sword suddenly materialized under his feet. Pushing off again with his feet, he used the flying sword as a springboard to jump once more, landing on the opposite rooftop, where he coincidentally bumped into Yunli. Hey, it's nothing much. I just procured some supplies from the ferry ship. And by the way, I'm going to check out the planet I visited before. Which planet? Aren't you pressed for time? You still have time to visit others? Yunli puffed out her cheeks, looking curiously at Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao merely waved his hand. That planet isn't far from here. The ferry ship drifts through the universe, and I was quite surprised that it could pass by that planet. It's just a coincidence to check it out. Upon hearing that the ferry ship would pass by, Yunli didn't care much, thinking it was just a casual visit. Instead, it sparked her curiosity. After all, cats are the most curious. Brother, what is that planet like? Can you tell me about it? It's not impossible. That planet is located in the Aslamani star system. When I first arrived there, the original traces of civilization on that planet were about to be completely erased by the Bulerians. Back then, I landed there using another friend spacecraft, and there was a Bulerian outpost in that galaxy. I spent about 2 or 3 years liberating that planet. The corpses of the Bulerians piled up to about 1/3 the size of the current ferry ship, towering higher than the tallest mountain on that planet. Yin Xiao said, while making a gesture, and he was actually being relatively conservative in his description. The war back then was incredibly brutal, and after killing those Bulerians, the remaining population on the planet was even less than 1/1000th of the original world. It might even be less than 1/10,000th. It was that cruel. If it weren't for the unclear external signals from there, if those Bulerians had called for reinforcements, I might not have been able to leave that planet. Of course, after the war ended, the survivors had access to an enormous amount of resources that had been plundered by the Bulerians but not yet used. So while they were reviving their homeland, they held a celebration feast every 10 days, which could be considered a global event. I estimated that, by the time we go, we'll just catch the 640th celebration. Yunli nodded, but it seems she also grasped the brutality and horror of war from this. Although it was just a few words, Yin Xiao's description was kept brief. Yet such a statement was still enough to be terrifying. If such a war broke out on the ferry ship, reducing the entire population to 1/10,000th, it would be horrifying, and one wouldn't even know how many people would die. Such a thing could be described as a kind of despair. But thankfully, all of that is in the past. Now that planet should have revived. Let me tell you, it's quite interesting. Everyone has a type of plant growing on their heads. There are all sorts of exotic flowers and plants, and some people can even bear fruit on their heads. If they're in a good mood, they might even give you the fruit right there as a sign of friendship. Moreover, everyone's personality is quite evident. Their heads plants represent their personalities and moods, and overall, it's really fascinating. Once we get there. Yunli nodded vigorously. Yin Xiao had also mentioned that the planet used to be quite prosperous. Although its technology level might not match that of the ferry ship, it had its local characteristics. However, once the Bulerians invaded and occupied it, the station military forces completely withdrew, seemingly not wanting to fight these monsters. Rather, the Interstellar Peace Company saw no benefits in fighting against the Bulerians. Therefore, basically, no one was willing to stand up for this kind-hearted planet, and naturally, no one cared. If Yin Xiao and the others hadn't come to handle the Bulerians here, those people would have faced a complete extinction. It's no joke. They would have been completely wiped out, as these people would surely become food for the Bulerians. Even various deaths and consumption would lead to a situation where those who survived would live in constant fear. Everything will pass. Brother, you're amazing. If I go out to explore, is there a chance I could become a hero who saves planets like you? Little Yunli's words aren't impossible. But Grandpa might not let you go out so easily. That's true. Sigh, Grandpa is quite strict, so now, brother, don't think you can shake me off. I've been holding it in for so long and just want to find a place to have some fun. Yanxiao gently patted Yunli's head, turned around, and looked towards Bailu's room not far away. Through the crack in the window, he could still see Bailu lying peacefully on the bed, sleeping quite sweetly. Occasionally, he could see her smacking her lips, as if she were having a delicious dream. He had mentioned to Bailu yesterday that he would be leaving today, but she seemed to have no reaction at all. Yanxiao felt a bit disappointed. They had been inseparable just a few days ago, and now she suddenly seemed aloof. This really left him puzzled. Turning back, Yanxiao looked at Yunli, wanting to ask her for her opinion. Why are you looking at me? I have no idea. I'm not like you, teasing her every day. Yunli rolled her eyes at Yanxiao, then grabbed the eaves and flipped back into the room. It seemed she was going to sort out the things she needed to take with her. Continuing to chat outside at this time wasn't a good idea. She was also quite curious about what her brother had said about that planet. It was better to make plans early, since they might be pursued for a while. Yanxiao sat at the edge of the eaves, watching Bailu sleep so soundly, unsure whether he should go check on her. At this moment, he felt that if he left her behind, she would definitely continue to be bullied. On this celestial boat, were there really any reckless people besides himself who could protect her? If he left, wouldn't Bailu return to her previous three-point line? She would continue to be a puppet in the hands of the Chiming clan, and might even be further controlled in her freedom. This was the last thing Yanxiao wanted to see, and he didn't want to leave Bailu like this. But what about Bailu's own wishes? If she didn't want to leave, should he forcefully twist her will? Yanxiao felt he should be a bit selfish, but if Bailu, the contemporary dragon lord, left, Luofu would surely descend into chaos again. No matter how he chose, it seemed like there were only bad options. Did he really have to pick the lesser of two evils? Yanxiao pursed his lips, and his figure flashed, unconsciously landing in front of Bailu's window. The night was already showing signs of fading, and the sky was beginning to turn a shade of dawn. Of course, this was still the so-called projection technology, but it was almost indistinguishable from reality, which was quite good. Bailu, what are you thinking? His voice was very soft, and he didn't even know why, but at this moment, despite being fearless outside, he seemed a bit cautious. It made him feel like he wasn't himself. Just as he was preparing mentally to go shake Bailu awake for an answer, Jing Yuan's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Bailu won't go with you, but you don't have to make a choice between two evils. Jing Yuan's sudden appearance startled Yanxiao. How could this general appear and disappear like a ghost? It had only been 4 or 5 system hours since last night. Was this general so free that he could always keep an eye on him? But at that moment, Jing Yuan yawned and said, suppressing his drowsiness, "Don't worry, Bailu has already considered this matter herself. You don't need to think too much, just do what you need to do. Trust her. Bailu is much more perceptive than you think." Although Yanxiao felt a bit confused, recalling the Bailu he had seen yesterday, he seemed to have noticed something odd. There was always a feeling that there was something he hadn't paid attention to. But at that moment, Jing Yuan slightly pointed at his ear. "Oh, it's almost time. At 6 o'clock, you can head towards Luofu Ferry. They have prepared a special starship for crossing the Star Sea. The bounty order from the Ten Kings office has been issued, and the 2 leading sisters are both judges with considerable strength, so be careful." So soon? It seemed the news was very discreet, without any fanfare. Yanxiao nodded, trusting the information Jing Yuan had given him, and at that moment he also believed in Bailu's thoughts. Bailu distancing herself from him at this time should mean she had her own ideas. Compared to this, there were still many things he needed to do. For example, he should take a break, even if it was just for a system hour, to give his spirit a chance to relax. His bed had originally been occupied by Yunli, and he had been out shopping for celestial boat specialties at midnight, leaving no time to rest. Now that he was about to leave, he had to escape Luofu ahead of the train group, then go to the coordinates of that planet, enjoying the celebration while waiting for the train to meet up. Chapter 62. How to release water for this aircraft. At the moment the morning light broke through the sky, Yanxiao, lying on the top of a door curtain in Jining Alley, suddenly stopped snoring. It wasn't because he set an alarm, but because he heard the sound of incredibly synchronized footsteps approaching from not far away. By this time, Jining Alley had already begun to operate. Below, Yinli had already gobbled up all the Cheongshi bird skewers from the shop owner and was happily enjoying her breakfast. She seemed to have sensed the commotion from not far away, as she raised her head with a bun in her mouth and looked towards the entrance of Jining Alley, where the Yunqi army was lined up. Wow, such a big formation, what's going on? Didn't the war in Luofu end long ago? Many breakfast shop owners put down their gongs and drums, seemingly sensing the solemn atmosphere from those soldiers, curiously tilting their heads to observe the Yunqi army. At that moment, these Yunqi soldiers parted to make way as their armed attendants holding knives walked forward. Compared to the righteous Yunqi soldiers, the Yufu armed attendants exuded a chilling aura. Each one seemed to have been stained with countless killings, creating this imposing atmosphere. In terms of combat power, they weren't really much weaker than the Yunqi soldiers. In fact, they were often much stronger. However, relatively speaking, these armed attendants were more prone to falling into demonic shadows, as they were all people tormented by killing intent, and most likely wouldn't live too long. They were more suitable for Yunqi, who didn't want to live too long to switch careers. What Yin Xiao noticed was not the Yunqi soldiers, but the uniform Yufu armed attendants. As they stepped forward, their unique appearance made Jining Alley even quieter. Although the 10 Kings office rarely appeared before outsiders, bringing such a large number of armed attendants must mean that the target they were after was certainly not simple. He recalled the last time so many armed attendants were sent out to pursue an enemy. It seemed to be a rather terrifying wanted criminal with formidable strength. He didn't know who this wanted criminal was, hiding in Jining Alley. Many people began to look around, but it was still too early, and most hadn't set up their stalls yet. The neighbors around were all familiar faces. Where could a criminal come from? As for Yunli, who was eating the bun, she was completely overlooked. How could such a cute and hungry little girl possibly be a wanted criminal? Just then, a woman with heavy dark circles and a pale complexion slowly walked out. She raised her head and directly looked at Yin Xiao, who was lying at the entrance of Jining Alley with his eyes closed. Judge of the 10 Kings office, Hanya, on official orders to apprehend the criminal Yin Xiao. Aren't you planning to come down? Come down? Why should I? If I don't come down, can you armed attendants get up here? If you have knees, climb up yourself. The fruits must be picked by oneself. Yin Xiao stretched, even flipping over to find a good angle in the shade and lay back down. This contemptuous posture was quite pronounced. Below, Anya's eyes were tired, but seeing Yin Xiao like this, she seemed somewhat displeased. But Yin Xiao has this attitude. I won't come down, what can you do to me? Most of the martial officers wield large swords, making them cumbersome. Since that's the case, there's no need to say much. Sister, let's make a move. As Hanya's words fell, the sound of wind whooshing surged toward Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao slightly squinted, immediately bracing himself with his hands and leaping backward. 2 short blades of the demon's suppressing staff flew past Yin Xiao's side. Following closely was a woman with a strange aura. She should be the snow clothing judge, the sister judge of the 10 Kings division, with the younger sister in charge of command and the elder sister responsible for combat. Yin Xiao jumped down from the air and landed on the ground, his whole body light as a feather. At this moment, the surrounding crowd seemed to finally react. Yin Xiao was the wanted criminal they were pursuing. Yin Xiao, how did you become a wanted criminal? That's right, Lord Judge, this kid is not a bad person. You must have made a mistake. Many shop owners in Jining Alley were quite familiar with Yin Xiao. After all, Yin Xiao believed this was a great place to eat and had thoroughly enjoyed every shop here. He even managed to interact pleasantly with these people through the passive ability of the Sword of Reason. He had resolved many people's emotional knots, and many had witnessed the improvement in Yin Xiao's relationship with Bailu. They couldn't believe that this usually understanding kid was a wanted criminal. Seeing so many people pleading for him, Yin Xiao just turned his head and shook it. Everyone, this matter is quite serious. After all, someone was killed, and what should come will come. I appreciate your goodwill, but please refrain from saying more at this moment, as it could easily affect you. With that, Yin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and flicked it, and blue particles of light immediately condensed into the shape of a sword. At this point, Yunli, who had also finished eating, stood up. She brushed off non-existent dust from her hands and stepped directly to Yin Xiao's side. Brother, how should we fight? Should we just wipe them out? Sister, we are responsible for escaping. We just need to put on a symbolic fight. Otherwise, with our combat power, it would require the general to personally make a move to capture us. Yin Xiao patted Yunli's head, and though she seemed to understand, she still patted her waist. And in an instant, Lao Tai appeared in her hand, raised high. This sword was clearly taller than Yunli's entire head. Quite intimidating. Yin Xiao also looked at the martial officers from the 10 Kings Division on the opposite side. Come on, if you want to catch us, give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Snow Clothing's figure instantly transformed into a ghostly light and rushed toward Yin Xiao. 2 demon-suppressing staffs merged into one and directly stabbed at Yin Xiao. You have quite the audacity. First, let's exchange a few moves. Bang! A violent metallic clash erupted, and Yin Xiao did not retreat, but a large cloud of dust was kicked up behind him. Snow Clothing's strike was indeed powerful, but Yin Xiao cleverly neutralized most of its force. Before he could turn around, Yin Xiao blinked. So you've already ceased to be human. This body is a puppet. No wonder I couldn't sense your aura at first. After all, being an inorganic entity, it was normal that Yin Xiao couldn't perceive it. Yet at the moment of the strike, a killing intent erupted. This power was extraordinary, surpassing the strength of an ordinary celestial vessel person. At that moment, Yin Xiao suddenly flicked his sword, deflecting the demon-suppressing staff in Snow Clothing's hand, and the sword tip flashed in the air, pointing directly at Snow Clothing's chest. However, Snow Clothing was not slow to react. Her body suddenly rotated at an incredible angle. With her left hand, she pushed against the ground to dissipate her momentum, while her right hand threw the demon-suppressing staff again. This strike was aimed directly at Yin Xiao's forehead. It was precise and ruthless, showing no concern for this body. But that was to be expected. This body was entirely a puppet, and damage to it was not a concern. If Yin Xiao were pierced in the head, he would have difficulty moving for at least a few minutes. After all, this was the brainstem area. Even for a celestial vessel person, damage here would take time to recover. Truly a well-placed strike at the vital point. Yin Xiao's figure abruptly retreated, flicking the sword's edge and directly sending the demon-suppressing staff flying away. At this moment, Hanya, commanding the martial officers, had already pounced toward Yunli. However, Yunli's incredible strength had also made these martial officers suffer greatly. After all, they were all using large weapons, which were heavy and not very agile. But with the use of the great sword, Yunli had a natural advantage. Each powerful strike she made could require at least 4 or 5 martial officers to gather together to block. If there were fewer people, they could be collectively sent flying, losing their combat effectiveness. Yunli surged into their ranks, swinging wildly. The surrounding martial officers barely had time to resist, and with a few loud bangs, they were all sent flying. During the brief moments, Yunli even picked up a martial officer's large sword from the ground. Immediately, she displayed a look of disdain. So light, no wonder it didn't feel like anything when it hit me. Take this. Saying this, Yunli threw the large sword back like a javelin. With a whoosh and a sound of screams, many martial officers in formation were sent flying. Hanya also waved her hand to disperse the smoke in front of her, looking at the large sword that had stuck straight into the ground, unable to help but frown. What kind of combat power is this? How could such strength be handled by the 2 judges of the 10 Kings Division? Hanya had sensed that there was something wrong with this mission from the very beginning. After all, others might not know, but she was well aware of the terrifying nature of the mission target. This was a monster capable of confronting the envoy head-on, not to mention the envoy's level. At least it had the strength of a top-tier Fate Walker. Moreover, Yunli's identity was also quite special, with even more terrifying strength. A girl with innate divine strength. Her power was indeed remarkable. She had seen it firsthand. The martial officers were hardly effective against Yunli. Release the golden men, advance for battle. Hanya immediately ordered the martial officers to temporarily withdraw, and it was now the turn of the golden men from the engineering division to step forward. After issuing the command, they began to march with heavy steps, charging directly toward Yunli. This big guy is interesting. I wanted to try it for a long time. Yunli's eyes sparkled as she watched the giant rushing toward her. The excitement in her gaze was hard to contain. But in the next moment, a whoosh of air split the space, and Yunli instinctively dodged. A pitch-black figure was sent flying out. crashing with a loud bang into the golden man in front of her. Sparks flew as the figure collided, sending the 2-meter-tall golden man flying several meters and crashing down to the floor. Sorry, I was a bit too rough. Yin Xiao stepped forward, looking at the nearly wrecked snow clothing he had just struck down, unable to help but scratch his head. Then, he slightly bowed and looked at the crowd in front of him. I didn't expect that only this few people from the 10 Kings division would come. Fighting is not easy, and there's nowhere to let loose. How am I supposed to perform a desperate escape? Chapter 63. Alarm, alarm. Everyone here is an actor. It's not that the quality of the puppet's body is lacking. All the standard weapons of the 10 Kings division can almost be said to be of extremely fine quality. Even the armaments of the 10 Kings division could be considered elite among the Cloud Cavalry. After all, the Cloud Cavalry mostly dealt with not particularly vicious enemies. However, the 10 Kings division had to face mostly ruthless criminals. A group of elite troops under the joint blockade of Yin Xiao and Yun Li surprisingly found themselves at a loss. Yin Xiao's own strength had almost reached its peak at this moment. It was a peak belonging to a fated traveler, although he could not maintain it for long. It was enough for ordinary battles. The fight with the 10 Kings division would not last too long either. In the ensuing skirmish, Yin Xiao and Yun Li tried their best to restrain their strength. For instance, instead of unleashing a fully charged strike to send the golden mech flying, Yun Li chose to push it back several steps, crashing it into the soldiers. With a loud bang, the mech fell, directly smashing several soldiers down, rendering them unable to get up. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao was struggling to fend off the large swords slashing at him from all directions, and with a roll, he struck back, pushing all the surrounding soldiers away. To make it look more convincing, he even wiped sweat from his forehead. Retreat, Yun Li, we are outnumbered. Continuing the fight is unwise. Time passed quietly, and the delaying act was nearing its end. The starship that the general had meticulously prepared was surely waiting leisurely at Luoyun Crossing. Seeing this, Yin Xiao reached out without hesitation, gently pulling the still eager Yun Li to him. He swayed his figure, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, stepping onto the flying sword, instantly transforming into a streak of flowing light, vanishing without a trace before the crowd. Shui, dragging her body, still crackling with electric sparks, fearlessly charged forward, following the direction where the flying sword had disappeared, dashing across the rooftops. It seemed she had no intention of letting this desperate, young fugitive escape. Sister, you're too impulsive. You won't be his match. As she spoke, Hanya glanced at those around her. The Cloud Cavalry soldiers beside her looked as if they had rehearsed this moment. At the instant Yin Xiao retreated, they all exhibited extreme pain. Oh no, my stomach hurts so much. I don't know if I ate something wrong. Sigh. I've been so busy lately, my back hurts, I can hardly move. Damn, I can only watch him escape. Isn't that right? I recently consulted a doctor who said I'm prone to demonic possession and told me to reduce my attendance. But I've been dedicated to Luofu. Taking leave or skipping work is out of the question, but chasing after criminals is a bit beyond my capability. Watching these Cloud Cavalry soldiers suddenly transform into the elderly and infirm, Hanya's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, she wanted to ask if they had any thoughts on pursuing. Now it seemed better not to ask, as it might only make her angry. Hanya silently turned her head, looking again toward the distant horizon. At this moment, Yin Xiao had disappeared from her sight, and the soldiers brought by the 10 Kings division were mostly injured. Although this result was not impressive, it should be sufficient for reporting. However, when Hanya looked toward the air, not far away, it gradually dispersed. The figures of 2 or 3 Dragon Masters seemed to step out from the air, glaring fiercely in the direction Yin Xiao had left. It seemed they had finally exhaled now that the kid had left, but there was also a sense of dissatisfaction for not seeing Yin Xiao suffer. Damn it, why didn't we capture this guy? Why didn't we act earlier? Even if Yin Xiao was a criminal, he had merits as well. And didn't you notice that he didn't kill a single soldier from the 10 Kings division? I want to guess. If we had come to assist the 10 Kings division, would he have even given you a chance for reincarnation? This statement held some truth. If these few dared to act recklessly, Yin Xiao's attack would undoubtedly shift to them in an instant, and the hatred would be perfectly drawn. Yin Xiao's combat power was also formidable, far beyond what they could casually look up to. Therefore, What needed to be done at this moment was to try to keep themselves honest and not let this ancestor discover them. Hanya glanced at these people's expressions and slightly nodded. It seemed they were already prepared. She turned and walked back the way she came. Fall back. No need for you to pursue. This kid has already left the Luofu.He. In truth, the Cloud Cavalry and soldiers below had no idea what was happening. However, the Cloud Cavalry still admired a young hero like Yin Xiao, as he had helped them resolve many issues. This was their debt to Yin Xiao. Although they couldn't say they were repaying it at this moment, they expressed their stance to some extent. Not pursuing and opting to make various excuses was their strategy. At this moment, inside Luofu Crossing, Yin Xiao clapped his hands and threw the demon's subduing staff, which he had completely severed, back to the broken automaton before him. Watching the internal intricate mechanical parts burst open with dazzling sparks, Xu Wei's body lay on a nearby container. She seemed to have countless wounds all over her body. Electric sparks crackling. Yet, Xu Wei's eyes remained incredibly bright, indistinguishable from an artificial intelligence, resembling a real person more. That should be enough for now, Xu Wei. Are there still other people in your eyes? At this moment, Xu Wei struggled to lift her head, the components at her neck damaged beyond recognition. Even raising her head was extremely difficult. She could only move it slightly up and down. Seeing Xu Wei's relentless pursuit, Yin Xiao somewhat understood the situation. It was all for show, or rather, a pretense. Those watching from behind, the Ming clan, could understand the actions of the Ten Kings division, even the actions of the general's mansion, as allies. They surely wouldn't dare to say much. After all, the Ten Kings division was fully committed to capturing Yin Xiao, but unfortunately, the opponent was too strong. Not an enemy of the same level, making success impossible. For unsuccessful hunts, these guys had no reaction. Only when Yin Xiao nearly struck Xu Wei to death with a sword, and she rebooted, did they notice her quietness. The enforcement device of the Ten Kings division was severely damaged, unable to retain sound and images. There was no need to worry about them continuing the pursuit, as the big shots behind had already left. After all, Xu Wei could be considered one of the top combat powers of the Ten Kings division. Yet, even so, they could not stop Yin Xiao, only watching him leave helplessly. She could only remain there, lying near the container, waiting for the Ten Kings division personnel to come and retrieve the body of the automaton. After all, it was made of very expensive materials, and reducing some damage was still worthwhile. So, Judge Xu Wei, until we meet again. If I find any wanted criminals on my travels through the galaxy, I will definitely bring them back as a gift for you. No need to say more. I appreciate the sentiment. Hurry and leave. If the Ming clan comes, it will be even harder for you to escape. There was no hint of being controlled in Xu Wei's gaze. It was clear that this was still Xu Wei's personality. It was just that the automaton's body struggled to express emotions. Her voice lacked inflection, and even her expressions were not rich enough. It felt like a semi-finished product had been brought out. Brother, the starship is ready and can be activated at any time. Let's set off. Yinli was already familiar with piloting such starships, naturally taking little time to store everything. Just as Yin Xiao stepped onto the starship, a violent commotion erupted at the entrance of Luofu Crossing not far away. One didn't even need to look to know that a large number of Ming clan members were coming. They all thought of themselves as forced to flee, arriving at the scene one after another to mock. However, at this moment, in their eyes, the starship where Yin Xiao was located had already turned into a small black dot, disappearing into the sea of clouds in Luofu Crossing, moving towards the main entrance. Bro, how do you plan to handle the entrance ahead? Will we be able to get through? Of course, it's just a small matter. No wonder Kafka wanted me to stay here for cleanup. I didn't expect to see something so interesting. Just then, a strange lowly voice appeared, startling both Yin Xiao and Yunli. However, when the slightly petite figure of Silver Wolf projected in front of them, it still surprised the two, as there was nowhere around that seemed to have a projection device. Hey, you two, I'm Silver Wolf. I don't know if Kafka introduced me, but remember, I'm a gaming expert, and you can also call me the strongest hacker in the universe. There's no place I can't go, no door I can't open. As she spoke, Silver Wolf snapped her fingers. The starship gate, which had been forcibly ordered to be closed by the Ten Kings, slowly opened. Taking this opportunity, Yunli couldn't miss it and stepped on the accelerator to rush in. The entire starship C probably couldn't find another starship like this one. Its overall size was many times larger than the original starship, looking like a huge cruise ship, but its speed was still not slow. At this moment, Yunli's voice even carried a hint of cheerfulness, like a bird that had broken free from its cage. The scenery around flashed by, and a transparent, glass-like shield enveloped the outer layer of the starship. When the shield appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to gradually stabilize. In the instant they burst out of the starship C, the air around underwent an energy change. It could even be said that, in an instant, they could no longer feel the breath of the outside world. The originally stable gravity became chaotic before the unique settings of the starship were activated, and the entire cabin space became disordered, with gravity fluctuating wildly, almost throwing Yunli out of the cockpit. Chapter 64. Didn't he expect this? Yunxiao, this is my escape route. Oh wow, so thrilling, bro. I want to play again. As the gravity inside the starship stabilized, Yunli seemed a bit excited by the sudden feeling of weightlessness. It wasn't until Yunxiao gave her a sharp chop to the head that she snapped back to her senses. Don't forget we're still on the run. Let's get away from the immortal boat first. Although the 10 Kings probably won T chase us now. Wow, bro, you're bullying me. I'll report you to Grandpa when we get back, Although somewhat dissatisfied, Yunli continued to pilot the starship, heading toward the predetermined coordinates in the distance. However, at the current speed, although this starship was fast, it would still take at least a day or two to arrive. Moreover, it required uninterrupted driving. Yunxiao was indifferent, but Yunli definitely couldn't stand it. After sitting in the driver's seat for a while, she already showed signs of impatience. I really can't understand you too. With such a complete system on this starship, why don't you just enable automatic navigation? Do you think driving all the time is exhilarating? Just then, Silver Wolf's voice resounded again in the starship. The next moment, Yunli found she could let go of the keyboard with both hands and allow the starship to speed ahead toward the galaxy on its own. Wow, finally liberated. Perfect. Sitting here was almost making me drowsy. Looking at the vast asteroid field in the distance, Yunxiao frowned slightly. At the speed of the starship, approaching the asteroid field was just a matter of moments. Just as he was about to worry about whether the starship would be hit by the asteroids. Before they got too close, the starship swayed left and right to dodge. This starship actually had an automatic obstacle avoidance function, which somewhat relieved Yunxiao's anxiety. Bro, tell me more. Do you have acquaintances in that world? Besides having grass growing on their heads, do the people on that planet have other characteristics? Yunli kept firing questions, while Yunxiao leaned against the cabin wall and, after some thought, replied, Actually, when I left, most of the people I knew had already died in the war. At that time, I wasn't as strong as I am now, but I still knew a few little ones. After the war ended, many of those little ones survived, and for some time after the war, many of the plants on their heads bore delicious fruits, seemingly representing their heartfelt celebration of the end of the war. The end of the war is indeed worth celebrating. But bro, I have to ask you, among those little ones, is there a cute loli like me? Yunli's words seemed a bit off. What was with this guy's loli-loving gaze? Was it not her illusion? Well, there should be a few. Of course. It's just that they were born at the wrong time. To be able to live in the days just after the war ended is probably a fortunate thing for them. I just feel like you might not have touched a woman in these 10 years and have turned into a lowly lover. Seriously, if you really dare to do anything excessive, I'll hit you. Saying this, Yunli raised her hand in a chopping motion. After all, it wasn't suitable to bring out a weapon in this starship, unless he wanted to poke a hole in the top of the starship. Just as Yunxiao was still thinking of how to defend himself, suddenly, he seemed to sense something and lowered his head. He wasn't sure if it was just his illusion, but the storage ship hanging on his waist seemed to have undergone some changes. There seemed to be a slight vibration coming from inside. Strange. This mature technology that accommodates a hidden realm shouldn't vibrate. Confused, Yunxiao lowered his head, took out the chip, and dumped some items out. Seeing several luggage pieces that Yunxiao had poured out, Yunli looked at him in confusion. Bro, what are you doing? We're just on a short trip. We don't need to take out so many things. No, Yunli, I feel like there's something else hidden in this chip. Let's open it and see. As he spoke, Yunxiao was about to check the first suitcase when a blue suitcase suddenly vibrated, catching Yunxiao's attention. What is going on? Did I pack some living creature inside? That shouldn't be the case. I didn't buy anything. Confused, Yin Xiao furrowed his brows and walked over. He reached out and pressed down on the suitcase, gently lifting one corner. He cautiously peered inside, but when he first saw a small dragon horn that was smooth and round like jade moving slightly, he suddenly snapped the suitcase shut again, his expression blank and dazed, as if he wasn't quite sure whether he had just hallucinated. But at that moment, a voice came from inside the box, sounding somewhat exasperated. Yin Xiao, what do you mean? Why did you lock me back in? Let me out quickly. Are you trying to murder me? When he reopened the suitcase, he saw the now pouting Bailu slowly crawling out. Her small body was hardly bigger than the suitcase. When she curled up inside, she was just stacked with some clothes, and it didn't feel crowded at all. However, Yin Xiao was somewhat puzzled about how Bailu managed to get in and when she had done so. No, what he should be thinking now was, why was Bailu here? When I left earlier, I was still contemplating whether to take Bailu with me, but in the end, Bailu showed no intention of wanting to leave with me at all, and that Bailu didn't leave. Is this Bailu beside me the one transformed by Sui Yang? Or are you trying to confuse me? Yin Zhao's pig brain was probably a bit overloaded, and his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the Bailu in front of him. Bailu shook her head and tidied up her somewhat messy hair. Upon hearing Yin Zhao's question, she suddenly felt a bit offended. Angered, she almost laughed out loud, showing her small tiger teeth and striking a fierce pose. What's wrong? Just because you see me, you think I'm transformed by Sui Yang? Do you think Sui Yang has the ability to become as cute as me? Although she looked a bit silly and adorable, Yin Xiao still found it quite unbelievable. He reached out and pinched Bailu's familiar, fair face. It really is her. But wait, the Bailu I saw on the immortal ship couldn't be me? Even you were deceived, which proves that my plan is foolproof. Bailu proudly lifted her little head, looking incredibly smug, making it hard for anyone to resist a smile. But Yin Xiao was still a bit confused, unable to figure out the situation. It wasn't just him. Yin Li also had not reacted, and in a daze, he reached out and rubbed Bailu's head, messing up her hard-earned hairstyle again. Bailu shot Yin Li a glare. I naturally have my clever plans, so you don't need to make that kind of choice between two harms. No, how did you do it? The Bailu left on Luofu looks at Yin Xiao and Yin Li, who are both confused, but Bailu is unwilling to reveal the secret. Her expression remains incredibly proud and self-satisfied. Meanwhile, inside the Luofu immortal ship, Jing Yuan looked at Bailu, who was currently seeing patients in front of him, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quietly asked, Ija, has Dr. Bailu already left? It seemed as if some special voice module had been activated. As Bailu lifted her head, the look in her eyes appeared to turn a grayish white, as if she were an empty shell. Yes, but how could the general find my whereabouts so quickly? Did Miss Bailu tell you? Just a guess. After all, such a simple switcheroo often yields the best results. Much like your current state. The Bailu in front of him tilted her head slightly, but revealed a mature smile. You don't need to worry about Miss Bailu. I'm following her to gain some memory nourishment from her. And I will also assume the duty of protecting this Dragon Lord. With Yin Xiao here, I'm naturally at ease, but it seems your true body is also here. How long can this body sustain? This body coexists with Miss Bailu. Essentially, I'm just a fragment of my true self lingering here. As long as my true self is not extinguished, I will not disappear. Of course, if anything happens to Miss Bailu, it will also reflect on this body condensed from ether. This Bailu's body is, strictly speaking, constructed entirely from memory material. Moreover, it is made from the memory material produced by Bailu, which is indistinguishable from the true self. Everything the true self can do, this body can do as well. And when one day Bailu returns to the immortal ship and wants to restore her identity, this substitute of Bailu's memory avatar left in Luofu can also return to Bailu's body without any damage. It will not cause any side effects and will fully instill all the memories experienced by the memory avatar into Bailu. This way, there is no need to worry about coming back and knowing nothing. This move can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. But only the Ija of the Liuguang Yiting can pull off such a trick. I must say, you're truly capable. Speaking of which, if one day I also want to go out, can you make one for me too? Jing Yuan smiled and raised his head, pointing at himself, seemingly a bit expectant. However, the Bailu in front of him could only shake her head helplessly. I'm afraid not, General, you are a Lingshi level being. Only memory Lingshi have the qualifications to create such avatars for you. But even so, it cannot completely replace your existence. At this moment, seemingly to showcase her talents, Bailu proudly reviewed her plans on the starship. Chapter 65. Can such a thing really be done? That's ridiculous. After hearing Bailu's plans, Yin Xiao felt a bit dazed for a moment. It even felt somewhat unreal. Perhaps beings like Ija are inherently quite miraculous. At first, I didn't expect this either. It was that Ija's sister who told me about it. However, she seems unwilling to come out now, so I can't introduce you. Bailu shrugged her shoulders, indicating her helplessness. However, upon hearing such a solution, Yin Xiao could only exclaim in amazement. So it could be done this way? That's absurd. Once Yin Xiao roughly digested the series of plans regarding Bailu's departure from the immortal ship, he realized that it would prevent chaos from erupting in Luofu again and allow Bailu to leave smoothly. This truly is killing two birds with one stone. Bailu's plan left him feeling quite incredulous. Bailu, you are too clever. It's a pity we didn't get to meet that sister. If we could, we would definitely thank each other in person. Yin Lie's eyes also sparkled. It's just that if the other party were to hide within the memory material, there would be no way to find them. In fact, the most terrifying aspect of these Ija is that they can manipulate others' memories through some medium. It's possible that Yin Xiao saw the other party one moment, but in the next moment his memory of them was erased. This would lead him to completely forget the fact that the Ija had appeared. Even if this Ija had once helped Bailu, if the other party is indeed still around, Yin Xiao still feels a bit insecure. While Bailu and Yin Li were exchanging information about that Ija's sister, Yin Xiao's gaze quickly scanned the entire cockpit of the starship. Then, almost in an instant, he dashed into the rear resting cabin. The moment his eyes scanned the area, he felt that he hadn't detected anything unusual. The other party followed Bailu, but just as Bailu said, was hiding within the memory material and did not reveal themselves. However, at this moment, Yin Xiao was in a state of full combat readiness, capable of detecting every detail and anomaly, even the most minute ones. Something was indeed off. From the moment he boarded the starship, he had sensed something. Yin Xiao's keen gaze swept across the entire resting cabin again. There was nothing particularly special here. It felt just like a space pod. There were beds for resting and various food items or processed food supplies. But in a daze, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of his own figure somewhere in this room. However, that figure only flashed by and disappeared without leaving any trace. Are we playing hide and seek? Although I know you mean no harm, please come out and show yourself. Yin Xiao's tone became somewhat serious at this moment. After all, the other party had helped Bailu, and he owed them a favor. If the other party wanted to take some of his memories as payment, it would definitely not be a problem. However, the fact that they were still hiding made Yin Xiao feel a bit apprehensive. Yet, the surroundings remained completely unresponsive. After waiting for a moment, Yin Xiao suddenly extended his right hand and cut a wound on his fingertip. Drops of fresh blood began to slowly drip from his fingertip onto the back of his other hand. The abnormality he had just sensed was indeed correct, which meant that the other party truly had the ability to erase his memories. However, it seemed that only a portion of his memories could be erased at once. If he wanted to erase the memory of having seen the other party, he would also need to eliminate the memory of the few drops of blood that had fallen on his hand. That would basically be meaningless. After all, what she could do was erase memories, not erase reality. As Yin Xiao watched the blood fall drop by drop onto different spots on his hand, his gaze quickly swept across the resting chamber in front of him. Finally, near the bed that originally belonged to him, he immediately saw a mirror. It did not belong to him, nor to Yunli. The only difference was that this mirror seemed to have quite a few cracks. As Yin Xiao approached, his appearance appeared in the mirror, identical to his own, but it vaguely made him feel that this was not himself. At that moment, the version of himself in the mirror sighed and made a different gesture. Little brother, you're really persistent. Continuing to erase your memories might end up being counterproductive. I admit defeat. The version of himself in the mirror spoke in a rather pleasant female voice. Immediately after, the body in the mirror began to change. Gradually, his body transformed into another form. But most of the facial features remained unchanged. It simply looked like a feminized version of himself. It was indeed somewhat eerie. Yin Xiao had never seen such a version of himself, and was momentarily stunned. What, do you find yourself beautiful? Or do you, little brother, also enjoy the feeling of being a woman? That's not what I meant. However, this mirror should be your true form, right? Why are you so severely damaged? That's a very long story, little brother. Since you found me, we might as well be honest with each other. At this moment, it seemed that Yunli had sensed the commotion here and walked into the resting chamber. Brother, what are you mumbling about in here? Almost at the moment Yunli walked out, she suddenly saw another brother slowly walking out of the mirror. No, that should be his sister, with long black hair cascading down, her appearance almost identical to Yun Xiao's, but appearing softer and more delicate. She looked like an intelligent older sister. The black long shirt had transformed into a black strap dress, and purely from appearance, she resembled a beautifully feminized version of Yin Xiao. Yunli was momentarily speechless, her eyes glazed over. Ahem, Yunli, this is the rememberer from Liuguang Yiding, the rememberer sister that Bailu mentioned. But why did you disguise yourself as me? Don't like it? I quite like it, so I'm not changing this body for now. The rememberer chuckled lightly, seemingly taking pleasure in teasing Yin Xiao. At this moment, Yin Xiao had no way to deal with her and could only turn a glance at the still dazed Yunli. Hey, stop spacing out. Is she really that beautiful? She is quite beautiful, brother. I suddenly had a bold idea. I heard there's a planetary specialty, a gender-changing fruit that allows one to change gender at will, but it's controlled by the Interstellar Peace Company. We could find someone from the Interstellar Peace Company to help us acquire one. Put down this crazy idea, sister. Your brother doesn't want to become a woman. What is wrong with that? Anyway, brother, you like Lolis now, which is a crime. Why not become a woman and like Lolis? Then it wouldn't be a crime. Yunli's eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement, as if she was about to pounce and make it a reality. Was it because she saw the female version of herself that she became particularly excited? Was her little sister's sexual orientation not normal? What your sister said is correct. I feel the same way. Being a woman is quite nice. Don't you like it? As she spoke, the remember deliberately lifted part of her skirt, revealing a long, slender, perfectly shaped leg. Was it Yin Xiao's illusion, or did he actually hear Yunli swallow? Was this guy tempted by his brother's feminized form? That intense gaze felt like it was about to make a move at any moment. You give up this excessive thought, don't go too far. Yin Xiao quickly waved his hand to refuse, trying to avoid a situation where they would end up fighting and tearing the starship apart. After a while, the four of them sat around in the resting chamber. He wasn't sure if Silverwolf was still here, but he guessed that there was probably no response, and it was more likely that he wasn't here. So, you were seriously injured and fell onto the Luofu immortal boat to recover, only to coincidentally encounter Bailu, and then realize that Bailu's recent memories were highly compatible with yours? As long as a portion of Bailu's memories is copied, a part of her original body can be repaired. Of course, if Mr. Yin Xiao is willing to give me a portion of your memories, I wouldn't mind. After 10 years of struggling and fighting outside, I would really like to see what your memories are like. Well, that might be a bit inappropriate. It's not that I'm unwilling, but generally, rememberers probably can't handle it. Yin Xiao had seen rememberers over the past 10 years and had experience trading with them. However, most rememberers would not continue to trade with him after receiving a portion of his memories. They were probably too frightened. After all, those memories of dealing with mountains of corpses and seas of blood had already been etched deeply in his mind. If one wanted to see clearly, it would likely come at a significant cost. That is certainly not a problem. We emphasize equal trading. Whenever you're willing, Mr. Yin Xiao, just find me, and I will also offer you some compensation. The remember maintained the body that had been copied from Yin Xiao, sitting cross-legged on the bed. She seemed to intentionally or unintentionally lift her skirt or touch her fair thigh. She looked like a charming and alluring little fairy. Logically speaking, such a posture would definitely be an irresistible temptation for a vigorous young man. At Yun Xiao's age, it was naturally difficult for him to control himself. But this was mostly his own face. He shouldn't have any feelings of desire for this form. It felt a bit too terrifying. Chapter 66. This is a difficult fact to face this matter. Let us discuss it later. However, Miss Rememberer, do you really have to use my image? What is wrong with that? Miss Bailu and Miss Yunli seemed to quite like it. Turning back, Yin Xiao looked at the two, who still showed signs of excitement. He felt that something was off, it seemed to be just for novelty. Ever since there were 2 more people in the ship, the entire starship immediately became lively. After all, with more people, they could at least gather a table of Imperial Jade. Speaking of which, Qingke had arranged for the other party to go to the Starry Sky train. Since it was a business trip, it would definitely be more convenient to take the train. It was said that there were quite a few empty rooms in the train crew, and he wondered if he would have a chance to occupy one. As the starship continued its automatic navigation through the universe, it surprisingly reached that star domain in about a day's time. The entire star domain is incredibly magnificent. Looking out from the window of the starship, it seems like there are various colored gemstones shimmering in the galaxy. Yunxiao feels a hint of emotion. After all, the star domain where this planet is located is indeed vast, with unique elements floating in the Star River. These elements wander in the Star River, gradually becoming bright lights like gemstones. It's really beautiful. Brother, why don't you take a few pictures for me? I would if I could. But did you have a phone 10 years ago? Even if I took pictures, I couldn't send them out. At that time, Yunxiao was so busy that he didn't even have time to remember any phone numbers before leaving. He thought he would return soon after a short trip. Who would have thought that it would be 10 years before he came back, causing Yunli to cry inconsolably. Even their grandfather's promise to help her forge a sword couldn't comfort her. This beautiful scenery is indeed worth recording. At this moment, the figure of Miss Ija also emerged. It's unclear which part of the memory she has accessed, but she looks like an elegant, noble lady. However, with Yunxiao's own face, it gives him a stomach ache. All right, according to the navigation, we will arrive soon, just ahead. Bailu glanced at the radar navigation, and the surrounding situation was clear to her. As everyone approached in the vehicle, Yunxiao quickly spotted a planet in the nearby star system. Most of its land covered in green plants. That's it. With so many green plants, they must have restored a lot of technology, and surely they will soon return to their prosperous times. Yunxiao's eyes lit up, genuinely happy for the people of this planet. Only by being alive can they have the chance to restore their prosperous times. If these people were dead, they would probably never have that opportunity again. The starship soon approached the planet, and upon feeling the familiar natural gravity, it slowly descended from the sky. The scenery below came into view for everyone. However, it wasn't as prosperous as expected. Instead, there was a sense of inexplicable desolation. Yunxiao and the others landed in a mountain forest, and the starship immediately shrank to the size of a palm. The cave heaven space technology is indeed impressive, a must-have ability for home travel. Huh, brother, didn't Tu say there was a celebration? Why does it feel so quiet? Yunxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit confused. The entire planet isn't that big, and it still allowed the starship to land outside of suitable residential areas. Even if the landing point was off, it shouldn't be this far off course. Yunxiao scanned the surrounding trees. The soil of the entire planet is very suitable for plant cultivation, but due to the presence of the Bailu people, the soil has been somewhat polluted. The remaining land needs to detoxify while continuing to plant a large number of plants and crops for survival. Although the area isn't large, it should be enough to gradually restore the ecological balance of the entire planet. As Yunxiao led the group forward, they bypassed the forest and immediately looked up at the not-so-distant area. There numerous abandoned houses stood on the land, and inside the houses, many plants had broken through the walls and grown outside. How could this happen? They were still building new houses before I left. How did it become like this? It certainly couldn't have been the work of the Bailu people. Even if some remnants remained, they wouldn't have the ability to turn this place into a primitive jungle. This is completely different from the Bailu people's usual way of doing things, leaving Yunxiao perplexed. Moreover, where did the indigenous people go? Did they run away to seek refuge somewhere? Just then, the Ija's body became somewhat ethereal. Soon, fragments of light appeared around her. Yunxiao didn't disturb her. She should be accessing the memories of this land, not the memories of organic beings. Such a Ija is probably quite powerful, with some status and identity within the Liuguang Yiting. This place is indeed still a gathering place for the indigenous people, but for some reason, their figures cannot be seen. Soon, the Ija's body gradually regained solidity. After materializing, her complexion visibly paled. Just as Yunxiao was about to ask a few questions, Yunli's loud voice came from nearby. "Old Six Bailu, come to me." The next moment, a loud explosion echoed in all directions. Yin Xiao suddenly turned his head and saw Yunli swinging her sword down fiercely. With a loud crash, a large purple wolf was sent flying. It crashed several meters away, its body smashing through several trees before falling to the ground with a thud. Bailu people? No, it feels like a beast related to the Bailu people. Yunli shook the iron rod in her hand, feeling the impact from just now. She seemed a bit confused about how there could be such a beast resembling the Bailu people. Just now, she had almost been ambushed silently by this creature. As for why would ambush Bailu and Yunli if it were related to the Bailu people, then Yin Xiao didn't know how many lives and blood debts he was carrying from the Bailu people. It's like a butcher who has killed so many pigs that even entering the pig pen brings an irresistible sense of oppression to the pigs. This is the kind of pure bloodline suppression. Yin Xiao didn't even know how many Bailu people or leaders he had killed. This one really doesn't matter. At this moment, the beast that Yunli had just sent flying was now slumped on the ground. Its bones were likely shattered in numerous places, and it had little strength left to resist. As it saw Yin Xiao approaching, the giant wolf began to emit a whimpering sound, akin to a mournful cry. This creature, without Yin Xiao even releasing any aura, was already afraid. It trembled in fear, its claws and legs shaking uncontrollably. Moving at all was impossible. This creature is indeed a Bailu person, but what happened? Has it returned to its ancestral state? Yin Xiao's eyes were filled with incredulity. How could a Bailu person return to its ancestral state? At this moment, Yin Xiao seemed to think of something and suddenly pressed on his chest. At this position, a bullet was floating. The bullet wasn't large. It looked more like a pellet. But this was one of his proudest identities. Even Jian had no knowledge of this layer of his identity. At this moment, the bullet hidden in his heart jumped violently a few times. It seemed to be indicating some terrifying possibility through this means. Yin Xiao suddenly raised his hand and, with one sword strike, split the ancestral Bailu person's body in half, with no signs of recovery afterward. Only then did Yin Xiao look up and gaze at the nearby city cluster. The lush residential buildings were covered in various plants, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Their figures seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. Yin Xiao turned his head to look at the Ija, who had regained some color nearby. The two exchanged glances, seemingly understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. That Ija hadn't shared some information with him earlier. Perhaps it was due to fear of making a wrong judgment. But in reality, she truly hoped that her judgment was wrong, or that the memories of this land had some discrepancies. Otherwise, everything would be too cruel. Just then, the surroundings began to emit a cacophony of squeaks and sounds, like a surround sound. It sounded particularly eerie, more like a warning to uninvited enemies. Yin Xiao's gaze flickered as he stiffly moved his eyes in the direction of the chattering sound. But before he could turn his head, Bailu's voice rang out first. So noisy. When did this monkey end up above us? I didn't even notice, sigh. Why does it have a flower on its head? At that moment, Yin Xiao's neck abruptly stopped moving. In its place, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His body trembled slightly for a moment, and he raised his head to look above him. A monkey covered in black fur was hanging in the air, one hand gripping a swaying vine. Above its head, there was a small flower with a red center and white petals that kept swaying. It seemed to sense Yin Xiao's gaze, and this chattering monkey suddenly stopped its noise. Slowly, it descended from the vine and approached Yin Xiao. It seemed to shake its head a few times as if recognizing something familiar. The stem of the flower on its head still had a big red bough, creating a stark contrast with the monkey's current appearance. The flower swayed, still in a budding posture, but at that moment, it seemed to show signs of slightly opening. This seemed to indicate that the little monkey was in a good mood. I didn't expect this monkey to have a flower on its head too. Bro, you never mentioned this before. Have you never seen it? Yunli looked at the monkey curiously, just about to tease his older brother. But at that moment, he saw the almost bloodless face of Yin Xiao. He seemed to be murmuring to himself, "No, it can't be. It shouldn't be like this, no." Chapter 67. Primitive Doctor, you deserve to die. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as Yin Xiao was still murmuring to himself, the little monkey in front of him suddenly let out an astonishing cry. The sudden sound startled everyone present. However, almost at the same time, Ija suddenly opened her eyes. Her black, gem-like eyes instantly turned gray-white as she looked at the little monkey in front of her. However, Before her words could reach her lips, Yunxiao moved swiftly, raising his arm lightly, and a streak of azure sword light suddenly sliced through the air, as if carrying the force of a mountain and tsunami, and was hurled behind him. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the sword energy surged like a continuous river, pouring from behind him and sweeping toward his rear. Almost in the same instant, a group of monkeys armed with various weapons emerged silently from the lush forest behind him. Their eyes flickered with fierce light, their fur seemingly stained with blood, exuding an undeniable chilling, killing intent. The arrival of these mutated monkeys undoubtedly signaled an unavoidable offensive. Yunxiao reacted quickly. Before they could leap half a step out of the forest, he had already sensed the danger. His sword suddenly struck out, a sharp sword light slicing through the air, swinging fiercely toward the back. The sword light was like a dragon, unstoppable. Those monkeys with strange flowers and odd shapes on their heads were all cleaved and sent flying by this domineering strike, blood spraying into the air, creating a scene both tragic and shocking. Accompanied by their wails, the upper part of the forest seemed to be swept by an invisible giant blade, trees snapping and crashing down, creating a mess. Yunxiao slowly retracted the sword light in his hand and stepped toward the little monkey in front of him. But unexpectedly, the little monkey showed no sign of the initial wariness. Instead, it took a few steps toward Yunxiao. Its monkey face seemed to show some kind of happy emotion. Chirp, 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 chirp. The tail behind the little monkey kept swaying, seemingly expressing its happy feelings. No one around could understand what the little monkey was trying to convey. But Ija sighed helplessly, turning to look at the still bewildered Yunli and Bailu. This may sound cruel to you right now, but they are indeed the natives. However, they weren't always like this. A most terrifying and mad genius has turned this world into what it is now. Yunxiao extended his hand, and the little monkey seemed to understand something, quickly darting onto Yunxiao's shoulder. It appeared even happier, bouncing up and down on his shoulder. But at that moment, Yunxiao was more silent, while Ija continued to speak slowly. This little monkey seems to be a mutant born from that plant. Its memory has almost completely vanished, but the plant flower on its head has preserved many of its instincts and memories. At the moment we landed, this little monkey found us and saw Yunxiao, which is why it felt familiar and wanted to get close, thus it came over. So this little monkey is... Yunli fell silent, but still felt a lump in her heart. Even without announcing the answer, she could tell that this must be the cute girl Yunxiao had mentioned. He had once said they were lucky, very lucky to survive until the end of the war. But now it seems this world is unfortunate, very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate. Yunxiao, I know what you want to say, but right now, it's better for us to find the truth here. Although people can't return, at least you can still take revenge, seek revenge on the primitive doctor. You shouldn't be so despondent. All beings here have undergone regression. It's already an irreversible matter. Hearing the mention of the primitive doctor, Bailu was still confused, but Yunli, after a moment of thought, immediately thought of this person. You mean that doctor who loves to eat bananas? I remember he wasn't from the Genius Club, was he? While the Genius Club, seat 64, is also a knowledgeable envoy, a mad genius scientist. Ija confirmed and also explained everything that had happened here to Bailu and Yunli. In the depths of this profound and unfathomable jungle, the ruins of civilization seemed to have been mercilessly swallowed by time. The once glorious architectural heritage now only remained as broken walls and ruins, hidden within the lush greenery, becoming a silent sacrifice to nature's revival. Yunxiao's tightly clenched fists turned pale, and the heart wrapped in bullets within his chest rumbled like a war drum. Every movement carried boiling anger and unwillingness. In his eyes burned an unquenchable flame, an endless hatred for the primitive doctor, a name deeply imprinted in his heart as prey. Primitive doctor, your end is clearly marked on my hunting list. One day, we, the sea wanderers, will use the most brutal means to personally end your evil, turning your head into a sacrificial banner on my path of revenge. His body trembled slightly with rage, the killing aura surrounding him almost breaking free of its constraints. Rampaging through the dark forest, the little monkey on his shoulder was frightened and began to screech. It seemed this barely awakened part of Yunxiao's reason, causing the killing aura to subside a bit. The little monkey then calmed down slightly, no longer making chaotic sounds, but instead sat fearfully on his shoulder, cautiously rubbing its tail against his neck. Before she transformed into a monkey, Yunxiao often felt she liked to stick close to him, gently rubbing her hair and the flower on her head against his neck. It seemed this way could make this child, who had lost all her family in the war and was all alone, feel at ease. Yunxiao reached out to pat the little monkey's head, trying to suppress the killing aura within him, and then said, "Let's go. Let's look around in other places first, hoping to find some clues." "Brother, are you really okay? Being overwhelmed by anger won't help you do anything. It's better to do something within your capabilities now. Let's go down and take a look first." Yin Zhao's voice was deep, and the surrounding air pressure was terrifyingly low. Even the temperature seemed to have slightly dropped, proving that his killing intent was completely uncontrollable at this moment. He could only control his rationality, keeping himself from becoming too angry and ensuring his consciousness remained clear. At this moment, he also learned about the ancestral experiments conducted by that primitive doctor. All the primates on this planet had completely fallen, reverting to the appearance of monkeys. Yin Xiao was indeed justified in being so angry. Bailu and Yunli watched as Yin Xiao maintained his rationality under the almost destructive desire. This actually proved how furious he was. That rage forced him to maintain his composure to suppress the toxins and killing intent within him. The group began to walk down towards the ruins of the city, looking at the shattered buildings scattered throughout this urban area, and the various plants that had broken through the structures. The moment they stepped into this urban area, Yun Xiao and the others immediately sensed the gazes around them. When they looked up, they saw monkeys everywhere, watching them. However, for some reason, these monkeys showed no signs of attacking. Instead, they hid in the ruins of the buildings or perched atop the towering trees. Damn it, what on earth is this guy doing with these experiments? Has everyone on this planet turned into monkeys? What is his purpose? Don't try to understand the thoughts of a madman, Miss Yinli, or you might not be far from madness yourself, reminded Miss Ija beside her. Now, with the entire planet in such a pathetic state, it made her heart ache a little. A civilization that once shone so brightly had now completely extinguished its light. The memory of a planet had come to a halt, even completely reset, with no trace of its former glory. Even Miss Ija couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Sigh, I wonder if there is a way to restore it. This is the first time I've encountered such a case. Bailu carefully observed the little monkey sitting on Yun Xiao's shoulder.